It died prematurely. My wife turned out to be the main villain. Male, transmigration, adventure, comedy, drama, fantasy, harem, historical, romance, Xuanwan. He unexpectedly transmigrated into the world of a female-oriented novel and married Zhang Heian, the villainous female antagonist in the book, right from the start. The key point is that this female villain is actually in love with the protagonist, the sixth prince, Jiyu Tianming. Jiyu Chen, who had transmigrated from another world, was stunned. He decisively proposed a divorce to Zhang Heian to sever ties and avoid implicating himself. Unexpectedly, when Jiyu Chen prepared to let go, Zhang Heian became anxious instead. 1. 1 What should I do if my wife likes someone else? Chapter 001. What to do if my wife likes someone else? The night was as dark as ink. The sky seemed to be draped in a black curtain, becoming exceptionally quiet and harmonious. At this moment, however, Prince Zhuang's residence was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Red lanterns hung everywhere under the eaves, with a large character for happiness pasted in the center of each, making it extremely festive and lively. Today, the 9th day of the 9th month, was the day the 9th prince, Prince Zhuang, and the Duke Zhengou Miss, Zhang Heian, were to be united in marriage. Prince Zhuang was handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura, while the Duke Zhengou Miss was peerlessly beautiful, well-educated, and reasonable. The two of them coming together was a match made in heaven, and it was considered a beautiful story throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. It was just past the hour of shu. Inside the main hall, Jiyu Chen sat on a chair wearing a red robe, quietly drinking wine. He was in a very bad mood right now, even feeling somewhat irritable. Your Highness, it is time to enter the bridal chamber. At that moment, a maidservant beside him reminded him cautiously. I know. You may leave now. Jiyu Chen glanced at the maidservant and nodded slightly. Yes. The maidservant did not dare to ask more and stepped out of the hall. After seeing the maidservant leave, Jiyu Chen put down his wine cup and let out a long sigh in his heart. He had transmigrated. Furthermore, he had transmigrated into a female-oriented palace intrigue novel he had just read, becoming the 9th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. With an extraordinary identity and distinguished status, he was practically standing at the top of the pyramid. But at this moment, Jiyu Chen could not feel happy at all. Because the wife he was now marrying was the great villain of this novel world. More importantly, this wife had no feelings for him. She was only forced to marry into Prince Zhuang's residence and wed him for the sake of her family interests. Thinking of this, Jiyu Chen felt a bit stifled. Let's talk about the original plot. However, the original plot was a bit messy, and the relationships between the main characters were quite complex. First was the original owner of this body. He truly liked the Duke Zhengou Miss, Zhang Heian. This marriage was also something he had petitioned the emperor to approve. After the wedding, he held her in the palm of his hand and gave her everything she wanted. He almost treated her like an ancestor to be worshipped. As for his current wife, the Duke Zhengou Miss, Zhang Heian, even though the original owner was very good to her, she harbored resentment because he had petitioned the emperor for the marriage, and she had never been able to let go of her grudge to accept the original owner. The person she truly liked was the original owner's elder brother, the 6th prince, Prince Jin, Jiyu Tianming, who was also the male lead of this book. Yet the original owner's royal brother, Prince Jin, Jiyu Tianming, had never liked Zhang Heian. Instead, he was interested in a boisterous concubine-born daughter of the Duke Zhengou's residence. That's right, this concubine-born daughter was the female protagonist of this book, Zhang Anran. At the same time, she was also a transmigrator just like Jiyu Chen. As for the relationship between Prince Jin, Jiyu Tianming and the concubine-born daughter Zhang Anran, it was naturally a case of mutual attraction and willingness. Overall, this emotional entanglement was very messy, a four-way love affair more complicated than a love triangle. Later, Zhang Heian discovered that Prince Jin had fallen in love with her concubine-born daughter's sister, and she was very dissatisfied. Even though she was already married, in her view, a woman born of a concubine was simply not worthy of Prince Jin. Consequently, Zhang Heian began a series of actions targeting the female protagonist, Zhang Anran, determined to drive her away from Prince Jin, with a stubborn attitude of, if I can't have him, I'll destroy him. But Zhang Anran, after all, was protected by the protagonist halo. Whenever she encountered difficulties, she would happen to be saved by Prince Jin, turning danger into safety. It was precisely because of Zhang Heian's repeated assists that the relationship between the two developed even more rapidly and their affection grew deeper. Then, Zhang Heian's actions were exposed. Prince Jin was furious, broke ties with the original owner, and they became complete enemies. After that, the emperor became critically ill, and several princes began to fight for power. Although Ji Yuchen hadn't reached the ending yet, it was obvious. It was destined that the original owner and Zhang Heian would fail in the power struggle, and Prince Jin would ascend the throne. Sigh, it's almost enough to act out a scene from Empresses in the Palace. Ji Yuchen couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to the various schemes and calculations within the imperial family, Ji Yuchen was more willing to be a carefree, lying flat prince. But he also knew that with the identity he now held, it would likely be very difficult for him to extricate himself. Moreover, hadn't he just married a good wife today who would only cause him trouble? Forget it, I won't think about it. Thinking too much gives me a headache, Ji Yuchen said helplessly. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Besides, he wasn't truly afraid of the protagonist Prince Jin or the female protagonist Zhang Anran. After all, he knew the original plot and could plan ahead to avoid trouble. The only thing that made it difficult for him to decide was the woman he married today. Ji Yuchen had no time to waste being a simp for a woman who had no good feelings for him. But this marriage contract was originally pushed for by the original owner. Even if he wanted to annul the marriage now, it probably wasn't realistic. Duke Zhenghe was, after all, a first-rank official and a veteran minister. The emperor still had to give him face, so he likely wouldn't agree to an annulment. I can only let things drag on like this for now, Ji Yuchen said indifferently. He would stay put for a year or two, and once the attention died down, he would divorce Zhang Heian. In any case, she had no feelings for him. As long as he proposed a divorce, she could surely handle things on Duke Zhenghe's side. After thinking it through, Ji Yuchen slowly stood up, preparing to return to the room. Regardless, Zhang Heian was his newlywed wife. Leaving her alone in the bridal chamber was not proper. Furthermore, Ji Yuchen also wanted to see what this woman actually looked like to be able to make the original owner so devoted. Soon, Ji Yuchen made his way to the door of the room. Greetings, Your Highness. Several maidservants waiting at the door bowed in unison and spoke very respectfully. They were all people brought by Zhang Heian. You all may leave. Yes. After the command, all the maidservants withdrew and left. Then, Ji Yuchen slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The lights inside were very bright. A small table stood by the door, with a red weighing scale rod on it, used for lifting the bridal veil. Ji Yuchen did not pick up the weighing scale rod but instead sat on a nearby stool and looked toward the head of the bed. She was sitting in the middle of the bed, sitting very upright. The fiery red wedding dress wrapped her slender and tall figure from top to bottom. A pair of fair, jade-like hands were carefully placed on her thighs. The red bridal veil concealed her appearance, adding a touch of mystery to her. Ahem. Ji Yuchen feigned a cough to create some noise. Having lived 2 lives, this was actually his first time getting married. To be honest, he was a bit lost and didn't know how to break this awkwardness. Zhang Heian continued to sit quietly at the head of the bed, without making any sound. Seeing that she remained unmoved, Ji Yuchen reminded her, you can take off the veil. There are no outsiders here. His voice was very soft and his tone relatively gentle. Zhang Heian remained seated, but Ji Yuchen noticed her fingers twitch slightly. Although the movement was very slight, he still detected it. Ji Yuchen was somewhat puzzled. He had actually hinted very clearly just now. Unwilling to personally lift the veil indicated his resistance to this marriage, even though he had been the one to actively push for this marriage himself. However, Ji Yuchen was only looking at the issue from his own perspective and had not considered Zhang Heian. For Zhang Heian, no matter how dissatisfied she was with this marriage, from the moment she stepped into Prince Shuang's residence, she was Ji Yuchen's person, the future Princess Shuang. With family interests involved in the upbringing she had received since childhood, it was impossible for her to lift the veil herself. This would be a lack of respect for etiquette and a lack of respect for herself. As a daughter of a prestigious family, she could not be so willful. Of course, she also could not understand why Ji Yuchen was unwilling to take the initiative to lift her veil, since he was the one who had petitioned Your Majesty for this marriage in the first place. 2. Number 2 Housing Allocation. Chapter 002. Separate Rooms. Seeing that she was hesitating and unwilling to act, Ji Yuchen didn't bother thinking too much. He picked up the scale rod from the table, walked over, and naturally lifted her red bridal veil. In the next second, an exquisite and pretty face appeared before his eyes. With bright red lips, a delicate upturned nose, and especially those eyes hiding a hint of surprise, clear and transparent as spring water, pure and clean. Her entire face was radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. Looking at the woman so close to him, Ji Yuchen froze for a moment, his gaze dazed for a few seconds. He admitted that her beauty was outstanding, reaching a top-tier level, far more stunning than any of the internet celebrities or stars he had seen in his previous life. Have you seen enough? Jong Hae-in said in a low voice, her tone carrying a trace of coldness. It was also an expression of her dissatisfaction with Ji Yu-chen's earlier reluctance to lift the veil. Ji Yu-chen withdrew his gaze, no longer lingering. He admitted that his self-control had indeed been lacking just now, as he hadn't seen much of the world. Therefore, facing her question, he didn't bother to argue. Because her appearance had indeed stunned him just now, there was no need for Ji Yu-chen to deny that. Then, he turned back to his original seat and sat down, placing the scale rod back where it belonged. He looked up at Jong Hae-in again and said, I am technically your husband now. It seems you shouldn't have this kind of attitude toward me. My personality has always been like this, Jong Hae-in replied, not bothering to explain further. Ji Yu-chen smiled and then asked, so, you plan to treat me with this face from now on? He never believed that anyone was born cold. Being cold was simply because they felt nothing for you. Jong Hae-in glanced at Ji Yu-chen but didn't answer. But her meaning was clear. Making her change would be very difficult. Seeing her willful expression, Ji Yu-chen slowly stood up, not wanting to talk anymore. No one was obligated to indulge anyone else. With Jong Hae-in's current attitude, it was hard for Ji Yu-chen to continue talking to her, as they both had personalities that refused to back down. If they weren't careful, a dispute might even break out. What was the point? Seeing Ji Yu-chen get up to leave, Jong Hae-in furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, where are you going? Ji Yu-chen stopped and looked back at her. Out. To find another place to sleep. What do you mean? Jong Hae-in lightly bit her thin lips and questioned him with a hint of life chi. Although she had been forced to marry into Prince Swang's residence, the matter was already settled and could not be changed. But now, on the wedding night, her husband wanted to go out and was unwilling to share a bed with her. For a woman, this was an absolute humiliation. Jong Hae-in's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. She didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Ji Yu-chen didn't answer. Jong Hae-in's heart wasn't in Prince Swang's residence. Saying anything more would be futile. Furthermore, Ji Yu-chen couldn't explain to her why he was unwilling to share a bed. He couldn't exactly tell her that he was a transmigrator and knew that the person she liked wasn't him, but Prince Jin. And even if he said it, what then? They still had to continue living together. This would only make their interactions more awkward, with neither liking the other. So, he felt that they both needed to cool down for now. At least wait until their emotions stabilized before discussing what came next. Thud. Without waiting for Jong Hae-in to question him further, Ji Yu-chen stepped out of the room and closed the door without a hint of hesitation. Inside the room, Jong Hae-in remained sitting quietly on the festive large bed, her eyes fixed on the door, her expression full of indignation. Bastard, if you felt nothing for me, why did you marry me in the first place? She completely failed to understand what Ji Yu-chen meant by this. He was the one who had wanted to marry her, and now he was the one unwilling to touch her. Could it be that her cold attitude was his reason for refusing to consummate the marriage? She admitted that she indeed didn't like Ji Yu-chen, but the moment she entered Prince Swang's residence, she had accepted reality and made a compromise. She would strive to act like Princess Shuang to avoid gossip and giving people something to talk about. But what she hadn't expected was that the man who had brought her home in a Grand 8 carrier sedan chair was now actively avoiding her. He even suggested sleeping in separate rooms on their wedding night. If this became known to others, it would surely invite a lot of annoying rumors. Looking at the festive yet quiet bridal chamber, Jong Hae-in inexplicably felt it was too silent, and her hands subconsciously clenched. Before Ji Yu-chen entered, she had actually harbored many worries, even considering what the scene would be like when they met. In her original thoughts, Ji Yu-chen should have treated her with mutual respect, being gentle and magnanimous. She would have also replied with a few polite words, so as not to ruin the day's celebration. Until the night was half over, and after they shared the nuptial wine and blew out the candles to share the bed, she would then unreservedly give him her most precious possession, tasting the forbidden fruit of this world for the first time. Although Jong Hae-in wouldn't bring any emotion to the intimate contact, she definitely wouldn't have refused. Because she had no affection for Ji Yu-chen to begin with, there was only helplessness and compromise. But what she never expected was that Ji Yu-chen was not at all gentle, magnanimous, or considerate as she had imagined. His personality was extremely forceful, and he didn't make a single compromise. He would rather let her stay in an empty room on their wedding night than touch her. Inexplicably, Jong Hae-in felt a bit weary, with an indescribable sense of helplessness. She was now a member of Prince Swang's residence, and the most prominent Princess Shuang at that. Yet this man, who should clearly be the closest person to her, was now unwilling to touch her. In that case, what difference was there between her and those concubines in the imperial palace, who were relegated to the cold palace? Crucially, she couldn't even talk about these feelings with anyone. Another 2 hours passed. It was now the hour of the pig. Ji Yuchen still hadn't returned. Zhang Heian leaned back against the wedding bed, feeling exhausted. She hadn't taken off her wedding robes and remained in a half-asleep state. From being picked up in the sedan chair at noon to the wedding ceremony at Prince Swang's residence and finally to the wedding night, she hadn't eaten anything. Her body had long since reached its limit. If she hadn't been forcing herself to stay awake waiting for Ji Yuchen, she probably would have fallen asleep long ago. "Young miss, why don't you go to sleep first? The young master probably won't be coming back." Seeing Zhang Heian's exhausted face, the maidservant said with great heartache. The maidservant's name was Spring Summer, Zhang Heian's personal maidservant from Duke Zhengwo's residence, who had grown up with her since childhood. Tonight, after Ji Yuchen left the bridal chamber, she had immediately returned to the room to take care of her young miss. Zhang Heian glanced at Spring Summer and gave a weak laugh. "Is that so?" This laugh carried a hint of sarcasm, as if she were mocking her own incompetence. On the wedding night, the groom slept in a separate room. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the entire capital. She hadn't expected it to happen to her. She considered herself quite outstanding. With a noble status, ethereal beauty, and proficiency in the 4 arts, she was one of the top noble misses in the capital. But her husband treated her with disdain and cold-blooded indifference. Crucially, he was the one who had actively sought to marry her. Isn't it ridiculous? 3. Number 3 Prince Ji Yu Mao blocked the way. Chapter 3. Blocking the way, the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao. The next day, the warm morning light refracted through the window into the bridal chamber, falling right upon Zhang Heian's pretty face. Her long eyelashes were closed tight, her pink cheeks slightly flushed, and her thin, fragrant lips were pursed. Her flower-like face was as translucent as jade, gentle and delicate. Click. Ji Yuchen pushed the door open and walked straight in. Young master, Spring Summer, who had been waiting by the side, immediately lowered her head and whispered upon seeing Ji Yuchen enter. Ji Yuchen glanced at Zhang Heian on the bed. "Is she not awake yet?" Spring Summer hurriedly explained. The young miss waited for the young master to return all night, and only lay down to rest at midnight, so. Ji Yuchen was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Spring Summer and said, "Then wake your young miss up in a while. I will be waiting for her in the main hall." It wasn't that Ji Yuchen wouldn't let her sleep, but they had to go pay their respects and serve tea to his mother today, so they couldn't be too late. Yes, Spring Summer also knew the rules and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Shortly after Ji Yuchen left, Zhang Heian slowly opened her eyes on the bed. "Young miss, you're awake." Spring Summer was startled and quickly stood up to walk over. In truth, Zhang Heian had been sleeping very lightly. She had woken up the moment Ji Yuchen entered, but not knowing how to face him, she continued to feign sleep. "Young miss, let Spring Summer help you dress and freshen up. The young master is already waiting for you in the main hall," Spring Summer reminded her. Zhang Heian nodded. All right, the rules could not be broken. Despite the slight unpleasantness between her and Ji Yuchen last night, she couldn't let their elders or outsiders see a joke. She still had to follow the necessary protocols. After freshening up and dressing, accompanied by Spring Summer, Zhang Heian arrived at the main hall. She then saw Ji Yuchen sitting at a table, which was laid out with many pastries and food. Ji Yuchen looked up at her and said, "Eat something first, then accompany me to the palace to see my mother." Zhang Heian hesitated for a few seconds before nodding and obediently walking to one side of the dining table to sit down. She was indeed hungry. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday at noon. If she didn't eat now, she would have to wait at least until noon, when she returned to her parental home, to have a meal. Thus, under Ji Yuchen's gaze, Zhang Heian picked up some pastries from the table and began to eat, in small bites. Whether it was because she was unfamiliar with Ji Yuchen or because his forceful attitude last night made her somewhat fearful, when she ate the pastries, she chewed slowly and swallowed carefully, appearing somewhat reserved. "You eat first. I'll go prepare the horses." Ji Yuchen noticed her discomfort and proactively left the table. Not long after Ji Yuchen left, Spring Summer immediately leaned in close to Zhang Heian, looked at the pastries on the table, and couldn't help but say, "Young miss, how did the young master know you like pastries? He even prepared your favorite snowflake cakes." Zhang Heian's eyes flickered slightly, but her expression didn't change much. Perhaps he had just happened to prepare these pastries for breakfast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her like that yesterday. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Prince Swang's residence, Ji Yuchen was instructing the guards to prepare horses and the bridal sedan when a man in yellow finery rode up on horseback, a smile on his face, followed by several guards. Ninth brother, what are you doing here, kid? Ji Yu Chen looked over at the sound and spoke with a hint of surprise. Among all the royal offspring, the only one who could call Ji Yu Chen ninth brother was the 12th prince, Ji Yu Yangyi. The two had a good relationship. This fellow had stuck to Ji Yu Chen's heels since they were young, never daring to go west if told to go east. Didn't I come to see you and sister-in-law? Hee hee, you rushed back to your room last night without even having a drink with me. You must have been quite busy, Ji Yu Yangyi said with a wicked grin. Ji Yu Chen rolled his eyes at him. Don't go snooping around if you have nothing better to do, or I'll see to it that your backside is black and blue. TCH, if you won't say it, then don't. No need for that with me. Ji Yu Yangyi smacked his lips and dropped the subject, switching to another question. Ninth brother, are you planning to take sister-in-law to the palace to pay respects? Ji Yu Chen rolled his eyes again. What else? Are you taking sister-in-law to the empress's side? What do you think? While the two were chatting, Zhang Heian had already arrived at the entrance. At the same time, the guards waiting around the carriage bowed in unison upon seeing Zhang Heian emerge, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Princess Zhuang." "Hello, sister-in-law." Ji Yu Yangyi also saw Zhang Heian and immediately greeted her with a chuckle. "Greetings, 12th prince." Zhang Heian hurriedly responded. Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but interject, "Why are you bowing to him? You're his sister-in-law. Just call him Yangyi or Xiao Yi. This girl probably hasn't adjusted to her status yet, or maybe she's not fully awake." "Oh," Zhang Heian responded cautiously, not offering any rebuttal. "Ninth brother is right. Sister-in-law, you can call me whatever you like." Ji Yu Yangyi chuckled, not minding at all. "Alright, I'm done talking to you. I have to take your sister-in-law back to the palace to pay respects to my mother." Ji Yu Chen said to Ji Yu Yangyi. "Fine, then I'll wait for you to return at Prince Suang's residence." Afterward, Ji Yu Chen looked at Zhang Heian and reminded her, "Get in the carriage." Zhang Heian nodded and, with the support of a maidservant, sat inside the carriage. Ji Yu Chen leapt onto a black horse with a long stride and led the party toward the palace. Ji Yu Chen's biological mother was the current noble consort, Lady Xiao. But according to the hierarchy of status and etiquette, he could only address Lady Xiao as mother consort. Empress Madame Nangong was his mother empress. However, he had grown up by Lady Xiao's side since childhood and had not been cared for by Empress Madame Nangong. The reason was simple. His biological mother, Lady Xiao, and Empress Madame Nangong were on bad terms, or rather, the Xiao family and the Nangong family were rival factions. This was something his imperial father was also aware of, but it was difficult for him to intervene. Therefore, when going to the palace today, the one Ji Yu Chen wanted Zhang Heian to meet was not Empress Madame Nangong, but his biological mother, Lady Xiao. Gaining Lady Xiao's approval meant gaining the approval of the Xiao family behind her, and it also solidified her status as Princess Zhuang. Prince Suang's residence was not far from the palace. In about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ji Yu Chen and the others arrived at the outer palace. Just as they were rushing toward the Yong'an Palace where Lady Xiao resided, a group of people emerged from another direction, blocking their path. Immediately after, a sharp, piercing voice came from the opposite side. "The Crown Prince and Prince Jin are departing the palace, all of you, move aside." Ji Yu Chen smiled and slowly rode forward, completely ignoring the other party's warning. The Crown Prince resided in the Eastern Palace, while his mother, Lady Xiao, was in the Western Palace. For them to run into each other like this was quite an unexpected coincidence. Prince Jin, inside the carriage. Upon hearing the name Prince Jin, Zhang Heian trembled slightly, her hands subconsciously tightening. She had a secret hidden in the depths of her heart that she had never told anyone. When she was 8 years old, she went out to a lake with her playmates and accidentally fell into the water. At that time, everyone was in a panic and had lost their composure. Only the 6th prince, 4 years her senior, jumped into the lake without hesitation and rescued her. From that moment on, she developed feelings of admiration for this taciturn prince. But due to her family upbringing, she never dared to express her love. Every time he appeared, she only dared to stand at a distance and watch him quietly. But even a single glance would make her incredibly happy. That incident of falling into the water also left her with a shadow over visiting lakes, and she never dared to touch water again. Unfortunately, she was now a married woman, and she no longer dared to indulge in that original beauty. Haha, so it's 9th brother. Seeing Ji Yu Chen approach, a man across from him dressed in yellow finery with a plump build laughed loudly. Beside him was a man dressed in black finery. He was the 6th prince, Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming. Ji Yu Chen also scrutinized the two of them. At this moment, the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao spoke again. ninth brother was wed yesterday, marrying that rare beauty from Duke Jungwo's residence. I imagine you must have had a very enjoyable time last night. I truly envy you. These words seemed to praise Ji Yu-chen, but they carried a sense of hypocrisy and condescending contempt. Although he and Jong Haeun indeed had some friction, she was his legitimate wife, married with all the proper ceremonies and a grand procession, not some mere concubine. The other party's joking tone in discussing his wife was not only belittling Jong Haeun's status but also slapping the face of Prince Shuang. Ji Yu-chen gave a cold smile and replied, "My Yanner is a precious gem, well-educated and sensible. Naturally, she cannot be compared to those common things around imperial brother that only serve to relieve boredom." Inside the carriage, Jong Haeun was slightly stunned, her eyes turning dreamy. Although she knew Ji Yu-chen and the crown prince were on bad terms, she hadn't expected him to protect her so much in public. After all, when they were in the bridal chamber yesterday, he had given her the cold shoulder, which was the complete opposite of the precious gem, well-educated and sensible, he just described. "Old ninth, what do you mean by that? Are you calling me shameless?" The smile on Ji Yu-mao's face instantly chilled as he questioned with a hint of life. He did indeed like to take palace maids back to his room to relieve boredom, but no one had ever brought it up so openly. These words were a complete mockery of him. Ji Yu-chen chuckled and said, "Imperial brother, one must know moderation in all things. Excessive qi harms the body. If there's nothing else, your subject shall take his leave." Having said that, without waiting for a response, Ji Yu-chen drove the carriage directly toward Yongin Palace. Watching Ji Yu-chen's party leave without looking back, Ji Yu-mao cursed in great anger. "Damn it, this old ninth is becoming more and more unruly. Just because he has the noble consort and the Shao family behind him, he dares to be so disrespectful even to me, the crown prince. Does he really think I won't dare to move against him?" Then, he turned his gaze to the man in black beside him and asked, "Old sixth, tell me, how should I give old ninth a lesson so he knows that I am the heir of this great Zhou?" Ji Yu Tianming's sword-like brows knitted slightly, but he quickly masked it. He then shook his head slightly and said softly, "I don't know." Ji Yu Mao looked at Ji Yu Tianming with utter speechlessness and sighed. "Sigh, you're just a block of wood. You're only good for leading troops in battle. If you were to truly get involved in these court affairs, you probably wouldn't even be able to cope. Forget it, I'll find a way to deal with old ninth myself." Ji Yu Tianming didn't even bother to refute Ji Yu Mao's lecturing. 4. Number 4 Empress Shao. Chapter 004. Mother, Lady Shao. At the same time, Ji Yu-chen had already brought Jong Haeun to Yongin Palace, where Lady Shao resided. When they got off the carriage, Jong Haeun's eyes clearly lingered on Ji Yu-chen's face for a few more seconds, a feeling hidden in her gaze that she herself could not quite explain. "Let's go." Ji Yu-chen led the way and then reminded her, "My mother has a good impression of you. You don't need to be too nervous when we meet, just let nature take its course." "Alright," Jong Haeun nodded slightly, not asking any more questions. Back then, the original owner had insisted on marrying Jong Haeun, not only because he was attracted to her looks but also because of Lady Shao's suggestion. Duke Jungwo was a veteran official of the imperial court, a first-rank high official with great prestige, to whom even His Majesty had to show some respect. Jong Haeun's father, Jong Quan, was the Vice Minister of Rights, a third-rank official. Forming a marriage alliance with them would also be of great help to Ji Yu-chen himself. To put it simply, Lady Shao was paving the way for him in advance, laying the foundation for his future struggle for the throne. Just as they entered Yongin Palace, a palace maid said, "Your Highness, Princess Shuang, her ladyship is already waiting in the main hall." Ji Yu-chen nodded and then led Jong Haeun toward the main hall. Soon, the two arrived at the main hall of Yongin Palace. "You've arrived," a melodious and soft voice rang out. Lady Shao, the noble consort, was seated on the high chair at the head of the room. Her casual attire consisted of a deep blue jui over multiple layers, embroidered with cloud and dragon patterns on the chest and back. A large red silk belt was tied around her waist, adorned with gold and jade. A gold and jade dragon-patterned pendant hung from her chape, and she wore a golden phoenix and auspicious dragon crown on her head, with a pair of gold-set coral bead earrings. Her appearance was elegant and noble, and every gesture she made gave off a sense of dignity and grace. Lady Shao was actually not very old. Ji Yu-chen was 19, and Lady Shao had conceived him when she was 16, so she was only 35 now. In modern times, she would still be considered a young woman. "Your son has brought He Yan to pay respects to mother." Ji Yuchen then bowed and knelt on both knees. Zhang Heian followed suit, kneeling respectfully before Lady Xiao. She was also a miss from a prestigious family and had seen many princes and nobles in the capital. However, whether it was Lady Xiao's temperament, her speech, or even her subtle movements, they all invisibly gave Zhang Heian an indescribable sense of pressure. She actually knew that the other woman didn't dislike her, but as long as she stood by her side, she couldn't help but feel nervous. It was as if there were a bloodline suppression. This was perhaps the feeling that many new daughters-in-law could most relate to when meeting their parents-in-law. Lady Xiao first glanced at Ji Yuchen, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Heian beside him, and then instructed the palace maid, serve the tea. In the etiquette of Great Zhou, on the second day of a new couple's first marriage, the man must bring the woman to serve tea to his parents. On one hand, it was for the woman to change how she addressed them. On the other hand, it was for the parents-in-law to see if the woman was suitable. As a member of the imperial family, Ji Yuchen naturally placed even more importance on these rules. However, since his father was the current emperor, Lady Xiao had to stand in for him alone during the tea ceremony. Of course, there was another reason why the emperor did not come. The empress was the primary wife and was regarded as the mother of the nation. Even though Ji Yuchen was born to Lady Xiao, he should still respect the empress as his primary mother. Therefore, according to the rules, for the tea ceremony, Ji Yuchen should have first taken Zhang Heian to the central palace to serve tea to the empress. Before returning to Yong'an Palace to comply with etiquette, the emperor could not favor either side, so he simply did not come. Soon, the maidservant brought the tea and placed it on the mahogany table nearby. When serving tea in Great Zhou, besides tea leaves, red dates and lotus seeds must also be added. This signified good luck and bearing many children. Furthermore, there were many rules for serving tea, such as the saying, full tea insults the guest, 7 parts tea and 8 parts full. Moreover, when serving tea, a junior must present the tea with both hands to show respect. Ji Yuchen stood up first, handed the cup of tea on the left to Lady Xiao, and said with a bow, "Mother, please have some tea." Lady Xiao took the teacup, lifted a corner of the lid with her left hand, took a light sip, and then placed the teacup back on the table. Seeing this, Ji Yuchen quickly picked up the other cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Heian behind him. Zhang Heian took it cautiously and walked to Lady Xiao's side with a slight trepidation in her heart. She bent down and said, Mother, please have some tea." Her voice was very light, mixed with a hint of panic. "Haha, good." Upon hearing this, a harmonious smile immediately blossomed on Lady Xiao's face. She looked at Zhang Heian with great satisfaction and then took the tea from her hand. Changing her address before even drinking the tea made her like this little miss from Duke Zhenghuo's residence even more. Combined with her current subtle actions, reserved and shy, she would surely be a virtuous wife and mother in the future. Diminutive for Ji Yuchen should also be able to handle her. Then, she took a light sip of the tea Zhang Heian had presented, drinking a bit more than she had from Ji Yuchen's cup. Beside her, Zhang Heian's face flushed red, clearly having just realized she had addressed her incorrectly a moment ago. After finishing the tea, Lady Xiao looked at Ji Yuchen again. Diminutive for Ji Yuchen, yesterday was your wedding day. Are you two getting along well? Ji Yuchen said politely, "Thank you for your concern, Mother. He Yan and I have a very good relationship." That is very good." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Heian beside her and said with a smile, "He Yan, since you have already changed how you address me, Mother will take it as you having accepted your status as Princess Shuang." Then she took off a gold hairpin she was wearing and gave it to Zhang Heian. "This gold hairpin is called the Phoenix Butterfly Gilt. It was given to me by my grandmother when I got married. Now I am giving it to you. You must keep it safe." Zhang Heian hesitated for a moment, her eyes subconsciously looking toward Ji Yuchen. Ji Yuchen naturally noticed her gaze and immediately said, "Just take what Mother gives you." "Thank you, Mother." Only then did Zhang Heian take the gold hairpin and thanked her politely. Lady Xiao naturally noticed the scene just now and liked this little miss from Duke Zhenghuo's residence even more. After all, even for something like accepting a gift, she sought diminutive for Ji Yuchen's opinion, which meant she truly accepted him from the bottom of her heart. But what was the reality? Zhang Heian simply felt that the gift was too precious because it was passed down from Lady Xiao's grandmother. Although she now had the title of Princess Shuang, she did not have the reality of being Princess Shuang, so she naturally did not dare to accept such a grand gift. "He Yan, since you and diminutive for Ji Yuchen are married, you are like half a daughter to me." In the future, if Ji Yu Chen does not treat you well, just come to Yonggan Palace to find mother, and mother will stand up for you. Then she looked at Ji Yu Chen and reminded him, diminutive for Ji Yu Chen. He Yan is the wife you married with a grand ceremony. Do I need to remind you how to treat her in the future? Quote, your son understands. In the future, I will naturally treat He Yan with mutual respect and remain unswerving in my devotion, Ji Yu Chen promised. His mother was clearly playing both the good and bad cop here, with the aim of hoping that Zhang Heian could wholeheartedly be a good Princess Shuang in the future. But Ji Yu Chen knew that this woman didn't have him in her heart at all. So those promises just now were purely nonsense, used to soothe his mother's heart. Beside him, Zhang Heian couldn't help but look at Ji Yu Chen's extremely serious face. If not for the experience last night, she might really have believed him now. However, she also had to admire him. He didn't blush at all when lying. Alright, I've asked what needed to be asked and said what needed to be said. You two probably have to return to Duke Zhengguo's residence in a while, so mother won't keep you here as guests. Halfway through, Lady Xiao looked at Zhang Heian again and said with a smile, He Yan, if you have time in the future, come to mother's place to sit, chat with mother, and enjoy the flowers. Your daughter-in-law will definitely come often in the future, Zhang Heian said. 5. Number 5 You want a divorce. Chapter 005. You want to divorce me? Returning to the Duke's residence from the palace. On the way, Ji Yu Chen did not ride a horse. Instead, he sat in a sedan chair with Zhang Heian, led by guards. As for why, between lying down and sitting up for the return journey, which would you choose? Riding a horse was strenuous and unrewarding. If not for the rules, Ji Yu Chen would have wanted to take a carriage to Yonggan Palace. Now that he was back, he deserved to relax. Inside the sedan chair, Zhang Heian frowned, looking at Ji Yu Chen with some confusion, and asked, Why do you keep looking at me? Throughout the journey, the other party would occasionally turn to look at her, quite openly, seemingly not trying to hide it, although as his wife, it was natural for him to look at her. But the problem was, their relationship hadn't been solidified, it was only superficially not exposed. Ji Yu Chen smiled, unable to resist saying, If I remember correctly, you told me last night that your nature is inherently cold. Why were you so shy and timid when you saw my mother today? What do you want to say? Zhang Heian immediately became displeased. Ji Yu Chen shrugged and said casually, Nothing? Just a little curious about your personality. You're the same, full of lies, not a single honest word, Zhang Heian said. Ji Yu Chen smiled again and inquired, You mean you're like me, both putting on an act? Quote, Why should I tell you? You're so smart, I'm sure you already have the answer in your heart, Zhang Heian said sarcastically. Hey, I just asked casually, aren't you being a bit too aggressive? You're my wife now, can't you be a little nicer to me? Seeing Zhang Heian's angry expression, Ji Yu Chen advised her, None of your business, my personality has always been like this. Personality has always been like this again. You just don't like me, so you make so many excuses. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore. We still have to go back to your maiden home later, don't we? Don't let anyone see through it and make a fool of us, Ji Yu Chen said. Zhang Heian crossed her arms and stopped arguing. Perhaps it was her disapproval of this marriage, which made her unable to help but show her displeasure when facing Ji Yu Chen. She knew it was wrong, but she just couldn't help it. And from their interactions today, she could also tell that he would try his best to protect her in front of outsiders. From this perspective, the other party was at least not bad. By the way, Zhang Heian, if I remember correctly, you should have a stepsister, right? Ji Yu Chen asked. Zhang Heian was startled at first, then frowned and said, Why do you mention her? If she had to name the person she hated most, it would undoubtedly be her stepsister. Nothing, just curious, a casual question. Ji Yu Chen smiled and didn't ask further. How could he not be curious about a transmigrator similar to himself? However, he also knew the relationship between Zhang Heian and the female protagonist, Zhang Anran, so he didn't bother to chat further. In the original plot, their relationship was very bad. They practically regarded each other as mortal enemies. The reason? It was related to their father. Zhang Heian's father, Zhang Quan, the Vice Minister of Rights, fell in love with a woman from the mortal world in his early years. At that time, Zhang Quan made all sorts of commotion, insisting he would marry no one else. But the outcome was destined to be a failure. Aristocratic families valued their reputation above all else. Marrying a commoner could lead to criticism, let alone marrying a woman from the mortal world. Thus, Zhang Quan's mother, the legal wife of Duke Zhengguo, threatened to commit suicide, forcing Zhang Quan to completely break off his relationship with the woman and then marry the daughter of the grand official. In an era where filial piety was paramount, the reluctant Zhang Quan could only comply. He married Jo Jongyue, the daughter of the Grand Official, and a year later, Jong Haeun was born. However, in Jong Kwan's heart, he had no affection for Madame Jo. It was merely a reluctant compromise. In the third year, Jong Kwan, despite all obstacles, brought the female protagonist back and named her An-ran. And his legal wife, Madame Jo, also chose to silently accept this fact, taking Jong An-ran to raise by her side. By the 8th year, Jong Kwan brought Jong An-ran's mother back and took her as a concubine. Only at this moment did everyone understand that Jong Kwan had never truly severed ties with that woman from the mortal world from beginning to end. Although the mortal world woman was a concubine, she received the same treatment as Madame Jo in terms of food, drink, and daily expenses. After all, in Jong Kwan's heart, the other party had suffered a lot for him, and now that she was back, he had to treat her well. So, anything Madame Jo had, the other party would also have. Even if Madame Jo didn't have it, the other party would. This situation, where the concubine was treated better than the wife, also drew a lot of ridicule and criticism at the time. This kind of mental torment made Madame Jo's life utterly miserable, and her health gradually declined. The Grand Official even severed ties with the Duke's residence, never to interact again. Therefore, Jong Haeun hated this stepsister from the bottom of her heart, wishing that she and her mother would disappear from this world forever. Even though all of this had nothing to do with Jong An-ran, it must be said that although the plots of female-oriented novels are a bit melodramatic, after getting used to the fighting and killing in male-oriented novels, occasionally switching tastes is quite interesting. Of course, the prerequisite is that you prefer romance or emotional novels. Why weren't you willing to share a room with me last night? Jong Haeun's voice suddenly came, interrupting Ji Yu-chen's thoughts. When he looked up, she was staring at him with a serious expression. She had actually thought about this question for a long time but hadn't found the right moment to ask. Ji Yu-chen averted his gaze and said, "You have to ask yourself that." "What do you mean?" Jong Haeun frowned. Ji Yu-chen said, "What does marriage mean? A home, affection, a sense of belonging, or something else? But you should ask yourself, do you consider Prince Swang's residence your home? Do you have any so-called affection or sense of belonging towards me? If not, why should I share a room with you and make us both unhappy?" Jong Haeun fell silent. Ji Yu-chen was right. She indeed had no feelings for him or for Prince Swang's residence, because her heart had never been there. The reason she was willing to cooperate was simply to avoid bringing gossip and trouble to her family. Seeing Jong Haeun's silence, Ji Yu-chen continued, "Don't worry, in a year at most, or half a year at least, I will divorce you. By then, you can still pursue the happiness you desire." "You want to divorce me?" At these words, Jong Haeun was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Otherwise? Do you think it's not tiring to live every day with a long face?" Ji Yu-chen retorted. Jong Haeun fell silent again. This was an outcome she had never expected. Logically, she should be happy to be able to divorce him. But at this moment, she couldn't bring herself to be happy at all. Ji Yu-chen continued, "As for the period ahead, I won't restrict you too much. You will still be free. The only condition is to try your best to play the role of Princess Zhuang convincingly, so no one sees through it. I don't like people gossiping about me in my ear." 6. Number 6. I'm not eating this. Chapter 6. I'm not eating this meal, you despicable. The corners of Jong Haeun's eyes were slightly red, her rosy lips were pouted, and her gaze was both stubborn and aggrieved. Imagine if, on the second day of marriage, one's husband proposed a divorce. Anyone would likely find that hard to accept. Furthermore, this was ancient times, where the system of rights and music was far more emphasized than in the modern era. A mutual divorce was simply a disgrace for a woman. Even if she returned to her maternal home later, she would be destined to never hold her head high again. Did Jong Haeun hate Ji Yu-chen? In truth, she didn't. Because they had no feelings and no so-called bonds, she just couldn't understand why he would treat her this way. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Ji Yu-chen was dumbfounded. Please, she was clearly the one with someone else in her heart first, yet now it had become his fault. Two people being forced together, neither liking the other. Was that supposed to be comfortable? Ji Yu-chen wanted a mutual divorce simply to give her back her freedom and give himself a chance to choose. Could that really be wrong? Sure enough, a woman's tears were the ultimate weapon against a man. However, Ji Yu-chen didn't argue this time, because he couldn't explain the issues he understood in detail to her. After all, her love for Prince Jin was her deepest secret, one she hadn't even told her family at Duke Jungwo's residence. So, Ji Yu-chen stepped out of the carriage, letting Jong Haeun have some peace and quiet inside. Once she came to terms with it, she would naturally stop making a fuss at noon. Ji Yu-chen drove the carriage to the gates of Duke Jungwo's residence. Lower the carriage, the lead guard shouted loudly, his voice resonant. At the same time, a large group of men, women, young and old dressed in fine clothing had already gathered at the inner courtyard gate. Hearing the guard's voice, they all looked toward the entrance. This included Duke Zhengao Zhang Qinglian, Vice Minister of Rights Zhang Quan, Madame Zhou, and other family members. Go greet them, Duke Zhengao spoke, instructing the crowd. Subsequently, the group walked quickly toward the residence gates. On the other side, Ji Yuchen dismounted and walked to the carriage behind him. He pulled back the curtain, looked at Zhang Heian inside, and held out his right hand. We've arrived. Come down. Zhang Heian pursed her lips and glanced at Ji Yuchen. After a moment's hesitation, she wiped her slightly reddened eyes, composed her emotions, and placed her fair, slender hand in Ji Yuchen's palm. Then, led by him, she slowly stepped down from the carriage. By this time, Duke Zhengao and the others had reached the gates and happened to see their intimate and warm interaction. Fire the crackers. Firecrackers boomed and drums rumbled. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Yuchen and his wife entered Duke Zhengwo's residence. Zhang Heian was in front, while Ji Yuchen held her hand, walking a small step behind her. Yanner greets grandfather and grandmother. Zhang Heian first walked to Duke Zhengao and his wife, bowing slightly, and then turned to look at Zhang Quan and Madame Zhou. Father, mother, your son-in-law Ji Yuchen greets the Duke and Madame. Ji Yuchen likewise bowed to Duke Zhengao and his wife, then looked at Zhang Quan and Madame Zhou, saying, "Greetings, father-in-law and mother-in-law." While speaking, Ji Yuchen specifically took note of the people on either side of Zhang Quan. To his left was his primary wife, Madame Zhou, wearing a gray-green robe embroidered with carp and a gold and jewel hairpin. Her appearance was dignified and gentle, giving off a very approachable feeling. To his right stood two people, one older and one younger, with some similarities in their features. The older one was a woman wearing a bright red silk robe embroidered with auspicious birds, a silver hairpin, and a white jade bracelet. The younger one was a girl about the same age as Zhang Heian. Her appearance was exquisitely seductive, with naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes and thin, rosy lips. Though she wore few accessories, they could not hide her city-toppling beauty. If he wasn't mistaken, these two should be the female protagonist Zhang Anran and Zhang Quan's concubine, Madame Min. Haha, come inside and sit, the meal is already prepared. Duke Zhengao laughed heartily, a kind and warm smile immediately appearing on his weathered face. The return to the maternal home on the second day after the wedding is called the Weimen, and the family prepares a special banquet for the newlyweds. After eating this banquet, Duke Zhengwo's residence would be her supporting family, and Zhang Heian would need to serve her husband Ji Yuchen wholeheartedly. There were also some rules for the return visit. The newlyweds could not walk side by side. The bride went first and the groom followed. This was a custom of the Great Zhou wedding rites. Soon, the group moved to the main hall. A large table was set with a lavish spread of delicacies, and 5 or 6 maidservants stood quietly by the table, awaiting orders. Your Highness, please take a seat. After today, Duke Zhengwo's residence and Prince Xuang's residence can be considered one family. Duke Zhengwo stood at the head of the large table, inviting Ji Yuchen to sit with a beaming face. Ji Yuchen sat down first and then said with a polite smile, "The Duke is highly respected and deeply valued by the Emperor. Being able to marry into the Duke's family is surely this junior's good fortune. Furthermore, I am of limited talent and have little experience in court affairs. I may have to trouble the Duke for guidance in the future." Duke Zhengwo was a veteran official who had served 3 generations of late emperors. Even the current emperor had to show him some respect. Although Ji Yuchen was Prince Xuang, he was at most a junior in front of the other man. Therefore, this politeness wasn't self-deprecation, but rather a clarification of seniority. At the same time, it was an indirect way to build a closer relationship. Haha, Your Highness overpraises me. If Your Highness has any confusion in the future, if this old man can provide an answer, I will certainly tell Your Highness, Duke Zhengwo replied modestly, his face overflowing with smiles. Then, he looked at the others in the room and commanded, "All right, everyone take your seats, let's not miss the auspicious time to start the banquet." As he spoke, everyone sat down one after another, preparing to begin the feast. At this moment, Zhang Quan on the right looked at Madame Min beside him and said softly, "Hui Mei and Ran, you two sit next to me." Madame Min glanced at everyone first. After a moment of hesitation, she took Zhang Anran's hand and joined the table. Zhang Anran's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly somewhat unwilling to join the table. But today was her sister's return banquet after all. If she didn't join, it would ruin the atmosphere, so she could only follow Madam Min and sit down obediently. Zhang Quan's seemingly casual act of inviting Madam Min to sit down immediately drew the attention of many. Whether it was Duke Zhengao, the Madam Zhou, or Ji Yuchen and Zhang Heian, they all saw it. However, no one spoke up at this time to avoid creating a bad omen. Haha. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, please enjoy the meal. Duke Zhengao laughed heartily, breaking the awkwardness first. Only then did everyone pick up their chopsticks and begin to eat. You all eat, I have no appetite. I can't eat. Just as everyone was starting their meal, Zhang Heian placed her bowl and chopsticks directly on the table, her face looking displeased. He Yan, what's wrong? Today is your return banquet. The madam looked at Zhang Heian with kind eyes and reminded her with a gentle smile. As the grandmother, she naturally knew why her granddaughter was angry at this moment. But as the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public, especially now in front of His Highness Prince Shuang. To actually bring this matter up at the banquet would be losing the face of Duke Zhengwo's residence. Zhang Quan clearly hadn't guessed why Zhang Heian was making such a scene. He looked at her with some anger and admonished, He Yan, you are now Princess Shuang. You cannot be as willful and pampered as before. This banquet today was specially prepared for you and His Highness. Do not throw a tantrum. I'm willful and pampered? I'm throwing a tantrum? Why don't you ask yourself? She's just a concubine brought in. On what basis does she sit at the main table? On what basis does she sit as an equal to my mother? Originally, Zhang Heian hadn't wanted to mention this, but being spoken to like that by Zhang Quan, she instantly became agitated. Presumptuous Zhang Heian, she is your aunt, Zhang Quan shouted. I don't have her as an aunt, Zhang Heian struck back without the slightest fear. Everyone, be quiet. Duke Zhengao slapped the table, his eyes sweeping over Zhang Quan with a dark expression. You undisciplined thing, do you not know today is He Yan and Prince Xuang's return banquet? Seeing Duke Zhengwo's anger, Zhang Quan quickly shut his mouth. Duke Zhengwo continued, a mere concubine, neither high nor low, who allowed her to sit at the table? Father, Zhang Quan wanted to explain but didn't know how to start. Tell her to leave at once, Duke Zhengwo barked. A flash of hesitation crossed Zhang Quan's face. Forced by Duke Zhengwo's stern authority, he had to compromise. He turned to Madam Min and instructed, Hui Mei, you go down first. I'll come find you later. Then this concubine shall take her leave, Madam Min said respectfully. She then slowly stood up, bowed to Duke Zhengwo, and only then left the main table. Seeing Madam Min leave, Duke Zhengwo forced a strained smile and said tactfully, Your Highness, I apologize for making you witness such a farce. The Duke is too kind, Ji Yuchen replied understandingly. 7. Number 7 This is really too difficult. Chapter 7. It's really too hard with the farce from earlier over. The rest of the banquet proceeded quite harmoniously. Zhang Heian also took the initiative to pick up her chopsticks and ate small mouthfuls of food. Ran is full and will take her leave now. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, younger sister, please enjoy your meal. After a moment, Zhang Anran, who was sitting opposite, put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up to bow to everyone one by one, and then took her leave. Duke Zhengwo nodded and didn't say much else. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, this return banquet finally came to an end. Although there were some ripples in the middle, overall, it was acceptable. Just as Ji Yuchen was about to tell Zhang Heian to prepare to return to Prince Xuang's residence, she took the initiative to walk up to him and asked in a low voice, I want to stay and talk with my mother. Can we go back a bit later? Her voice wasn't loud. Only Ji Yuchen could hear her. Ji Yuchen nodded. Call me when you're ready. I'll take a walk around the residence with the Duke. Zhang Heian's eyes flickered, and she lightly pursed her red lips. Her heart felt inexplicably warm. Thank you. She hadn't had much confidence when she spoke just now, but she hadn't expected Ji Yuchen to agree so quickly in the backyard. The madam looks down on me, and the Duke dislikes me. Why? What did I do wrong? And that wretched girl, just because she married into Prince Xuang's residence, does she think she's superior in Duke Zhengwo's residence? A shrill cursing sound came from inside the room. Madam Min was seen grabbing things and smashing them onto the floor, the humility she had shown earlier long gone from her face. At that moment, Zhang Anran happened to walk into the room. Seeing her mother blaming everyone but herself, she rubbed her head helplessly, feeling a massive headache. Mother, what are you doing? Seeing her daughter enter, Madam Min's emotions stabilized slightly. With reddened eyes, she looked at Zhang Anran and wailed, Daughter, tell me, I gave the Duke's residence a young miss after all. Why do they treat me like this? Now even the younger ones can walk all over me. Zhang Anran sighed with difficulty. Sigh, I warned you before Prince Shuang and my younger sister even arrived today not to go to this return banquet to avoid trouble, but you just wouldn't listen. I didn't say I wanted to go either. It was your father who made me go, and in the end, he even kicked me out, Madam Min complained. Zhang Anran couldn't help but roll her eyes, complaining silently in her heart. Damn it, there's really no hope for this biological mother of hers. If this were her past life, she would definitely be a total green tea. It was clearly she who first mentioned wanting to see His Highness Prince Shuang, which was why father took her to the banquet. Yet now, she's pushing all the responsibility onto father. What else can you even say to that? Zhang Heian has always been hostile toward the two of them anyway. If she insists on shoving herself in their faces, won't they lose life chi? Sigh, being stuck with a mother like this is truly a misfortune. Can't we just have some peace and quiet? Then, Madam Min cried out again, and Ran mother is counting on you from now on. You must win some chi for me in terms of looks, you're not inferior to that girl Zhang Heian. In terms of talent, you're above her too. If she can marry into Prince Swang's residence, then you can marry into Prince Yun's estate, Prince Qi's residence, Prince Jin's residence, or even the Eastern Palace's Crown Prince's residence. Only if you marry well can mother hold her head high in Duke Zhengwo's residence in the future. Zhang Anran didn't argue and nodded in response. Fine, fine, fine. Mother, I will definitely work hard to marry into a good family in the future. Can we wash your face now and clean up the things in the room? Seeing that Zhang Anran had taken her words to heart, Madam Min showed a gratified smile. It's good that you're sensible. Mother will listen to you. Zhang Anran was speechless. She felt that if this continued, she would eventually be pooed by her mother. Heavens, is this the punishment for her sneaking fat otaku happy water in the middle of the night? It's really too hard in her courtyard, main house. Mother, you've grown thinner again. Inside the room, Zhang Heian looked at her mother with a face full of heartache, her voice choking up. Only she knew how much grievance her mother had endured over the years. Despite being the primary wife, her treatment was worse than that of a concubine. She hated Madam Min and her daughter, and she hated her inhumane father even more. Madame Zhou gently tucked a stray lock of Zhang Heian's hair behind her ear, a kind smile appearing on her face. Silly girl, mother is fine. But what about you? How are you getting along with His Highness Prince Shuang? Is he good to you? Has he made things difficult for you? Zhang Heian's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy, but she quickly masked it, shaking her head. No, he is very good to me and cares for me deeply. Mother, you don't need to worry about me. That's good. Actually, from the fact that you could come here, Mother can see that His Highness Prince Shuang respects you. Back then, I just couldn't see through that point, which is why I married into Duke Zhengwo's residence. However, seeing my daughter meet someone who treats her sincerely makes me happy too. In the future, you must get along well with His Highness Prince Shuang and not ruin this rare fate, Madame Zhou said quietly. Her voice was soft, and her tone was extremely calm. I understand. Zhang Heian nodded meekly, not daring to tell Madame Zhou the truth. She would rather digest it silently herself than add to her mother's psychological burden. Alright, go back with His Highness Prince Shuang. Today is your first time back. Don't delay here for too long, Madame Zhou reminded her, patting Zhang Heian's forehead. Mother, then I'll be going now. I'll come to see you again in the future. Although Zhang Heian was reluctant to leave, she chose to follow her mother's advice. Alright, Madame Zhou said with a gentle smile. Soon, Zhang Heian found Ji Yuchen at the bamboo pavilion. He was drinking tea with her grandfather, and they seemed to be chatting quite well. Seeing Zhang Heian arrive, Duke Zhengwo naturally understood that the two intended to head back, so he stopped chatting. After some pleasantries, Ji Yuchen left Duke Zhengwo's residence with Zhang Heian. Just as they stepped out of the residence gates, Ji Yuchen noticed that Zhang Heian's eyes were a bit red. He couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to cry again, are you? You were the one who came to get me just now. If you were reluctant to leave, you could have stayed a bit longer. I didn't rush you." Zhang Heian's eyes grew even redder. Pouting, she said sincerely, "None of your business." One must realize that from this moment on, Duke Zhengwo's residence, where she had grown up, would completely become her maternal home, and she would no longer be able to stay by her mother's side. This immediately made her feel somewhat sorrowful. Yet, coming from Ji Yuchen's mouth, these things were spoken of so lightly, as if they could be cast aside at any time. Alright, my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. Ji Yuchen finally understood. Everyone except him could talk to Zhang Heian easily. Although he knew this marriage had caused her to harbor resentment toward him, wasn't she being a bit too targeted? Sigh, better to get a divorce sooner. He couldn't afford to provoke this kind of resentful woman. Zhang Heian gave a light snort. For some reason, seeing Ji Yu Chen apologize, even though it lacked sincerity, made her feel much better. 8. Number 8 Stepping Immortal Bridge. Chapter 008. Treading the Immortal Bridge. Prince Xuang's residence. At the main gate, rows of long red benches were neatly arranged in the center. There were no gaps between the benches, stretching from the steps outside the gate all the way into the house, looking like a grand red path. On both sides of the entrance, many of the residence's servants and maidservants had gathered. What on earth is old 12th up to? Looking at the scene at the entrance, Ji Yu Chen didn't need to guess to know it was Ji Yu Yangyi's doing. Ninth brother, you're finally back. Haha, how is it? Are you satisfied with the immortal bridge I've set up? It took me quite a long time today, Ji Yu Yangyi said with a smile, walking out to take credit from Ji Yu Chen. Why did you set this thing up? Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but complain. To build an immortal bridge, ninth brother, don't tell me you don't even know about this? It's fine, it doesn't matter if you don't know, I'll just tell you. In a moment, have sister-in-law get off the carriage and stand on the first long red bench. Then you just hold her hand and walk inside until the end, Ji Yu Yangyi explained. Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but rub his head. This guy, wasn't he just making extra work for him? At this moment, Zhang Heian also poked her head out of the carriage with a curious look, and then she saw the red, immortal bridge in front of her. Haha. Sister-in-law, hurry and get off. Let ninth brother help you across the immortal bridge, Ji Yu Yangyi urged excitedly upon seeing Zhang Heian's head. Zhang Heian hesitated slightly and then subconsciously looked at Ji Yu Chen. She knew about treading the immortal bridge. It was meant to symbolize being in harmony and flying together as a pair. But the problem was, she and Ji Yu Chen had no feelings for each other. Oh, why the hesitation? You've already entered the bridal chamber. What's there to be unwilling about? Ji Yu Yangyi couldn't help but urge. But in his heart, ninth brother, sister-in-law, can't you guys show some respect for the fruits of my labor? Ahem. Ji Yu Chen coughed first, then looked at Zhang Heian and asked, do you want to give it a try? Zhang Heian's willow-like brows twitched, and she pretended to say naturally, I'm fine with whatever. Then let's try it, sister-in-law. Ji Yu Yangyi's eyes lit up, and he wiggled his high-arched eyebrows. Then should we try? While speaking, Zhang Heian turned her head to look at Ji Yu Chen. I don't mind, Ji Yu Chen shrugged and said nonchalantly. Seeing that Ji Yu Chen was willing, Zhang Heian prepared to get out of the carriage. Just then, Ji Yu Yangyi appeared in front of the carriage with a swish and blocked her. Sister-in-law, you can't step down. When treading the immortal bridge, you can't touch the ground, or it will bring bad luck. After saying that, he looked at Ji Yu Chen. Ninth brother, you carry sister-in-law down, and then step onto the immortal bridge. Ji Yu Chen glared at Ji Yu Yangyi and couldn't help but shout, you have so many annoying rules. If he had known there were so many rules, he shouldn't have agreed just now. Ninth brother, these are the rules, it's not like I made them up by myself. Hurry up, don't dawdle, Ji Yu Yangyi complained. Ji Yu Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally walked to the front of the carriage and reluctantly opened his arms toward Zhang Heian. Come here, I'll carry you down. Oh, this time, Zhang Heian actually became much more reserved. She carefully bent down, her hands gently circling Ji Yu Chen's neck, and then let herself drop. Simultaneously, Ji Yu Chen applied force with both hands, holding her steadily in his arms. Only then did Ji Yu Chen discover that this girl was actually very light, and holding her didn't take any effort at all. Then, Ji Yu Chen carried her toward the immortal bridge. Zhang Heian leaned in his arms, looked up, and could see his profile. Alright, ninth brother, you hold sister-in-law's hand. Sister-in-law, you walk slowly, make sure your steps are steady. Only after Ji Yu Chen had placed Zhang Heian onto the immortal bridge, did that idiot Ji Yu Yangyi continue to offer reminders. Following Ji Yu Yangyi's instructions, Ji Yu Chen took the initiative to hold Zhang Heian's jade-like hand and walked into the house with her. Zhang Heian walked very slowly, taking every step with great care. In this way, the two of them walked along the immortal bridge, all the way into the residence. Ji Yu Chen walked on the lower left, while Zhang Heian was on the upper right, their palms lightly clasped as they walked together. Under the witness of Ji Yu Yangyi and the residence's servants, the two of them passed through the courtyard and reached the main room. Not far ahead, the long red benches were no longer laid out. Haha, the prince and princess Xuang are almost finished with the immortal bridge. The prince and princess Xuang have such a good relationship. The prince hasn't let go of Princess Xuang's hand from start to finish. May the prince and princess Xuang be of one heart forever and be blessed with a son soon. Princess Shuang is truly impressive, walking such a long immortal bridge without showing any stage fright. The servants gathered around began to discuss in low voices, filled with blessings and yearning for the couple's actions. We're almost there. Standing on the immortal bridge, Zhang Heian also had a joyful smile on her face. When she first started walking, she was quite apprehensive, afraid of not being steady and tripping. But now, seeing that she was about to reach the end, a sense of victory and joy welled up in her heart. Just as Zhang Heian stepped onto the next long bench, it jolted downward. Her expression changed instantly, and she lost her balance, falling as if weightless. Watch out! Ji Yu Chen was startled and quickly ran toward her, catching her just as she fell. Feeling a pair of strong and powerful hands protecting her, Zhang Heian calmed down from her initial panic. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Ji Yu Chen staring straight at her, his gaze very clear. How are you? Were you frightened just now? Ji Yu Chen asked. No. Looking into Ji Yu Chen's serious dark eyes, Zhang Heian shook her head somewhat blankly. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Are you hurt? Ji Yu Yangyi ran over in a hurry, his eyes full of concern. Zhang Heian quickly replied, I'm fine, I was just a bit startled, I'm much better now. At this point, Ji Yu Chen set Zhang Heian down and then looked at Ji Yu Yangyi again. It's all because of your lousy idea. If my reactions hadn't been fast enough, I would have definitely given you a sound thrashing today. Ji Yu Yangyi said aggrievedly, ninth brother, I only did it to bring good luck to you and sister-in-law. I really didn't know that bench wasn't placed properly. Ji Yu Chen, you can't blame the 12th prince. Just now it was actually my own fault for not stepping correctly. Zhang Heian hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. The bench indeed hadn't been placed properly, but she didn't want Ji Yu Chen and the 12th prince to have an unpleasant falling out because of her. Since your sister-in-law is speaking up for you this time, I won't hold it against you. But if you take it upon yourself to keep things from me again next time, I really will get angry. With Zhang Heian speaking up to persuade him, Ji Yu Chen couldn't very well continue his outburst. Ji Yu Yangyi was one of his people, and he trusted him, so he naturally wouldn't truly blame him. It was just that his personality was quite straightforward and lacked guile, making him easy to be used by others. Although his coming here today was out of good intentions, taking it upon himself to keep things from Ji Yu Chen was wrong, so he had to give him a warning. Sister-in-law, you're still the one who's good to me. Ji Yu Yangyi felt like crying. That bench really wasn't his fault. 9. Number 9 Miss, why do you look so troubled? Chapter 009. Young Miss, why do you look so preoccupied? Speak, do you have any other reason for coming to see me? After the Immortal Bridge incident, Zhang Heian returned to her room, while Ji Yu Chen brought Ji Yu Yangyi to the main hall. Ji Yu Yangyi chuckled. Hee, it's nothing. I just came to see sister-in-law. Ninth brother, you aren't still angry with me because of her, are you? What do you think? Ji Yu Chen asked in return. Ji Yu Yangyi laughed again. Then you definitely aren't angry anymore. Seeing Ji Yu Yangyi's smiling face, Ji Yu Chen didn't bother to say more and instead asked, I saw Prince Jin return to the palace today. When did he get back? In the middle of last month, after the matters in the southern border were settled, he returned. Ji Yu Chen fell into brief thought. Compared to himself and the crown prince, Ji Yu Mao, Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming's background was not as deep as theirs, but he had been in the army fighting since he was 16, and it had been 5 years now. Within the army, he possessed a certain level of prestige and had even earned the appreciation of the Divine Might Great General. In the original plot, after Ji Yu Tianming finished the southern border campaign, he stayed in the capital for about 3 months. It was also during this time that he met the female protagonist, Zhang Anran. However, this time Ji Yu Chen's focus was not on the male lead Ji Yu Tianming or the female protagonist, Zhang Anran, but on the crown prince, Ji Yu Mao. Because in another half a month, a major event would happen to him. Compared to the male lead Ji Yu Tianming and the female protagonist, Zhang Anran, who only became hostile to Ji Yu Chen in the late stage of the original plot, they were currently more like frenemies, hard to categorize. But the crown prince, Ji Yu Mao, was definitely his current opponent. Ji Yu Chen's maternal family was the Xiao family, which controlled the Ministry of Justice. While the crown prince, Ji Yu Mao's maternal family was the Nangong family, the side of the prime minister. In earlier years, the brother of his mother, Lady Xiao, Ji Yu Chen's uncle, had executed the youngest son of the current prime minister, Nangong Ju, the youngest brother of Empress Madame Nangong. 2 months later, his uncle was assassinated by killers, leaving no remains. Everyone knew his uncle was surely killed by someone hired by the prime minister, but for lack of evidence, the case could only be closed hastily. The relationship between the two families was like fire and water. A series of chain reactions similarly affected Ji Yu Chen and Ji Yu Mao. This was why Lady Xiao had to start building connections and making arrangements for him so early, because if Ji Yu Mao ever ascended the throne in the future, both Ji Yu Chen and the entire Xiao family would be buried with him. This was a move no one dared to gamble on. Even though Ji Yu Chen knew Ji Yu Mao would not ascend the throne, he still had to eliminate this rival and the Nangong family behind him. Ninth brother, why are you suddenly asking about that bitter melon face Prince Jin? That guy has always been close to the crown prince. He definitely won't join our faction, Ji Yu Yangyi said, puzzled. This 6th imperial brother did have some ability, but his background was too thin. But since he stood in the same camp as the crown prince, he would certainly only be an enemy in the future. If 9th brother wanted to target Prince Jin first, he could help out a bit. It's nothing. I ran into him when I went to the palace today, so I'm just asking, Ji Yu Chen said. Ji Yu Yangyi was also currently serving in the army as a deputy regional commander of the guard, a 4th-rank military official in the capital. This kid had always wanted to go to the battlefield, but his mother hadn't agreed. 9th brother, you ran into that bitter melon face, doesn't that mean you also ran into the crown prince, Ji Yu Mao? Did that fat pig give you a hard time? Ji Yu Yangyi asked in surprise. When Prince Jin entered the palace, there was no one else he would visit besides the crown prince. Since 9th brother met Prince Jin, the crown prince must have been nearby. Yeah, I ran into him. He even harassed your sister-in-law right in front of me. What do you think I should do to teach him a lesson? Holy shit, that fat pig dared to harass my sister-in-law? Who gave him the balls? Ji Yu Yangyi immediately got excited and continued, 9th brother, that fat pig likes to go out to gather inspiration, whenever he's free. Let's find a chance to kidnap him, give him a good beating, and then throw him into a latrine. What do you think? Quote, Ji Yu Chen rolled his eyes. When he goes out to play, he has plenty of people protecting him in the shadows. Not to mention, he has Prince Jin by his side now. How are you going to catch him? Among all the princes, Prince Jin's martial strength was the highest. He should have reached the realm of a 6th-rank martial artist by now. Even if Ji Yu Chen and Ji Yu Yangyi teamed up, they couldn't beat him. In this world, there were also many extraordinary people and martial arts masters. But from a general classification, martial realms were divided from 1st to 9th rank, and above that was the Great Grandmaster realm. Upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, one could split mountains, fill seas, fly through the sky, and burrow into the earth, being omnipotent. In the world, they were peerless existences. The princes of the Great Zhou dynasty practiced martial arts from a young age and all had some martial foundation. Ji Yu Chen's current realm was a 5th-rank martial artist, while Ji Yu Yangyi was a 4th-rank martial artist. True, I forgot about that bitter melon face Prince Jin. If it weren't for him, we might actually have a chance to act. After hearing Ji Yu Chen's explanation, Ji Yu Yangyi laughed awkwardly. Ji Yu Chen patted Ji Yu Yangyi's shoulder very seriously. Keep it up. When your martial realm surpasses Prince Jin's one day, we can go catch the crown prince and throw him into a latrine. 9th brother, you're joking with me again. Everyone knows that bitter melon face, Prince Jin is a martial arts fanatic. I can't guarantee I'll ever surpass him. Young miss, why do you look so preoccupied? Did the young master bully you? Inside the room, looking at the taciturn Zhang Heian, Spring Summer was full of anxiety. After serving the young miss this morning and seeing her out, she stayed at the residence to rest. After all, she hadn't slept all night to keep watch over the young miss. When she woke up today, she happened to see the young master leading the young miss across the immortal bridge. When the young miss accidentally tripped, the young master even took the initiative to hold her. She originally thought the young master and young miss had reconciled, but as soon as the young miss returned to the room, she became unhappy again. Zhang Heian rested her head on the table, then turned to look at Spring Summer beside her. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Spring Summer, if one day you liked someone, but your family forced you to marry another man, would you get along well with that man? Ah, Spring Summer was shocked. Young miss, you don't like the young master? Quote, her expression was like this, D-O-D-O. She felt like her whole world was upside down. She wasn't a fool. How could she not understand the meaning behind those words? In other words, the young miss already had someone in her heart and didn't like the current young master. If such a secret were overheard by anyone in the residence, it would likely cause a huge mess. Zhang Heian was startled and lowered her voice. Spring Summer, keep it down. Do you want to get me killed? Young miss, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Spring Summer also realized her voice had been too loud just now and quickly apologized. It's fine, I'm not angry with you. Just tell me what you think, Zhang Heian asked softly. That. Spring Summer's eyes were very hesitant. After a long delay, she looked back at Zhang Heian. Young miss, do you really not like the young master? I think he's quite nice, and he's handsome too. Spring Summer, I'm the one asking you a question, Zhang Heian said somewhat anxiously. Young miss, this servant girl really doesn't know how to say it, Spring Summer said, troubled. Sigh, I knew you'd be like this. If I'd known, I wouldn't have told you. Zhang Heian sighed mournfully, her face full of worry. Seeing Zhang Heian fall into worry again, Spring Summer couldn't help but speak up. Young miss, I can't judge your affairs, but I've always been one to accept my fate. If you or the young master want to marry me off in the future, I will accept it sincerely, because I believe you and the young master must be right. Zhang Heian smiled with relief and looked at Spring Summer complainingly. Who said anything about marrying you off? I wouldn't be willing to. From now on, you have to stay by my side and not go anywhere. If the young miss says I won't be married off, then Spring Summer will always stay with the young miss. Half a month later, Prince Xuang's residence had long since emerged from the wedding festivities and returned to its usual peaceful days. As Prince Xuang, Ji Yuchen was not as leisurely as one might imagine. He had to attend the morning court sessions every day, listening to the emperor and the court officials discuss national affairs, people's livelihoods, disasters, etiquette, foreign nations, and many other matters, occasionally offering his own opinions and insights. As for Zhang Heian, she stayed quietly in Prince Xuang's residence and didn't cause any trouble. Occasionally, she would go to Yonggan Palace to sit with his mother, Lady Xiao, for a while. Even when she wanted to return to her maternal home to see Madame Zhou, she would take the initiative to ask Ji Yuchen, listening to his opinion before making plans. The only thing that puzzled Ji Yuchen was that, for some unknown reason, this girl was no longer treating him with a cold, stiff face. Sometimes she would even take the initiative to cook meals and wait for Ji Yuchen to return and eat. 10. Number 10 Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Chapter 10. Your Highness, this is bad. Your Highness, this is bad. Princess Xuang hit the Prime Minister's young daughter. Ji Yuchen was in his room reviewing some official documents related to court affairs when, suddenly, an anxious shout came from outside. Then, a guard rushed in, his face filled with panic. Ji Yuchen's brow furrowed, and he looked at the guard with some doubt. You said the princess hit the Prime Minister's daughter? Yes, Your Highness. This servant doesn't know the specifics, but Princess Xuang is currently being held at Jialin Garden by them, and they won't let her leave. This servant had no choice but to return and report to Your Highness, the guard quickly explained. Ji Yuchen didn't reply further and gave a low shout, prepare a horse. Men handle external affairs, while women handle internal ones. But both sides also have their own social circles. Furthermore, the capital was only so large, and the major noble families basically knew each other, so social interactions were inevitable. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that today, the young miss of the Nangong family had taken the initiative to invite the young misses of various noble families in the capital for a garden outing, and an invitation had also been sent to He Yan. Having received an invitation, He Yan found it hard to refuse. Moreover, Ji Yuchen hadn't stopped her. After discussing it with Ji Yuchen, she took Spring Summer to Jialin Garden for the outing. This event wasn't mentioned in the original plot, likely because the female protagonist, Ran, did not go. Meanwhile, at Jialin Garden, cousin, brother, Your Highness Prince Jin, you must stand up for me. This He Yan, relying on the fact that she married into Prince Xuang's residence, actually dared to hit me today. Even my parents can't bear to hit me, yet today she slapped me right in the face. Look, my face is all red from the blow. If it's really damaged or disfigured, how will I ever get married in the future? Cousin, brother, Your Highness Prince Jin, you must teach her a lesson and help me vent this frustration. A slightly plump young girl stood before the Crown Prince Jiyu Shigeru, Prince Jin, Jiyu Tianming, and Commander Nangong Qin, her eyes welling with tears and her face full of grievance. Countless young misses were gathered around, all of them daughters of noble families or high-ranking officials. But under the intimidation of the Crown Prince Jiyu Shigeru and Prince Jin, Jiyu Tianming, none of them dared to speak freely. Each was trembling with fear, afraid of causing trouble. All right, stop crying for now. Your cousin will handle this for you. Yes, third sister, stop crying. Since the Crown Prince, Prince Jin, and I have come today, we will naturally seek justice for you. The Crown Prince Jiyu Shigeru spoke first, followed by Nangong Qin. After hearing their assurances, Nangongju's mood improved slightly, and she stopped crying and making a scene. As for Prince Jin, Jiyu Tianming, he just stood there quietly without making any comment. After comforting Nangong Zhu, Jiyu Shigeru and the others turned and walked forward. In front of them, He Yan and Spring Summer stood together, accompanied by a young girl wearing a dark blue silk robe with a bird pattern embroidered on the chest. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I've already sent someone to deliver a message. My brother and my cousin should be here soon, the girl in blue reminded them. The girl was named Leshwen, the daughter of the first branch of the Xiao family, and also Ji Yu Chen's cousin. Okay, He Yan nodded, trying her best to remain calm. Since things had come to this, there was no point in worrying. Her only hope was that Ji Yu Chen would arrive soon. Although she had indeed caused trouble today, she was still Princess Shuang on the surface, so he would likely be biased towards her. Princess Shuang, you are Old Ninth's wife, and by seniority, you are my younger brother's wife. However, Jur is also my cousin, and I cannot easily favor either side. Regardless of how it started, you shouldn't have been the first to resort to violence. Younger brother's wife, do you think my words are correct or not? Ji Yu Shigeru asked with a kind face. He Yan took note of Ji Yu Shigeru, then looked at Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, and Nangong Qin beside him. Just as she was about to speak, Leshwen beside her couldn't help but interject. Crown Prince, if it weren't for Nangong Zhu being unreasonable, my sister-in-law wouldn't have hit her. You are clearly speaking on behalf of Nangong Zhu. Ji Yu Shigeru's face immediately turned cold, and he stared at Leshwen gloomily, saying, Did I ask you? Are the girls of the Xiao family so lacking in manners? Quote, you. Before Leshwen could finish, He Yan blocked her and looked at Ji Yu Shigeru, asking, What does your highness the crown prince want to do? Although she was a woman, she was once the miss of Duke Zhengwo's residence and had heard rumors about the dealings between the empress and the imperial concubines. Furthermore, from the crown prince's attitude when Ji Yu Chen took her to the palace to pay respects on the second day after their wedding, she clearly understood that the relationship between the crown prince's residence and Prince Zhuang's residence was discordant. Ji Yu Shigeru smiled and said, After all, we are family. How about this? Younger brother's wife, you lower your head and apologize to Jur, and we'll consider this matter settled. What do you think? The expressions of the young misses around them shifted slightly as they had their own thoughts. Although Nangong Zhu was the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, she was just a young miss of the family. But He Yan was now the genuine Princess Shuang. Regardless of right or wrong, asking a princess to bow her head and apologize to a family's young miss was equivalent to telling everyone that Prince Zhuang's residence was inferior to the Prime Minister's residence. He Yan's willow-like brows furrowed. She clearly knew what Ji Yu Shigeru was planning. No cousin, she hit me just now. It can't end with just an apology. Beside them, Nangong Zhu was still dissatisfied. Seeing this, Nangong Qin quickly whispered to Nangong Zhu, third sister, follow the crown prince's instructions. Don't be temperamental. But, she hit me. Before Nangong Zhu could explain, Nangong Qin grabbed her sleeve, signaling her to shut up. Nangong Zhu didn't dare to continue being difficult, but she was still quite resentful, looking at He Yan with great displeasure. Well, younger brother's wife, you should give your elder brother this face, right? Ji Yu Shigeru asked again, a smile spreading across his lips. He Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she fell into hesitation. She wasn't sure if the crown prince would turn against her if she didn't apologize now. But if she did apologize, it would be a blow to Ji Yu Chen's face. His Highness Prince Shuang has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. In the next second, Ji Yu Chen was seen walking in wearing a purple robe, followed by two men in extraordinary attire and a group of attendants. Haha, sister-in-law, my cousin and my brother are here. Leshwen was instantly overjoyed, her previous fear vanishing. Then, right in front of the Crown Prince Ji Yu Shigeru, she ran towards Ji Yu Chen and the others. Cousin, you've finally come. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to bully sister-in-law. Leshwen immediately complained to Ji Yu Chen. Little sister, did the Crown Prince bully you or Princess Shuang? Quote, before Ji Yu Chen could speak, the two men beside him asked worriedly. Leshwen shook her head, not yet, but the crown prince wants sister-in-law to apologize to Nangong Zhu. Ji Yu Chen's brow tightened instantly, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said lowly, let's go over first. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 The son-in-law is too fierce. Chapter 011. The young master is too fierce. Soon, Ji Yu Chen arrived in front of Zhang Heian. Perhaps knowing she had made a mistake, her eyes clearly darted away when Ji Yu Chen looked at her. Ji Yu Chen did not rush to ask for the reason, instead looking up directly at the Crown Prince and the others opposite him. Why does His Highness the Crown Prince have time to visit the garden today? Isn't ninth brother here too? The Crown Prince chuckled awkwardly. Ji Yu Chen said, I also heard that some short-sighted things wanted to make trouble for my wife, so I specifically came to check. Since Imperial Brother is here, you must know the full story. Could you please tell your subject a thing or two? His Highness Prince Shuang, who are you insulting with those words? Nangong Qin shouted angrily. Everyone present knew that it was the insistence of his third sister, Nangong Zhu, that prevented Princess Shuang from leaving today. But Nangong Zhu only dared to act this way after informing him and His Highness the Crown Prince. Furthermore, His Highness the Crown Prince had intentionally tried to make Princess Shuang apologize to his third sister earlier, which was intended, to some extent, to embarrass Prince Shuang's residence. Therefore, Prince Xuang's words insulted not only him and his third sister, but also included His Highness the Crown Prince. Commander, why are you so agitated? Could it be that you wanted to bully my wife? How dare you? Halfway through his sentence, Ji Yu Chen's expression instantly changed, and he looked at Nangong Qin with extreme coldness. A hint of cold fury flashed across the Crown Prince's face, but he quickly concealed it. Ninth brother, Imperial Brother does indeed know the full story. At the time, younger brother's wife struck the miss of the Nangong family first, which is why the other party stopped her to demand an explanation. She's just a miss of a family. If she was struck, she was struck. What is there to explain? What? Does Imperial Brother perhaps think my wife should bow down to a young miss of a family? Ji Yu Chen countered. Prince Shuang, my grandfather is the reigning Prime Minister after all. Why should she hit me? Nangong Zhu couldn't help but speak up, then looked at the Crown Prince and said, Cousin, I won't accept this. You must stand up for me. Ji Yu Chen smiled and asked, feigning ignorance, who did I think it was? So it's the miss of the Nangong family blocking my wife. Prime Minister truly wields great official power. Listening to Miss Nangong. Is it possible that the Prime Minister decides everything in the capital city now? Nangong Zhu immediately felt emboldened. My grandfather is the reigning Prime Minister, second only to one person and above 10,000, so naturally he makes the decisions. You, a dignified Prince Shuang, can only bully a weak woman like me. Shut your mouth. Before Nangong Zhu could finish speaking, the Crown Prince cursed her in a cold voice. But cousin, I didn't say anything wrong. Didn't Zhang Heian dare to hit me only because she relies on her status as Princess Shuang? Nangong Zhu argued. Control your sister's mouth. Seeing that Nangong Zhu was being unreasonable, the Crown Prince looked directly at Nangong Qin. Yes, Nangong Qin dared not delay and immediately pulled her back. Third sister, stop talking quickly, don't invite disaster. His sister spoke without using her brain at all. Some words, even if white, could be twisted into black. Prince Shuang had just asked who made the decisions in the capital city, and she actually dared to admit it, although she intended to express that her grandfather was the reigning prime minister and held a high position. But if someone with ill intentions heard it, it could easily be interpreted that his Nangong family harbored thoughts of seizing power and usurping the throne. After seeing Nangong Zhu quiet down, the Crown Prince looked at Ji Yu Chen with a cold smile. Ninth brother, your mouth certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Hee, your subject is not as good at stirring up trouble as Imperial Brother. Ji Yu Chen countered with a smile. The Crown Prince exchanged a glance with Ji Yu Chen, then turned around directly. Let's go, back to the palace. With Ji Yu Chen here now, he clearly couldn't continue targeting Zhang Heian, much less make her apologize. Staying here any longer would only make a spectacle of himself. We should go back too. After watching the Crown Prince and his entourage leave, Ji Yu Chen finally turned and spoke to Zhang Heian. Cousin, we'll head back to the Xiao family now. Xiao Lexuan first greeted Ji Yu Chen, then looked at Zhang Heian and said, Sister-in-law, I'll come find you to play when I have time later. Okay. Zhang Heian nodded slightly and agreed with a faint smile inside the carriage. Ji Yu Chen sat on the left, Zhang Heian on the right, and the servant girl Spring Summer sat beside them. Ji Yu Chen looked up at her. Zhang Heian was sitting very properly, her head slightly bowed, her feet together, and her small hands neatly placed on her lap. Tell me about what happened just now. I heard the guards say that you were the one who struck Nangong Zhu first? Ji Yu Chen asked. Ji Yu Chen had not asked for the cause back at Jialin Garden, because the right or wrong of the matter itself was not important. The reason he was asking now was purely curiosity as to why Zhang Heian would resort to striking someone. Such shrewish behavior of fighting and brawling was not something a well-educated miss from a prominent family, no, a Princess Shuang, should do. Zhang Heian's pretty face flushed red, feeling a bit awkward. I was anxious at the time, so then what was the reason for hitting her? Ji Yu-chen asked again. Zhang Heian felt too embarrassed to answer. Ji Yu-chen saw that she was unwilling to speak, so he turned to look at the servant girl beside them. Spring Summer, you tell the young Mrs. story. Spring Summer looked very troubled. Young master, she was just a servant girl. If the young miss didn't want to say it, she wouldn't dare open her mouth. Am I not your master? Or do you think you are not a person of Prince Zhuang's residence? Ji Yu-chen pretended to be slightly displeased. He was the head of the house, after all. It was unreasonable to keep something this small hidden from him. Spring Summer looked helplessly at the young miss, noticing that she also looked uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, she carefully spoke. It was the miss of the Nangong family who first spoke ill of the prince, and only then did the young miss strike her. Be more specific. Ji Yu-chen was speechless. Were the two of them playing charades with him? Giving him the conclusion without the premise. Today, I accompanied the young miss to Jialin Garden. The various young misses of the family started discussing the talented young men in the capital city whom they wished to marry. As they talked, they began discussing the various princes. That miss of the Nangong family even started ranking the princes, saying His Highness the Crown Prince was the most outstanding, followed by His Highness Prince Yun, and then Prince Qi and Prince Jin. But you, my prince, were ranked last by her. She even said that the title of prince you currently hold is undeserved and that you cannot compare to the other princes. The young miss and the young miss of the Shao family were furious and stepped forward to reason with her. But that Miss Nangong showed no restraint. She first brought up old Madam Zhou, and then cursed the young miss, calling her seductive, only able to rely on her beauty to hook the prince, and calling them a pair of vermin. Only then did the young miss strike her. Spring Summer bowed her head and explained the entire sequence of events truthfully. So, did you win the fight? Ji Yu-chen asked. Spring Summer said, the young miss practiced martial arts before. Miss Nangong couldn't beat the young miss and was fiercely slapped across the face by her. Haha. Good, as long as you weren't taken advantage of. Ji Yu-chen burst out laughing, though a hint of suspicion flashed through his heart. Seeing Ji Yu-chen laughing heartily, Zhang Heian was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look up and ask, You don't blame me for lacking propriety? After all, so many people saw it today. Her voice was tiny, no louder than a mosquito. She was now the princess of Prince Zhuang's residence, and her every word and action represented the Prince Zhuang's residence. Fighting bare-handed with a family miss. Such an ungraceful action would surely become a joke among others. Why would I blame you if I had been there? I would have certainly given her a good beating and then thrown her into the latrine to see if she would dare to run her mouth again. After hearing Ji Yu-chen's reply, Zhang Heian's heart trembled inexplicably, and she stared straight at him. She had originally thought her actions would definitely ruin the reputation of Prince Zhuang's residence. Therefore, even if Ji Yu-chen scolded her or cursed her, she wouldn't have offered any rebuttal. Yet, what she hadn't expected was that he not only didn't criticize her mistake but also defended her. Spring Summer, sitting beside her, blinked a few times subconsciously. The young master is too fierce. If she messed up later, would the young master throw her into the latrine too? 12. #12 Your Highness, there are assassins in the manor. Chapter 12. Prince, there's an assassin in the residence. Upon returning to Prince Zwang's residence, Zhang Heian and Spring Summer headed back to the inner courtyard. Young Miss, Master was so domineering today. He even dared to reprimand Miss Nangong right in front of the Crown Prince. Haha, I saw Miss Nangong's face trembling at that moment. She must have been fuming. HMPH, with Master protecting you, I'll see who dares to bully our young miss in the future. Inside the room, Spring Summer sat beside Zhang Heian, her mouth chattering incessantly, filled with joy. Earlier in the carriage, with Master present, she, a servant girl, couldn't easily interject. Now that only she and the young miss were in the room, she spoke without such inhibitions. But at the thought of the scene where Master defended the young miss, she couldn't help but be happy. Spring Summer was just a servant girl. Her vision and perspective were naturally limited, and she couldn't see through the relationship between the Crown Prince and Ji Yu-chen. Therefore, seeing Ji Yu-chen dare to shield her young miss in front of the Crown Prince was already something remarkable in her eyes. At least, anyone else wouldn't have dared to offend the Crown Prince like Ji Yu-chen did. Alright, Spring Summer, look at you, you're grinning from ear to ear, Zhang Heian teased with a smile. Hee, Master is so good to young miss. Of course Spring Summer is happy for you, Spring Summer replied with a silly grin. However, after hearing Spring Summer's words, the original smile on Zhang Heian's face immediately faded a bit, a ripple of emotion flashing in her eyes as her thoughts involuntarily drifted to the past. On the first day after their marriage, when she went to the palace to pay respects to the noble consort, the Crown Prince had made a teasing remark, and Ji Yu-chen had defended her just like today. Later, when they returned to her parents' home for the return banquet, even though she had been temperamental during the meal, he hadn't gotten angry with her. And when crossing the immortal bridge, she hadn't stepped firmly on the high stool and nearly fell, but he had caught her immediately, preventing her from falling. In these many days of being together, he had never mistreated her. Even when she caused trouble, he was the first to arrive and protect her. She admitted that at the beginning, she was indeed somewhat dissatisfied with him because of the wedding, but now she didn't seem to be so resistant and repulsed anymore. "Why, young miss, Spring-Summer accidentally said the wrong thing just now. If you're unhappy, please scold me." Seeing the touch of melancholy on the young miss's face, Spring-Summer immediately reacted. The young miss had told her before that she didn't like Master. By praising Master just now, she must have made the young miss overthink things. Sigh, she was just too excited and had forgotten the nature of the relationship between the young miss and Master. "Why would I scold you? This has nothing to do with you, it's my own matter. Besides, you weren't wrong. He is indeed very good to me." Then, Jong Haeun forced a small smile onto her face and said softly, "All right, I'm fine. Don't worry, young miss, then you and Master in the future." Spring-Summer didn't know if she should ask. Since the wedding night, Master had never entered this room again. Although Master and young miss appeared inseparable and protective of each other in public, she knew their relationship wasn't as harmonious as it seemed. Rather, it was more like they were just living together as partners. If it continued like this, could the young miss and Master really ever truly be together? "Alright, I'm a bit tired, Spring-Summer. I'm going to rest," Jong Haeun said casually. In truth, she herself didn't know how to interact with Ji Yu-chen in the future. On the day of the return banquet, she had asked Ji Yu-chen why he was unwilling to share a bed with her, and he had seen right through her thoughts. He knew she had been forced to marry him and that her heart wasn't in Prince Swang's residence. In the following half-month, he had never stepped foot into her room at night. She had actually thought about compromising. Especially after hearing Spring-Summer's advice last time, she had somewhat accepted her current status. Several times when Ji Yu-chen went out to handle official business, she had personally cooked and waited for him to return, even leaving a lamp on for him at night. But he had never come. So, sometimes she thought that his desire to marry her wasn't out of love, but because he valued her family background and wanted to pull the Duke Jungwo's residence into the noble consort's camp. After all, she had always known that the Empress and the noble consort were at odds. But today, after she slapped Nangong-zu and was given a hard time by the Crown Prince and the others, he had arrived in time to save the situation regardless of whether his purpose for coming was for her or for the reputation of Prince Swang's residence. The fact that he could stand before her and protect her without hesitation meant that in his heart, he still regarded her as his woman. It's just that there was no love mixed in inside the study. Ji Yu-chen had not yet gone to sleep. Today's conflict seemed simple, but Ji Yu-chen couldn't help but think deeply about it. That Miss Nangong from the Prime Minister's residence was clearly inexperienced and lacked calculation. Even if she was unhappy with him, she shouldn't have belittled him as worthless in front of so many people. After all, no matter what, he was still a prince. And when Jong Haeun stepped forward to refute her, she remained emboldened and completely unafraid. Merely holding the title of the Prime Minister's daughter probably wouldn't be enough to make her arrogant enough to dare oppose a princess consort. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, Ji Yu-mao, resided in the Eastern Palace, far from the inner city. Even if Nangong-zu wanted to find him to seek justice for herself, it should have taken quite some time for him to arrive. Yet, he was able to arrive at Jialin Garden even before someone like Ji Yu-chen, who lived in the inner city. Could it be that Ji Yu-mao happened to not be in the palace, and when Nangong-zu sent someone to find him, they just happened to run into each other? That would be too much of a coincidence. Ji Yu-chen felt that Nangong-ju's actions today were likely at the behest of Crown Prince Ji Yu-mao, using the opportunity to make things difficult for Jong Haeun and embarrass Prince Swang's residence. It wasn't that Ji Yu-chen was overly suspicious, but Crown Prince Ji Yu-mao was extremely hypocritical and treacherous. He had to be vigilant. Report. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a guard rushed in frantically. "Your Highness, there's an assassin in the residence." Ji Yu-chen's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Was the person caught?" The guard bowed and said, "One person was discovered, but before we could apprehend him, he committed suicide by taking poison. I was worried there might be accomplices in the residence, so I immediately came to protect your Highness." "Take me to see," Ji Yu-chen said. Prince Swang's residence was a heavily guarded key location in the capital. Ordinary people couldn't possibly break in. He was curious about who would dare come to his residence to assassinate him. Led by the guard, Ji Yu-chen arrived at the main courtyard. The courtyard was brightly lit, with numerous guards gathered. In the center of the courtyard, a man dressed in black martial attire lay on the ground, motionless. He was clearly dead, and a faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. Have you identified him? Ji Yuchen asked, looking at the lead guard. The guard lowered his head and said, Your Highness, I've just inspected him carefully. This man's palms are rough and thick-skinned, and his body is covered in numerous blade wounds. Ordinary Jianghu wanderers rarely have such severe blade wounds, unless they are soldiers who frequently fight on the battlefield. Furthermore, on both sides of his forehead and the inner parts of his ears, there are faint indentations, suggesting a long-standing habit of wearing a hat and a mask. Moreover, this person's strength is not low, at least that of a fourth-rank martial artist. In the entire capital, besides the retainers cultivated by the major noble families, such experts are only found in the palace. The palace? Ji Yuchen's eyes flickered slightly, lost in thought. Then, he looked at the lead guard and whispered instructions. Increase security, search the entire Prince Swang's residence, and see if there are any other accomplices. I will see to it immediately. General noble families in the capital wouldn't have the guts to break into his Prince Swang's residence, except for Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao. It seemed the other party was clearly disgruntled after suffering a small loss today. You few, come with me, Ji Yuchen instructed several guards, then led them toward Zhang Heian's quarters. Zhang Heian lived in the inner courtyard, where no one could enter except for a few confidants. Therefore, the security inside was relatively relaxed. Although he didn't know Ji Yu Mao's purpose in sending someone, out of caution, he still felt he had to check on Zhang Heian to be at ease. Master, why are you here? Quote, Spring-Summer hadn't heard the commotion outside the courtyard. Seeing Ji Yuchen arrive at the door with a group of people, she was clearly confused. Ji Yuchen waved his hand, signaling the guards behind him to check the surroundings, then looked at Spring-Summer and asked, Where is the madam? Spring-Summer said, Young Miss has already gone to sleep in her room. Ji Yuchen nodded, then pushed the door open directly in front of Spring-Summer. Master, do you have business with young miss? Seeing Ji Yuchen rush into the room so urgently, Spring-Summer hurriedly followed behind to ask. You wait outside first, Ji Yuchen said. That's fine then. Seeing Master speak so decisively, Spring-Summer didn't dare to argue and could only stop her steps, slowly backing out of the room. 13. Number 13 Even your master can't protect you. Chapter 13. Even your master can't protect you. As soon as Ji Yuchen entered the room, he immediately smelled a faint scent of Mikan incense, knockout drug, and his gaze instantly turned cold. He knew about the crown prince's habit of collecting things, but he hadn't expected the man to dare lay a hand on his woman. Immediately, he walked quickly into the room, going all the way to the bedside. He saw Zhang Heian lying quietly on the bed. Her originally neat and dignified makeup had already been removed, and a lock of soft, shiny black hair draped over her front, gently veiling her pretty and beautiful face, which was slightly flushed. Ji Yuchen frowned. She seemed to have been knocked unconscious. Withdrawing his gaze, he began to walk around, carefully inspecting other parts of the room. Your Highness, why are you here? Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Zhang Heian had woken up at some point, and her round eyes looked at Ji Yuchen with a hint of awkwardness. Hearing the sound, Ji Yuchen was momentarily stunned. He quickly stopped and turned to look at Zhang Heian. At this moment, she had sat up, wearing a thin white inner garment, her hands clutching the quilt and gently blocking her chest. You aren't asleep? Ji Yuchen asked softly, his eyes revealing a trace of surprise. This girl actually hadn't been knocked out by the Mikan incense. Your Highness, why did you come to my room? Zhang Heian looked at him with equal surprise at Ji Yuchen's arrival. I just finished handling some official documents and came by to see you, Ji Yuchen explained. He didn't intend to tell Zhang Heian about the assassins to avoid frightening her. Moreover, since Mikan incense had been placed in the room, if there were still assassins, they were likely nearby. He didn't want to scare them away. To see me, a flash of surprise appeared in Zhang Heian's eyes, and she thought to herself. Then, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the quilt a bit more. Her red lips pursed slightly, and her snowy forehead lowered. Then, for your Highness to come see me today, is it because you want to with me? Halfway through, Zhang Heian's pretty face instantly flushed red. She was truly too embarrassed to continue. Her heart was nervous yet held a sliver of expectation. I came to sit for a while and will head back in a moment, Ji Yuchen said. He naturally understood what she was trying to express, but now was not the time. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if her willingness to accept him was sincere. If it wasn't, it would instead be a burden to him. Hearing Ji Yuchen's decisive refusal, Zhang Heian's eyes dimmed, and she felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he still hadn't accepted her. Less than 5 meters away from Ji Yuchen and Zhang Heian, behind a counter, a man in black tight-fitting clothes wearing a mask was hiding close to the wall, his iron saber gripped tightly, ready to strike at any moment. By the way, I saw your face was a bit flushed earlier. Are you feeling unwell? Ji Yuchen asked. Zhang Heian was startled at first. Facing Ji Yuchen's sudden concern, her previous unease immediately lessened, and she replied softly, "No, I'm fine. Perhaps I'm a bit tired from the garden tour today, and my head feels a bit heavy. I was just napping for a bit. Your Highness, let me get up and brew a cup of tea for you." After saying that, she pushed the quilt aside and got off the bed wearing only her inner garment. Since Your Highness had come to her room, even if it wasn't for her to serve him, she couldn't just sit blankly on the bed. "No need. Why don't you accompany me for a walk outside?" Ji Yuchen suggested. "Go outside?" Zhang Heian was stunned for a moment, then said, "Then let me put on an outer coat." "Your Highness, please wait for me." "No need." Without waiting for Zhang Heian's reply, Ji Yuchen directly took off his own outer coat and draped it over her. Watching Ji Yuchen's intimate gesture, Zhang Heian stood there somewhat dazed. Watching him drape the thick outer coat over her, her originally thin body felt much warmer, and there was still a hint of residual heat within the garment. Thank you." Zhang Heian thanked him in a small voice. "Let's go." "Okay." Afterward, Ji Yuchen led Zhang Heian out of the room. Young Miss Spring-Summer, who had been guarding the door, saw the two of them come out and immediately trotted to Zhang Heian's side. "Your Highness, what is this outside?" Seeing the guards holding torches one by one, Zhang Heian didn't react at all to what was happening. "An assassin entered the residence just now, so I sent people to search." "It's fine, the person has already been caught. I only had them check because I was worried," Ji Yuchen explained, not hiding it from her this time. Oh. Zhang Heian nodded and didn't ask further. She wasn't a fool. Your Highness had never entered her room during these days, yet he suddenly came in today. It was likely related to this assassin. However, she was still somewhat happy. Since Your Highness came over, at least he was worried about her in his heart. At the same time, the moment Ji Yuchen accompanied Zhang Heian out the door, he signaled to several nearby guards with his eyes. He wanted them to enter the room and search, not leaving any corner unchecked. Boom! Just as several guards entered the room where Zhang Heian lived, a man in black immediately crashed through the window and flew out of the room. Young Miss Spring-Summer was instantly startled into a shiver, terrified. "It's fine, Spring-Summer, don't worry," Zhang Heian comforted her in a low voice, while she also couldn't help but look into the distance. She hadn't expected there to be another assassin, and in her room no less. She finally understood why Your Highness had asked her to come out just now. Ji Yuchen, who had originally planned to take Zhang Heian for a walk around, also stopped in his tracks, his eyes looking deeply at the black-clad assassin who was trying to escape. The black-clad assassin's skills were quite good. Even facing the siege of 5 silver blade guards, he could fight while retreating. His strength had reached at least that of a 4th-rank martial artist. Until a golden saber guard suddenly acted, striking from the side in an instant. The black-clad assassin didn't have time to react and had his right arm cut off directly. With his right arm severed, his strength was immediately greatly diminished. The black-clad assassin also clearly felt that he could no longer escape. He directly took a pill from his clothes and swallowed it. In less than 2 seconds, he was foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground, dead. "Your Highness, every corner has been searched. A total of 6 assassins have been dealt with, and not a single one was captured alive." The leading golden saber guard quickly approached Ji Yuchen and said with a lowered head. Ji Yuchen nodded. "Take the bodies away and have someone clean up the courtyard." These people were likely the Crown Prince's death soldiers. Ji Yuchen hadn't expected to capture any alive. "Yes." After the guards left, Ji Yuchen then looked at Zhang Heian and asked, "Did that scare you just now?" Seeing the bloody scene just now, she was actually a bit uncomfortable, but she still shook her head at Ji Yuchen and said, "I'm fine." However, who are they? Why would they dare to come to Prince Zhuang's residence to commit an assassination? Ji Yuchen glanced at her and, after a slight hesitation, said, "They are all the Crown Prince's people." Hearing Ji Yuchen's answer, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Heian's eyes. "Is it because of the trouble I caused you today?" And Spring-Summer, next to Zhang Heian, was even more jaw-dropped. Holy crap, what did she just hear? Today's assassins were actually sent by the Crown Prince. Does that mean between the Crown Prince and the young master it's over? She was just a tiny servant girl. Having heard such a big secret, would the young master kill her to silence her in a moment? Ji Yuchen shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. Even without today's events, he would still use other ways to target me." After saying that, he glanced at Spring-Summer beside Jong Haeun and warned, "Little girl, keep your mouth shut tight after hearing today's words. Otherwise, I'll sell you to a brothel, and even your master won't be able to protect you." "Young master, Spring-Summer's mouth is usually the tightest. I definitely won't go around talking nonsense." Spring-Summer nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, deeply afraid that if the young master was even slightly dissatisfied, he would sell her to a brothel. 14. Number 14. Come on, I'll take you back to your house. Chapter 014. Come, I'll escort you back to your room. A bunch of trash, you couldn't even catch one person. The Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence. Hearing the report delivered by his subordinates, the Crown Prince Ji Yu-chen angrily slammed his hand on the table, his expression gloomy. Nangong Zhu inviting Princess Shuang to the Jialin Garden today was indeed done under his instruction. The goal was to frighten this new Princess Shuang, and at the same time, admonish Ji Yu-chen. But before he could even make a move, Ji Yu-chen arrived with his men and even scolded him severely. As the dignified crown prince of the Eastern Palace, the heir apparent of Great Zhou, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Naturally, he was displeased, but there were too many people around at the time, and to protect his reputation, he couldn't flare up immediately. After returning to the Eastern Palace, he immediately dispatched death warriors to the Prince Shuang's residence, intending to capture Princess Shuang and bring her to the palace. That's right, after seeing Jong Haeun's appearance at Jialin Garden today, a trace of covetousness arose in his heart, although he did not show it at the time. If he could capture this younger brother's wife and thoroughly humiliate her in the palace, he wondered how his subject would feel. Moreover, to protect Prince Swang's reputation, even if he succeeded, the other party definitely wouldn't dare spread rumors and would have to keep it bottled up. The result was great. None of the 6 death warriors he sent out returned. "Your Highness, although all our death warriors were killed by Prince Shuang, one of them managed to send back a carrier pigeon before he died." An old eunuch stood respectfully beside Ji Yu-chen, speaking in a sharp voice. Afterward, he took a slip of paper from his pocket and presented it to Ji Yu-chen. Ji Yu-chen glanced at the slip of paper in the other man's hand, took it without much expectation, and slowly opened it, but after seeing the content on the slip of paper, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, "That fellow 9th brother has been sleeping in a separate bed from Princess Shuang all along. Haha, interesting, too interesting." Ji Yu-chen's face instantly filled with smiles, and his eyes showed disbelief. Seeing Ji Yu-chen protect this younger brother's wife so fiercely today, he had thought the two had long been deeply in love and happily married. But who would have thought that this seemingly intimate couple slept in separate rooms at night? "9th brother, you won't enjoy such a stunning beauty yourself? Are you waiting for Imperial brother to pluck her?" Ji Yu-chen said with a malicious grin. With the identity of the crown prince, he wasn't afraid of Ji Yu-chen daring to do anything to him. That's why he was so brazen today, sending death warriors to kidnap Princess Shuang. Now that he knew they slept separately, a burning desire immediately appeared in Ji Yu-chen's eyes. A miss of the Duke Jungwoo's residence, the Princess Shuang of the Prince Shuang's residence, one of the 5 great beauties of the capital. If such a woman could be brought to his room for him to play with, it would certainly be a unique pleasure. Crucially, she was also the woman of his mortal enemy, 9th brother Prince Shuang's residence. The assassin incident had been dealt with, but the guards in the residence still dared not slack off, patrolling back and forth across various parts of the residence. Ji Yu-chen retracted his gaze, looked at Jong Haeun beside him, and said flatly, "Come, I'll escort you back to your room." Jong Haeun softly responded. Afterward, Ji Yu-chen personally escorted Jong Haeun back to her room. "It's getting late. Get some rest early." Having said that, Ji Yu-chen turned around, preparing to leave. "Your Highness." Seeing Ji Yu-chen about to leave, Jong Haeun quickly called out. Ji Yu-chen stopped, turned back, and looked at Jong Haeun doubtfully. "Is there something else?" Your coat." Jong Haeun hurriedly took off the coat draped over her and handed it to Ji Yu-chen. Ji Yu-chen took the coat, turned, and walked straight out the door. Watching Ji Yu-chen's retreating figure, a ripple flickered in Jong Haeun's eyes. Seeing such a bloody scene earlier still made her feel uneasy, especially since the assassin had emerged from her room. Upon returning to this room, a wave of worry and fear instinctively rose in her heart. She felt insecure. When Ji Yu-chen was about to leave, she subconsciously called out, hoping he could stay in the room with her for a while. But thinking that he might have important matters to attend to, and not wanting him to see her weakness, she didn't voice her true thoughts. "Young miss, the young master has left." Seeing Jong Haeun staring blankly at the doorway, Spring-Summer couldn't help but remind her. Jong Hae-in paused, then retrieved her gaze and said frankly, Spring-summer, sleep with me tonight. I'm afraid I won't be able to fall asleep later. Spring-summer quickly replied, young miss, are you scared because of what happened earlier? I am too. That was the first time I've ever seen someone killed. I was almost terrified to death. I wonder if I'll have nightmares tonight. Young miss, can I hug you while we sleep later? I'm afraid. Jong Hae-in couldn't help but roll her eyes at Spring-summer. This maid of hers was such a chatterbox in the main courtyard. Has everything been taken care of? Ji Yu-chen looked at a golden saber guard and asked in a low voice. Prince, the bodies have been stored. They will be sent outside the city for cremation tomorrow. Only one area is still being cleaned up, the golden saber guard replied. Ji Yu-chen said, cut off the heads of these 6 men and put them in boxes. Tomorrow, take this prince's royal token into the palace, and then, using Prince Jin's name, deliver these boxes to the Eastern Palace guards. Having said that, he threw a golden token directly to the golden saber guard. He was never one to swallow his anger and humiliation. Since the other party dared to disrespect the Prince Zhuang's residence so much, he couldn't just let it go. Yes. The golden saber guard took the token and responded. After the guard left, Ji Yu-chen's eyes darkened slightly. Ji Yu-chen's personality was volatile and extremely sinister. Moreover, he had a serious collecting fetish and immense desire. As long as a woman was attractive, he would have an impulse to take her for himself. In the original plot, Ji Yu-chen did indeed have designs on Jong Hae-in. Not only that, but he also had ideas of possessing the female protagonist Jong Anran, as well as several other beauties in the capital. But he never succeeded. The incident today was sudden, but Ji Yu-chen was clear on one thing. The other party was now setting his sights on Jong Hae-in. Although he and Jong Hae-in didn't have much emotional entanglement, she was at least his Princess Zhuang for now. If Ji Yu-chen were really allowed to take advantage of her, it would be a slap in Ji Yu-chen's face. After finishing his instructions, Ji Yu-chen turned and returned to his room. He happened to pass by the room where Jong Hae-in was staying. The Prince Zhuang's residence had the main courtyard and the inner courtyard. The main courtyard, also known as the outer courtyard, was where outsiders entered and exited, and where servants worked and rested. The inner courtyard, however, was where Ji Yu-chen rested and handled affairs. Except for trusted subordinates and personal maids, no one else was allowed inside. After getting married, he and Jong Hae-in had always slept in separate rooms. She slept in the west room of the inner courtyard, and Ji Yu-chen slept in the south room of the inner courtyard. Returning to his room from the outer courtyard required passing by her room. She's not asleep yet? Seeing the light still on in the room, Ji Yu-chen wondered. Today's events were sudden. Although Jong Hae-in had been trying to appear calm, he could still sense that she was nervous and frightened. After all, highborn misses like her rarely witnessed such bloody scenes. It was already quite good that she hadn't been scared pale. Click. Ji Yu-chen gently pushed open the door and walked inside. The Mikan incense in the room had nearly dissipated. Mikan incense was just a common type of intoxicating fragrance that easily caused people to faint, but it wouldn't cause any harm to the body. Jong Hae-in probably didn't inhale much of the intoxicating fragrance at the time, and a night's sleep should be enough to recover. Walking to the bedside, Ji Yu-chen's eyes twitched slightly as he looked unexpectedly at the 2 women lying on the bed. On the large bed, Jong Hae-in and Spring-summer were sleeping together. Spring-summer was tightly hugging Jong Hae-in, practically lying on top of her. Are these 2 that close? They're sharing a quilt, Ji Yu-chen murmured inwardly. However, in the original plot, Jong Hae-in and Spring-summer did have a good relationship, having grown up together, and Jong Hae-in had never treated her merely as a maid. But the book never mentioned them sharing a quilt, did it? The lilies of the hometown are blooming again. Spring-summer's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her eyes were partially closed, but she couldn't help yawning. In her grogginess, she felt like someone was right beside her, staring at her. So, she lazily opened her eyes and looked toward the bedside, where a tall, handsome man was clearly visible in her line of sight. Spring-summer was stunned, her eyes instantly widening as she looked at the man by the bed in great surprise. Why, young master? Ji Yu-chen asked curiously. Why are you sleeping with the madam? Young miss couldn't sleep, and then she asked me to stay with her. Spring-summer sat up and answered nervously. Why did the young master come? Could it be that he came specifically to see the young miss? Did I just steal the young master's territory? Oh no, the young master is definitely going to scold me for not knowing the rules. Young master, Spring-summer will get down now. Please keep the young miss company, Spring-summer said. No need. I just came over to take a look. Just as Spring-summer was about to get out of bed, Ji Yu-chen stopped her directly and then added, You 2 rest. I'm heading back. Having said that, Ji Yu-chen turned and left. It's over, I ruined a huge opportunity today, woo woo woo. Watching Ji Yu Chen leave, Spring Summer's composure shattered. The young miss and the young master haven't shared a room for so many days. He finally came once today, but I ruined it. If the young miss finds out, will she blame me? 15. #15 Miss, I really didn't mean to. Chapter 15. Young Miss, I really didn't do it on purpose. Spring Summer, you're saying His Highness came by last night? Zhang Heian looked at Spring Summer with a face full of surprise. She had just woken up when Spring Summer told her that Ji Yu Chen had visited the room while she was resting last night. Spring Summer nodded nervously. His Highness came, so why didn't you wake me up then? Zhang Heian asked. Spring Summer said in a low voice, His Highness wouldn't let me wake young miss, so I didn't dare to call you. Then did His Highness say what he came for yesterday? Spring Summer shook her head and said, the son-in-law just said he came to see young miss, and didn't say anything else. Sigh you girl, I'm going to be driven to death by your anger, Zhang Heian said huffily. Just who exactly is your master? He told you not to call, and you really didn't call. His Highness came to the room to see her, but she was sleeping. What kind of situation is this? She has no sense of priority at all. Young miss, I really didn't do it on purpose, Spring Summer said aggrievedly. She wanted to call out then, too, but the son-in-law was standing right there. She didn't dare at all. Forget it. If this happens again in the future, you must wake me up no matter what. Zhang Heian reminded her. The other party is the head of the household, after all. Although she is now the mistress, she hasn't had any substantial progress with Ji Yu Chen. Instead, she feels like an outsider living in someone else's residence. When he comes over, she must get up no matter what, otherwise it would be against etiquette. Spring Summer understands. Spring Summer nodded slowly. After a round of grooming and dressing, Zhang Heian left the room. Princess Shuang. Just as she reached the main courtyard, several guards stationed at the entrance bowed slightly and lowered their heads in greeting. Zhang Heian was stunned for a moment. Weren't these the guards by His Highness's side? Why were they guarding here today? Then, she asked curiously, where is the prince? One of them replied, the prince has gone out on business and specifically ordered us to protect the princess. Oh, I see. Zhang Heian didn't ask further. Yesterday, assassins broke into the prince's residence. His Highness was likely worried that someone would harm her, which is why he sent people to protect her. The Crown Prince's residence in the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince lay lazily on a chair, with several good-looking palace maids kneeling on the floor, some massaging his back and others feeding him grapes. Your Highness, someone just delivered 6 boxes, saying they are gifts from Prince Jin. A guard walked in and said with a bow. The Crown Prince's eyes flickered, his face overflowing with a smile. Haha, since when did old Sixth like to play mysterious? This is a bit unlike him. Where are those boxes now? Present them to this Crown Prince. Yes. Before long, 6 guards walked in, each holding a brocade box in their hands. The Crown Prince rose from his chair and walked with great interest to one of the boxes, then opened it. The moment it opened, a pungent smell of blood instantly filled the entire hall, and a bloody head appeared before the Crown Prince's eyes. Bang! The Crown Prince's face turned pale instantly. He kicked the guard and cursed angrily. Bastard, take it away from this Crown Prince at once. Yes. The guard was terrified, immediately closing the box and stepping back. Smash! The Crown Prince picked up a cup and smashed it hard onto the floor, roaring, Old Ninth, you fucking set me up. Hey, on what grounds are you refusing to give me a permit? It's not like this young miss doesn't have money. If we're not giving it, we're not giving it. Now get lost, don't force me to get rough. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? I am the miss of Duke Jungho, after all. Show some respect in your attitude towards me. I don't care whose daughter you are. My prefect said it's not happening, so it's not happening. Do you understand? At the entrance of the Kyoto government office, a young girl in green with ethereal looks but crude manners was arguing angrily with an official. The official opposite her looked arrogant, having no desire to pay her any attention. The woman was none other than the young lady of a noble family from Duke Jungwo's residence. Zhang Anran. Miss, why don't we forget it? These people from the government office are clearly difficult to talk to, the maid beside her reminded her cautiously. She didn't know what kind of whim her miss had caught, insisting on setting up some kind of shop. As a result, as soon as they came to the government office to inquire, the other party was unwilling to issue a permit because they were women. They even said they wouldn't do it no matter how much money was given. Damn it, this is total gender discrimination. Zhang Anran couldn't help but complain. She could see it now. Trying to get a permit from the government office today would likely be a long shot without some connections. Clip clop. Clip-clop. Just then, the rumbling of horse hooves was heard as a neat and solemn procession also arrived at the entrance of the government office. Zhang Anran looked over at the sound, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. Isn't that Prince Shuang guy, her brother-in-law? On the other side, Ji Yuchen also saw Zhang Anran making a scene at the entrance of the government office, and a hint of interest instantly appeared in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the female protagonist wanted to open a shop, a hot pot restaurant, no less. It was already mid-October, and the temperature in Kyoto was dropping sharply. It would likely snow in less than a month. Spicy and warming hot pot would surely be a top choice for many people. More importantly, this was ancient times. This novel way of eating would inevitably attract a lot of people. In the original plot, after Zhang Anran became acquainted with Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, she successfully opened a hot pot restaurant with his help. Perhaps due to her female protagonist halo, the hot pot restaurant she opened had very authentic flavors, and guests flocked to it in an endless stream. In less than a month, she had opened 5 hot pot chain stores throughout Kyoto, making a fortune. Ji Yuchen was only passing by the government office today and didn't know Zhang Anran would be there, but now, he had an idea. Miss Zhang. Ji Yuchen smiled warmly and took the initiative to step forward and greet her. Your Highness Prince Shuang. Zhang Anran hurriedly returned the greeting with a somewhat non-standard lady's curtsy. Although Zhang Anran was Zhang Heian's sister, one was born of the legal wife and the other of a concubine, making a vast difference in their status. Therefore, when Ji Yuchen met her, he only addressed her respectfully by her surname. Why is Miss Zhang at the government office? Do you have business to attend to? Ji Yuchen pretended to ask. Your Highness, to tell you the truth, this humble girl wanted to open a shop, but I haven't been able to get a permit from the government office. Zhang Anran laughed awkwardly. Open a shop? Miss Zhang, most young ladies of noble families stay at home for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, or to study rites and music. Why are you thinking of going into business? Ji Yuchen continued to play dumb. To each their own. Compared to others, I prefer doing business and making money. Zhang Anran didn't bother to pretend and spoke very frankly. She didn't like officialdom or the social pleasantries between noble families. Wouldn't being a little rich woman be better? She could buy whatever she wanted. I see. Ji Yuchen nodded cooperatively and then asked again. Then why didn't the government office issue the permit? I recall there are still many shops for rent in Kyoto. The government office says that women cannot go into business, Zhang Anran said. Ji Yuchen hesitated slightly, then looked at Zhang Anran and said, how about I help Miss Zhang settle the government permit? Really? A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Zhang Anran's face. She believed his words. For the Grand Ninth Prince of Great Zhou, getting a permit was as simple as could be. The reason she was surprised was that he was willing to help her. After all, her relationship with her sister Zhang Heian was very strained, and he was Zhang Heian's husband. Of course. Miss Zhang, let us go in together. Ji Yuchen nodded with a smile and then invited her. Alright, 16. Number 16 A hot pot restaurant? What kind of shop is this? Chapter 016, Hot pot restaurant? What kind of shop is that? Yo, Your Highness Prince Shuang. Seeing Ji Yuchen walking towards the government office with Zhang Anran, the official who had been there earlier immediately stepped in front of the two and bowed. Seeing the official blocking his path, a flicker of displeasure flashed in Ji Yuchen's eyes. He said coldly, what, do you wish to stop me from entering? Quote, this lowly one wouldn't dare. The official bowed deeply and immediately retreated to one side. Seeing this, Ji Yuchen paid him no further mind and strode directly into the government office. HMPH. As she passed by that official, Zhang Anran, who was following behind, gave a soft snort, lifted her chin, and walked past him with extreme haughtiness. How dare you not let me in? How dare you refuse to stamp my official document? Why don't you dare to block us now? Why aren't you acting so arrogant anymore? Everyone's out here trying to get by. Who doesn't know a few important people? Bet you didn't expect this. The illustrious Prince Shuang of Great Zhou is none other than her, Zhang Anran's brother-in-law. Proceeding without any hindrance, Ji Yuchen and the others soon arrived at the main hall of the government office. Your Highness Prince Shuang, what brings you here? Before they could even enter the main hall, a thin, middle-aged man wearing a tall official hat came out to greet them with a face full of trepidation, his attitude extremely respectful. The man's name was Gao Qinglian, 52 years old, the prefect of the capital, holding an official rank of 3rd grade. Furthermore, his principal wife was the niece of Prime Minister Nangang Zhu, thus he also belonged to the Prime Minister's faction. This was precisely why, despite knowing Zhang Anran was the miss of Duke Zhengwo's residence, he still refused to give face. Because they belonged to two different factions. This prince happened to be passing by the government office and thought to come in for a visit. I hope I haven't disturbed you, Prefect. Ji Yuchen said politely. Your Highness, you are too kind. Gao Qinglian forced a smile while gesturing an invitation. Your Highness, please, come inside and take a seat. As he spoke, he also glanced at Zhang Anran standing beside Ji Yuchen. Then I'll trouble the prefect. Ji Yuchen didn't stand on ceremony and walked towards the room. Inside the main hall, Ji Yuchen sat at the head seat. Gao Qinglian took the seat to his right as a companion, and then ordered the maidservants of the residence to brew tea for Ji Yuchen. Your Highness, may I ask if your visit today is because you have some business with me? Gao Qinglian inquired. One does not visit the temple without a cause. Although Prince Zhuang had just said he happened to be passing by, Gao Qinglian clearly understood this was merely a pretext for his visit. Moreover, he himself belonged to the Crown Prince's faction, completely opposite to Prince Xuang's camp. How could the other party possibly come to visit him out of mere boredom? There isn't any other matter. I merely wanted to ask on behalf of my friend, given that there are many vacant shops in the capital now, why is the government office unwilling to issue her a permit to open a store? I recall that in Great Zhou's laws and regulations, there is no stipulation forbidding women from opening shops. Ji Yuchen smiled, then looked at Gao Qinglian and asked, Prefect, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Gao Qinglian's expression changed slightly, then he looked at Zhang Anran beside Ji Yuchen. The friend your Highness speaks of, is it this young miss behind you? Prefect, you should answer my question first, Ji Yuchen retorted. My lord, it is this subordinate's responsibility. Earlier, this young miss came to the government office to apply for a permit, and it was this subordinate who handled it. It's just that this subordinate looked down on her as a mere woman, which is why I was unwilling to process it for her. Before Gao Qinglian could answer, the advisor standing beside him immediately bowed and spoke apologetically. Hearing this, Gao Qinglian immediately rebuked loudly. Who gave you permission to act on your own authority? Don't you know this puts your superior in an unjust position? If His Highness hadn't come today, you might have successfully hidden this from me. This subordinate knows his crime. The advisor immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of terror. Seeing this scene, Zhang Anran's mouth twitched involuntarily. Wasn't this just pulling out a scapegoat to take the fall? Then one plays the good cop, the other the bad cop, shifting all the blame onto the other party while emerging unscathed themselves. Did they think they were fools to be fooled like this? Your Highness, this matter was due to this official's negligence in instructing those below. However, this official assures your Highness that such a mistake will never occur again. After reprimanding the advisor, Gao Qinglian hurriedly explained to Ji Yuchen, then looked at Zhang Anran beside him and said, if your Highness's friend wishes to open a shop, this official will personally issue her the permit and even select a relatively good location for her to open her store. Then I'll trouble the prefect, Ji Yuchen said. Since the other party had gone this far, he couldn't really make any further excessive demands. Soon, Gao Qinglian personally wrote out the permit, stamped it with the government office's unique official seal, and handed it to Zhang Anran. Your Highness, thank you so much for your help today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. After leaving the government office, Zhang Anran looked at Ji Yuchen with a delighted expression. She had finally gotten her hands on the permit. Opening the shop afterwards would naturally follow smoothly, with business booming. It's nothing. You are He Yan's older sister. Helping with such a small matter is only right. Ji Yuchen smiled and replied, did this woman think this was the modern era? Even saying, I'll treat you to a meal another day. If he really did eat with her, there would probably be all sorts of gossip spreading outside. For example, have you heard? Prince Zhuang actually had a meal with the concubine-born daughter of Duke Zhengwo's residence today. Really? Isn't Prince Xuang's current princess consort also a miss from Duke Zhengwo's residence? Exactly, one is the legitimate daughter, the other is concubine-born. And I've also heard that Princess Zhuang and this concubine-born older sister have never gotten along. If that's the case, then why would His Highness Prince Zhuang eat with a concubine-born miss? Isn't he afraid Princess Zhuang would be unhappy? Do you think it's possible that this concubine-born sister is jealous that Princess Zhuang married well, so she deliberately got close to Prince Zhuang, wanting to snatch him away? Whoa, brother, what you say makes sense. By the way, I still don't know what kind of shop Miss Zhang plans to open in the capital. Ji Yuchen asked with a smile. I plan to open a hot pot restaurant, Zhang Anran answered truthfully. Hot pot restaurant? What kind of shop is that? Ji Yuchen feigned ignorance, his eyes filled with confusion. It's a shop for eating, but the food is something I invented myself. It's quite novel. Hearing Ji Yuchen ask about this, Zhang Anran immediately became interested. Let me tell you, most people in the capital cook by stir-frying or boiling, but mine is different. First, you take beef tallow, liquor, chili peppers, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, rock sugar, chilies, and scallions. Put them in a large pot and simmer them into a broth. I call this the hot pot base. Then you slice beef, pork, mutton, and other meats into thin slices. You just need to swish the thin slice in the pot briefly, and then you can eat it directly. And I call this way of eating, swishing hot pot. Swishing hot pot? Ji Yu Chen said, seemingly understanding yet not quite. Sigh, Your Highness, explaining it like this, you probably still don't get it. When my shop opens one day, I'll invite you over to try it. I guarantee you'll really like it, Zhang Anran said helplessly, seeing Ji Yu Chen's puzzled expression. Haha, with Miss Yang's guarantee, this prince will definitely come to try it when the time comes, Ji Yu Chen laughed. Okay, no problem, Zhang Anran also smiled happily. It would be best if he could come. He was, after all, His Highness Prince Shuang of Great Zhou. If he could come to her shop, it would definitely bring a certain amount of buzz and popularity. It was the same principle as those celebrity-endorsed internet celebrities, internet-famous shops in her previous life. As long as the taste in her shop was authentic enough, wouldn't making money then be as easy as pie? Hee hee hey. I'm such a clever little thing. Dear Your Highness Prince Shuang, you surely won't mind me making just a tiny little use of you, right? 17. Number 17. We are your father's friends. Light. Chapter 017. We are friends of your father. Miss Zhang, if there is nothing else, this prince will take his leave. Feel free to visit Prince Shuang's residence if you have time in the future. Ji Yu Chen was not a tapeworm inside Zhang Anran's stomach, so naturally, he could not know what she was thinking at the moment. Very well, Your Highness, please take care. Zhang Anran performed a slightly substandard curtsy for a young lady. Afterward, Ji Yu Chen left the government office accompanied by his skilled guards. Miss, this Prince Shuang seems like a very nice person. He even helped Miss sort out the official approval document. He's much easier to get along with than second Miss. Only after watching Ji Yu Chen and the others leave did the maidservant beside Zhang Anran walk over and casually remark. Back at Duke Zhenghuo's residence, second Miss would often look for trouble with Miss, even trying to kick Miss out of the residence. Every time, Miss would tolerate her and not argue much. Since second Miss married into Prince Shuang's residence, life in the residence has become a bit quieter, not as restless as before. However, she couldn't help but sigh that second Miss had such good fortune. She was born a legitimate daughter and married the Prince Shuang of the Great Zhou. Moreover, from today's interaction, it was clear that this Prince Shuang should be quite easy to get along with, and presumably, he treats second Miss well. She wondered if, when Miss marries in the future, she could marry a son-in-law as easygoing as Prince Shuang. This brother-in-law is indeed quite good. It seems little sister married the right person. Zhang Anran nodded in agreement, then said, let's go back to the residence too. I still need to prepare for the shop's opening. On the other side, Ji Yu Chen rode his horse far away. Coming to the government office today was considered helping Zhang Anran with a small matter. In the original plot, Zhang Anran's personality was not too bad. She was the type who disliked causing trouble but was never afraid of it, and she was a bit slow-witted. Most people couldn't keep up with her train of thought. To summarize her in one sentence, a beautiful exterior, an interesting soul. In the early stages of the plot, she mainly focused on her career, properly managing her hot pot restaurant. Later, due to an incident, she gained the appreciation of the Great Zhou Emperor, was conferred the title of Commandery Princess, entered officialdom, and began competing with various major powers. One was Prince Suang's residence, largely because of Zhang Heian. The other was the Eastern Palace's Crown Prince's residence, because Ji Yu Mao targeted Zhang Anran and even wanted to take her as a secondary consort. However, Ji Yu Mao was too fat and plump, and he was also a lustful maniac, very promiscuous, so Zhang Anran naturally wouldn't fancy him, leading to a series of conflicts with him. Eventually, she threw her support behind the faction of Prince Jin, gaining his protection. Overall, the court was currently mainly divided into three factions: the Crown Prince's faction, Prince Suang's faction, and Prince Jin's faction. But compared to the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao and himself, Prince Jin was still in a period of dormancy, even pretending to be subservient to the Crown Prince, not yet showing his true colors. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhang Anran would inevitably offend the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao in the future, and he and Zhang Anran had no deep feud. More importantly, they were of the same kind. Why should they target each other and let others benefit? Another point was that Zhang Anran was not just a pretty face. She possessed an excellent business acumen, and soon she would meet an expert who would take her as a disciple to study medical skills. Most men probably wouldn't possess as many skills and abilities as she did. She was definitely a usable talent, but it was still too early to talk about this now, and there was still Zhang Heian in the way. It would have to be taken slowly. Passing by the Kyoto Yamen today, he actually had some matters to attend to. And it was related to Gao Qinglian. However, it was delayed because of Zhang Anran. Gao Qinglian, whose name meant pure and honest, was not as righteous and incorruptible as his name suggested. As the prefect of the capital, equivalent to the top official outside the imperial court, he held great power. For example, accepting bribes to rule on wrongful convictions, collecting extra commercial taxes without the court's knowledge, or handling matters requested by others. In short, Gao Qinglian had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Yesterday, the crown prince sent assassins to raid Prince Xuan's residence, and he did not intend to let it go just like that. But directly dealing with Ji Yu Mao was clearly still unrealistic. Therefore, Ji Yu Chen prepared to strike at those close to him, and Gao Qinglian fit his criteria perfectly. In the south of the city, Ji Yu Chen and his group stopped outside a courtyard. It should be here. After observing the surrounding environment, Ji Yu Chen murmured. He was looking for Zhang Kaishan's home, and this Zhang Kaishan was the secretary he met at the government office today. Immediately, Ji Yu Chen leapt off his horse and looked back at the guards, giving an order. Lu Yun, come in with me. The rest of you wait outside. Yes. All the guards responded in unison, then moved to the side, leaving only one guard wearing a golden saber by Ji Yu Chen's side. Dong dong dong. Lu Yun strode forward, knocked on the door knocker, and shouted toward the inside. Is anyone home? Quote, after about a minute, the large door slowly opened, and a cute little head poked out, looking blankly at Lu Yun at the door, asking timidly, who are you? The person was a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old. Seeing that a little girl opened the door, Lu Yun became much gentler. Hello, I wanted to ask if this is Zhang Kaishan's home? Are you here looking for my father? The little girl froze, looking curiously at Lu Yun with her round, big eyes. We are friends of your father. He invited us to be guests today. Before Lu Yun could speak, Ji Yu Chen walked up, wearing a smile as warm as a spring breeze on his face. Looking at Ji Yu Chen approaching from behind, the little girl's eyes sparkled. What a handsome big brother. Little sister, may we come in? Ji Yu Chen inquired, looking at the adorably naive little girl. The little girl was not fooled by Ji Yu Chen's appearance and asked again, are you really my father's friend? Your father is named Zhang Kaishan, 46 years old, and currently works as a secretary at the Kyoto Yamen. You are Zhang Yuan, 5.5 years old. You love it when your father buys you candied hawthorns, and when you get angry, you like to pull your father's beard. How do you know? The little girl was stunned, feeling that Ji Yu Chen was incredibly capable. Your father told me all this. When we ate together, he often liked to tell me about you. Ji Yu Chen replied. The reason Ji Yu Chen knew such details was, of course, because it was mentioned in the original plot. Initially, when Zhang Anran went to the government office to process her approval document, she repeatedly hit a wall, and it was only with the help of Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, that the matter was resolved. However, this matter, to a certain extent, embarrassed Gao Qinglian. Consequently, after Zhang Anran opened her shop, he constantly made things difficult for her, charging extra fees. When Zhang Anran could bear it no longer, she began collecting evidence, intending to bring him down. Finally, she set her sights on Zhang Kaishan, who was always by Gao Qinglian's side. This was because Zhang Kaishan had a wife who had been ill for many years. Zhang Anran successfully treated his wife using the medical skills she learned from an old master, and the old man was very trustworthy, handing over all the evidence of Gao Qinglian's corruption over the years to Zhang Anran. Then Prince Jin submitted this evidence to your majesty, completely eliminating the corrupt official. It was just that this plot had now been preempted by him. The guard Lu Yun couldn't help but glance at Ji Yu Chen. His Highness is indeed His Highness. He just made it up on the spot. And this little girl seemed to believe him. The little girl at the door also blushed instantly, looking somewhat shy. Father is a bad person. How could he tell others my little secrets? Ji Yu Chen paid no mind to these small details from the little girl and immediately asked again, can we come in now? Then you can come in with me, but my father isn't home right now. It's just my mother and an old nanny here. The little girl hesitated for a moment before finally opening the door to let Ji Yu Chen and the other in. 18. Number 18. Those in positions of power must not have pity. Chapter 18. Those in power cannot have mercy. Mom, we have guests. Entering the house, Zhang Yuan took quick steps with her short legs, running toward the young woman sitting inside. The young woman was in her early 30s, thin, with a pale face, wearing a dark green coat, looking sickly. Seeing the two strangers, Madam, he was stunned and asked in confusion, who are you two? Mom, they are Daddy's friends. Daddy invited them to our home as guests. Zhang Yuan chimed in. Then, Ji Yu Chen explained with a smile, Madam, there's no need for suspicion. Brother Zhang and I are both officials working at the government office. We came today at Brother Zhang's invitation. It's just that he has some trivial matters to handle, so he sent us ahead. Oh, I see. Madam, he let go of her doubts and instructed the old servant beside her, Nanny Wu, go to the room and get some snacks and fruit, and brew a cup of tea for our 2 guests. Cough, cough asterisk. As she spoke, Madam, he couldn't help but cough, then looked at Ji Yuchen and his companion apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I hope you don't mind. You're too kind, Madam. We don't care much for such formalities. Besides, Brother Zhang has told us a bit about your condition, so we naturally understand, Ji Yuchen said politely. Afterward, Ji Yuchen chatted casually with her while waiting for Zhang Kaishan to return. Ji Yuchen didn't remember exactly what illness Madam he had. In any case, it was very troublesome, and ordinary doctors couldn't cure it at all. Even though Zhang Kaishan worked for Gao Qinglian, the money earned belonged to others. He still only received a small salary from the imperial court. Thus, over the years, Zhang Kaishan had spent almost all of the family's savings to treat Madam He's illness. From this, it was easy to see that he was a man of great devotion. Madam, I'm back. Speak of the devil. While Ji Yuchen was chatting with Madam He, Zhang Kaishan, dressed in his official uniform, walked in from outside with a kind smile on his face. But when he entered and saw Ji Yuchen and his companion sitting there, his smile froze, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Brother Zhang, you took quite a while with your official business. I've been at your home for some time now, Ji Yuchen said amiably before Zhang Kaishan could speak. Daddy, you're finally back. Beside them, Zhang Yuan ran toward Zhang Kaishan excitedly. Zhang Kaishan picked up Zhang Yuan, walked toward Madam He, and set her down. Madam, take Yuan inside for a bit. I have some matters to discuss with these 2 friends. He didn't know why His Highness Prince Shuang was hiding his identity to come to his home, but he could sense it wasn't anything good. Alright, knowing her place, Madam He took Zhang Yuan's hand and turned to walk into the inner room. After the 2 of them left, Zhang Kaishan instructed Nanny Wu to go to the kitchen to cook. Only when the 3 of them were left in the room did he bow and say respectfully, "This humble official greets His Highness Prince Shuang. May I ask what brings your highness to my humble abode?" "Sit down first," Ji Yuchen said, in no hurry to answer. Zhang Kaishan hesitated for a moment before retreating to a wooden stool opposite him and sitting down. "I've heard that over the years, Secretary Zhang has spent almost all his savings to treat his wife's illness. I didn't realize Secretary Zhang was such a devoted man," Ji Yuchen asked with a smile. Zhang Kaishan frowned slightly and lowered his head. "This official does not understand your highness's meaning," Ji Yuchen said. "I would like to ask Secretary Zhang for a small favor. If it's done well, I might be able to help you cure your wife's current illness. This official is but a minor officer in the government office. I'm afraid I may be powerless to help your highness." Zhang Kaishan refused. He didn't know what favor Prince Shuang wanted, but it certainly wouldn't be a small matter. He was just an advisor in the government office, his words carried little weight, and there was no need to wade into such murky waters. Ji Yuchen smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, although I don't like to use my status to pressure others, you must understand one thing. I didn't come here today to ask for your opinion. If you want to live a good life with your family, then you should help me with this favor." Zhang Kaishan's expression turned grave, and he fell into silence. He naturally understood the underlying threat in Ji Yuchen's words. If he was unwilling to help today, his wife, his daughter, and even himself might face disaster. After pondering for who knows how long, Zhang Kaishan finally spoke softly, "Your Highness, what favor do you wish for me to do?" Ji Yuchen said, "You must be aware of how much filth Gao Qinglian has hidden and how much wealth he has extorted over the years. I have only one request. Find the concrete evidence of his deeds over the years and hand it over to me. This shouldn't be difficult for Secretary Zhang, right?" Zhang Kaishan frowned deeply. As one of Gao Qinglian's trusted aides, many of the man's dealings had passed through his hands. Thus, obtaining substantial evidence was not difficult. What was difficult was what came after. Gao Qinglian was the Prime Minister's man. If he handed the evidence to His Highness Prince Shuang and they found out, he would surely be targeted. A slight misstep could even endanger his wife and child. Ji Yuchen saw his hesitation and said, "I know you have concerns and fear offending the power behind Gao Qinglian. You can weigh the pros and cons between the 2 of us. I'll give you time to consider. However, during this time your wife and child will stay at my estate." Hearing that Ji Yuchen wanted to take his wife and child away, a flash of panic crossed Zhang Kaishan's face, and he knelt directly on the ground. "Your Highness, this official will definitely handle this matter well. Please, do not take my wife and child away." Ji Yuchen shook his head and said, "I cannot fully trust you yet. Only by keeping your wife and child at my estate can I be at ease. However, as long as you work for me honestly, I won't do anything to them. Now you can go and bring them back. As for what to say, you should know. It wasn't that Ji Yu Chen was cold-blooded. Without some deterrence, the man wouldn't compromise so easily. Those in power cannot have mercy. Your Highness, my wife's health has always been poor. I'm afraid she won't be able to adapt to a strange place. Your Highness, I beg you to give this official a chance. I will surely carry out your instructions well, without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Kaishan remained kneeling, his face filled with anxiety and bitterness. The two of them were his lifeblood. If anything were to happen to them, he would fall into total despair. Facing Zhang Kaishan's pleading look, Ji Yu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. After some hesitation, he relented and said, "Then I will only take your daughter, and your wife may stay. This is my final concession. Do not try to bargain with me again." All right. Looking at Ji Yu Chen's cold expression, Zhang Kaishan could only nod helplessly, forced to accept the reality. Whether it was his wife or his daughter, he couldn't bear to let them leave his side. But faced with His Highness Prince Swang's forceful attitude, he didn't dare to make any further demands. Being able to keep his wife by his side now was already the result of his greatest effort. 19. Number 19. Give me your hands, and I'll lift you down. Chapter 19. Give me your hands, I'll carry you down. After some discussion, Zhang Kaishan left Ji Yu Chen and the other man in the main hall while he turned back to his room. Madam. Zhang Kaishan forced a smile onto his face as he slowly walked toward Madam He and their daughter inside the room. Where are those two friends of yours? Why aren't you out there accompanying them? As soon as Madam He finished speaking, Zhang Yuan, who was nearby, stared curiously at Zhang Kaishan with her big, round eyes. Daddy, who are they? Why hasn't Yuan seen them before? Zhang Kaishan patted the back of Zhang Yuan's head but didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked up at his wife, Madam He. Madam, I have something I want to discuss with you. Madam He was momentarily stunned before asking, what is it? You can just say it, husband. Zhang Kaishan hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to send Yuan to stay at that friend's residence for a few days. Madam He said in surprise, husband, Yuan is doing perfectly fine staying by my side. Why send her away? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression also changed. She immediately grabbed Zhang Kaishan's large hand and asked worriedly, Daddy, do you want to sell Yuan? Yuan doesn't want that. Yuan doesn't want to leave mommy. Daddy, please don't sell Yuan, okay? Seeing Zhang Yuan's nervous state, Zhang Kaishan knelt down and gently comforted her. Silly girl, Daddy loves you more than anything. How could I ever bear to sell you? It's just that Daddy has some business to handle lately and might not have time to look after you and your mother. That's why I want you to stay at my friend's house for a few days. Once Daddy is finished, I'll come pick you up immediately. Really? Zhang Yuan tilted her stubborn little head, staring seriously at Zhang Kaishan. Zhang Kaishan nodded. Daddy promises you. Then alright. Yuan believes Daddy, Zhang Yuan said obediently. Husband, has something happened? Madam He asked with concern. Her husband had always been sensible and extremely protective of them. He wouldn't send Yuan away for no reason. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Just some official business, it's a bit troublesome. But don't worry, madam, I will definitely get it done as soon as possible and bring Yuan back then, Zhang Kaishan said very vaguely, without revealing any specific details. Madam He didn't ask further and nodded understandingly. Very well, madam, then I'll take Yuan out now, Zhang Kaishan said. After Madam He agreed, he finally took Zhang Yuan and left the room. In the main hall, Ji Yu Chen and the other man sat quietly until Zhang Kaishan brought Zhang Yuan out. The little girl probably knew she might be leaving her home. When she came out, her lively big eyes looked at Ji Yu Chen and the guard Lu Yun in their seats, with a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Her small hand kept clutching Zhang Kaishan's large hand as she followed behind him anxiously. Yuan, this is Mr. Ji Yu, a friend of Daddy's. You'll be staying at his house for a few days while Daddy is busy, and I'll pick you up when I'm done, Zhang Kaishan said softly. He didn't reveal Ji Yu Chen's true identity to avoid putting extra pressure on Yuan. Though his heart was reluctant to let her go, he also didn't dare to offend Ji Yu Chen. Zhang Yuan nodded timidly, appearing well-behaved and sensible. Seeing this, Zhang Kaishan led Zhang Yuan to Ji Yu Chen and said slowly, Mr. Ji Yu, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yuan. Ji Yu Chen took the little girl's hand and gave a symbolic nod. Understood. Brother Zhang, we shall head back now. On the way back to the residence, Zhang Yuan sat quietly inside the carriage, her eyes occasionally glancing at Ji Yu Chen beside her, both curious and nervous. After all, it was her first time away from home, and she was staying at a stranger's house. Even though this big brother was very handsome, she still felt an inexplicable worry and a lack of security. Sniff, she missed her daddy and mommy. Ji Yu-chen also stole a few glances at the little girl. Her features were very delicate, her skin fair and smooth, especially those bright eyes which were clear as water and untainted by dust, though her face carried a hint of grievance. She wasn't very tall, but her sitting posture was very upright, and her movements were extremely reserved. She looked like a graceful little miss who was just beginning to grow up. Homesick? Ji Yu-chen smiled and asked as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Looking at her aggrieved and sad expression, it wasn't hard for Ji Yu-chen to guess her thoughts. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. It was normal for someone that age to be homesick. Zhang Yuan nodded frankly, then looked at Ji Yu-chen and asked, Big brother, when will my daddy finish his work and come pick me up to go home? Ji Yu-chen said, that's hard to say. If it's fast, a few days will do. If it's slow, it might take a week or half a month. He was telling the truth. Although Zhang Kaishan was considered a confidant of Gao Qinglian was a very suspicious person. Crucially, that evidence could cost him his life, so he would surely keep a close watch on it. It would likely be difficult for Zhang Kaishan to get that evidence back without a significant amount of time. Oh, alright. Zhang Yuan's eyes dimmed, and she couldn't help but pout. That's so long, but she wanted to go home right now. After that, Ji Yu-chen's group returned to Prince Swang's residence. Ji Yu-chen stepped down from the carriage, with Zhang Yuan following behind him. Because the carriage was quite high, Zhang Yuan stood at the edge, not daring to jump down. Ji Yu-chen looked back and said, Come, give me your hands. I'll carry you down. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before slowly opening her small arms. Then, Ji Yu-chen's large hands supported her under her armpits and lifted her from the carriage down to the ground. Thank you for the help just now, big brother. After getting down from the carriage, Zhang Yuan's pretty little face was slightly flushed, and she spoke in a tiny voice. Aside from her daddy, this was the first time someone had held her like that. Even though the big brother was her daddy's friend, such an action was still very embarrassing. It's nothing. Let's go, we've arrived. Ji Yu-chen smiled, not thinking much of it, and then turned to lead her into the residence. Wow, big brother, your house is so big. Looking at the magnificent and grand gate of Prince Swang's residence, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in immense surprise. Originally, she thought the big brother's house would be similar to her own. But now, seeing the high-ceilinged foyer, the imposing gate, and the guards standing on both sides of the entrance, she was instantly shocked. Compared to her home, this was a completely different world. Seeing Zhang Yuan's shocked expression, Ji Yu-chen smiled and took her small hand. Let's go, I'll take you inside. Oh, okay. Zhang Yuan nodded and let Ji Yu-chen lead her, following obediently by his side. 20. Number 20. It's over, something terrible has happened. Chapter 20. It's over, something big happened. Inside Prince Swang's residence, Ji Yu-chen took Zhang Yuan to the inner courtyard. Although Zhang Yuan's current status was that of a hostage, Ji Yu-chen did not intend to have anyone guard her. The reason was simple. A 5 or 6-year-old girl likely wouldn't have many schemes. However, he certainly wouldn't have the time to take care of a little girl. So, he planned to ask Zhang Heian to look after Zhang Yuan for a while. Young miss, the master is here. On the other side, Spring Summer happened to see Ji Yu-chen and the other person approaching, and hurriedly ran into the room to alert Zhang Heian. Your Highness has returned. Zhang Heian's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up from her stool. Because of the assassination attempt last night, she had stayed in the residence all day today and hadn't gone anywhere. On one hand, she was worried that the Crown Prince's influence still remained. On the other hand, she didn't want to cause trouble for His Highness. Before Zhang Heian could even go out to greet him, Ji Yu-chen had already arrived at the door with Zhang Yuan. Your Highness. Greetings, Master. Seeing Ji Yu-chen enter, Zhang Heian and Spring Summer hurriedly bowed, and they also noticed Zhang Yuan, who was being led by the hand by Ji Yu-chen. Across from them, Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered as she looked in surprise at the exquisitely made-up Zhang Heian. What a beautiful big sister, is she big brother's wife? Ji Yu-chen nodded, signaling them that there was no need for formalities. Your Highness, who is this? At this moment, Zhang Heian looked at Zhang Yuan beside Ji Yu-chen and was the first to ask. I was just about to tell you about this. Ji Yu-chen quickly explained. She is the daughter of a friend of mine and will be staying at my residence for a while. So He Yan, during her stay, I'd like to ask you to help me look after her. I see. Please rest assured, Your Highness. He Yan will certainly take good care of her, Zhang Heian promised. This was the first time His Highness had asked for her help, No matter what, she had to take it seriously. Seeing Zhang Heian agree, Ji Yuchen turned to look at Zhang Yuan and said in a low voice, Yuan, this is your brother's wife. Usually, I have some matters to attend to and won't always be in the residence. So, during this time, you will stay by my wife's side, okay? Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded timidly. Duke Zhengwo's residence. It's over, something big has happened. Inside the room, a scream rang out as Zhang Anran distressfully slapped her own head. Young miss, what's happened now? Seeing her mistress acting so startled, the maid Xiao Yu asked curiously. The budget isn't enough, I'm afraid my grand ambitions will have to be delayed again, Zhang Anran complained. After the government permit was issued, Gao Qinglian selected a shop for Zhang Anran. The location was quite good, situated in the inner city of the capital, but he had charged her 10 taels of gold as a deposit. Ji Yuchen had been present at the time as well. In other words, it was reasonable to collect a deposit before opening a shop. But what made Zhang Anran feel miserable was that after paying those 10 taels of gold, she had less than 1 tael of gold left on her. Furthermore, all of this had been saved up by the original owner through frugal living for her dowry. If she wanted to open a decent hot pot restaurant, she would definitely need to renovate the building, hire staff, and purchase ingredients. At the very least, it would require 5 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver equals 1 string of copper coins. 1 string represents 1,000 coins. So 10 taels of gold equates to 100,000 copper coins. In the Great Zhou Empire, 1 copper coin can buy a flatbread, 2 copper coins can buy half a jin of pork, and 3 copper coins can buy a bowl of wontons. Young miss, now that the second young miss is no longer at home, why don't we ask the master for some money? Xiao Yu couldn't help but suggest. When Zhang Heian was still at the Duke Zhengwo's residence, Xiao Yu wouldn't have dared to let her mistress ask the master for money. After all, it would easily lead to misunderstandings, making everyone think the master favored the concubine-born eldest young miss more. Now that the second young miss was married, asking the master for some money shouldn't cause any more gossip. Forget it, he'll just ask me what I need the money for in a moment, Zhang Anran sighed. She had also thought about asking her parents for money, but her mother was a miser. No one was allowed to use the gold and silver jewelry she had saved up, not even her. And her old man was a pedantic blockhead. If she asked him for money, he would inevitably ask what it was for. Once he found out she was using the money to open a shop, he would probably break her legs. As for her grandparents' Sai, it was even harder to explain. As a concubine-born young miss, she had hardly been liked by those two elders since she was a child. Then what should we do? Xiao Yu asked, troubled. She knew that her mistress had always wanted to open a shop, and had spent almost every day in the kitchen lately researching that hot pot base. If they were short on money now, wouldn't it mean the shop couldn't be opened? Let me think, there are always more solutions than problems. I don't believe I can't come up with an idea. Zhang Anran held her head in her hands and began to ponder. Spiritual heavens, spiritual earth, Bodhisattva and Buddha. Please show your power. Let a solution come quickly. Seeing her mistress sitting motionless at the table with her eyes slightly closed and faint breathing sounds from her nose, the maid gently patted her and called out, young miss, young miss. However, the other party gave no response. Then, Xiao Yu increased her strength slightly and gave Zhang Anran a gentle push. The latter actually slumped directly onto the table. Xiao Yu was shocked. It's over. Young miss has fallen asleep again. How are we supposed to think of a solution now? Prince Xuang's residence. Compared to her polite way of interacting with Ji Yuchen, Zhang Yuan's interactions with Zhang Heian and Spring Summer were more casual and at ease. Yuan, how old are you? You seem quite small, Spring Summer asked curiously, looking at the little sprout in front of her. Sister Spring Summer, I'm not small at all. I'll be 6 this year. My daddy said that in 11 more years, I can get married, Zhang Yuan replied seriously. She wanted to express that she really wasn't small, she just looked a bit short. Yuan, then how tall are you now? Spring Summer asked again with a smile. 1 meter 1 and a little bit, Zhang Yuan replied bashfully. That's a bit short. Yuan, you have to grow to at least 1.6 meters before you can get married. You'll have to eat more in the future and grow taller quickly. Look at me, I'm already 1.6 meters tall, Spring Summer said proudly. Even though she was only 16 this year and hadn't married yet. Seeing Spring Summer showing off and discouraging her, Zhang Yuan's eyes immediately reddened. She leaned aggrievedly toward Zhang Heian and said, Sister Yan, Sister Spring Summer is bullying me. Zhang Heian immediately pulled Zhang Yuan to her side, then gave Spring Summer a helpless glare and warned, Alright, spring summer. You're not allowed to tease Yuan. Hee hee, young miss, I was just joking with Yuan. Spring summer replied with a chuckle. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 The Girl's Righteousness. Chapter 021. The Young Mrs. Righteousness. A few more days passed. In the inner city of the capital, Zhang Anran arranged for people to begin renovating the shop she had just received approval for from the government office. The shop was quite large, about 100 square meters, with 2 floors in total. Inside the shop, many masters were diligently decorating the interior environment, making the scene somewhat chaotic. At the shop entrance, watching the masters going back and forth inside, Xiao Yu leaned close to Zhang Anran and whispered a question. Young miss, if we don't have money to pay them after they finish the renovation, will they beat us to death? Don't worry, I have a plan. I'll definitely figure out how to get the money by then, Zhang Anran promised confidently. That's right, these masters had all been tricked into coming by Zhang Anran. At the time, she had guaranteed the masters that if they finished renovating the shop, she would give them an extra 20% of their wages afterward. These greedy individuals immediately agreed. Zhang Anran calculated that it would take at least half a month to completely finish the hot pot restaurant. In other words, she had half a month to figure out how to raise the funds. Half a month? Wasn't finding some money a piece of cake with her intelligence? Just then, an old man dressed in coarse cloth robes with messy white hair suddenly approached her and looked her up and down. Then, without her permission, he picked up her right hand and examined it closely. This sudden action startled Zhang Anran, who immediately pulled her hand back and stared blankly at the old man in front of her. Xiao Yu nearby angrily scolded, "Where did this beggar come from, daring to be rude to my young miss?" The aristocratic families in the capital valued reputation the most, and their young miss was still an unmarried girl. If people found out that the young miss had been touched by a beggar, it would definitely tarnish her reputation. Zhang Anran didn't pay much attention to these rules, but she still watched the old man opposite her warily, frowning as she asked, "Old man, what was the meaning of your actions just now?" The old man stroked his snowy white beard, looked Zhang Anran over a few more times, and after some deep consideration, he spoke. "Young lady, I see you possess exceptional bone structure and are a medical genius rarely seen in 10,000 miles. I have a classic text on the medical Tao here. With your great talent, you will surely grasp its true meaning and achieve extraordinary abilities." Saying this, the old man held up a yellowed book, intending to hand it to Zhang Anran. "For me?" Zhang Anran looked at the old man suspiciously, a sense of déjà vu suddenly arising in her mind. "I am currently short on funds. If the young lady is generous enough to give me some silver fragments, this book will be yours." "Young lady, don't judge this book by its old appearance. All of my own abilities were gained from this very book. It is absolutely a priceless treasure." Zhang Anran was speechless. Sure enough, whether it was in her previous life or now, this method of deception was always so advanced yet reasonable. But seeing the old man's skinny frame and tattered clothes, Zhang Anran finally pulled out some silver fragments. "I don't need the book, take this money. The young lady is truly righteous." The old man's eyes sparkled. He immediately put all the silver fragments into his pocket, then looked back at Zhang Anran and said, "Young lady, I won't take advantage of you. This treasure book is a gift to you." Without waiting for Zhang Anran to agree or refuse, the old man directly placed the medical book in her hand, then waved goodbye and left freely. "Young miss, he was clearly a swindler, yet you still gave him money. We still have many places where we need money." Watching the old man's retreating figure, Xiao Yu asked, confused. The young miss was being overly compassionate again. Alas, she truly was hopeless. Holding the yellowed medical book in her hand, Zhang Anran smiled. "A swindler is a swindler, it wasn't much money anyway." Yang'an Hall. "Mother consort, did you call your son over today for an important matter?" Walking into the palace hall, Ji Yuchen respectfully bowed. "Come and sit down." Lady Xiao languidly sat up and signaled for Ji Yuchen to sit beside her. Ji Yuchen nodded and sat down in a nearby seat. "I heard that your residence was attacked by assassins some time ago?" Lady Xiao asked directly. "Yes, why didn't you tell your mother consort about this?" Lady Xiao demanded. "The matter was resolved, and no one was endangered, so I didn't want to disturb mother consort," Ji Yuchen explained. Diminutive for Ji Yuchen, "You must remember that I am your mother consort, your birth mother. I should be the person you trust the most at all times. Although no harm came to the residents during this assassination attempt, I still feel nervous and worried for you." Can you understand your mother consort's feelings? Lady Xiao said earnestly. Your son understands, Ji Yuchen said slowly. If you encounter such a situation again in the future, you are not allowed to hide it from your mother consort, Lady Xiao said. Understood. Ji Yuchen nodded. Lady Xiao's expression improved slightly, and she continued to ask, diminutive for Ji Yuchen. Have the identities of the assassins from last time been found out? Ji Yuchen said, it is highly likely they belong to His Highness the Crown Prince. Bastard. Lady Xiao immediately grew angry, slamming her right hand heavily onto the mahogany long table, her gaze turning cold. The Nangong faction is truly becoming more and more rampant. Do they really think that just because he is the heir apparent, he will be guaranteed the dragon throne in the future? Quote, Mother consort, please calm your anger. Your son will personally ensure that the Nangong faction sees my attitude, Ji Yuchen said lightly. As long as the crown prince is not eliminated, he cannot sleep peacefully either. However, the Nangong family has been operating in the imperial court for so many years that they certainly cannot be overthrown in just a day or two, but he could appropriately make them bleed a little and replace some people. Lady Xiao was stunned and looked at Ji Yuchen curiously. You already have an idea? Ji Yuchen nodded and did not hide it. Your son wants to start with someone close to Nangongju. Who? The prefect of the capital, Gao Qinglian. Lady Xiao frowned and said, have you made proper preparations for this matter? Mother consort, rest assured, your son knows what he is doing. Alright, then I won't say any more. Lady Xiao nodded, no longer pressing the issue. She then changed the subject, saying, oh right, the Divine Might Great General Zhao Tai has been back in the capital for some time now. Find an opportunity to go and pay him a visit. The Divine Might Great General Zhao Tai holds the Tiger Tally and commands an army of 500,000. More importantly, he currently does not belong to any faction. Lady Xiao's meaning was obvious. She hoped he would befriend Zhao Tai and pull him into his own camp. But only Ji Yuchen knew clearly that although Zhao Tai maintained a neutral stance, he held the sixth prince, Prince Jin, in extremely high regard, even wanting to marry his beloved daughter to him. It would likely be very difficult to pull him into his faction. However, he couldn't very well explain these things to Mother Consort, so he simply nodded appropriately. I will go visit the general's residence when I have time another day. 22. Number 22 Miss, you have excellent taste. Chapter 22. Young miss, you truly have great taste. On the carriage. Sister He Yan, where are we going? Zhang Yuan asked, looking at Zhang Heian curiously. After spending the past few days together, she felt a special kinship with this big sister who was about 10 years older than her, and she stuck by her side almost every day. Of course, Zhang Heian had also treated her very well during this time, buying her delicious food, and even speaking up for her whenever spring-summer bullied her. Yuan, my young miss is planning to take you to buy some clothes. Well, are you happy? Before Zhang Heian could answer, Spring-Summer, standing beside her, immediately interjected. Zhang Heian explained with a smile, you didn't bring any clothes when you came over, and you're still wearing Spring-Summer's old clothes, which obviously don't fit you well. Since I'm free today, I'll take you all to the shops in the city to see if there are any nice fabrics. Really? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and she spoke with some surprise. If there's anything you like later, Yuan, just tell me. Zhang Heian replied with a nod and a smile. However, a hint of hesitation flashed across Zhang Yuan's face. Sister He Yan, won't that cost a lot of money? Maybe we should forget it. Sister Spring-Summer's clothes actually fit me quite well. Back at her own home, her father would only buy her new clothes during festivals, as most of the money went toward her mother's medical treatments. Having grown up in such an environment, Zhang Yuan clearly understood that money did not come easily. So, when she heard that Sister He Yan wanted to buy her new clothes, she was indeed very happy. But upon further thought, she felt she shouldn't spend money recklessly. Don't worry, it won't cost much. Don't be concerned. Seeing how thrifty Zhang Yuan was at such a young age, Zhang Heian replied with great affection. Although there had been no development in her relationship with Ji Yuchen, she was still the princess consort of Prince Xuang's residence on the surface. She had never been mistreated in terms of money or status. If she needed money, she only had to notify the residence's treasury, and they would provide it. Of course, since her marriage, Zhang Heian had never requested any money from the treasury. This was because when she married into Prince Xuang's residence, her family had provided her with a substantial dowry. The Duke Jungho and his wife, Jong Haeun's grandparents, had given her 100 taels of gold plus some precious jewelry, and her father, Jong Kwan, had also given her some famous artifacts. As for her mother, Lady Jo, she had given Jong Haeun all the gold, silver, and jewels she had saved over the years. Jong Haeun's current net worth was more than that of most aristocratic families. Shangyue Pavilion, a famous clothing store in the inner city of the capital. The shop mostly sold brightly colored fabrics and expensive textiles. In the Great Zhou dynasty, clothing stores did not prepare ready-to-wear clothes. Instead, they displayed rolls of fabric for customers to choose from. After all, some fabrics were extremely expensive, and those who could afford to shop in the inner city of the capital were mostly wealthy young misses. Ordinary commoners simply couldn't afford it. Therefore, making clothes in advance would carry a certain level of risk for the shops. Shops usually waited for a customer to buy the fabric, provide their measurements, and pay a processing fee before hiring a specialized tailor to cut and sew the garment. Young miss, look at this red silk. The material is very light and thin. Inside the shop, Spring Summer touched a piece of red fabric and spoke to Jong Haeun with a face full of delight. Jong Haeun shook her head. Yuan is still young. There's no need for her to wear such vibrant colors. I think blue or light cyan fabrics would look better. Then, she looked at Jong Yuan beside her to ask for her opinion. Yuan, what color fabric do you like? I'll listen to Sister He Yan. After Jong Haeun's explanation earlier, Jong Yuan no longer fussed over the cost as she had before. But when it came to actively choosing a fabric she liked, she was still a bit shy and reserved. Jong Haeun naturally noticed Jong Yuan's bashfulness, so she took the initiative to pick up a piece of light cyan fabric and looked at the shopkeeper at the counter. Shopkeeper, how much is this fabric? Seeing a potential sale, the middle-aged woman sitting at the counter immediately ran over with a smile. Young miss, would you like to buy the whole roll or just a portion? How much for the whole roll? The proprietress said. Young miss, you certainly have a good eye. This fabric is high-quality silk cotton, woven from mulberry silk. It's light, breathable, silky, and delicate. If you want to buy the whole roll, it will cost half a tael of gold. The present was not like the future. In the current environment, hand-weaving silk cotton like this was extremely difficult. This also made its price quite high. Alright, I'll take this roll. Jong Haeun nodded. It was only half a tael of gold. To her, it wasn't a lot of money. She could make a couple of new outfits for Yuan, and the leftover fabric could be used later. Afterward, Jong Haeun selected a piece of white fabric, intending to make undergarments for Jong Yuan. After some arrangements, she had the proprietress take Jong Yuan's measurements to make the clothes according to her proportions. Proprietress, how long will it take to finish these? Jong Haeun inquired. Young miss, as you likely know, business at our shop is always brisk, and we have many customers. Therefore, the earliest we can finish your clothes is the hour of the rooster. Halfway through, the proprietress suddenly smiled and added, however, if the young miss is willing to pay extra, I can have the shop's masters prioritize your order. If they're quick, it can be done in about an hour. Then I'll pay extra. Do mine first, Jong Haeun said calmly. Because she was wealthy, she didn't care about the proprietress's sales tactics. As long as she could get what she wanted as soon as possible, a little extra money didn't matter. Certainly I'll go instruct the masters to start on your order right away. The proprietress beamed, looking extremely pleased. Shortly after the proprietress left, Jong Haeun happened to glance over and noticed a piece of deep purple fabric. She touched it gently. The texture was soft and the material was fine. It was likely another piece of high-quality silk satin. In a daze, Ji Yuchen's figure suddenly flashed through Jong Haeun's mind. In the image, he wore a long purple robe, his jet-black hair flowing clearly behind him. One hand rested gently in front of his abdomen, and a warm, harmonious smile was on his face. Proprietress, how much is this fabric? Just then, the proprietress walked back into the shop from the back. Seeing Jong Haeun holding the purple fabric as if she couldn't bear to part with it, the proprietress said with delight, Young miss, you truly have great taste. This fabric is. Just tell me how much it is, Jong Haeun interrupted. 1 tael of gold. The proprietress held up one finger. Young miss, the material of this fabric is even better than the previous one, and purple is a difficult color to dye, so the price is higher. Jong Haeun didn't haggle with her and simply said, fine, I'll take this roll as well. 23. Number 23 Miss, look, isn't that the eldest young lady? Chapter 23. Miss, look, isn't that the eldest miss? Miss, is this fabric for a gift or for making clothes? The shopkeeper asked. Dark purple fabric was usually used by men, so she was curious enough to ask. Just wrap it up for me, Jong Haeun said softly. While at the Duke Jungwoo's residence, her mother, Madame Jo, had taught her needlework, so she planned to try making a garment for His Highness herself. Right away, the shopkeeper nodded with a smile, wrapped the purple fabric, and handed it to Jong Haeun. Jong Haeun didn't take it but said, "Leave it here for now, I'll come back for it later." Yuan's new clothes weren't finished yet and would likely take some time. She planned to stroll around the neighborhood and return later to pick up her things. After giving her instructions, Jong Haeun left the clothing shop with Spring-Summer and Jong Yuan, walking along the streets of the inner city. The inner city was very bustling. Shops lined both sides of the streets, filled with a dazzling array of goods of every kind. At the ends of the streets and alleys, vendors selling various snacks and delicacies were shouting loudly. The three of them strolled along, occasionally playing with some novel trinkets, feeling very relaxed and happy. After all, they were just a group of young girls. Jong Haeun, the eldest, was only 17 this year, while the youngest, Jong Yuan, was not yet 6. Faced with fun toys or delicious food, they still tended to show interest. "Am I miss? Look, isn't that the eldest miss?" Quote. Spring-Summer suddenly stopped and stared in surprise at a shop not far away. Jong Haeun looked in the direction Spring-Summer was pointing, and her willow-like brows instantly furrowed. Not far away, in front of a shop that hadn't opened yet, Jong Anran was directing a group of craftsmen on the interior decorations, her behavior coarse and her laughter unrestrained. She didn't look like a young lady of a noble family at all. "Let's go take a look," Jong Haeun said coldly. Since her mother married into the Duke Jungwoo's residence, she had hardly lived a single day of happiness, because her father never loved or respected her mother, Madame Jo. In her father's words back then, marrying her mother was merely a last resort, and he never truly held her in his heart. Even giving birth to her was only a compromise for the sake of the family. Afterward, despite the family's opposition, he insisted on bringing Madame Min and her daughter back to the Duke Jungwoo's residence, which was like a thorn in her mother's side. She didn't oppose men taking concubines, but she could not tolerate a concubine having the same status as the legitimate wife. This was also the lesson she had learned from her mother. Thus, Jong Anran's existence became a knot in her heart, even if the other party didn't target her. Just seeing that face made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She even felt the urge to teach her a lesson and make her suffer a bit. Miss. On the other side, Xiao Yu was the first to notice Jong Haeun and the others walking toward the shop. In particular, Jong Haeun's hostile gaze filled her with a hint of fear, and she immediately tugged at Jong Anran's sleeve to alert her. Jong Anran looked over upon hearing the voice, her eyes also showing some surprise. Immediately, a forced, friendly smile appeared on her face as she asked curiously, "Why is my younger sister here?" Jong Haeun raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jong Anran, saying coldly, "It seems you've addressed me incorrectly, sister. I am now Princess Shuang. Shouldn't you pay your respects to me? Or do you have no reverence for His Highness Prince Shuang? Are you dissatisfied with me, the princess?" Seeing Jong Haeun immediately making accusations, Jong Anran was speechless. She then bowed slightly and said helplessly, "This commoner greets Princess Shuang. May the princess be blessed. A great woman knows when to yield. Why worry about such details?" Besides, Jong Haeun's hostility toward her had its reasons. Better to avoid her if possible. After all, she currently couldn't afford to offend this princess sister of hers. "This maidservant greets Princess Shuang." Xiao Yu followed suit, immediately bowing. She was truly a bit afraid of this second miss. Moreover, the other party was now the princess of Prince Shuang's residence. Seeing Jong Anran bow to her didn't bring Jong Haeun much joy. It even felt a bit dull. She then walked around the shop for a bit, looking curiously at the shop being decorated. "Are you planning to open a shop?" Quote, "Something like that," Jong Anran said. She silently complained in her heart, "Isn't that obvious? This building is located at the entrance of a street in the inner city. If I don't open a shop, am I supposed to use it as a storage room?" Jong Haeun's gaze turned solemn as she turned to stare at Jong Anran. "You are, after all, a young miss of the Duke Jungwoo's residence. Don't you think this is tarnishing the reputation of the residence? Instead of being a dignified young miss, you choose to be a common merchant. I truly don't know how Madame Min raised you." Even though she was more than 2 months younger than Jong Anran, she adopted a lecturing tone, while inwardly despising such behavior. A sparrow is a sparrow. Even if it climbs onto a high branch, it still cannot change its bad habits and become a phoenix. "I won't trouble Princess Shuang to worry about that. I have my own plans," Jong Anran retorted. It was fine to criticize her, but not her business. Everyone has their own choices. Compared to those noble ladies who stay in their chambers, she preferred making money. Besides, her ability to open the shop was thanks to the help of her man. She shouldn't have the right to criticize her, right? Otherwise, wouldn't she be insulting her own man as well? Of course, the fact that Ji Yuchen had handled the government permits for her was something she only thought about privately and wouldn't tell Zhang Heian, to avoid making the other party overthink and causing unnecessary conflict. Seeing that Zhang Anran wouldn't listen to advice, Zhang Heian continued, "Does sister think I am wrong? As a young lady of the Duke Zhengguo's residence, surely the family doesn't mistreat you financially by showing your face in public to do business. Aren't you shaming father and grandfather? Furthermore, you are 17 now and should be married. I know you have high standards and look down on ordinary young masters of noble families, wanting someone of high status. But given your current state, which prince or noble young master do you think would want you?" Zhang Anran smiled, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Their mindsets were completely different. There was no need to argue with her, because it was impossible to reach a conclusion. Besides, she was only 17. In her past life, she would still be in school. Why marry so early? Being free and unconstrained on one's own was quite nice. In the Great Zhou dynasty, a woman reached adulthood at 16. That meant she was grown and could consider marriage. Usually, for fine young ladies, many families would come to propose marriage as soon as they passed their adulthood ceremony. Back then, right after Zhang Heian's adulthood ceremony, Ji Yuchen had come to propose, and later, with the emperor's approval, the marriage was finalized. The marriage process in the Great Zhou was quite tedious, involving the 6 rites of marriage: proposal, birth date matching, divination, presentation of betrothal gifts, choosing the wedding date, and the wedding ceremony itself. It could take as little as half a year or as long as a year to prepare, especially for prominent families with illustrious backgrounds, who placed even more emphasis on these matters. When the original owner wanted to marry Zhang Heian, it took nearly a year from the proposal to the engagement, finally setting the date for the 9th day of the 9th lunar month. Zhang Anran was 2 months older than Zhang Heian, so she had naturally reached adulthood long ago. Moreover, she was quite beautiful and a young lady of the Duke Zhengguo's residence, so naturally, many people came to propose marriage. The reason a good match hadn't been chosen was related to her status. Although she was a daughter of the Duke Zhengguo's residence, she was a concubine-born daughter, not a legitimate daughter. The families coming to propose were all young masters from second-rate families, collateral branches of the capital's noble families, or other concubine-born sons. For families of such status, Zhang Anran's mother, Madame Min, didn't think much of any of them. Especially after learning that Zhang Heian and Ji Yuchen were engaged, she felt even more strongly that Zhang Anran should also marry a son of a prince or a member of the imperial family to match her status. But most people of such status would never look upon a concubine-born daughter like Zhang Anran. Taking her as a concubine was fine, but marrying her as a wife was absolutely out of the question. Because of this, Zhang Anran was still single. Of course, given Zhang Anran's current mindset, she indeed didn't want to marry so early. Marriage would only be a shackle, hindering her pursuit of a better life. Furthermore, the men in this society were generally very chauvinistic, which was another reason she never wanted to marry. 24. #24 Your Highness, please have some self-respect. Chapter 24. Your Highness, please show some respect. I will tell grandfather about this matter and let him decide how to handle it. Seeing that Zhang Anran was ignoring her, Zhang Heian became slightly indignant and then said, "All right, does Princess Shuang have anything else to say?" Zhang Anran replied, simply giving up on the conversation. She was just a young girl of 16 or 17. Why bother arguing with her? If she wanted to tattle, let her. In any case, she would continue to keep his shop open. Even if Daniel Wu himself showed up, he wouldn't be able to sway her resolve. HMPH. Seeing Zhang Anran being so ungrateful, Zhang Heian let out a soft HMPH, planning to return to Duke Zhengguo's residence and tell her grandfather when she had the time. Then, she looked at Spring Summer and Yuan Yuan beside her and said, "Spring Summer, Yuan Yuan, let's go." Since the other party wouldn't listen to advice, further words were useless. When the time came, she would just have grandfather drive her back. She didn't believe the other girl would dare to disobey grandfather's words. Young miss, the second young miss is truly difficult to serve. I didn't even dare to speak. Once Zhang Heian had left the shop, Xiao Yu whispered her complaint. The relationship between the young miss and the second young miss had always been poor. Back at Duke Zhengguo's residence, the master had protected her. Now that the second young miss had married into Prince Shuang's residence, she seemed to have become even more overbearing. His Highness Prince Shuang was such a gentle and kind person. How could he have married someone as arrogant and cold as the second young miss? If he had married her own young miss, they would probably have gotten along much better. However, she also knew that her young miss was only a concubine-born daughter, while the second young miss was the legitimate daughter. Although they were both misses of the Duke's residence, there was still a difference in their status. But every time she saw the young miss being picked on by the second young miss, she couldn't help but feel indignant on her behalf. Jong Anran patted her head helplessly and sighed, "Tell me about it." It's a headache. The shop's funding was still an issue, and now she had run into Jong Haeun, someone she couldn't afford to provoke. If the other girl really did complain to the old man at home, his pedantic nature would surely lead him to force her to give up the shop. Even if she didn't compromise, it would definitely cause conflict with her family. Sigh, it really was too difficult on the other side. On the street, Jong Yuan looked up and curiously asked Jong Haeun with childish innocence, "Sister He Yan, was that big sister just now a bad person?" She had been with Sister He Yan for a while now, and this was the first time she had seen her so life-chi. Even her tone had become somewhat cold. In her mind, Sister He Yan was definitely in the right, since she was so good to her. Therefore, in her understanding, she immediately labeled Jong Anran as a bad person. Yuan, you're right. That big sister just now is a bad egg. Not only does she bully the young miss, but she also bullies the young miss's mother. Before Jong Haeun could answer, Spring Summer immediately replied from the side. As Jong Haeun's personal maid, she also didn't have much fondness for Madam Min and her daughter. If it hadn't been for their intrusion back then, Duke Jungwo's residence wouldn't have been in such an uproar, and the madam wouldn't have fallen ill. That big sister is actually that bad? Not only bullying Sister He Yan but also Sister He Yan's mother? How despicable. After hearing Spring Summer's explanation, Jong Yuan immediately spoke up indignantly. "Alright, Yuan, let's go get your clothes first. Your new outfit should be ready by now," Jong Haeun said calmly, not wanting to discuss too much about Jong Anran in front of Jong Yuan. "Young miss, this bolt of fabric has already been bought. I really cannot sell it to you." "Why can't you sell it?" "This young miss isn't short on money. At most, I'll just add some more money for the other person." Jong Haeun returned to Shengyue Pavilion with Spring Summer in the other, and then heard the sound of an argument. Looking up, she saw the shop proprietress arguing with a well-dressed, plump woman. However, because the woman had her back to Jong Haeun, she couldn't see her face clearly. "Young miss, it's really not about the money. Please don't make things difficult for me," the proprietress continued to say to the woman, a look of helplessness on her face. "Proprietress, I am the miss of the Prime Minister's residence. Are you sure you want to cross me?" the woman replied. As she spoke, she shifted her body slightly, revealing half of her profile to Jong Haeun. Looking at that fleshy face, Jong Haeun was slightly taken aback and blurted out, "Nangong Zhu." At those words, the proprietress was the first to turn around. A smile immediately broke across her face as she walked toward Jong Haeun. "Young miss, you're finally back. I almost had to sell the fabric you bought to this young miss." Nangong Zhu also turned around then, her gaze shifting to Jong Haeun. When she saw the proprietress hand the fabric she had her eye on to Jong Haeun, she asked with some irritation, "Jong Haeun, you bought this fabric? What do you think?" Jong Haeun took the fabric directly into her hands. "Let me have this fabric, and I'll pay you double the price." "How about it?" Nangong Zhu said. Jong Haeun smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not short on money." Nangong Zhu frowned. "Jong Haeun, are you sure you want to go against me? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're Princess Shuang now. If Prince Shuang hadn't come by last time, it wouldn't have been so easy for you to leave." Jong Haeun's face also turned cold, and she said with an aura that was not at all weaker, "Has Miss Nangong forgotten the pain of that slap last time?" Quote, "You." Nangong Zhu was furious. It was the first time she had ever been slapped in her life, and this incident had caused her to harbor a grudge against Jong Haeun ever since. If it weren't for her wariness of Prince Swang's power, she would have definitely had her cousin seek justice for her. "Jur, have you finished buying your things?" Suddenly, a man's voice came from the entrance. Then, 3 men, accompanied by a group of attendants, arrived at the shop's entrance. They were none other than His Highness the Crown Prince, Commander Nangong Qin, and the 6th Prince, Prince Jin, Gu Tianming. The one who had just spoken was Commander Nangong Qin. Seeing her people arrive, Nangong Zhu immediately ran toward them aggrievedly. "Cousin, brother, Your Highness Prince Jin, I just picked out a piece of fabric and was planning to make an outfit for Your Highness Prince Jin, but this Princess Shuang went and bought the fabric I wanted." Prince Jin had not been back in the capital for long, and during this time, he had spent almost all his time with His Highness the Crown Prince, her cousin. Her cousin and grandfather intended to play matchmaker for her and Prince Jin. When she first learned of this news, Nangong Zhu was overjoyed. Prince Jin was tall and handsome, and he had fought on the battlefield for the territory of Great Zhou. To be able to marry such an extraordinary man was the dream of almost every young miss in the capital. She was naturally no exception. To increase his favorable impression of her, Nangongzu had thought of buying some fabric to make him an outfit. But she had just set her eyes on a piece she was satisfied with when Zhang Heian beat her to it. The Crown Prince was also stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhang Heian with some surprise, sizing her up carefully from head to toe, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Younger brother's wife, I didn't expect us to meet again. He hadn't listened to Nangongju's explanation at all. The moment he saw Zhang Heian, he couldn't help but recall the intelligence the assassins had sent back to him. If the intelligence was correct, this younger brother's wife before him was still an unplucked flower, bright, dripping with freshness, and fragrant. Plucking her would surely have a unique flavor. Your Highness, there is a distinction between men and women. Please show some respect. Zhang Heian naturally noticed the Crown Prince's ill-intentioned gaze and immediately took a step back to maintain her distance from him. 25. Number 25. Does His Highness the Crown Prince think I'm easy to bully? Chapter 25. Does the Crown Prince think I'm an easy target? Watching Zhang Heian step back, a smile spread across Ji Yumao's face, the desire for conquest flaring up in his heart. Such a beauty was truly enough to make one salivate. The more afraid she was, the more excited he became. Cousin, why aren't you speaking up for me? At that moment, Nangongzu could no longer sit still and hurriedly called out to Ji Yumao. She still remembered being slapped by Zhang Heian last time. Having run into her today with great difficulty, she couldn't just let it go. She had to at least avenge her previous grudge. Besides, His Highness Prince Shuang wasn't present this time. She wanted to see how this woman would fight her cousin and the others alone. Seeing Nangongzu interrupt him, a flash of displeasure crossed Ji Yumao's mind, but he didn't show it. Instead, he asked Nangongzu with feigned confusion, speak up for you about what? Most of his attention had been on Zhang Heian just now, and he couldn't remember at all why his cousin had gotten into a conflict with her. Nangongzu complained, cousin, she snatched the fabric I had my eye on. I was planning to use it to make new clothes for Prince Jin. Ji Yumao narrowed his eyes. Fretting over such a small matter showed a complete lack of the grace and cultivation expected of a young lady from a prestigious family. Although the Nangong family was currently an ally tied to the same boat as him, he really didn't have much affection for this cousin. She was arrogant, willful, and unreasonable. More importantly, she had no brains. However, since she had put it that way, he certainly couldn't just stand by. He looked at Zhang Heian and asked, younger brother's wife, is what she says the truth? A flash of indifference passed through Zhang Heian's eyes. She asked calmly, if I say I bought this fabric first, would the Crown Prince believe me? Nonsense, I clearly saw it first. Nangongzu immediately accused her, playing the victim while being the culprit. Enough, it's just a piece of cloth, what's there to argue about? Seeing the two women in a dispute, Ji Yumao barked loudly. He knew Nangongju's personality well. Most likely, she had been the one to start the trouble. Taking advantage of having the Crown Prince by her side, she had become even more unscrupulous. Seeing this, Nangongzu silently shut her mouth, staring at Zhang Heian across from her with great dissatisfaction. Once Nangongzu quieted down, Ji Yumao turned to the shop's proprietress and asked coolly, Proprietress, tell this prince, who exactly should that fabric be sold to? The proprietress looked somewhat terrified. Anyone making a living in the capital had at least some discernment. The nobles before her were almost all people a mere young woman like her couldn't afford to offend, especially the man questioning her now. He was the crown prince of the imperial dynasty. After a moment of deliberation and hesitation, she silently pointed toward Nangongzu and said in a low voice, it was this young miss who saw it first. It wasn't that she wanted to lie, but she could distinguish the current situation. The crown prince was clearly with Miss Nangong. If she dared to say the fabric belonged to Miss Zhang, it would certainly draw his dissatisfaction. Whether he would take the opportunity to retaliate, she didn't know. But she didn't dare to gamble. Haha, did you hear that? Even the proprietress says I saw it first, and Zhang Heian is the one stealing my things. Cousin, Prince Jin, you must seek justice for me. Seeing the proprietress be so sensible, Nangongzu immediately laughed out loud, then leaned toward Ji Yumao and the others to speak. Ji Yumao ignored Nangongzu and looked up at Zhang Heian, saying, younger brother's wife, now you can return the item in your hands, right? Yes, hurry up and give the fabric back to me. Nangongzu echoed while extending her right hand, her face displaying the joy of a victor. Does the crown prince think I'm an easy target? Zhang Heian's gaze turned cold as she countered with a question. How could she not see that the proprietress was lying? Was it not just out of fear of the crown prince's stern prestige and the worry of offending him? Just because the woman feared him didn't mean she did, even though this was just a small matter. If she compromised this time, things would likely only intensify and worsen the next time. Moreover, regarding the Jialin Garden incident, Ji Yu Chen had told her that as long as she was in the right, there was no need to compromise with anyone. Ji Yu Mao smiled. Younger brother's wife, it seems you have an objection to my suggestion? You even dare to talk back to this prince now? Naturally, I wouldn't dare. However, your highness should also be clear in your heart about who is intentionally picking a fight. Zhang Heian responded. Ji Yu Mao narrowed his eyes. Younger brother's wife, do you think this prince wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Quote, originally, as long as Zhang Heian gave the item to Nangong Zhu, he wouldn't have pursued the matter further. After all, there were many outsiders around now, and it was certainly not appropriate for him to harbor ill intentions toward this ninth brother's wife. But she just had to be stubborn, thinking that by marrying ninth brother, she could be disrespectful to this prince. Looking at Ji Yu Mao's threatening expression, Zhang Heian tried her best to feign composure. Just as she was about to speak back, Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, stepped out from the side and said, Imperial brother, Princess Shuang is ninth brother's woman and also Imperial brother's younger sister-in-law. There's no need to make a big fuss over such a trivial matter and make everyone unhappy. Besides, Imperial brother knows ninth brother's personality. If something were to really happen to Princess Shuang, it likely wouldn't be easy to settle. Ji Yu Mao was stunned. He hadn't expected old sixth to step forward and speak for her at this time. However, what he said was not wrong. If he were to take Zhang Heian away in public, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble and might even cause that fellow old ninth to target him frantically. Although he didn't fear the other's power, making a big scene over such a small matter was indeed not worth the loss. Across from them, Zhang Heian also gave Ji Yu Tianming a slightly surprised look. Prince Jin, but she bullied me just now, and she even hit me last time at Jialin Garden. Seeing the man she loved speak for this vixen, Nangongju's heart instantly broke, and she complained with a face full of grievance. Ji Yu Tianming's mouth twitched. Although he wasn't clear on the cause of this incident, based on his understanding of Nangongzu, it was uncertain who was bullying whom. The reason he stepped forward with this suggestion was merely to remind Ji Yu Mao not to easily offend old ninth when they were unprepared. He is more calculating than we imagine. Of course, he wouldn't explain these words to Nangong Zhu. Immediately, he forced a slight smile and said in a low voice, Miss Nangong, this prince was merely offering a casual suggestion. After all, we are all family. There's no need to let the relationship become too strained over a small matter. As for how to proceed exactly, that is for Imperial brother to decide for himself. Cousin, seeing that Prince Jin wouldn't speak for her, Nangong Zhu turned her gaze toward Ji Yu Mao again, her expression quite aggrieved. Ji Yu Mao couldn't be bothered with Nangong Zhu at all. His brow tightened slightly as he fell into thought. After a moment, he finally spoke, sixth brother has a point. Then, he looked back at Zhang Heian and said, younger brother's wife, for Prince Jin's sake this time, this prince will not pursue the matter with you. But if you dare to be so rude to this prince again next time, don't blame this prince for showing no mercy. Afterward, Ji Yu Mao and the others didn't stay in the shop any longer and turned to leave. Humph. As they left, Nangong Zhu, who was at the back, clearly lingered for a moment to glare angrily at Zhang Heian. 26. Number 26 Your Highness, you are too tall. Chapter 26. Your Highness, you're too tall. Just as the Crown Prince and the others left, the shopkeeper walked toward Zhang Heian with a flattering and somewhat awkward expression. Miss, just now, let's go. Zhang Heian glanced at the shopkeeper, having no desire to deal with her. She picked up her items and immediately led Spring Summer and the other maid out of the shop. Although the shopkeeper's actions were out of helplessness, Zhang Heian was deeply repulsed by her behavior of sacrificing others to save herself. Barring any accidents, Zhang Heian would not patronize this shop again in the future. At the same time, she couldn't help but recall the scene of Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming speaking up for her just now. She had always known that Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming was close to the Crown Prince. Even though he might have only spoken up to help the Crown Prince avoid trouble, his actions still left a mark. This gesture of his still caused a sliver of goodwill to rise in Zhang Heian's heart. But as soon as this thought appeared, she immediately extinguished it, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She didn't deny that she once had feelings for this Prince Jin. Back at Duke Zhengwo's residence, she would even frequently inquire about his movements and learn about his likes and habits. She had even expected him to come to the Duke's residence to propose marriage when she reached her coming-of-age ceremony. But now she was already the princess consort of Prince Swang's residence. Although their marriage might have been mixed with many interests and Ji Yu-chen might not truly like her, during their time together, he had treated her very well and had never overstepped any boundaries. When the residence was attacked by assassins, he would rush to her room at the first opportunity to ensure her safety. From the bottom of her heart, she had actually begun to slowly accept Ji Yu-chen. It was only due to her reserved nature that she hadn't made this relationship clear to him. Of course, she still had a small worry in her heart. She was afraid that Ji Yu-chen didn't like her, which was why he was always unwilling to get close to her or develop their relationship. Holy crap, this book actually has some use. That old gentleman didn't lie to me. At Duke Jungwo's residence, Jong Anran stared wide-eyed at the yellowed medical book on the table, her face full of shock. Since there weren't many entertainment activities, Jong Anran returned to the Duke's residence after handling the shop's affairs. With nothing else to do, she curiously flipped through the medical book an old man had given her before. She had originally intended it as a pastime, but who would have thought that some of the medical knowledge inside actually made a lot of sense? For instance, the incompatibility of certain drugs, the causes of incurable diseases, and some insights into medical academic theory. In short, Jong Anran felt that this book didn't seem like something compiled at random. Should I find someone to test it on later? An idea formed in Jong Anran's mind. Miss, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Xiao Yu couldn't help but advise. Her young miss really didn't follow the usual path. While other young ladies of noble families practiced the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, her young miss spent every day in the kitchen researching hotpot base. Now, before the shop was even open, she had started researching medical arts. Miss, can't we just have a moment of peace? Isn't it good to quietly be a young lady of a noble family? You still have to get married in the future. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Nothing will go wrong, Jong Anran replied with a smile. There were many servants in the residence. Some who had worked for years had various minor ailments. If she could cure their illnesses, it would prove that this medical book was real. If she couldn't cure them or made them worse, the worst-case scenario was that she'd pay for them to see a real doctor. Overall, the benefits outweighed the risks, and she might even gain a new skill. Prince Swang's residence. You ran into the Crown Prince again today? At the dining table, Ji Yu-chen and Jong Haeun were eating. Not long after they started, Ji Yu-chen spoke up to ask. She had gone out shopping today. For safety reasons, Ji Yu-chen had sent several guards with her. Therefore, he knew a bit about what had happened today. Yes, I happened to run into him. Jong Haeun nodded and said softly. They didn't make things difficult for you? Ji Yu-chen asked again. It was alright. The Crown Prince probably didn't want to cause a scene either. He only said a few warning words to me and left, Jong Haeun said. Ji Yu-chen nodded. Ji Yu-mao was a devious person who preferred to act in the shadows. In a situation like this where things were out in the open, he likely wouldn't dare to make a move. Your Highness, I have something I'd like to tell you, Jong Haeun added. Go ahead, Ji Yu-chen said. Jong Haeun then said, tomorrow, I would like to return to Duke Jungwo's residence to see my mother. Other than the return banquet, she had only gone back to Duke Jungwo's residence once during this period. After all, she was now the princess consort of Prince Swang's residence and belonged to his household. If she returned to her maternal home too often, people would gossip. The reason she was considering going back this time was, on one hand, to see her mother, Lady Zhou, and on the other, to inform her grandfather that her illegitimate elder sister was now doing business in the capital. I happen to have nothing to do tomorrow. I'll accompany you back, Ji Yu-chen agreed with a nod. When a wife returns to her maternal home, there's no reason for the son-in-law not to accompany her. Moreover, Ji Yu-chen really didn't have anything to do tomorrow, so he might as well accompany her to the Duke's residence. He could also take the opportunity to ask how Jong Anran, the female protagonist, was doing with her shop. If there was a chance, he was considering taking a stake in it to earn some extra pocket money. Alright, hearing that Ji Yu-chen was going to accompany her back to the Duke's residence, Jong Haeun gave a soft response. Once dinner was over, the servants cleared the food from the table. Ji Yu-chen had some matters to attend to and stood up to leave. At that moment, Jong Haeun immediately stood up and called out to him, Your Highness, please wait a moment, is there something else? Ji Yu-chen stopped and asked curiously. Jong Haeun's eyes shifted, her teeth gently biting her thin lip. After a brief hesitation, she said softly, I picked out some nice fabric on the street today and wanted to make a garment for Your Highness. If Your Highness doesn't mind, could I take your measurements? Ji Yu-chen was momentarily stunned and looked at her curiously. Did this girl just say she wanted to make clothes for him? This didn't seem to fit her usual style. In the original plot, she didn't seem to have ever made clothes for the original owner. Your Highness, are you unwilling? Seeing that Ji Yuchen didn't answer, Zhang Heian couldn't help but ask again, her heart sinking slightly. How do I need to be measured? Ji Yuchen asked back. Seeing Ji Yuchen agree, a smile immediately appeared on Zhang Heian's face. Your Highness just needs to stand still. I'll have Spring Summer go to the room to get the measuring tape. After speaking, she immediately instructed Spring Summer to get the items from the room. Soon, Spring Summer brought out the measuring tape and handed it to Zhang Heian. Seeing this, Ji Yuchen said softly, tell me what to do, and I'll follow your lead. Then your Highness should take off your outer robe first. The measurements might be more accurate that way, Zhang Heian said somewhat shyly. Alright, with that, Ji Yuchen took off his outer robe and handed it to a nearby maidservant. Your Highness, please spread your arms. I'll measure your waist. Your Highness, stand still. I'll measure your height. Your Highness, you're too tall. I don't think I can reach. Quote, step on a stool. Spring Summer, give her a hand. 27. Number 27. Do you have a fever? Chapter 27. A fever? Alright. Putting away the measuring tape, Zhang Heian's cheeks flushed slightly as she carefully stepped down from the stool. Speaking of which, although the two lived under the same roof, they didn't have much interaction on a daily basis, let alone staying together like today and engaging in somewhat intimate actions. Even though she was just helping your Highness measure his size, such behavior still made her feel a bit shy and bashful. Why is your face so red? Seeing her flushed cheeks, Ji Yuchen asked in confusion. Is it? Zhang Heian was stunned for a moment and subconsciously cupped her cheeks, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. So hot. Before she could explain, Ji Yuchen raised his wrist and pressed his broad hand gently against Zhang Heian's snowy forehead. Faced with this sudden movement, Zhang Heian's eyes couldn't help but widen instantly. Her heart began to race as she looked at the man before her with nervousness and surprise. Her pretty face turned even redder as she murmured softly, You're Your Highness. You, what are you? At this time, Ji Yuchen withdrew his hand and touched his own forehead. Frowning slightly, he looked at Zhang Heian and asked, Your head is a bit hot. Do you have a fever? No, I shouldn't have, Zhang Heian blurted out. At this moment, she finally understood why Your Highness had touched her forehead just now. He was worried she was sick. However, she indeed didn't have a fever. The reason her forehead was a bit hot was entirely psychological. Seeing Zhang Heian flatly deny it, Ji Yuchen didn't press further. He then reminded her, it's early October now and the temperature is quite low. If you go out in the future, remember to add an extra layer of clothing so you don't catch a cold. I understand. Another flush of red flashed across Zhang Heian's cheeks as she nodded gently. Then go back to your room and rest early. I still have things to do, so I'll be going now. Alright, Your Highness, please go ahead with your work. Watching Ji Yuchen walk away, Zhang Heian's mood settled a bit, and she felt a warm sensation in her heart. Young miss, master, he seemed to be caring about you just now. Spring Summer laughed happily. She had been waiting nearby the whole time, so she naturally saw the master's intimate gestures toward the young miss. Although the relationship between the young miss and the master was complicated now, in her heart, she still hoped the young miss could be with the master properly. Zhang Heian did not refute Spring Summer's words. A gratified smile appeared on her face as she looked lingeringly in the direction Ji Yuchen had just left the next day. Ji Yuchen accompanied Zhang Heian to Duke Zhengguo's residence. Your Highness, this girl of mine was spoiled by us as a child. Now she even made you accompany her back here. In the main hall, Duke Zhengguo sat on the grand armchair at the head of the room, speaking politely to Ji Yuchen with a face full of smiles. In addition, the old madam, mother-in-law Madame Zhou, father-in-law Zhang Quan, and Zhang Anran were also sitting in the hall, chatting happily about family matters. Grandpa, how can you talk about your granddaughter like that? Zhang Heian's face turned red as she immediately retorted. Compared to Prince Shuang's residence, Duke Zhengguo's residence was the place where she had grown up since childhood. Although this had become her maternal home, she was still very casual when facing Duke Zhengguo and her other relatives, without too many hidden thoughts. Furthermore, when her mother, Madame Zhou, married her father, it was Grandpa who had chosen him. So, from childhood to adulthood, he had always doted on her, his legitimate daughter. Ha, Your Highness, look at this. My dear granddaughter won't even let me speak about her now, Duke Zhengguo said helplessly, though a smile remained on his face. Zhang Heian pouted and replied, it's because Grandpa spoke ill of me first. Grandpa exposing her shortcomings in front of Your Highness at this time was really too much. Besides, girls also care about their face very much. Seeing Zhang Heian's current appearance, Ji Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle. In front of these elders, Zhang Heian was instead like a little girl. She could get angry when unhappy and retort when she didn't like something. She didn't need to always act dignified and proper as she did at Prince Zhuang's residence. Fine, 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 Grandpa won't say it anymore, Duke Jungho said with a laugh. He had just said it casually and hadn't expected his dear granddaughter to have such a big reaction. Then, Duke Jungho looked at Ji Yuchen beside him and quickly changed the subject, asking with a smile, Your Highness, you and He Yan have been married for some time now. It's time to start planning. I'm waiting to hold a great-grandson. Indeed, there are still 3 months left this year. Strive to add a baby by the middle of next year, and then we'll have a 1-month celebration to liven things up, the old madam echoed with a smile. In ancient times, emphasis was placed on a flourishing family tree and an endless line of descendants, the more, the better. Although Ji Yuchen and Zhang Heian had been married for less than a month, in the Great Zhou dynasty, examples of marrying in the first year and bearing offspring in the second were everywhere. On the contrary, those who didn't have children after 2 or 3 years of marriage were more likely to be gossiped about. People would suspect there was a problem with their health. At the mention of having children, Zhang Heian was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Ji Yuchen beside her. After all, in all the time since they married, she and Your Highness had not yet shared a bed. It was even more impossible to make a child, although she was partly responsible for this. At least at the time, she had been willing to cooperate. But Your Highness seemed to know what was on her mind. He even said her heart wasn't in Prince Zhuang's residence and that he would divorce her when the time was right. Since their marriage, Your Highness had always slept in a separate bed and had never touched her. So, when Grandpa asked about the child, she simply didn't know how to explain it. She also didn't know if there was still a possibility of development between her and Your Highness in the future. Ji Yuchen smiled slightly and then said, I appreciate the concern of the Duke and the old madam. This son-in-law and Yanner will naturally do our best to strive for a chubby little boy next year. That's good. We'll be waiting for the happy news from the two of you then. After hearing Ji Yuchen's assurance, the Duke and his wife smiled gratifiedly. Then they looked at the silent Zhang Heian beside him. He Yan, you heard what Your Highness said just now. You two must hurry up for us. Don't make this old man wait too long. The tips of Zhang Heian's ears turned red as she said shyly, I understand. She knew Your Highness had likely only said that to put Grandpa's mind at ease, but those words still made her feel inexplicably bashful. Before she got married, her mother, Madame Zhou, had given her a small picture book. Suppressing the shock and modesty in her heart, she had finished reading all the content in the book. It was from that day on that she learned that a husband and wife's consummation was not as simple as sleeping in each other's arms. Not only did they need to take off their clothes, but they also needed to perform some very strange and embarrassing movements and poses. Only then would it be considered a consummation in the true sense. Her mother had also told her back then that only by acting like the characters in the picture book would there be a chance to have a baby in the future. Zhang Heian couldn't help but steal a glance at Ji Yuchen, a scene subconsciously appearing in her mind. In the scene, Ji Yuchen untied his belt and slowly took off his clothes. And on the large bed, she lay wearing only a white silk bodice, her snowy skin half exposed before him. Her face was flushed pink, her eyes were misty, and she carried a hint of shyness. Then Ji Yuchen slowly approached her, his head gently leaning toward her face, exploring her bit by bit. Oh my, this is not allowed. Nabla covers face. 28. #28 You're really going against the grain. Chapter 28. Are you trying to rebel against the heavens? The topic of having children quickly passed, and the group chatted about other matters for a while. Zhang Heian also promptly cut off her previous fantasies, trying her best to regain her composure. Then, she noticed Zhang Anran yawning and idling by the side. Remembering there was still something to be done today, she looked at Duke Jungho and said, Grandfather, I actually have something else I wanted to tell you during this visit. Oh, there's something else? Duke Jungho asked curiously. Why don't you tell me about it? Zhang Heian glanced at Zhang Anran and then said, Yesterday, while I was shopping in the inner city, I happened to run into elder sister. Hearing Zhang Heian mention Zhang Anran, Duke Jungho's brow furrowed slightly. He had never felt much affection for this eldest granddaughter who had entered the family halfway through her life. He didn't even truly consider her a young miss of the Duke Jungho's residence. Furthermore, he had some understanding of the relationship between these two granddaughters. For He Yan to bring her up now, it most likely wasn't for anything good. Consequently, Duke Jungho said in a low voice, Continue. Zhang Heian said, I discovered that elder sister has rented a fairly large shop in the inner city of the capital. From the look of things, it seems she's preparing to open her own business. Grandfather, although elder sister is concubine-born, she is still a young miss of the Duke Jungwo's residence. For a high-born lady to descend into the marketplace to do business, won't that cause other families to gossip? Those who don't know the truth might think you're mistreating her. Grandfather. A look of displeasure flashed across Duke Jungwo's face. Below him, Jong Kwan first looked surprised, then couldn't help but look at Jong Anran. Anran, is what he Yan said true? You've really hidden it from us and are opening a shop on your own outside. Ji Yu Chen also gave Jong Haeun a surprised look. In the original plot, Jong Haeun had also told Duke Jungho about Jong Anran opening a shop, after which the latter faced opposition from the entire family. Then, Jong Anran stubbornly refused to back down, keeping the shop even if it meant making her relationships with everyone extremely strained. However, in the original plot, this was supposed to happen in mid-October. It seemed things had been moved forward. Seeing the strange looks from everyone around her, Jong Anran stretched lazily and then said, "My younger sister is correct. I am indeed preparing to open a shop in the city, and I've already arranged for craftsmen to start renovating the building." Nonsense. Duke Jungwo's expression collapsed. His dim, aged eyes stared down at Jong Anran. How can you, a dignified young miss of the Duke's residence, engage in such mundane, commoner affairs? Do you think the face I've lost because of you people isn't enough? Quote, his son was a scoundrel who favored concubines over his wife, which had already made the Duke Jungwo's residence the butt of many jokes. And now, this granddaughter was actually planning to go into business, such an unrefined pursuit. A young lady from a great family should stay home properly, learn etiquette and refinement, and eventually find a good family to marry into. Immediately, he looked at Jong Kwan beside him and ordered, "Tomorrow, go to the Kyoto Yamen yourself and have them take back the shop." "Yes, father." Jong Kwan did not dare to delay and immediately nodded in agreement. As soon as Jong Kwan finished speaking, Jong Anran shouted directly, "I don't agree. I applied for that shop myself. You can't just take it away because you say so. On what grounds?" "On the grounds that you are a young miss of the Duke's residence. You must listen to me, Duke," Jungho said furiously. Seeing Jong Anran and Duke Jungho arguing, Jong Kwan immediately looked at Jong Anran and said softly, "Anran, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? It is indeed inappropriate for a young lady of a great family to open a shop. Your grandfather is doing this for your own good. What's inappropriate about it? He doesn't think much of me anyway, so why is he still trying to control me? He just thinks me opening a shop will lose face for the Duke's residence," Jong Anran retorted. Slap. Duke Jungho slammed his hand hard against the table and shouted angrily, "Presumptuous. What I said is the truth. You just care about your own face." Seeing Duke Jungwo's anger peaking, Jong Anran only dared to mutter in a low voice, but she still refused to compromise. But Duke Jungho still heard her clearly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jong Anran coldly. "You haven't even married yet. Don't let your wings get too stiff. Anyway, I won't give the shop to you." "You'd better not force me," Jong Anran replied softly, not daring to be so blatant anymore. "Are you trying to rebel against the heavens?" Duke Jungho shouted. That Madam Min was one thing, but now even this granddaughter was so sensible. At that moment, Ji Yu Chen smiled slightly and interrupted, "Duke, could you allow this son-in-law to say a few words?" Duke Jungwo's expression softened slightly, and he forced a smile as he looked at Ji Yu Chen. "I've let your highness see something embarrassing. If your highness has something to say, please speak freely." Ji Yu Chen hesitated slightly and said calmly, "Actually, Miss Yang's shop permit was obtained with my help at the government office." Duke Jungwo's expression changed, and he looked at Ji Yu Chen in surprise. "Your highness, you mean to say that you were the one who helped my granddaughter with this shop business?" Quote, Ji Yu Chen nodded. "Yes." Seeing Ji Yu Chen nod, Jong Haeun also looked at him in shock. How could his highness help that wretched woman Jong Anran? He is her man now, after all. Opposite them, Jong Anran also took note of Ji Yu Chen. She hadn't expected this brother-in-law to stand up for her at this time. Wasn't he afraid of making grandfather unhappy? Ji Yu Chen explained, "The Great Zhou has always followed the national policy of agriculture as the foundation, commerce as the end, promoting agriculture and suppressing commerce. In the eyes of those of us in officialdom, merchants who do business are indeed unrefined, minor characters. But regardless, the circulation of currency, the opening of markets, and the accumulation of wealth are difficult to achieve solely through taxes. Most of it relies on these merchants to drive the economy. Therefore, my thoughts may differ from yours, Duke. I am not averse to those close to me engaging in commerce. When I learned that Miss Zhang had the idea of opening a shop, I helped her obtain the permit from the government office. Of course, failing to explain this to you in advance, Duke, was my negligence." After listening to Ji Yu Chen, Duke Jungho frowned, falling into hesitation. He was an official of the court, and in his early years, he was a veteran general on the battlefield. To put it bluntly, he was halfway to being a crude man. It was only because of his status that no one would take issue with his lack of scholarly learning. While he understood the things Ji Yu-chen said, he didn't know much about them. His refusal to let Zhang Anran open a shop earlier was indeed because he didn't want to lose face. But now, hearing His Highness's explanation, it seemed he had been a bit too stubborn. Moreover, he could see that if he truly seized his eldest granddaughter's shop today, she would likely rebel. As for what kind of transgressive things she might do later, he really couldn't say. Fine. Duke Zhengao sighed, turned to Zhang Anran, and said, today, for the sake of His Highness's face, I will not interfere with your opening a shop. However, you are a young miss of the Duke's residence. You must pay more attention to your own image. Furthermore, while I don't oppose your shop now, I won't just let you run wild. I'll give you 2 months at most. If your shop hasn't achieved any results within 2 months, you will close it and stay in the Duke's residence properly. Do you understand? Hearing these words from Duke Zhengao, Zhang Anran looked delighted and immediately said respectfully, your granddaughter understands. 29. Number 29. Why did you help Zhang Anran open a shop? Chapter 29. Why are you helping Zhang Anran open a shop? Seeing that her grandfather was no longer pursuing the matter of opening the shop, Zhang Heian's gaze became resentful as she pursed her lips and looked at Ji Yu-chen beside her. He was supposed to be her man, so how could he speak up for an outsider? Furthermore, back during the return banquet, Your Highness knew that her relationship with Madame Min and her daughter was poor, yet he still helped Zhang Anran obtain the permits from the government office. Did he not care about her at all? However, she only complained about these things in her heart and did not tell Ji Yu-chen directly. Afterward, Zhang Heian stayed with Madame Zhou, while Ji Yu-chen strolled around the estate with Duke Zhengao and the others. He had originally planned to ask about Zhang Anran's shop today, but after such a scene, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to bring it up again. It wasn't until sunset, after Ji Yu-chen and his wife finished dinner at Duke Zhengwo's residence, that they took their leave. On the way back to their residence, Zhang Heian sat in the carriage in silence, her mood clearly off, with the word depressed practically written on her face. Seeing Zhang Heian's current appearance, Ji Yu-chen smiled and asked curiously, what's wrong? You don't look very happy. However, he could more or less guess the reason why she looked this way. Why did you help Zhang Anran open her shop? Zhang Heian pouted, looking at Ji Yu-chen with a resentful gaze before lowering her head and adding, you clearly know that my relationship with her is bad. Back at Duke Zhengwo's residence, it wasn't appropriate for her to ask this to his face, lest she damage Ji Yu-chen's face. Now that there were only the two of them in the carriage, there were no such taboos. So you're unhappy because I helped Zhang Anran with the permits? Ji Yu-chen asked, feigning ignorance while knowing the answer. Zhang Heian stopped keeping her thoughts hidden and spoke plainly. Yes, I am your princess consort now. After all, how could you help an outsider, and one that I particularly loathe at that? Seeing Zhang Heian speak so frankly with him, Ji Yu-chen didn't rush to reply. After thinking for a moment, he looked back at Zhang Heian and said, I've heard a bit about the situation between your father and mother. I know you feel for your mother, which is why you harbor such hatred for Madame Min and her daughter. But generally speaking, that is a matter of the previous generation. Midway through his sentence, Ji Yu-chen paused slightly and asked curiously, let me ask you a question. From childhood until now, has this elder sister of yours, born of a concubine, ever bullied you? Zhang Heian was momentarily stumped by Ji Yu-chen's question. Her eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a long time, she shook her head and replied softly, no. She then added, but I hate her. Without that mother and daughter, my mother and I could have lived much better. Ji Yu-chen said, if I remember correctly, your father-in-law was with Madame Min first, and they even conceived the current Miss Zhang. It was only because the Duke wouldn't agree that he eventually married your mother as his wife. So what, Madame Min was just a woman of the Zhanghu, with no status or position. Being with my father was just to climb the social ladder and become a phoenix. How could she possibly be compared to my mother? Zhang Heian retorted. Ji Yu-chen said, but you should also consider that Miss Zhang is actually your father-in-law's firstborn daughter. It's only because of her status that she couldn't get the recognition of the Duke and the others. You, on the other hand, are different. Even though you were born later, your mother was chosen for your father by the Duke, so all the family elders have loved and valued you immensely since your birth. You may feel she stole your father, but from another perspective, you also took many things that belonged to her. After hearing Ji Yu-chen's explanation, Zhang Heian was somewhat unwilling to accept it and immediately said, I didn't take her things. She is just born of a concubine. No matter what, she could never get the recognition of grandfather and the others. Ji Yu-chen glanced at Zhang Heian and didn't continue further. Her hatred for the female protagonist, Jong Anran, was deep-rooted. It would be hard to reverse it in a short time. However, he still hoped as much as possible that Jong Hae-in wouldn't go out of her way to provoke Jong Anran. Firstly, the female protagonist came with her own destiny bug. Hee Yan likely wouldn't be her match. Secondly, Ji Yu Chen had thoughts of collaborating with her. I won't say much else. The reason I was willing to help Miss Jong open her shop this time is actually because I think highly of her as a person and believe she can manage the shop well. If possible, I will also consider some business collaborations with her, Ji Yu Chen said calmly, unwilling to explain too much. Hearing that Ji Yu Chen not only helped her open the shop but even intended to collaborate with her, Jong Hae-in's eyes instantly turned red. Crystal tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Ji Yu Chen with great sorrow and said, Ji Yu Chen, I know you don't like me, but I am at least the wife you married with all the proper ceremonies. Do you truly not care about my feelings at all? This time, Jong Hae-in did not address him as Your Highness, but called him directly by his name. Seeing Jong Hae-in's tearful face, Ji Yu Chen felt his head throb. He tried his best to soothe her, saying, Hey, Hee Yan, can you please not cry first? Let's talk properly. If you're like this, people will think I'm bullying you later. You are bullying me. You clearly know I don't like Jong Anran, yet you still want to collaborate with her. Tell me, have you fallen for her? Jong Hae-in pursed her lips, looking at Ji Yu Chen with a face full of grievance. Can you stop overthinking? We've only met 3 times. Once at the return banquet, once at the government office for the permits, and today at Duke Jungwo's residence. At most, we're just acquaintances. The reason I'm willing to help her is simply because I think she has good ability. Ji Yu Chen was at his wit's end. Was a girl's imagination always this wild? Really? Jong Hae-in sniffled slightly and asked in a small voice, Do you think I have any need to lie to you? Ji Yu Chen said. Jong Hae-in's emotions stabilized a bit. She peeked at Ji Yu Chen and then asked carefully, Then can you change to someone else for the business collaboration? There are so many merchants in the capital, there must be someone better than her. Ji Yu Chen shook his head and said, I don't think so. When I met Miss Jong last time, I heard her talk about some things regarding the shop. I could clearly feel that her business model is quite novel. No one in the entire capital has tried this model yet. Once the new shop opens, business should be very booming, and the profits definitely won't be low. Although I am a prince of the dynasty, I also rely on an official salary. Moreover, you should be aware of the relationship between the crown prince and me. There will inevitably be a confrontation in the future. Therefore, I still need to have enough financial resources to develop my own forces. Jong Anran is a relatively good choice for me right now. After hearing Ji Yu Chen's explanation, Jong Hae-in pouted and lowered her head, saying softly, I can give you my dowry. She understood now. His Highness needed money now, and Jong Anran opening a shop for business just happened to meet his needs. That was why he helped the other party get the permits from the government office. But at the thought of His Highness helping Jong Anran open a shop, she still felt a bit uncomfortable and blocked in her heart. 30. Number 30 I will give you my dowry. Chapter 030. I'll give you my dowry. Ji Yu Chen was stunned. In Great Zhou, a dowry was prepared by the bride's family, representing her confidence and standing in her husband's household. Without the woman's permission, no one could touch it. Take Madame Zhou, for example. Although she had lived with Zhang Quan for over 10 years, only she had the final say over the dowry. Zhang Quan could not move it arbitrarily. When Jong Hae-in married into the Prince Shuang's residence, the amount of gold and silver jewelry, brocade, jade, and silk was considerable. It would have been more than enough to support an army of tens of thousands. Ji Yu Chen hesitated for a few seconds, then shook his head and said, This was prepared for you by your maternal family. You don't need to give it to me. He did have ideas for making money, but he wouldn't stoop to eyeing Hee Yan's private stash. Moreover, fundamentally, they hadn't even started their relationship yet. If he really took all of her assets, Ji Yu Chen felt he couldn't do it. I am willing to give it to you, provided you never bring up divorce with me in the future. As she finished speaking, Jong Hae-in raised her beautiful face, her bright, clear eyes looking earnestly at Ji Yu Chen, filled with sincerity. Seeing her genuine expression, Ji Yu Chen suddenly felt his throat dry up. He quietly swallowed, then couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid I won't keep my promise? He wasn't stupid. Naturally, he understood the meaning of her words. The dowry was her confidence in the Prince Shuang's residence, and it was also her entire fortune. Even if she fell out with Ji Yu Chen later, she could leave with dignity. If a person is willing to hand everything they possess over to you, she has likely developed feelings for you, because the moment she surrendered her all, she had already taken the initiative to yield in this relationship, and her so-called condition was merely a hope without any guarantee, imposing no restrictions on Ji Yu-chen. I trust you. Jong Haeun looked at Ji Yu-chen, her eyes reflecting hope for the future. She was just a small woman, without the grand ambitions and ideals of Jong Anran. In her view, a woman should stay at home, assist her husband, raise her children, and manage the household. In the past, she had also been dissatisfied with this marriage. But through daily interaction, she gained a new understanding of Ji Yu-chen and redefined her own role. Compared to the one-sided crush she once had, she was now more willing to stay steadily in the Prince Zhuang's residence and fulfill her duty as a wife when he needed her. Ji Yu-chen glanced at Jong Haeun, then leaned against the wooden wall of the carriage, looking up at the street outside the window. Could she not be so affectionate? It made it difficult for him to make a decision. If he accidentally hurt her in the future, he felt his conscience would be severely condemned. Jong Haeun sat quietly beside him, not disturbing Ji Yu-chen's thoughts, but occasionally glancing at him. She was waiting for an answer. Perhaps the answer would disappoint her, but she still wanted to know. And the final result still disappointed her, because, until the carriage returned to the Prince Zhuang's residence, Ji Yu-chen never brought up the matter again. Upon returning to the Prince Zhuang's residence, Jong Haeun went back to the inner courtyard. As she left, she paused and noted Ji Yu-chen, seemingly waiting for him to give the answer she desired. But Ji Yu-chen didn't look her way and went straight back to the study. Your Highness, someone came to the residence to visit you this morning, but since you were absent, they left. As soon as he sat down inside, a guard immediately walked in, bowed, and spoke. Ji Yu-chen inquired, did the person state their identity? The guard replied, yes, they did. He said his name is Zhang Kaishan, a legal advisor who works in the government office, and he came to discuss important matters with your Highness. Ji Yu-chen's eyes narrowed, and he said, help me call Lu Yun over. Yes. After speaking, the guard withdrew from the room. Soon, a golden saber guard arrived at the study. Prince, did you need me for something? Ji Yu-chen said. Lu Yun, go to Zhang Kaishan's home right now and bring him back to the residence to see me. If Zhang Kaishan came to the Prince Zhuang's residence, he had likely finalized the matter. Lu Yun had gone to Zhang Kaishan's house with him last time, so sending him now to pick up the person would confirm to Zhang Kaishan that he was Ji Yu-chen's man. Your subordinate will attend to it immediately, Lu Yun said, bowing his head inside the inner courtyard's bamboo pavilion. Jong Haeun sat sadly inside the pavilion, looking at the lotus flowers in the pond, her face showing neither joy nor sorrow. Zhang Yuan sat beside her, wearing a small sky-blue silk skirt, her face youthful and delicate with soft baby fat on her cheeks, looking just like the young miss of a major family. She slightly raised her head, her round eyes looking at Sister He Yan beside her, and asked curiously, Sister He Yan, what's wrong? Did someone make you unhappy? Tell Yuan, and Yuan will help you get revenge. After speaking, her pink little hands clenched into small fists, and her aura was somewhat arrogant. Arrogant like a small kitten. She had the best relationship with Sister He Yan in the residence, and Sister He Yan always took care of her. Not only did she give her lots of delicious food, but she also bought her new clothes. Seeing Sister He Yan looking sad now, Zhang Yuan immediately felt indignant, determined to give the bad guy who bullied Sister He Yan a good beating. Although she was only 5.5 years old, her aura couldn't be weak. Little brat, you better stay out of it. You definitely can't help with my young miss's affairs, Spring Summer couldn't help but say. A tiny girl thinking of getting revenge for the young miss. Can she beat your Highness? He could pin her to the ground with one hand and make her cry. Zhang Yuan immediately retorted indignantly, Sister Spring Summer, I've told you I'm not small anymore. I can get married in 11 years. Tell me who bullied Sister He Yan, and I'll go teach him a lesson right now. Spring Summer rolled her eyes and said, the young miss is sad because of the son-in-law. How about that, little brat? Do you dare to go cause trouble for the son-in-law? Ah, big brother bullied Sister He Yan? Then this seems difficult. As soon as she heard it was Ji Yu-chen who upset Sister He Yan, Zhang Yuan immediately backed down. Big brother is too tall, and he is also the head of the family. If it were anyone else, she definitely wouldn't back down. See? You coward, Spring Summer immediately retorted, mocking her. Actually, she didn't have the guts to cause trouble for the son-in-law either. Zhang Yuan pursed her lips, not daring to argue with Spring Summer. She then looked at Zhang Haeun and said, Sister He Yan, how about I go buy you a candied haw stick? When I was unhappy before, my daddy would always buy me candied haw sticks, and after eating them, I wouldn't be sad anymore. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31. The clothes you made must be very beautiful. Light. Chapter 031. The clothes you make will definitely look beautiful. I'm fine, Yuan. Perhaps amused by Zhang Yuan's simple-minded comment, Zhang Heian said with a light smile. Sister Yan, then don't be unhappy. Big brother definitely didn't mean to make you sad. Maybe he will come look for you in a bit? Zhang Yuan tried her best to comfort her with her 5.5-year-old understanding. Big brother looked so handsome when he smiled. He definitely wasn't a bad person. He certainly didn't intentionally make Sister Yan sad this time. There must have been a reason. I hope it's as you say, Zhang Heian nodded, sharing the hope. What she actually wanted was simple. She just needed Ji Yuchen to give her a promise. Even if that promise wasn't the answer she desired, she would try her best to calm herself and work on adjusting from this complicated relationship. Of course, if the other party could sincerely accept her, that would naturally be the result she hoped for the most right now. However, through Zhang Yuan's teasing, Zhang Heian's mood had clearly improved significantly. At this moment, she suddenly remembered measuring Ji Yuchen for clothes yesterday and quickly said, "Right, spring-summer, go to the room and bring out that piece of purple fabric for me. Also, bring the needle, thread, and scissors." Although she had a small disagreement with Your Highness today, it hadn't diminished her idea of making new clothes for him. She had already told His Highness yesterday, so she naturally couldn't go back on her word. Moreover, seeing His Highness wear the new clothes she personally made would, at least psychologically, bring a sliver of comfort and satisfaction. Your Highness Prince Zhuang, here are the account books detailing Gao Qinglian's corruption over the years, along with evidence of the wrongful convictions he handled. Please review them, Your Highness. On the other side, Zhang Kaishan had already arrived at Prince Zhuang's residence and handed several paper notebooks to Ji Yuchen. Ji Yuchen took the notebooks and quickly flipped through them once or twice. The records inside were very detailed. For example, over the years as the prefect, Gao Qinglian had secretly collected as much as a 10% commercial tax, concealing it from the court. In the capital, among nearly 10,000 shops, this 10% commercial tax he levied amounted to a huge sum. Besides that, he had also ruled on many wrongful and unjust cases. And most of these wrong verdicts were designed to clear the names of upper-class individuals, such as noble young masters bullying commoner women, shop owners withholding wages from apprentices, or the small landlord class accidentally killing poor commoners, and so on, countless examples. The current emperor of Great Zhou was considered a wise ruler. If this memorial was submitted by Ji Yuchen, even Prime Minister Nangongju probably couldn't save this prefect. Well done. Closing the books, Ji Yuchen nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Zhang Kaishan hesitated slightly before asking, Your Highness Prince Zhuang, may I take my little daughter home now? You may. Ji Yuchen nodded, stood up from the stool, and then added, I'll take you over. He had other things to attend to, and it was on the way anyway to check on what that girl Zhang Heian was up to. Although he had pretended to be oblivious all day, he could clearly sense that the girl's mood was somewhat low, even disappointed and helpless. Then I will trouble Your Highness Prince Zhuang, Zhang Kaishan immediately said respectfully. He wasn't worried that Prince Zhuang would bully Yuan. After all, in the prince's eyes, he was just a minor official, someone who could be crushed easily with a little effort, so there was no need to bully his daughter. The only reason he took Yuan away back then was because he was afraid Zhang Kaishan wouldn't cooperate with him. Soon, Ji Yuchen and Zhang Kaishan arrived at the inner courtyard and happened to see the three of them resting in the bamboo pavilion. Yuan, Zhang Kaishan, eager to see his beloved daughter, immediately shouted loudly and strode toward the bamboo pavilion. Zhang Yuan inside the bamboo pavilion immediately lifted her head, looked at the approaching Zhang Kaishan with pleasant surprise, immediately left the pavilion, and ran towards him. Daddy, why are you here? Zhang Kaishan picked her up in one go and said with a smile, Daddy is here to take you home. At the same time, Zhang Heian, who was behind them, also saw Ji Yuchen approaching and quickly stood up from the bamboo pavilion. But before Zhang Heian could speak, Zhang Kaishan immediately noticed her, held Zhang Yuan, and saluted first. Your subordinate Zhang Kaishan greets Princess Zhuang. No need to be so formal, Zhang Heian said tactfully upon seeing this. Then, Zhang Kaishan turned his gaze to Ji Yuchen walking up behind him and immediately said, Your Highness, my wife is very worried about my little daughter. If there's nothing else, this subordinate will take my daughter back first. Ji Yu-chen glanced at Zhang Kaishan. This guy is truly cautious. He was so afraid of Ji Yu-chen causing him trouble that he even used his own wife as an excuse. However, since the other party had handled the matter, Ji Yu-chen couldn't be bothered with such trivialities and said lightly, "Then you go back first. This subordinate will take his leave now." Zhang Kaishan nodded. "Sister He Yan, Yuan will come visit you again next time." Hearing that her father was taking her home, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Zhang Heian reluctantly. She didn't want to leave Sister He Yan, but her father just said that her mother missed her too. So, she could only go home to see her mother first and come back to play with Sister He Yan when she had time in the future. "Okay." Zhang Heian smiled faintly and said softly. After waving goodbye, Zhang Kaishan carried Yuan and left the inner courtyard. After Zhang Kaishan and his daughter left, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Neither Ji Yu-chen nor Zhang Heian spoke. Cough, cough. Ji Yu-chen coughed lightly, breaking the silence, and casually brought up a topic. "That girl seems quite attached to you. Yuan is very well behaved. I like her very much." Zhang Heian nodded and replied with a smile. That girl Yuan was lively, clever, and a bit endearingly simple. If she hadn't known she was the daughter of His Highness's friend, she would have wanted to keep her by her side. "If you like her, then you can let her come to the residence more often to accompany you in the future," Ji Yu-chen said, then took a step toward the bamboo pavilion. Gao Qinglian would fall from power soon, and this prefect position would become vacant. Zhang Kaishan was capable enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by Gao Qinglian. Moreover, he had been in the government office for so many years and was quite familiar with the internal situation. If possible, Ji Yu-chen intended to give him a boost. After all, the man was currently helping him, even if he was forced to do so by Ji Yu-chen. Besides spring-summer, Zhang Heian had few close friends in the residence. If the little one could come to the residence, she could keep her company and relieve her boredom. After hearing Ji Yu-chen's words, Zhang Heian responded softly, dignified and quiet. Just then, Ji Yu-chen walked up to the bamboo pavilion and saw the cut purple fabric on the stone table in the middle. He was momentarily stunned and asked curiously, "Were you weaving clothes just now?" Last night the other party had measured him for clothes. Seeing her weaving now, Ji Yu-chen immediately suspected it might be for him. Zhang Heian's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she nodded, whispering, "I learned some embroidery and needlework from my mother when I was at Duke Zhengwo's residence. I happened to buy some fine material at the cloth shop yesterday, so I thought of making a new outfit for your highness. It might not be very well made. I hope your highness won't dislike it." "How could that be?" Ji Yu-chen smiled brightly and then said, "The clothes you make will definitely look beautiful. As long as your highness likes it, that's enough." Hearing Ji Yu-chen's praise, Zhang Heian gently lowered her head, her pretty face slightly flushed. Girls cannot handle too much praise. Even if she was Princess Shuang, she was no exception. 32. Number 32 Early morning. Chapter 032. Morning Court. The next morning, Fengtian Hall, the main hall where the emperor and officials held court to discuss state affairs. At this moment, all the officials stood on both sides of the court, arranged in order of rank from highest to lowest. On the dragon throne sat a man wearing a purple jade and gold crown with his hair tied up, and a black robe embroidered with a surging dragon pattern. The man was over 50, with a few strands of white hair at his temples, but his black gold eyes were deep and shrewd, exuding a heavenly god-like deterrence and innate nobility in every gesture, revealing a natural imperial aura. This person was the current emperor of Great Zhou, martial god, Ji Yu Wudi. Below the main hall, in addition to officials from various departments in the center, all infeft princes or those holding important positions also needed to attend morning court to listen to government affairs. This included the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao, the first Prince Prince Yun, the fourth Prince Prince Qi, the sixth Prince Prince Jin, the 8th Prince Ji Yu Yunlong, the 9th Prince Prince Shuang, the 12th Prince Ji Yu Yangyi and so on. The Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao was the third oldest among all the princes, but because he was born to the Empress, he was established as the heir apparent by the martial god. On the dragon throne, the martial god looked at the officials below and asked, "If you have something to report, do so. Otherwise, court is dismissed." "Your Majesty, your servant has something to report." Subsequently, countless officials began to report to the martial god. These officials reported many things, including people's livelihoods, economy, foreign affairs, warfare, criminal law and so on. In short, they would seriously discuss all aspects related to people. Minor matters the martial god would gloss over. Major matters he would treat with importance. But relatively speaking, Great Zhou's society was still harmonious and stable, and its economic level was steadily improving. After about an hour of discussion, the officials and the martial god finished discussing the issues. The martial god looked at the officials below with evident weariness and asked again, "Do my beloved ministers have anything else to report? If not, we shall conclude here today. Imperial Father, your son has something to report." At this, Ji Yuchen took a step forward and stood in the center of the hall. Oh, the martial god looked at Ji Yuchen curiously. Old Ninth had been very quiet these past few months, only listening to government affairs during morning court and rarely expressing his opinions. It was very rare to see him actively request to report something like today. So, the martial god asked, "Old Ninth, what do you have to report?" Ji Yuchen said, "Imperial Father, your son has an account book and some case materials here that I would like Imperial Father to examine." The martial god's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the eunuch beside him, instructing, "Bring them up for me." The eunuch bowed his head, took the items from Ji Yuchen, and immediately presented them to the martial god. The martial god simply flipped through a few pages, and his originally calm gaze suddenly became a bit colder, his expression growing extremely solemn. "Where is the prefect?" Suddenly, the martial god roared at the officials below. "Why, your servant is here." Seeing the martial god's anger, Gao Qinglian, who was standing behind the prime minister, immediately scrambled out, bowing respectfully, his heart filled with immense fear. When he first heard Ji Yuchen mention the account book, his expression didn't change much. But the moment the 4 words "case materials" came out of his mouth, it instantly scared him half to death, because all cases in the capital were handled by the government office, and only after the trial concluded would the criminals be transferred to the Ministry of Justice. So, when he heard Ji Yuchen say the word "case," he had already anticipated that the matter was largely related to himself. The martial god directly threw the account book from the platform in front of him, looking at him coldly. "Explain to me what this account book and case materials are about." Quote, Gao Qinglian hurriedly picked up the account book and case materials from the ground, opened them, and even he himself was stunned. Weren't these the account books of his tax increases over the past few years and the wrongful cases he re-sentenced after taking bribes? These things had always been kept safe by him, so how did they end up in His Highness Prince Shuang's hands? "Your Majesty, I've been wronged. His Highness Prince Shuang is absolutely slandering me. Your servant truly doesn't know where these things came from." Quote, Gao Qinglian knelt directly on the ground, shouting that he had been wronged. Even if these things were all true, he couldn't admit it. Once his identity as a corrupt official was confirmed, no one would be able to protect him then. Then, he looked at Ji Yuchen again and asked in extreme anguish, "Your Highness, I have no grievances with you from the past, nor enmity today. I even personally helped you with your shop permits before. How can you harm me like this now?" Ji Yuchen smiled, looked at Gao Qinglian, and said, "Prefect, if these things of mine are all true, then what is your explanation?" He had no good impression of Gao Qinglian. Firstly, the other party was Nangongju's man. Secondly, the other party had not stopped exploiting the common people's blood over the past few years, and the number of poor families he had harmed with his wrongful cases was at least 800, if not 1,000. Bringing out this evidence now was also to give justice to the common people. Gao Qinglian felt a lump in his throat, not knowing how to refute, then looked at the martial god again and complained, "Your Majesty, your servant has been diligent and conscientious in the government office all these years, never slacking off in the slightest. I hope your Majesty will not listen to Prince Shuang's one-sided story. His Highness Prince Shuang really has some nerve. Who among the court officials doesn't know that Lord Gao is incorruptible and frugal, caring for the people? How could he be the corrupt official you speak of? These so-called evidences couldn't have been deliberately fabricated by His Highness Prince Shuang, could they?" The old man beside Nangongju stepped forward. This person was named Li Daoshui, the Grand Tutor of the capital. He was a great master of Confucianism and also the teacher of the Crown Prince Ji Yumao. "That's right, His Highness Prince Shuang probably made a mistake. We trust Lord Gao's character. He shouldn't do such a thing." "Exactly, we can't mistakenly kill a loyal minister. It would truly chill the hearts of us ministers." After Grand Tutor Li Daoshui stepped forward, many officials immediately echoed him. Ji Yuchen smiled. As the saying goes, all prosper together, all suffer together. These officials rushing to refute him were also people around Nangongju. Gao Qinglian was, after all, a third-rank official, and he had been personally supported by Nangongju. With so many years of personal connections, he naturally knew many of his secrets. Once Gao Qinglian was convicted of corruption, this group of people would inevitably worry that he might jump over the wall in desperation and say things he shouldn't. "Are all of you lords so certain that Lord Gao would not be corrupt?" Ji Yu Chen still had a smile on his face and said calmly, "It's actually very simple to determine whether these things are true or not. As long as this prince personally visits the major shops in the city and finds the victims of the wrongful cases you judged, then right and wrong will be clear at a glance." Gao Qinglian dared to privately increase business taxes and judge wrongful cases all these years. It was only because there were people above him suppressing it, preventing it from reaching His Majesty the martial god's ears. Even if an honest official knew of Gao Qinglian's corruption, out of fear of Nangongju, they wouldn't dare to reveal the matter to His Majesty. But now it was different. Ji Yu Chen directly presented this concrete evidence to the martial god, which was a confrontation with Nangongju and the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao's faction. The oppressed common people or clear-headed honest officials below would certainly stand on his side and serve as witnesses for him, and Ji Yu Chen would be their protector. Gao Qinglian instantly slumped to the ground. Ji Yu Chen was right. The moment this evidence was presented, he had already started to falter, not daring to let His Majesty thoroughly investigate. After all, he himself was not clean and could not withstand scrutiny. The officials who had spoken earlier also dared not interject casually anymore, lest they implicate themselves. At this moment, Gao Qinglian's gaze instinctively turned to Nangongju in front, with a look of pleading in his eyes. The reason he dared to openly embezzle all these years was also because Prime Minister was backing him, and most of the ill-gotten gains he received went into the other party's pockets. Now that he had been caught by His Highness Prince Zhuang, with the possibility of being slowly tortured to death at any moment, Prime Minister absolutely couldn't stand by and do nothing. 33. Number 33. Does the Prefect not trust the Prime Minister? Chapter 033. Does Prefect Gao not trust the Prime Minister? But no matter how Gao Qinglian signaled Nangongju, the latter never stepped forward to say a good word for him. "Alright," the martial god shouted loudly, then looked at Ji Yu Chen, "Ninth brother, I will entrust this matter to you. Investigate it thoroughly. If you cannot provide enough witnesses to prove Prefect Gao's corruption and bribery, I will punish you for slandering a colleague and disrupting the imperial court. Your son receives the decree," Ji Yu Chen replied with a bow. Seeing Ji Yu Chen readily agree, the martial god immediately looked at Gao Qinglian, who was kneeling in the center of the great hall, and said in a deep voice, "Guards, take Prefect Gao into custody and guard him strictly." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards immediately entered the great hall and dragged Gao Qinglian out. "Your Majesty, I've been wronged. I am truly innocent. Prime Minister, save me. I really didn't do these things." Gao Qinglian struggled continuously, shouting loudly, much like a pig or sheep struggling before being slaughtered. "Esteemed officials, do you have anything else to report?" After Gao Qinglian was taken out of Fengtian Hall, the martial god looked at everyone and asked. All the officials lowered their heads, remaining silent. Since there is nothing to report, the court is dismissed. With that, the martial god slowly stood up and left Fengtian Hall, escorted by eunuchs and palace maids. The officials in the Great Hall also began to disperse, leaving one after another. At this moment, Nangongju walked past Ji Yu Chen, looked up at him, his eyes filled with profound meaning. "Ninth brother, you truly have excellent methods. This imperial brother must admire you today." Immediately after, the crown prince, Ji Yu Mao, walked straight towards him, a cold smile on his face, his eyes darkly fixed on him. Accompanying him was Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming. An official of the 3rd rank is not so easy to cultivate. Ninth brother impeaching Gao Qinglian today was entirely about removing Ji Yu Mao and Nangongju's partisans. Compared to imperial brother's methods, mine are but a drop in the ocean. Ji Yu Chen replied with a fake smile. "I'll remember this. Let's wait and see." Ji Yu Mao had no further interest in talking, heavily flicked his sleeve, and strode away. Watching Ji Yu Mao and the others depart, Ji Yu Chen also walked out of Fengtian Hall. Ji Yu Mao's exasperation wasn't just because Ji Yu Chen impeached Gao Qinglian. After all, Gao Qinglian had worked for Nangongju for so many years. He was more or less a confidant. He knew many things outsiders didn't. Now that he was imprisoned by Ji Yu Chen, his life was effectively in Ji Yu Chen's hands. The crown prince, Ji Yu Mao, naturally worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and reveal something that shouldn't be said. "Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Outside the hall, Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, bowed slightly and said to Ji Yu Mao beside him. Ji Yu Mao nodded and said, "Alright, 6th brother, I won't keep you either. I might still have some matters to attend to." The Prime Minister hinted at something when he left. He should be with the Empress Mother in the Eastern Palace now, and he needed to go check on the situation. Although Gao Qinglian was a government office governor, he knew many of their secrets. Now that he was imprisoned by Ji Chen, they had to find a way to deal with it. They couldn't just sit idly by. Alright, then I shall take my leave, Ji Tianming said in a low voice. Although Ji Mao tried his best to appear calm and composed, he could sense that the other party was very anxious at the moment. He was most likely thinking about how to handle the matter of Gao Qinglian. Despite his close relationship with Ji Mao, he had spent many years fighting abroad and rarely stayed in the capital. He wasn't too familiar with their affairs and wasn't truly Ji Mao's confidant. Of course, he never intended to work under Ji Mao from beginning to end. It must be admitted that Ninth Brother's move today was quite ruthless, at least making Ji Mao feel panicked in the next few days. Ji Chen collected human evidence within the inner city of the capital. First, there was the issue of increased taxes on shops. Ji Chen visited shops of all sizes in the city, stating his identity, and soon people began to report to him about Gao Qinglian's unauthorized tax increases over the years. In the inner city of the capital and the outer city, over 80% of the shops had been subjected to an additional 10% tax by Gao Qinglian, and they even had to send valuable gifts during festivals. Subsequent wrongful cases were also easy to handle. Victims were summoned to the Prince Xuang's residence, and without Ji Chen even needing to speak, they all submitted their testimonies, pleading with Ji Chen to seek justice for them, from minor scuffles to taking human lives. In just 2 days, Ji Chen had gathered all the evidence, and some victims who had been oppressed by Gao Qinglian were also willing to act as witnesses, exposing Gao Qinglian's true colors. The capital prison. Gao Qinglian, dressed in a prisoner's uniform, leaned against the wall with disheveled hair, his eyes vacant, like a senseless piece of wood. Tap tap. Suddenly, scattered footsteps came from not far away, growing steadier as they approached, followed by a jailer's voice. Lord Nangong, the prisoner you wish to see is here. Gao Qinglian's eyes immediately gained a flicker of spirit. He looked towards the outside of the cell, following the source of the sound, and saw a richly dressed young man slowly approaching his cell, led by the jailer. Young Master Nangong, Gao Qinglian's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately stood up and moved to the cell door. The person who arrived was none other than Commander Nangong Qin. Nangong Qin glanced at Gao Qinglian, then instructed the jailer, "Open the door." Yes, the jailer immediately nodded. With a click, he unlocked the iron lock of the cell with a key. As soon as Nangong Qin entered the cell, Gao Qinglian eagerly grabbed his clothes, his face full of pleading. "Young Master Nangong, what did the Prime Minister say? You can't abandon me all these years. I've privately increased commercial taxes, and it was all to show respect to him. I didn't keep much for myself. You must find a way to save me." Nangong Qin frowned slightly, but quickly masked it. Then he gently pulled his hand free from Gao Qinglian's grasp and said in a low voice, "Governor, rest assured, the Prime Minister is well aware of everything you've done for him over the years. Moreover, your wife is from my Nangong family, making her a half-blood relative of the Prime Minister. How could he not save you? Just wait patiently in prison. We'll find a way to get you out in a few days." Really? Gao Qinglian's face lit up with joy, and he immediately seemed much more spirited. But then he thought, this time he was facing His Highness Prince Xuang, and his heart began to worry again. "Young Master Nangong, all my account books and wrongful case documents are now in Prince Xuang's hands, and those merchants in the city whose commercial taxes I privately increased might also come forward as witnesses. By then, does Prefect Gao not trust the Prime Minister, or does he not trust our Nangong family?" Quote, before Gao Qinglian could finish, Nangong Qin replied coldly. Seeing Nangong Qin's displeasure, Gao Qinglian bowed nervously and explained, "Young Master Nangong, I certainly trust the Prime Minister. I just worry that things will be difficult to handle. You should also be aware of the Great Zhou laws regarding corrupt officials. If I'm truly branded with this, my Gao family will be ruined, which is why I can't help but worry. According to the Great Zhou laws, if an imperial official's bribery and corruption exceed 10,000 taels of gold, they will be executed by slow slicing, and all family members will be demoted to commoners and sold in the market. I've said what needed to be said. Now, besides trusting us, do you have any other choice?" Nangong Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at Gao Qinglian, then added, "And don't forget, your current position as a third-rank official was also cultivated by the Prime Minister. Do you think he would give up on you so easily? As for what the Prime Minister will do next, you don't need to know that. You just need to know that you'll be fine." "Good, this humble official will not ask further. If I can be released from prison, I will definitely come to the Prime Minister's residence to thank the Prime Minister," Gao Qinglian said, bowing and scraping. Nangong Qin nodded and said, "I'll be heading back now. You wait for news in your cell." "Alright, young Master Nangong, take care." 34. Number 34 Cousin. Chapter 34. Older male cousin, Prime Minister's residence. How is the matter going? Nangongju sat on the Grandmaster's chair at the head of the room, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Nangongqin, who had just returned. Below him sat the Crown Prince, Ji Yu Mao. Nangongqin cupped his hands, first bowing to Nangongju and Ji Yu Mao before saying, I gave Gao Qinglian a reassurance. He is now placing all his hopes on us and shouldn't speak recklessly. That is good. Nangongju nodded and continued, since you went to the prison today, you likely attracted attention. We'll wait until tomorrow to act. Unless it were an accident, he didn't want to discard a third-rank official like Gao Qinglian. However, Prince Shuang had already collected many testimonies and witnesses over the past few days. Combined with the previous ledgers and case documents, it would likely be very difficult to clear Gao Qinglian's name. To avoid getting burned themselves, the only thing they could do was eliminate this hidden danger in advance. Dead men tell no tales. But to avoid drawing attention, Nangongju planned to wait another day before making a move. Bang! Ji Yu Mao slammed the table suddenly, shouting indignantly, this is all that bastard Ji Yu Chen's doing one day, I will thoroughly uproot him. Seeing Ji Yu Mao's face flushed with shame and anger, Nangongju frowned and reminded him, Your Highness, as the heir apparent of a nation, you must not wear your heart on your sleeve and let others make a joke of you. Grandfather, that brat Ji Yu Chen is clearly targeting me. He must have started calculating how to deal with Gao Qinglian long ago. Ji Yu Mao replied coldly, reining in his emotions slightly. Ji Yu Chen's impeachment of Gao Qinglian this time had come almost without warning, catching them off guard and leaving no room for resistance. And those ledgers and case documents, if he hadn't made preparations, how could they have fallen into his hands? He had indeed underestimated this ninth brother. He was more calculating than he had imagined. Therefore, we should be even more vigilant and not leave any more handles for the opponent, Nangongju said in a low voice. Looking into Nangongju's sharp eyes, Ji Yu Mao was unable to refute. He silently lowered his head. Grandfather is right. This prince will be careful in the future. Prince Swang's residence. Older male cousin. Ji Yu Chen was sitting in the main room organizing the testimonies collected during this period when he heard a pleasant voice coming from the door. Looking up, he saw Xiao Lexuan walking in swaggeringly with a bright smile on her face. Ji Yu Chen was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, Why are you here? Where are your brothers? Only my eldest brother came, but he's still behind. I ran in first by myself. Xiao Lexuan walked in, leaned toward Ji Yu Chen, and asked with a grin, By the way, older male cousin, where is sister-in-law? I came here today to play with her. Ji Yu Chen said, She's in the inner courtyard. Go there yourself. Alright, then you get busy, I'm heading over. With that, Xiao Lexuan swished and headed toward the inner courtyard. Shortly after Xiao Lexuan left, a young man wearing deep blue clothes walked in and went straight to Ji Yu Chen. Your Highness, older male cousin, no need for formalities. Have a seat, Ji Yu Chen said with a smile. This person's name was Xiao Zuo, the eldest legitimate son of the Xiao family's first branch, and also Xiao Lexuan's eldest brother. After Xiao Zuo sat down, he looked at Ji Yu Chen somewhat apologetically. Your Highness, I originally planned to come by myself today, but my younger sister is reckless and insisted on following. Sigh, my younger sister has been spoiled by us, which is why she is so lacking in rules. As her eldest brother, I will apologize to your Highness on her behalf first. Ji Yu Chen directly raised a hand to stop him and spoke, It's fine, we aren't outsiders. There's no need for so many rules. Lexuan's personality is quite lively, that's a good thing. He understood the meaning behind Xiao Zuo's apology. He was worried that bringing a young girl along would disturb him and Zhang Heian. But Ji Yu Chen truly didn't mind these small matters. Besides, there was nothing wrong with the residence being a bit more lively. Immediately after, Ji Yu Chen said, Alright, let's not talk about that. Let's discuss the serious business. Yes, alright, Xiao Zuo nodded. Ji Yu Chen asked, Is there any situation on your end? Old Master Xiao had already retired, and the Ministry of Justice was now managed by his eldest son, Xiao Fang, who was Xiao Zuo and Xiao Lexuan's father. Xiao Zuo was also currently serving in the Ministry of Justice as the commander of the Arresting Division, the head of catching criminals, a fifth-rank official. Xiao Zuo hesitated for a moment and said, At the hour of the rat today, Commander Nangongqin went to the prison to visit Gao Qinglian once. It seems they are anxious and can't wait to act, Ji Yu Chen said with a slight smile. In the original plot, Gao Qinglian had a conflict with the female protagonist, Zhang Anran. Then Zhang Anran subdued Zhang Kaishan and had him help obtain Gao Qinglian's bribery ledgers and case documents. Afterward, she transferred these things to Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming. Ji Tianming then secretly delivered this evidence to Ji Chen, who passed it to the martial god for judgment. It could be said that the process of convicting Gao Qinglian in the original plot was extremely complicated, but the effect was much the same. However, this Gao Qinglian incident was happening a bit early now, even disrupting some of the original plot, but the overall development shouldn't change. In the original plot, after Gao Qinglian was imprisoned, Nangong Qin also visited him once. The next day, the man died of poisoning, and the Gao family was murdered by a group of mysterious people that night, with no survivors. Gao Qinglian was a prefect after all, a third-rank official. The place where he lived was also within the inner city of the capital. Aside from Ji Mao and his people, who else would have the strength to kill the entire Gao family overnight without leaving any trace? Commander Nangong Qin went to the prison to visit Gao Qinglian today, likely to give him a reassurance so he doesn't speak out. However, the potential hidden danger of Gao Qinglian will inevitably make them wary, even to the point of eliminating him at all costs. Older male cousin, tomorrow night you send people to help me keep a close eye on Gao Qinglian. Especially the food he eats, it must be personally inspected before it can be given to him. Fine, I will go there personally to oversee it tomorrow. Xiao Zuo heard the importance of the matter and spoke extremely solemnly. Ji Chen nodded. Leaving the prison to Xiao Zuo shouldn't cause any problems. Now only the Gao family remained. It seemed he would need to make a trip personally tomorrow. He couldn't let them catch any little slip-ups. 35. Number 35. The execution will take place at noon tomorrow. Chapter 35. Execution tomorrow at noon. Sister-in-law, is this the new set of clothes you made for my cousin? Your craftsmanship is truly excellent. Inside a room in the inner courtyard, Xiao Leshuen looked at the purple brocade robe before her and turned to Zhang Heian with a pleasantly surprised expression. The brocade robe was exquisitely crafted and soft to the touch. One could tell at a glance that much care had been put into it. Zhang Heian nodded shyly and said softly, I haven't had the chance to let His Highness try it on yet, so I don't know if it fits well. Actually, the clothes had been finished 2 days ago. However, His Highness had been busy lately and rarely had any leisure time, so she didn't want to disturb him too much. Xiao Leshuen said with a beaming smile, this robe will definitely suit my cousin. Sister-in-law, I didn't even know you had such skill. How about I come to the residence more often in the future, and you can teach me embroidery and needlework? Then I can make new clothes for my father and mother too. Xiao Leshuen was the youngest in her generation, Xiao Fang's youngest daughter, and the only daughter of the main branch of the family. Therefore, from a young age, Xiao Leshuen had been pampered by her elders and hadn't learned many practical skills. Of course, if you're willing, I can teach you anytime, Zhang Heian replied with a smile. Haha, sister-in-law, then it's a deal. You're not allowed to find me stupid when the time comes. Xiao Leshuen laughed. It's actually not hard to learn. I'm sure you'll do great, Zhang Heian replied. Afterward, the two women chatted about various other topics. It wasn't until the hour of the rooster that Xiao Zuo came to call Xiao Leshuen home, and she finally left Prince Xuang's residence in the imperial capital, Fengtian Hall, Morning Court. All the officials had arrived and were standing neatly on both sides of the hall. The martial god sat regally upon the dragon throne, his deep black eyes scanning the officials below like a dormant dragon. Afterward, the martial god turned his gaze toward Ji Chen and asked, Old Ninth, how is the investigation into Gao Qinglian's matter going? As the words fell, Nangong Ju, the crown prince, Li Daoshui, and a group of other officials all instinctively glanced at Ji Chen before slowly withdrawing their gazes and maintaining their composure. Ji Chen took a step forward and bowed, saying, Father, these are the testimonies your son has collected over the past few days. They are all from the commoners who suffered under Gao Qinglian's persecution. Once he finished speaking, a eunuch immediately walked up to Ji Chen and presented all the testimonies in his hand onto the martial god's desk. The martial god flipped through a few pages, his brow furrowing slightly. He looked at the eunuch beside him and said in a heavy voice, Summon Prefect Gao. Yes, the eunuch nodded, then stepped to the entrance of the great hall and shouted loudly, Summon Prefect Gao Qinglian to the hall. The voice was extremely shrill and loud. A few moments later, escorted by several jailers, Gao Qinglian was brought in, wearing prison garb and with disheveled hair. Gao Qinglian first glanced at Nangong Ju and the others before walking into the hall and kneeling on the ground. This official, Prefect Gao Qinglian, greets your majesty. Gao Qinglian, do you plead guilty? The martial god asked directly. Gao Qinglian's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at the martial god with an extremely sincere expression. Your Majesty, this official is truly being framed. You cannot listen only to His Highness Prince Xuang's side of the story. He could not admit to this crime even if it killed him. Otherwise, only death would await him. Moreover, young Master Nangong, the commander, had visited him in prison yesterday. There would surely be a way to clear his name. Then how do you explain these testimonies? The martial god questioned. With that, he threw all the testimonies Ji Yuchen had just presented to him right in front of Gao Qinglian. Gao Qinglian picked up the testimonies from the ground, and as he opened them to look, his face instantly turned deathly pale. In the next instant, he slammed his head directly against the floor and said in utter terror, "Your Majesty, slander! This is absolutely slander! This official serves the country with one heart and has never had any ulterior motives. It is absolutely impossible that I would oppress the commoners or plunder the people's wealth. Your Majesty, you must believe this humble official." Even though the evidence was now conclusive, Gao Qinglian still stubbornly refused to confess. Because once he admitted to these actions, given His Majesty's methods, there was absolutely no way he would be left alive. "Do you take me for a fool, or must I bring the witnesses forward before you'll confess?" the martial god said coldly. These testimonies detailed Gao Qinglian's actions over the years down to the smallest detail. As long as one wasn't a fool, anyone could see that these testimonies couldn't possibly be fake. The fact that the other party was still stubbornly refusing to admit it was complete self-deception. Seeing the martial god's great anger, Gao Qinglian was instantly overcome with panic, his head nearly glued to the floor. "Your Majesty, this official I truly am." "Men, take Gao Qinglian away. He is to be executed tomorrow at noon." Before Gao Qinglian could finish, the martial god, tired of listening to his excuses, directly waved his hand and gave the order. Immediately, 2 imperial guards entered the hall and dragged Gao Qinglian up. "Your Majesty, I am being wronged." "Prime Minister, please say a few words for me. Save me, I truly did not embezzle the commoners' money." "Your Majesty, this official has served the country with all my heart. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. You cannot kill me." Gao Qinglian struggled desperately, shouting incessantly. The scene was extremely similar to the last time he was dragged away. The court did not find peace until Gao Qinglian had left the palace building. When the morning court concluded, the various officials left one after another. The Prime Minister's residence. Now that the sentence has been passed, Gao Qinglian has likely guessed that we've abandoned him. It seems we need to speed up our movements. Nangong Ju sat in a grand armchair with a solemn expression, then turned his gaze to Nangong Qin below and asked, "Are the arrangements at the prison settled?" Nangong Qin frowned and said, "Grandfather, I originally intended to poison Gao Qinglian's food. However, for some reason, Xiao Zuo from the Xiao family was personally inspecting the prison today. He checked the food and the jailers very thoroughly, hardly missing a single detail. So, my previous plan will likely have to be abandoned. It seems Prince Shuang has already guessed that we would move against Gao Qinglian. We've underestimated him." Nangong Ju also frowned. "This is all that old ninth fellow's doing." The crown prince also frowned, his right hand clenching tightly. He looked at Nangong Ju and asked, "Grandfather, what do we do now? If Gao Qinglian has guessed we've abandoned him, won't he give us up to save himself?" As the crown prince, he wasn't afraid of being implicated by the man. But the network of contacts and relationships they had painstakingly built over the years would be affected to some degree. This was not a result the crown prince wanted to see. He should still be hesitating. Otherwise, he could have just given us up directly in Fengtian Hall today, Nangong Ju said. Gao Qinglian was someone he had personally promoted, so he understood the man's mindset to some extent. His current state should be one of weighing his options. Either he compromises with Prince Shuang and uses the secrets he's learned while by my side over the years to trade for a chance to live, or he waits a bit longer to see if I will go to the prison to find him again. However, his current thoughts are likely leaning more toward the former. Immediately, Nangong Ju picked up a brush and paper from the table, wrote a line of text, and instructed Nangong Qin once more, "Since covert methods won't work, we'll do it openly. Chinner, go to the prison again and give this note to Gao Qinglian." "Understood." Nangong Qin quickly stood up and took the note from Nangong Ju's hand. 36. Number 36. Your Highness, something has happened. Chapter 36. Your Highness, there's a situation. What brings the commander here to my place? Inside the prison, Xiao Zuo raised an eyebrow and looked at Nangong Qin at the entrance, his gaze full of hidden meaning. His Highness was right, the people of the Nangong family were getting anxious. "Commander Xiao, Gao Qinglian is technically my cousin uncle. Coming to the prison to visit him shouldn't be a problem, right?" Nangong Qin replied with a faint smile. "Visiting someone is naturally not a problem." Xiao Zuo smiled and then said, "However, Gao Qinglian is currently a high-profile criminal. To be safe, I will be watching from the side the entire time." The commander shouldn't mind, right? Nangong Chin frowned, but quickly masked it, saying with a smile, since Commander Xiao enjoys following along so much, then follow. It's not like anything shameful is happening anyway. Xiao Zuo said, I'm thick-skinned, so there's no need for the commander to try and provoke me. Besides, when facing your Nangong family, I can't help but be extra cautious. Nangong Chin couldn't help but stop in his tracks and looked at Xiao Zuo coldly. What do you mean by that, Commander Xiao? It means whatever the commander understands it to mean. Xiao Zuo replied indifferently. Commander Xiao, trouble comes from the mouth. It's better to use your brain before speaking certain words. Seeing Xiao Zuo's fearless expression, although Nangong Chin felt somewhat displeased, he didn't want to remain at a standstill with the man and walk directly into the prison. After all, he had business to attend to in the prison today. He wasn't here to argue with Xiao Zuo. Seeing Nangong Chin walk into the prison, Xiao Zuo immediately followed to prevent him from using any tricks behind his back. Soon, the two of them arrived at the cell where Gao Qinglian was held. Inside the cell, Gao Qinglian clearly noticed Nangong Chin's arrival and hurriedly stood up. However, compared to the last time, his behavior was not as desperate. Gao Qinglian glanced at Xiao Zuo beside him, then turned his gaze to Nangong Chin and whispered, Young Master Nangong. Nangong Chin was in no hurry to answer. Instead, he looked at Xiao Zuo behind him and said, Is Commander Xiao planning to come in and listen as well? Rest assured, I don't have the habit of eavesdropping on others. But today is different. Gao Qinglian is a criminal personally ordered by His Majesty. This commander doesn't dare be negligent. With that, Xiao Zuo walked into the cell and leaned against the wall by the door. You two go ahead and chat, I'll just stand here. Although Nangong Chin was somewhat displeased, it wasn't easy to say it outright, so he pulled Gao Qinglian aside to talk. Xiao Zuo watched from the side the entire time but didn't detect any unusual behavior from the two. However, he could clearly sense a change in Gao Qinglian's mood, which became more dejected and helpless. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Nangong Chin finally stood up and bid farewell to Gao Qinglian. Then, under Xiao Zuo's watchful eye, he left the cell directly. Xiao Zuo looked back at Gao Qinglian in the cell. Although the man looked a bit withered, there wasn't anything too out of the ordinary. It seemed Nangong Chin hadn't pulled any small tricks during this visit. He had been overthinking it. Immediately after, Xiao Zuo also stepped out of the cell. A moment after Xiao Zuo left, Gao Qinglian slowly lowered his head. Looking at the note he was clutching in his hand, the light faded from his eyes. The content on the note was brief, with only 6 words, If you die, the Gao family lives. Judging by the handwriting, it must have been written to him personally by the Prime Minister. In other words, the other party had completely abandoned him. Although he had guessed during the morning court session that the Prime Minister might have already discarded him as a chess piece. But seeing these threatening words now, a sense of desolation still rose in his heart. Over these years, hadn't his calculated accumulation of wealth and exploitation of the people all been to better serve the Prime Minister? But now, in the end, he was the only one in trouble, while everyone else had washed their hands of any responsibility. He hated it. He hated His Highness Prince Shuang for impeaching him, and he hated the Prime Minister for treating him like a lapdog to be summoned and dismissed at will. He hated his own incompetence even more, for being unable to change his fate. Gao Qinglian slumped onto the ground, looking up at the rafters of the cell, his heart filled with a mixture of emotions. The 6 words the Prime Minister sent him were purely intended to force his hand. If he didn't comply, he couldn't imagine what kind of retaliation his family would face from that man, but it would certainly be more terrifying than being demoted to commoner status. Although he wasn't a good person himself, the thought of implicating his entire family was something he ultimately couldn't let go of. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Crows and magpies flew south. The Gao family estate. A carriage was parked at the corner of the street less than 10 meters away. A guard stood outside the carriage, carefully observing the surroundings for any movement. Inside the carriage, Ji Yuchen sat lazily, yawning with sleepiness. Your Highness, why don't you go back and rest first? You can leave things here to us. The golden saber guard Lu Yun walked to the front of the carriage and reminded him with a bow. Ji Yuchen shook his head and said, I suppose my body is a bit tired from handling official business these past few days. It's nothing serious. Let's wait a bit longer, they should be coming soon. In the original plot, that old thing Nangong Ju was ruthless in his actions. Even though Gao Qinglian was already dead, he still wanted to kill his entire family. Although there are some slight discrepancies in the plot now, given that old man's character, he will likely still make a move. The reason Ji Yuchen came was not to help Gao Qinglian, but to see if he could capture any important hostages. And now, he had arranged manpower almost everywhere near the Gao family, just waiting for the other party to fall into the trap. Your Highness, there's a situation. Suddenly, Lu Yun's voice came through. Ji Yuchen instantly perked up. He looked out and saw a group of men wearing black tight-fitting clothes and masks swiftly leaping across the rooftops. Judging by their attire, this group was exactly the same as the assassins who had broken into Prince Zhuang's residence last time. Your Highness, please rest in the carriage for a while. I'll go and deal with these fellows first. Lu Yun drew his golden saber from his waist and then performed a light body technique, leaping into the air. In a matter of moments, Lu Yun moved in front of the group of black-clad assassins and asked, with a smile, "Gentlemen, what are you planning to do?" The leading man in black glanced at Lu Yun and ordered his companions behind him, "Deal with him first." As soon as he finished speaking, the companions behind him all pulled out short blades, ready to strike at any moment. "Move." With a soft command, countless black shadows suddenly attacked Lu Yun, with flashes of blade light passing before him like startling arcs. Lu Yun showed no fear, swinging his golden saber toward the crowd. At the same time, the guards originally hidden near the Gao estate also heard the commotion and rushed toward the scene together. 37. Number 37. Did Gao Qinglian hang herself? Chapter 37. Gao Qinglian committed suicide by hanging? The other guards nearby arrived and immediately leapt into the air, rushing toward Lu Yun's location. The two groups of men broke into a full-scale battle. Countless afterimages flashed high in the sky, accompanied by the occasional clank of clashing weapons. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the group of assassins in black was at a disadvantage, with several already having sustained significant injuries. After hundreds of rounds, the commotion came to an abrupt halt. All the assassins in black had been killed. Ji Yuchen ordered his subordinates to dispose of the bodies and then returned to Prince Xuang's residence. What Gao Qinglian committed suicide by hanging. Quote, just as Ji Yuchen returned to the residence, Xiao Zuo arrived right after him and informed him of something unexpected. Tonight at the hour of the dog, Gao Qinglian committed suicide by hanging. Cousin, tell me the specific details? Ji Yuchen asked curiously. Although Gao Qinglian deserved to die for his crimes, his sudden suicide in prison was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Xiao Zuo said, this afternoon, Nangong Qin went to the prison to see Gao Qinglian. Worried he might be up to something, I followed him closely the whole time. When he was chatting with Gao Qinglian, I didn't notice anything unusual. After Nangong Qin left, I lowered my guard. But less than an hour later, Gao Qinglian hanged himself from a beam. As he spoke, Xiao Zuo took a slip of paper from his pocket and placed it before Ji Yuchen. Your Highness, this was found in Gao Qinglian's cell after his death. If I'm not mistaken, Nangong Qin must have given it to him today, but I didn't notice at the time. Ji Yuchen took the paper, and as he looked at the 6 large characters on it, his eyelids sank slightly. If you die, the Gao family lives. The meaning of this sentence was obvious. The Nangong family was forcing Gao Qinglian to compromise. However, what Gao Qinglian didn't know was that even if he died, the Nangong family would not let the Gao family go. If Ji Yuchen hadn't taken action today, those assassins' strength would have been more than enough to wipe out the Gao family Prime Minister's residence. You're saying the people we sent out haven't returned yet? Prime Minister Nangong Ju sat upright in the high chair, looking solemnly at Nangong Qin and the Crown Prince below. Yes, grandfather. I've already sent people to the Gao residence to investigate the situation. They should return soon, Nangong Qin inquired. The Crown Prince followed by saying, that shouldn't be the ones I sent out were all experts at the level of 4th rank martial artist or higher. Dealing with a Gao family should not have been a problem. Could something have happened in between? Nangong Ju's brow furrowed, feeling an ominous premonition. At that moment, a man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes quickly flew into the room and knelt on one knee. This subordinate greets the lords. What's the situation? Nangong Qin asked directly, looking at the man in black in the room. This person was precisely the subordinate he had sent out to investigate. The man in black clasped his hands and said, the Gao residence is peaceful with no movement. However, I found traces of a fight near the Gao residence, as well as bloodstains that hadn't been wiped away in time. Based on this subordinate's guess, they have likely met with misfortune. Nangong Ju's eyes grew deep as he said, it seems His Highness Prince Zhuang has done it again. Aside from Prince Zhuang, he reckoned no one would dare to oppose both the Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence. However, he did somewhat admire the opponent for being able to anticipate their every move. Such an enemy was destined to be a formidable rival in the future. How did that fellow 9th brother know we were going to deal with the Gao family? Damn it. He ruins our plans every single time. The Crown Prince couldn't help but shout in anger. It shows he knows us very well and knows we would inevitably pull up the roots to eliminate the problem. Nangongju glanced at the crown prince, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said softly, diminutive, if you wish to ascend the throne in the future, this Prince Zhuang will surely be your greatest stumbling block. Rest assured, grandfather, I won't let him keep jumping around like this, the crown prince said in a low voice, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Among all the princes, the one he feared most was ninth brother Ji Yuchen. Without completely eradicating the other party, he would have no peace in his sleep or meals. And then there was his wife, Princess Zhuang. A smile curled at the corner of the crown prince's mouth as he thought to himself, I shall take care of your wife for you. As for you, ninth brother, you'd better go to the Yellow Springs. The next day at the morning court, the news of Gao Qinglian's suicide reached the ears of the martial god, causing him to be filled with imperial wrath and to reprimand Minister of Justice Xiao Fang for poor supervision. Ji Yuchen listened from the side. Although he had the paper Nangong Qin had given to Gao Qinglian, he did not present it to the martial god or step forward to explain. Because even if he brought it out, the people of the Nangong family could simply deny it flatly and refuse to admit it even to the death. Ultimately, the martial god had no choice but to have Gao Qinglian's corpse torn apart by 5 horses and demote all members of the Gao family to pariahs. As for this matter, Ji Yuchen was considered to have performed a great service and was rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of fine silk. After discussing Gao Qinglian's matter, the martial god looked at the crowd below and asked, now that the position of prefect of the capital is vacant, do any of you, my dear ministers, have a candidate to share my burdens? As soon as he finished speaking, many court officials began to offer their suggestions. Your Majesty, I have a candidate in mind. He is currently serving as a county magistrate in Chenzhou. During his administration, he has been diligent and loved the people, showing them great compassion. He is deeply beloved by the people in Chenzhou. Having him serve as the prefect of the capital would be absolutely appropriate. Your Majesty, the Zhongdu inspector Kai Kunji is young, promising, and highly learned. Under his governance these past few years, Zhongdu has been orderly and flourishing. I feel he is the most suitable to serve as the prefect of the capital. Your Majesty, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Li Wei, has outstanding ability. Every imperial examination, he has selected many pillars of the state for Great Zhou. Having him serve as the prefect of the capital is extremely fitting. Your Majesty, the prefect of the capital was in charge of commercial taxes and legal cases, allowing for many benefits to be collected both openly and secretly. Among all official positions in Great Zhou, it was definitely the best high-ranking office for lining one's pockets. These officials seemed to be selecting talent for His Majesty, but in reality, they were seeking good positions for their own people. Your Majesty, compared to transferring someone from a local area or another position, your son feels it would be better to choose someone from within the government office. The handover would also be much more convenient, Ji Yuchen said calmly. Oh, the martial god acknowledged this and then looked at Ji Yuchen, saying, Ninth brother, do you have a suitable candidate here? The advisor Zhang Kaishan has served in the government office for nearly 10 years. He is basically clear on all the office's affairs, and his personal ability is also good. He is a decent candidate, Ji Yuchen said. As soon as these words were spoken, Nangongju, the crown prince, and several others frowned slightly, and a thought immediately formed in their minds. Logically speaking, this government advisor should have been Gao Qinglian's man previously. For Prince Zhuang to speak for him at this time, it would inevitably make them suspicious. One must know that Gao Qinglian's account books and case documents were all hidden very secretly. Except for those close to him, it was almost impossible for outsiders to find them. This advisor had likely long since become Ji Yuchen's man, and those account books and case documents were most likely obtained with this advisor's help. At this point, Ji Yuchen added, furthermore, your son was able to obtain this hard evidence against Gao Qinglian this time thanks to his help. He never intended to help Zhang Kaishan hide this fact. Moreover, from the moment Zhang Kaishan's identity was revealed, the crown prince and the others would likely suspect the man was already his. Instead of that, Ji Yuchen might as well be frank and directly disclose the matter. In this way, the Crown Prince's group would harbor a bit more hostility toward Zhang Kaishan, and if Zhang Kaishan didn't want trouble, he would have no choice but to seek refuge with him. If it is truly as you say, this advisor is indeed a good talent. Have him attend the morning court tomorrow. I shall meet him personally, the martial god said with a smile. 38. Number 38. Are you that female doctor? Chapter 38. You are that female physician? The next day, Zhang Kaishan arrived at Fengtian Hall under Ji Yuchen's lead. After a round of inspection, the martial god was very satisfied with him and ultimately handed the position of prefect of the capital to him. After the incident with Gao Qinglian, a brief period of harmony returned to the court Prince Jin's residence. Ji Yu Tianming was sitting in the main hall when a guard ran inside. Your Highness, there is a woman outside seeking an audience. She says she can cure your Highness's foot ailment. Ji Yu Tianming frowned slightly and asked in confusion, a woman? The guard said, yes. She is dressed elegantly and should be a miss from some noble house. However, she repeatedly guaranteed that she has a way to treat your Highness's foot ailment, which is why I came to report. After hearing the guard's explanation, Ji Yu Tianming said, fine, let her in. Having spent years fighting wars abroad, his body had more or less retained some lingering illnesses, especially this foot ailment. Whenever it rained, his feet would ache faintly, making him incredibly uncomfortable. Over the years, he had sought out many physicians, even the imperial physicians from the palace, but the treatment effects remained negligible. They could only control it, not cure it. Now hearing the guard say someone could cure his foot ailment, and a woman at that, Ji Yu Tianming didn't actually hold much hope. He was purely trying his luck. On the other side, escorted by the guard, two young girls walked into the residence. Young miss, this is Prince Jin's residence. If we can't cure his foot ailment later, will we be kicked out by Prince Jin? The girl in yellow on the left leaned close to the woman on the right, asking in a weak, apprehensive voice. The woman on the right replied calmly, what are you afraid of? I am still the miss of Duke Zhengwo's residence. Even if I can't cure it, he should only ask us to leave. Xiao Yu, don't panic first, you're making me a bit nervous too. The two women were none other than Zhang Anran and her maidservant Xiao Yu. After obtaining that medical book last time, Zhang Anran had tested it on the servants in the residence. One word. Awesome. For minor illnesses like colds, fevers, headaches, and coughs, she only needed to prepare some herbs to cure them instantly. She had even cured several cases of uncommon and difficult diseases. With her current level of medical skills, if she were in modern times, she could definitely become a famous old practitioner of Chinese medicine. Coming to Prince Jin's residence to treat Ji Yu Tianming's foot ailment today actually had only one purpose: money. She was currently very short on cash, because in 2 days, she had to pay the wages for the masters in her shop. If she couldn't produce the money, Zhang Anran had no doubt she might be beaten to death by them. It just so happened that she learned a few days ago that Prince Jin suffered from a foot ailment, so she planned to come and try. If she cured it, charging him some medical fees shouldn't be considered excessive, right? Moreover, he was the dignified Prince Jin. Giving a few dozen taels of gold should be quite reasonable. Miss, the main hall is just ahead. My Highness is waiting inside. You may enter. The guard stopped and turned to speak to Zhang Anran. Oh, okay. Zhang Anran nodded and pulled Xiao Yu toward the main hall. Soon, the two arrived in the room. They saw a man with a tall build and upright features sitting quietly on a wooden chair. His expression was quite cold, and he looked difficult to get along with. This commoner greets your Highness Prince Jin. Zhang Anran performed a lady's salute and spoke in a small voice. The maidservant Xiao Yu behind her hurriedly followed suit. You are that female physician? Ji Yu Tianming raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhang Anran, speaking in a deep voice. Looking at the stern Prince Jin, Zhang Anran gave a shallow smile and replied softly, it is indeed I. But internally, she couldn't help but complain. This guy is way too cold and aloof. This young miss isn't bad looking, so why keep such a sour face? Is this the ancient version of a CEO? Does he think he's really cool? Are you certain you can cure my foot ailment? Ji Yu Tianming's brow furrowed slightly as he looked seriously at Zhang Anran. I might as well tell you, this prince's foot ailment has persisted for years. Even the imperial physicians in the palace were helpless. Zhang Anran said, the imperial physicians in the palace are indeed highly skilled, but that doesn't guarantee they are experts in every single disease. Although I am untalented, I have achieved a minor achievement in medical skills and have overcome many difficult cases. I cannot guarantee I will cure your Highness's foot ailment, but I will certainly do my absolute best. Hearing Zhang Anran's answer, Xiao Yu beside her had a face full of terror. Does young miss not blush at all when she lies? One must know, she only started studying medicine a few days ago. Her only achievement was curing a few servants in the residence. How did she manage to fabricate such nonsense so fearlessly? After hearing Zhang Anran's response, Ji Yu Tianming couldn't help but take another look. Nothing is absolute. You are right, whether it's an imperial physician or a Zhonghu doctor, everyone has their shortcomings. This prince will believe you this once. If you truly can cure my foot ailment, this prince naturally won't treat you poorly. A flash of joy appeared in Zhang Anran's eyes, then she reservedly lowered her head. I shall do my best. Prince Swang's residence. Your Highness. A soft call sounded. Ji Yu-chen looked up and saw that Zhang Heian had already reached the door of the study. Immediately, Ji Yu-chen stood up, walked toward her, and asked with a smile, "Why have you come? Are you still busy, Your Highness?" Zhang Heian looked at the study and asked. Ji Yu-chen said, "Nothing much to be busy with. Go ahead, is there something you came to see me about?" "It's just." Zhang Heian hesitated slightly and then said, "Didn't I say a few days ago that I wanted to make a new set of clothes for Your Highness? The clothes are finished now. I wanted Your Highness to try them on to see if they fit." In fact, Zhang Heian had finished the clothes long ago, but since His Highness had been busy, she hadn't come to disturb him. Seeing that His Highness seemed a bit more free today, she came to ask. Ji Yu-chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Zhang Heian before him. Clear and moving peach blossom eyes, a slightly upturned jade nose, tender and thin fragrant lips, a fair face like jade, and a faint blush appearing between her cheeks, plus this emerald green phoenix patterned brocade robe. She looked pretty yet youthful, carrying an ancient beauty. "Did you bring the clothes?" Sorting through his thoughts, Ji Yu-chen immediately withdrew his gaze and asked softly. "Yes." Zhang Heian nodded slightly, and then Spring Summer was seen coming over with a purple outer robe. "Your Highness, how about I help you put it on?" Zhang Heian took the clothes from Spring Summer's hands, her pretty face blushing slightly as she looked at Ji Yu-chen and asked. "Sure." Ji Yu-chen nodded. Ji Yu-chen was 1.86 meters tall, while Zhang Heian was just over 1.6 meters. It was a normal height, but she appeared somewhat small in front of Ji Yu-chen. From Ji Yu-chen's perspective, he could only see Zhang Heian's head moving to his left, then to his right, as she somewhat unskillfully helped him change clothes. It's done." After an unknown amount of time fumbling, Zhang Heian stopped her movements and spoke in a small voice. Looking at the new clothes on himself, Ji Yu-chen smiled and asked Zhang Heian, "How is it? Does it fit well?" Zhang Heian looked at Ji Yu-chen and said timidly, "It's alright." Ji Yu-chen was very tall and also very handsome. In Great Zhou, purple was a symbol of those in high positions. Wearing it further highlighted a noble and mysterious temperament. 39. Number 39. This king has noted it down. Chapter 39. This prince has noted it. Prince Jin's residence. Zhang Anran first used a medicinal bath to help Ji Yu Tianming remove the dampness from his feet, then combined it with acupuncture to stimulate his acupoints and clear his meridians. After an unknown amount of time, she finally withdrew the silver needles and let out a heavy breath of turbid air. Standing up from her stool, she said slowly, "Your Highness Prince Jin, your foot ailment is quite severe. It likely won't be fully cured in a short time. I'll write a prescription for you first. Have the servants in your residence go to the pharmacy to get the ingredients according to the prescription, then brew it into a medicinal soup to drink. After that, I will come to the residence every half-month to perform acupuncture on you. Within 2 months at most, your foot ailment should be completely cured." As she spoke, she picked up the brush and paper on the table and scribbled down the names of nearly 20 medicinal herbs. Ji Yu Tianming remained silent, looking down at his feet. He could clearly feel that the symptoms of his foot ailment had lessened significantly, and there was an indescribable burning sensation in his feet that felt quite comfortable. "Speak, what reward do you want?" Ji Yu Tianming asked, looking up. The results of this treatment were much better than he had imagined. It seemed this woman was no quack. She truly possessed genuine skill. Of course, he understood the principle that one does not visit the temple without a reason. Since she had come to Prince Jin's residence to treat his foot ailment, she must certainly have a request. Your Highness, then I won't hide it from you." Seeing Ji Yu Tianming being so direct, Zhang Anran chuckled and said quite frankly, "Coming to Prince Jin's residence to treat your Highness's foot ailment was indeed for a reason. This humble girl currently has several debts to pay, and the money is due in a few days. So, if your Highness feels this treatment was satisfactory, could you pay me a bit more in medical fees? I need it urgently." Seeing Zhang Anran's money-grubbing expression, Ji Yu Tianming was momentarily stunned. As the Prince Jin of Great Zhou, countless talented youths from noble houses and young ladies of noble families wanted to get to know him, rushing to curry favor with him. Yet, the woman before him only wanted to trade the favor he owed her for the most useless thing. Money. However, Ji Yu Tianming didn't bother to point it out and responded indifferently, "Very well. Tell this prince your home address, and tomorrow this prince will have the money delivered to your residence." Seeing Ji Yu Tianming's serious attitude, Zhang Anran replied somewhat sheepishly, "Your Highness, actually, there's no need for all that trouble. You can just give it to me now. I don't need much, 10 or 20 taels of gold will do." Ji Yu Tianming raised an eyebrow at Zhang Anran and said in a low voice, "The residence's steward is out, and I have no money on me. Zhang Anran was stunned and blurted out, "No way you, the dignified Prince Jin, don't even have a dozen or so taels of gold on you." Jiu Tianming looked at Zhang Anran as if she were a fool. "So, do you think this prince should carry a dozen taels of gold nuggets on his person at all times?" After hearing Jiu Tianming's explanation, Zhang Anran mentally shouted, "Holy crap. What he said actually made a lot of sense." Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have the keys to the household treasury? You could just send someone to get some for me." If the money wasn't in her pocket, she felt uneasy, as if it could fly away at any moment. Only by actually holding the gold could she feel a sense of security. "The treasury keys are with the steward. I usually don't involve myself with it." Jiu Tianming added, "My steward should be back in about 2 hours. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait at the residence." "That long?" Quote, "Is he rushing back to help his wife deliver a baby or something?" Zhang Anran was completely dumbfounded, nearly blurting out her internal monologue. This steward really knows how to pick his timing. He didn't leave earlier or later, but had to leave exactly when she arrived. "What's the deal? It's like our horoscopes are incompatible. We can only avoid each other." If she really waited for over 2 hours, it would be dark by then, and everything would be cold. Sigh. Zhang Anran let out a long sigh and finally accepted the reality helplessly. "Your Highness, then please send the treatment fee to Duke Zhengwo's residence." Upon hearing the words Duke Zhengwo's residence, Jiu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He instinctively scrutinized Zhang Anran before regaining his composure and nodding. Quote, "Very well." Old Ninth had married a miss from Duke Zhengwo's residence, and the features of the woman before him seemed somewhat similar to the Princess Shuang that Old Ninth had married. If he remembered correctly, Princess Shuang had an older half-sister. Could it be the one standing before him? "Then this humble girl shall take her leave." Zhang Anran didn't care to stay at Prince Jin's residence any longer and spoke directly. No joke, she hadn't even gotten the money, so why stay? Besides, looking at the man before her who kept a sour face the whole time, she really had the wicked urge to rush up and give him a beating. "Please, can you stop acting so pretentious? If this were the modern era, that attitude of yours would easily get you punched." Quite an interesting woman. Watching Zhang Anran swagger out of Prince Jin's residence, a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Jiu Tianming's mouth, his eyes showing a bit more interest. He had seen countless young ladies of noble families, but the woman today was the strangest he had ever encountered. She was neither reserved nor afraid. Instead, she was very open and candid. It wasn't until Zhang Anran had completely left Prince Jin's residence that Jiu Tianming noticed the slip of paper with the prescription on the table. He picked it up with his right hand, and a flash of surprise immediately crossed his deep eyes. The writing on the paper was as twisted and squiggly as earthworms, extremely unsightly and unpleasant to look at. It was hard to imagine that the dignified young miss of Duke Zhengwo's residence would have such an unrefined side, and she didn't even bother to hide it. Holy crap. Just as she stepped out the door, Zhang Anran suddenly started, remembering a major issue. "Young miss, you what's wrong now?" Maidservant Xiao Yu was already accustomed to her young miss's sudden outbursts and asked very calmly, "I forgot to tell that stone-faced man my name just now. He won't send the gold directly to my grandfather tomorrow, will he?" Zhang Anran said, although she had told the stone-faced man to send the money to Duke Zhengwo's residence. She hadn't stated her identity. In Duke Zhengwo's residence, besides her grandfather's line, there were many collateral branches. If she didn't clarify her identity to the stone-faced man, he might not know who to look for and might send it directly to her grandfather. Zhang Anran didn't want to add any unnecessary trouble. "Young miss, then why don't we go back and tell His Highness Prince Jin?" Xiao Yu suggested tentatively. "Of course this is my hard-earned medical fee. It can't fall into grandfather's hands." Zhang Anran exclaimed. With that, she took Xiao Yu and returned to Prince Jin's residence. In the main room, seeing the two of them return, Jiu Tianming didn't seem surprised. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently, "You're back." Cough, cough. Zhang Anran coughed to hide her embarrassment, then looked at Jiu Tianming and said, "Your Highness, I left in a hurry just now and forgot to clarify my identity. I am the eldest daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights from Duke Zhengwo's residence, Zhang Anran. So when your Highness sends the money tomorrow, don't send it to the wrong place." Seeing Zhang Anran reveal her identity, Jiu Tianming's eyes moved slightly. He thought to himself, as I suspected, she really is that concubine-born eldest daughter of the Duke's residence. However, his expression remained calm as he nodded and said, This prince has noted it. All right, then this humble girl shall take her leave." With that, Zhang Anran turned around freely once more and left Prince Jin's residence with Xiao Yu. 40. #40 Dad, what brings you here? Chapter 40. Father, why are you here? The next day, Prince Jin, Gu Tianming, sent the steward of his residence to deliver the promised 20 taels of gold to Duke Zhengwo's residence. However, before the steward could even report his arrival at the gate, Duke Zhengwo and the Minister of Rights, Zhang Quan, who had just returned from the morning court session, noticed them. Who are you people? What are you doing at my duke's residence? Duke Zhengwo's brow furrowed slightly as his sharp eyes scanned the steward. The steward recognized the identity of the elderly man before him and immediately walked forward respectfully, bowing to the group. This lowly one, Yang Wei, greets the duke and the minister. I have come to the duke's residence on the orders of my highness to deliver these 20 taels of gold to Miss Zhang. His highness? Miss Zhang? A flicker of gravity passed through Duke Zhengwo's eyes as he inquired once more. Who is your highness? And who is this Miss Zhang you speak of? The steward replied, this lowly one is the steward of Prince Jin's residence. My master is the 6th prince, His Highness Prince Jin. These 20 taels of gold are for Miss Zhang Anran of your residence. I ask for the duke's permission to deliver them. No, take all the gold back. As for Prince Jin's kind intentions, this old man will accept them on Anran's behalf. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duke Zhengwo refused outright. The steward had apparently not expected Duke Zhengwo to be so incensed. He couldn't help but ask, Lord Duke, His Highness ordered me to ensure these 20 taels of gold reach Miss Yang's hands. Please do not make things difficult for this lowly one. I said no, and I mean no. Leave at once and do not come back with gifts in the future. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy of this old man, Duke Zhengwo replied coldly. His attitude was extremely firm, leaving no room for question. Prince Xuang's residence and the Crown Prince's residence were in separate camps, viewing each other with hostility. Furthermore, Duke Zhengwo's residence had previously been on good terms with Prince Xuang's residence, and he had even given his most favored granddaughter to Prince Xuang, forming an alliance through marriage. But this Prince Jin had always been close to the Crown Prince's residence. They were clearly not on the same side. If someone with ulterior motives saw Prince Jin sending gifts to Duke Zhengwo's residence at this time and word reached the ears of Prince Xuang, Ji Yuchen, it would inevitably lead to rift and suspicion. Although he didn't know what Prince Jin intended by this move, he could never accept the other party's favor and cause Prince Xuang to become suspicious. Seeing that the group was unwilling to leave, Duke Zhengwo couldn't be bothered with them anymore and turned to walk into the residence. He had to go ask that foolish girl Zhang Anran exactly when she had gotten involved with Prince Jin. Back inside the residence, Duke Zhengwo turned his head to look at Zhang Quan beside him and said in a low, heavy voice, "Call that girl to come see me." His voice clearly carried a suppressed rage. Yes, seeing his father was angry, Zhang Quan also knew this was no small matter and immediately rushed toward the inner courtyard. Soon, Zhang Quan arrived at the room where Zhang Anran was staying. With a loud bang, he pushed the door open heavily. The sudden noise immediately caught Zhang Anran's attention inside the room. She looked up and saw Zhang Quan walking in from outside. "Father, why are you here? It's all because of what you've done." Zhang Quan glared fiercely at Zhang Anran, but seeing her innocent expression, he couldn't bear to scold her. He could only ask in a low voice, "Quickly tell me, what is going on with this Prince Jin? Why did he send someone to deliver gold to you today?" "Father, how did you know?" Zhang Anran looked at him with equal surprise. "Not only do I know, but your grandfather knows as well. He is waiting for you in the main hall right now." Zhang Quan gave Zhang Anran a helpless look and said earnestly, "Anran, quickly tell your father, how did you get involved with this Prince Jin? This matter is not as simple as you think. You had better tell me everything clearly. That way, I might be able to put in a few good words for you in front of your grandfather later." It was only natural that Zhang Anran, being a young lady staying at home, wouldn't know about the affairs of the imperial court. But by getting involved with Prince Jin now, she was practically trapping Duke Zhengwo in an unrighteous position. Seeing Zhang Quan's anxious face, Zhang Anran didn't dare hide anything and hurriedly said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just heard that Prince Jin had a foot ailment. Since I like to read books on medical skills at home, I went to Prince Jin's residence to help him look at it once. The effect seemed okay. As for this gold, it should be the consultation fee sent by Prince Jin. How foolish, how can you, a young woman, treat Prince Jin's illness? Do you no longer care for your reputation?" Zhang Quan's face immediately fell as he looked at Zhang Anran with immense distress. He added, "Furthermore, your sister is now married into Prince Xuang's residence. Anyone with eyes can see that Duke Zhengwo's residence is close to Prince Xuang's residence. By getting to know Prince Jin at this time, aren't you pushing Duke Zhengwo into a fire pit? If rumors start spreading outside, I'm afraid it will affect the relationship between our two families. Sai and Ran, you have acted far too foolishly this time." After hearing Zhang Quan's explanation, Zhang Anran swallowed silently, her heart feeling a bit apprehensive. To be honest, she really hadn't considered these stakes. Back then, she went to Prince Jin's residence to treat his foot ailment because she wanted to get a substantial consultation fee from him. But now, with her father mentioning it, she suddenly realized that the capital's social circles seemed even more complex than she had imagined. She had to be careful at every turn. A slight oversight could lead to offending someone. Father, is grandfather blaming me now? Zhang Anran asked worriedly. He is definitely angry, but you are his granddaughter after all, so he probably won't be too harsh on you. Moreover, if what you said just now is true, it means you don't have much contact with Prince Jin, and it should only be considered a misunderstanding. Zhang Quan shook his head, feeling a lot of emotions, and then said, let's go. Come with me to see your grandfather first, and try to explain it clearly to him later. Okay. Zhang Anran nodded and immediately stood up to follow behind Zhang Quan. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the main hall. Kneel down. As soon as Zhang Anran stepped through the door, before she could even bow and pay her respects, Duke Zhengao looked directly at her and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Quan immediately stood in front of Zhang Anran and hurriedly explained, Father, Anran's actions were actually unintentional, and she has no real relationship with Prince Jin. Please, Father, do not be too angry, lest you harm your health. Watching Zhang Quan speak up for Zhang Anran, Duke Zhengao sat back down helplessly and said with a sigh, sooner or later, I will be driven to illness by the lot of you. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Wah, this is so hard. Chapter 041. Woo, it's so hard. Grandfather, Anran knows her mistake and is willing to accept punishment. Even with Zhang Quan's persuasion from the side, Zhang Anran understood that she had almost caused a major disaster this time, and she knelt honestly on the ground. Looking at his eldest granddaughter being so well behaved below, a flicker of emotion passed through Duke Zhengwo's old eyes, and his mood stabilized somewhat. He didn't really want to lecture this eldest granddaughter, he just hoped she understood the stakes involved. No matter what, Duke Zhengwo's residence and Prince Jin's residence should not have any rumors of a relationship that might cause Prince Shuang to become suspicious. After a brief silence, Duke Zhengwo asked in a low voice, Tell me, why did Prince Jin send you 20 gold taels? His tone was noticeably gentler. Before Zhang Anran could explain, Zhang Quan, who was beside her, stepped forward and replied, Father, you also know that His Highness Prince Jin has always suffered from a foot ailment. Anran has read many medical skills at home over the years, and out of kindness, she went to Prince Jin's residence to treat him. This is what led to Prince Jin's expression of gratitude. As for Anran, she has always stayed in her chambers and is completely unaware of the interests and dealings between the various families in the capital. This incident was truly unintentional. I ask Father to be lenient and forgive Anran. Whether it was his eldest or second daughter, he loved them both dearly and didn't want them to be mistreated in any way. But because he had taken a concubine back then, his second daughter, He Yan, would occasionally make things difficult for her elder sister, causing some unpleasantness. As a father caught in the middle, it was sometimes difficult for him to be decisive. But now that his second daughter had married out, and only his eldest daughter Anran remained at home, he couldn't let her continue to be wronged like this. This was his responsibility as a father. Is what your father says the truth? You went to treat His Highness Prince Jin? After hearing Zhang Quan's explanation, Duke Zhengwo looked at Zhang Anran and asked. Yes. Zhang Anran nodded, not daring to offer any rebuttal. Her grandfather was the head of the household and the pillar of faith for everyone in the family. That the Zhang family could make a name for itself in the capital was entirely due to her grandfather's contributions. Zhang Anran didn't dare to be negligent with anything he said, and this matter was indeed a result of her oversight. What is your relationship now? If it was just for a medical consultation, His Highness Prince Jin shouldn't have gone so far as to send you so much gold. Duke Zhengwo asked again. He didn't want to care about when Zhang Anran started learning medicine. What he cared about now was the relationship between His Highness Prince Jin and his eldest granddaughter. 20 taels of gold, while not an enormous sum, was certainly not small. One must know that his annual salary was only 28 taels of gold, 120 dan of rice, plus some rewards, and he was a first-rank veteran official of the court. Moreover, Duke Jungwo's residence was currently on good terms with Prince Zhuang. Any discerning person should be able to see that, and His Highness Prince Jin couldn't possibly be ignorant of it. At a time like this, he sent 20 taels of gold to his eldest granddaughter. What were his intentions? I only met him once yesterday to treat his foot ailment. I didn't know him before, Zhang Anran replied truthfully. Duke Jungwo frowned and fell into silence. If that was the case, then the situation was still manageable. Even if His Highness Prince Zhuang found out, it could be explained clearly. Besides, He Yan was now married into Prince Xuang's residence and seemed to have a good relationship with His Highness Prince Zhuang. If she were to explain it, then he should be able to understand. After a brief consideration, Duke Jungwo's mood eased a bit, and he looked at Zhang Anran, saying, "You may stand up now." Yes, Zhang Anran stood up obediently. This floor was hard and cold, and it even hurt her feet a bit. If she hadn't been afraid of her grandfather's life chi, she would have wanted to get up long ago. Seeing Zhang Anran stand up, Duke Jungwo reminded her, "I have already returned that gold. Also do not associate with Prince Jin in the future. Our two families are not on the same path, do you understand?" Although Zhang Anran was somewhat helpless, she could only nod dejectedly. Your granddaughter understands. But her inner thought was, it's over. The wages I was going to pay master are gone. I'll have to find another way. Woo, it's too hard. I'm really going to cry my eyes out. Prince Jin's residence. You're back. Did you deliver those 20 taels of gold to that miss of the Zhang family? Ji Tianming asked in a low voice as he looked at the returning butler. But from the man's troubled expression, he seemed to have already guessed the answer. The butler walked respectfully to Ji Tianming and said quite helplessly, "Your Highness." This subordinate was incompetent and failed to deliver the money to Miss Zhang. Ji Tianming wasn't too surprised and asked slowly, "Was it intercepted by people from Duke Jungwo's residence?" He could tell that the miss of the Zhang family seemed to be very short of money, otherwise she wouldn't have come here. So, if the money were handed to her, she would certainly have accepted it. But since the money didn't reach her, there was only one possibility. It was intercepted. The butler nodded and said, "When I arrived at Duke Jungwo's residence, I happened to run into the Duke returning. Upon learning that I was there to deliver money to Miss Zhang, he drove me away immediately. It seems the Duke is quite keen on avoiding suspicion," Ji Tianming said with a light smile. He hadn't sent the butler to deliver the money for any other purpose. It was entirely out of recognition for Zhang Anran's medical skills. Of course, if possible, he did indeed think about getting acquainted with Duke Jungwo. He was very clear about his own boundaries. As a prince, the struggle for the imperial throne would be unavoidable in the future. Whether it was the Crown Prince Ji Mao or ninth brother Ji Chen, their connections and power development were far superior to his, making them the two strongest candidates for the future imperial throne. If he wanted to have a place in the Great Zhou in the future, he could only join either of them and help them ascend the imperial throne. But being content as a mere official and following others' lead was not what Ji Tianming wanted. Over the years, he had been building his prestige in the military and maintaining good relations with the great generals, already planning to compete with his two brothers. It was just that he was still in a dormant phase and didn't dare to make it too obvious, lest he attract the attention of the crown prince and ninth brother. And Duke Jungwo, a first-rank powerful official in the court and formerly a soldier in the army, he had made indispensable contributions to the Great Zhou and held extremely high prestige. Even now, there were still soldiers in the army discussing Duke Jungwo's achievements from his youth, full of admiration. Furthermore, he had the Tiger Roar army of 50,000 men under his command, a force that only followed Duke Jungwo's orders. If he could befriend Duke Jungwo's residence and have him switch from Prince Xuang's side to his own camp, he would have a better chance in the future struggle for the imperial throne. However, looking at Duke Jungwo's attitude today, it likely wouldn't be that easy to befriend him. Haha, my ninth brother still has some schemes up his sleeve. Ji Tianming smiled and muttered to himself. There was a reason why he chose to be on good terms with the Crown Prince Ji Mao rather than Ji Chen. The Crown Prince Ji Mao seemed clever, but his shrewdness wasn't deep. He often wore his emotions on his face. Moreover, he was somewhat conceited and arrogant, looking down on other princes by virtue of his status as Crown Prince. Such a person was actually not hard to get along with. One just had to go along with his wishes. But ninth brother was different. He appeared gentle and scholarly, with easygoing manners, but he was actually quite shrewd. It was hard for ordinary people to guess what he was thinking, and he himself was no exception. When dealing with a clever person, your every word and action could be scrutinized at any time. Any slight mistake could make him suspicious and put him on guard against you. Such a person might smile to your face but could stab you in the back. Sometimes you wouldn't even know how you died. 42. Number 42. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 42. Do you want to come with me? Your Highness, why are you here? Inside the room, Zhang Heian's bright, clear eyes flashed with a hint of pleasant surprise as she looked up at Ji Yuchen, who was standing at the door. His hair was dark, glossy, and straight, and his sharp sword-like eyebrows slanted upwards. His deep yet bright black eyes held a warm and friendly smile as he looked at her. He was wearing a purple outer robe, the very one she had made for him with her own hands. He looked both noble and mysterious. Ji Yuchen walked into the room, smiled slightly, and said, "The Duke invited me to the residence for a meal. Do you want to come with me, today?" Zhang Heian's eyes lit up as she asked. "Yes, we'll leave in a bit. I came over to let you know first," Ji Yuchen said. "Then I'll go get ready right now." Upon hearing they were going back to Duke Zhengguo's residence, Zhang Heian's mood instantly became cheerful. She couldn't wait to get to her dressing table to doll herself up before heading back with Ji Yuchen. "No rush. Get ready first, and let me know when you're done. I'll wait for you in the main hall," Ji Yuchen said with a smile. After speaking with Zhang Heian, Ji Yuchen left the room. In truth, Ji Yuchen could roughly guess the purpose of Duke Zhengguo's invitation today. The capital was only so big and most people were acquaintances. Yesterday afternoon, his subordinates had reported that they saw Prince Jin's people going to Duke Zhengguo's residence. There were even rumors that Prince Jin intended to befriend Duke Zhengguo. Duke Zhengguo likely worried that Ji Yuchen would become suspicious, so he wanted to explain the situation clearly. Before long, Zhang Heian arrived at the main house fully dressed. Seeing this, Ji Yuchen didn't delay any longer and took her with him to Duke Zhengguo's residence. "Your Highness is here, quick, come inside and sit." As soon as they arrived at the Duke's residence, Zhang Quan greeted them enthusiastically with a loud laugh. It was obvious he had been waiting at the gate for a long time. "Father-in-law, you're putting me to shame. How could I let you receive me outside?" Ji Yuchen said with an apologetic expression upon seeing this. "It's fine. We're all family, there's no need for so many rules. Besides, I just happened to be looking out from the residence gate when I saw your Highness arriving," Zhang Quan said with a smile. "Father-in-law is still too hospitable," Ji Yuchen replied politely with a smile. Under Zhang Quan's enthusiastic welcome, the group entered Duke Zhengguo's residence together. "He Yan, your mother misses you quite a bit. Why don't you go to her room and talk with her? Grandfather and I have some matters to discuss with His Highness." Before they even reached the main hall, Zhang Quan spoke to Zhang Heian. He wanted to dismiss her. "Go see your mother first. I'll chat with your father and the others for a while." Ji Yuchen naturally saw through Zhang Quan's intent and turned to speak to Zhang Heian. Zhang Heian looked at her father, Zhang Quan, and then at Ji Yuchen. After a slight nod, she replied softly, "All right, let's go, your Highness, my father is inside the room." After Zhang Heian left, Zhang Quan invited Ji Yuchen forward. "Yes, I'll trouble you then, father-in-law." Soon, the two arrived in the main hall, where Duke Zhengguo had already ordered tea to be brewed. After some pleasantries, Ji Yuchen took a seat and asked with feigned ignorance, "Duke, father-in-law just said you had something to discuss with your son-in-law. I wonder what might it be?" "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that there were some rumors floating around yesterday, saying that His Highness Prince Jin sent gifts to our Duke Zhengguo's residence. I wonder if your Highness heard about it?" Duke Zhengguo spoke frankly with a smile. Ji Yuchen didn't hide anything and nodded. "I heard my subordinates mention it, but rest assured, Duke, I am not a narrow-minded person and didn't take it to heart." "Haha, your Highness is mistaken. Some things that should be explained must be clarified to avoid misunderstandings." Seeing that Ji Yuchen didn't seem to mind, Duke Zhengguo relaxed a bit and continued, "Yesterday, Prince Jin did indeed send someone to deliver gifts, but these gifts were for my eldest granddaughter. Your Highness likely knows that Prince Jin has long suffered from a foot ailment that even the imperial physicians are powerless against. My eldest granddaughter knows a bit of medical skills and happened to be spotted by Prince Jin the day before yesterday. She was then taken to his residence to examine his condition. To show his gratitude, Prince Jin sent 20 taels of gold yesterday, but I returned it." These words were 7 parts truth and 3 parts lies. Because he hadn't actually asked Zhang Anran in detail yesterday why she went to Prince Jin's residence. Being happened to be spotted was just an excuse he made up on the fly to prevent Ji Yuchen from becoming suspicious. "Yes, your Highness, you must not believe those rumors outside. They are all groundless. My eldest girl stays home most days and knows nothing of the court or the affairs of the various families. Treating Prince Jin's foot ailment was merely an accidental occurrence. Zhang Quan added in explanation. Duke, father-in-law, you worry too much. I am not a fool. How could I not know these are rumors spread by those with ulterior motives? Besides, now that our two families are joined by marriage, how could I easily believe the talk of outsiders? Ji Yuchen said. In the original plot, Duke Zhengao stood entirely in his camp without any divided loyalty. However, by the middle stage of the book, the three powers, the Crown Prince, Sixth Prince, and himself were in a stalemate, coupled with Zhang Heian's blackening and her various targeted attacks against the female protagonist, Zhang Anran. A rift began to form between him and Duke Zhengguo's residence, eventually allowing Ji Yu Tianming to reap the benefits. Yanner, do you know why your father asked you to come to me? Inside the room, Madame Zhou looked at Zhang Heian beside her and spoke softly. Isn't it because mother missed me and wanted me to come keep you company? Zhang Heian blinked, looking somewhat confused. Silly girl. Madame Zhou gave Zhang Heian a doting look and then explained, it's because of His Highness. His Highness? Zhang Heian grew even more puzzled and instinctively said, my husband, Ji Yuchen. Madame Zhou nodded. Having stayed in Prince Shuang's residence for so long, you should know the relationship between His Highness, the Crown Prince, and Prince Jin. Yes, His Highness has told me. Zhang Heian nodded. Madame Zhou continued. Yesterday morning, Prince Jin sent someone to the residence with 20 taels of gold. Prince Jin sent a gift to grandfather? Isn't he one of the Crown Prince's people? Zhang Heian said with some surprise. She once had feelings for Prince Jin, but since marrying and following His Highness, those feelings seem to have faded significantly. Now, hearing the name Prince Jin, she felt more confusion than anything else. As one of the Crown Prince's men, he shouldn't be sending gifts to grandfather. Madame Zhou shook her head and explained, Prince Jin didn't send a gift to your grandfather. It was for that daughter born to Madame Min. Afterward, Madame Zhou told Zhang Heian the whole story from start to finish. What Zhang Anran went to Prince Jin's residence to treat Prince Jin's foot ailment. Is she crazy? Even the imperial physicians in the palace can't cure Prince Jin's foot. Zhang Heian was shocked. Before her marriage, she had always paid close attention to Prince Jin, so she naturally knew he suffered from a very serious foot ailment. She wouldn't comment on Zhang Anran's medical skills for now, but now that she had married into Prince Shuang's residence and the two houses were allied by marriage, Prince Jin, as the Crown Prince's man, could already be considered His Highness's rival. Going to treat him at a time like this would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. If rumors were stirred up, it would likely cause His Highness to have doubts. Madame Zhou said, that's why your father dismissed you and had you come over to my side. 43. Number 43 His Highness, he did not touch you. Chapter 43. Your Highness has never touched you. This Zhang Anran is truly more of a hindrance than a help. Just like that Madame Min, Zhang Heian shouted angrily. There's no point in saying these things now. Madame Zhou turned to look at Zhang Heian and asked seriously, Yanner, mother is asking you something. Tell me the truth. Zhang Heian finally calmed her emotions and replied softly, yes, mother, go ahead. Madame Zhou said, how is your relationship with His Highness now? How does he treat you? Does he cherish you? Zhang Heian was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask, mother, what do you mean by that? Your daughter doesn't understand. Madame Zhou explained, with Madame Min's daughter causing this mess, many rumors are already spreading outside. Even if your grandfather and father explain things clearly to His Highness, he might not fully believe them. But you are different. You are His Highness's woman, his wife who shares his bed. If he pities and cares for you, he will naturally listen to what you say. Zhang Heian pursed her red lips, her small hands involuntarily clutching her clothes. A flicker of change passed through her eyes, and she didn't dare to answer for a long time. What's wrong? Does His Highness treat you poorly? Madame Zhou immediately noticed Zhang Heian's abnormality and asked with a slight frown of concern. He treats me quite well, it's just. Zhang Heian shook her head, stammering and not knowing how to speak. You should be happy if His Highness treats you well. Why do you have that expression? Yanner, is there something you find inconvenient to tell mother? Madame Zhou asked suspiciously. Mother, Zhang Heian bit her red lip, then slowly raised her forehead to look seriously at Madame Zhou beside her. After a moment of hesitation, she said with difficulty, since we got married, His Highness and I have never consummated the marriage. We always sleep in separate rooms. What? Madame Zhou's eyes instantly widened, and she looked at her daughter in disbelief. Yanner, are you saying that after all this time, His Highness has never touched you? Zhang Heian gritted her teeth and nodded embarrassedly. Then why didn't you tell mother before? You are, after all, the miss of the Duke's residence. How can His Highness treat you like this? I didn't want mother to worry about me. Jong Haeun's aura instantly weakened as she said in an extremely low voice, and, besides this matter, His Highness is still quite good to me in other aspects. But you are now His Highness's primary wife. How can he not share a bed with you? Even if he doesn't like you, for the sake of your grandfather's face and the Duke Jungwoo's residence's face, he cannot let you suffer such a grievance, Madame Zhou said with some anxiety. Daughters of noble families in the capital who became pregnant within a month of marriage were everywhere. If there was no movement in the belly after 6 months of marriage, people might start to gossip. For those who had been married for a year or two and still hadn't conceived, the family would directly have the man take a concubine. It had already been over a month since Yanner got married. Originally, she thought His Highness was busy with official duties and was somewhat neglectful in terms of affection, so she hadn't thought much of it. Now, hearing Yanner's words, she finally understood completely. It turned out there was no affection between the two at all. The intimate behavior at the Duke Jungwoo's residence was also something they had deliberately performed to set their minds at ease. Thinking that her daughter was still a virgin, Madame Zhou felt quite uncomfortable in her heart. Although His Highness was a prince, Yanner was still the miss of the Duke's residence, and her status was not inferior to his. But keeping Yanner in an empty room for so many days after marriage, wasn't this clearly bullying her? Yanner, tell mother the truth. Why does His Highness treat you like this? Aren't you afraid that when the truth comes out, your grandfather and the others will go to settle accounts with His Highness? And if you keep delaying like this, people will definitely gossip about you, Madame Zhou said worriedly, trying her best to steady her emotions. She didn't want to blow things out of proportion, as that would be bad for everyone. If the relationship was truly brought into the open, it would only damage the relationship between Prince Zhuang's residence and the Duke Jungwoo's residence, just like her own maiden family and her current husband's family. What was more important now was to find the reason for their fractured relationship and see if there was a way to mend it. If possible, she naturally hoped that Yanner and His Highness could be happy together. But if they couldn't, then they should have a peaceful divorce rather than making things ugly. Jong Haeun tried hard to recall, then finally shook her head and said, I don't know. Perhaps it's because my attitude was a bit cold on the wedding night, so His Highness has been unwilling to touch me. Cold attitude? Madame Zhou frowned and asked in confusion, were you throwing a tantrum with His Highness then? Jong Haeun bit her lip. Not exactly. During the wedding night, I noticed he kept staring at me, so I said something to him. Maybe my attitude was a bit bad then, and then he just went out by himself and didn't come back to talk to me. After that, he never came to my room again. Actually, I asked him for the reason later. He said I didn't like him and didn't like Prince Zhuang's residence, so he has been sleeping in a separate room from me. He also said that if a suitable opportunity arises in the future, he will divorce me and let me come back. Mother, His Highness doesn't seem to like me. As she spoke, Jong Haeun couldn't help but hug Madame Zhou. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and even her voice became choked with sobs. She hadn't been that upset before, but after Madame Zhou mentioned it, her already fragile spirit was instantly crushed, and her heart felt an uncomfortable, wrenching pain. Madame Zhou held her in her arms with great heartache. She had already had a failed marriage and truly did not want her daughter to follow in her footsteps. But from Yanner's words just now, she didn't hear anything improper on His Highness's part. The reason the two had become like this seemed more due to Yanner's willfulness and pride. Yanner, do you like His Highness? After an unknown amount of time, once Jong Haeun's emotions had stabilized a bit, Madame Zhou asked again. I don't know. Jong Haeun shook her head, unable to give an answer. She couldn't even explain her current state to herself. She didn't understand what it meant to like someone. She admitted that when she first married into Prince Zhuang's residence, she was indeed somewhat passive and unhappy. But after this month of getting along, she had slowly started to get used to it, and even took the initiative to make new clothes and cook for Ji Yu Chen. Then do you want a divorce? Madame Zhou asked again. Hearing the word divorce, Jong Haeun fell silent, her mind momentarily dazed. After a brief hesitation, she softly uttered 2 words, I don't. Divorce was a consensual divorce between both husband and wife. Shuki, also called repudiation, was the unilateral abandonment of the primary wife by the man. They were 2 completely different ways of ending a marriage. Although the relationship between Jong Haeun and Ji Yu Chen was complicated now, she was still unwilling to have a consensual divorce. Firstly, it would be bad for her reputation. Secondly, she was somewhat used to her current life. Aside from not touching her, His Highness had hardly mistreated her in any other way. Moreover, if they divorced, she was afraid the Duke Jungwoo's residence would attract gossip because of her. And one more thing. She had actually begun trying to slowly accept His Highness. It was just that her steps were quite small. 44. Number 44. Should I take the initiative and explain things to His Highness? Chapter 44. Let me take the initiative to explain things to His Highness? Yan, if you don't want a divorce, you can't keep being at a deadlock with His Highness. It's fine in the short term, and no one will think much of it, but as time goes on, if you still don't conceive a child, people will definitely start gossiping. Moreover, His Highness is a prince, and his mother is the current noble consort. If you are unable to conceive a royal heir, the noble consort will surely have misgivings, Madame Zhou said heart-wrenchingly. Even though Zhang Quan was forced by pressure to marry her into the Duke Zhengwo's residence, back then, she eventually conceived He Yan and gave the Duke Zhengwo's residence a miss. If the relationship between He Yan and His Highness remained at a deadlock, it would be impossible for her to conceive an heir in the future, and she wouldn't be able to give an account to the noble consort then. If things dragged on for too long, the noble consort might even have His Highness take a mistress to carry on the lineage for Prince Swang's residence. Mother, I know that. But His Highness, he's unwilling to touch me. I don't know what to do either, Zhang Heian said with a flicker of her eyelids, sounding quite helpless. Seeing Zhang Heian's troubled expression, Madame Zhou hesitated slightly before asking again. He Yan, do you really not want to divorce His Highness? I don't, Zhang Heian shook her head seriously. Seeing her daughter's current expression, Madame Zhou went quiet and stopped asking further. He Yan, if you really want to live a good life with His Highness, you should break this current state of non-communication and find a way to make him acknowledge you. After a brief moment of thought, Madame Zhou looked at Zhang Heian and reminded her. She probably had some idea of the specific reasons behind the friction between He Yan and His Highness. It was likely nothing more than He Yan being somewhat arrogant and willful when she first married into Prince Swang's residence, making His Highness feel that her heart wasn't with him, which was why he had been unwilling to share a bed. As long as there was a way to let His Highness see He Yan's good side, he would surely respond. Furthermore, His Highness was the one who took the initiative to propose this marriage back then, so He Yan must have a place in his heart. As long as He Yan could make a small concession, His Highness should still treat her with kindness. Make His Highness acknowledge me? Zhang Heian was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Yes, make him acknowledge your status and let him know how good you are to him. Seeing Zhang Heian's naive and foolish look, Madame Zhou couldn't help but smile, then explained, the reason you and His Highness have ended up like this is mainly because you haven't let him see your feelings. He feels that you might not have truly accepted your status or treated him as your own man. That's why he's unwilling to touch you. But if you talk things out with His Highness and let him understand your heart, let him know that you are the Princess Shuang in both name and deed, and that you are his woman, your relationship will definitely ease a lot. It might even allow His Highness to let go of his past grievances and reconcile with you. Zhang Heian's eyes lit up, and she said with a look of partial understanding, Mother, you mean let me take the initiative to explain things to His Highness, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be an initiative explanation. Madame Zhou shook her head and waved her hand at Zhang Heian. Come here, Mother will teach you some methods. Zhang Heian's eyes moved, and she obediently leaned her small head over, listening intently to the words Madame Zhou whispered in her ear. A moment later, her pretty face turned as red as a flower, and she looked at Madame Zhou beside her in disbelief. Mother, wouldn't this be a bit bad? What if His Highness finds out? Would he think I'm a calculating, bad woman? Don't worry, even if His Highness finds out, he definitely won't blame you. Madame Zhou comforted her with great confidence in the main hall. After Duke Zhengwo explained the situation to Ji Yuchen, he had Zhang Quan go to the back room to call Zhang Anran out to apologize to Ji Yuchen. Ji Yuchen naturally refused, but he couldn't withstand Duke Zhengwo's determination and, eventually could only let Zhang Quan go back to call her. Granddaughter greets grandfather and His Highness Prince Shuang. Soon, Zhang Anran arrived at the main hall accompanied by Zhang Quan and Madame Min, politely bowing to the two of them. As soon as she finished speaking, Duke Zhengwo's old eyes looked at Zhang Anran with extreme seriousness as he called out in a low voice, why haven't you come over to apologize to His Highness yet? Ah Duke, it's really not necessary. Miss Yang's action was unintentional. There's no need to be so fastidious. Let's just let this matter pass. Ji Yuchen hurriedly refused. After hearing Ji Yuchen's words, Duke Zhengwo's expression softened slightly, and then he looked at Zhang Anran and reminded her, hurry and thank His Highness. If His Highness hadn't been putting in good words for you here, I would have made sure you learned your lesson. Duke Zhengwo seemed harsh, but he was actually just talking big for Ji Yuchen's benefit. If he really wanted to punish Zhang Anran, he would have done so yesterday. However, this matter was ultimately trouble caused by Zhang Anran. For the sake of the relationship between the two families, he definitely had to show his stance in front of Ji Yuchen. Now that Ji Yuchen had spoken up to persuade him, he naturally followed the lead and stepped down. Anran thanks His Highness Prince Shuang. Zhang Anran also bowed tactfully. It was just a small matter, Miss Zhang needn't be so polite. Ji Yu Chen smiled slightly, bringing this disturbance to a perfection. Immediately, Ji Yu Chen feigned curiosity and mentioned, by the way, Miss Zhang, how is your shop coming along? I had originally planned to visit when you opened, but I was delayed by some official business. Hearing Ji Yu Chen talk to her about the shop, Zhang Anran's interest immediately piqued, and she lightly sized up Ji Yu Chen. His Highness Prince Shuang shouldn't be short on money, right? Could she borrow some from him behind He Yan's back? Smoothing out her thoughts, Zhang Anran regained her composure and said, the shop is almost ready and should be opening very soon. Then I wish Miss Zhang a prosperous business and rolling wealth, Ji Yu Chen said with a smile. In the original plot, Zhang Anran's funding for the shop was actually very tight. She only obtained the funds later by helping Ji Yu Tianming treat his foot ailment. Therefore, the 20 taels of gold that Ji Yu Tianming sent yesterday were likely intended for Zhang Anran to use for her shop. Although it wasn't clear why Duke Zhengao had stumbled upon this money, one thing could be guessed now: Zhang Anran should still be quite short of money. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. I will definitely make the shop a success, Zhang Anran replied with a smile, while simultaneously beginning to contemplate. She could feel that this Prince Shuang was a fairly decent person. However, as a prince, he must have seen no small amount of schemes and plots, so his mind must be much more mature. He probably wouldn't be easy to fool. In that case, what kind of excuse would be appropriate to use to borrow money from him later? It seemed she would have to think of a way while they were eating later. The medical fee from His Highness Prince Jin has fallen through. Can she only count on this little big brother in front of her now? Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless me. It must go smoothly this time. If she couldn't get the money in the next 2 days, she estimated she might be beaten by the craftsman at the shop by then. 45. Number 45. Don't you want to go for a walk outside? Chapter 45. Don't you want to take a walk outside? After lunch, Ji Yu Chen and his companion planned to return to Prince Shuang's residence. Walking along the road, Zhang Heian was clearly acting a bit strange. Her eyes flickered toward Ji Yu Chen from time to time, and her face was constantly flushed with a mysterious blush. Do you have something to say to me? Ji Yu Chen noticed her unusual behavior and asked curiously. No, nothing. Zhang Heian's eyes darted away as she spoke with some panic. Ji Yu Chen took a careful look at her but didn't press further. Your Highness, wait a moment. Just as Ji Yu Chen and Zhang Heian reached the residence gates and were about to board the carriage, Zhang Anran came running out in a hurry, shouting loudly. You get in the carriage first, I'll be there in a moment. Ji Yu Chen glanced at Zhang Anran, then spoke to Zhang Heian beside him. Zhang Heian glanced at Zhang Anran with some discomfort. After a slight hesitation, she silently boarded the carriage. Does Miss Zhang have something to discuss with me? Seeing Zhang Heian board the carriage, Ji Yu Chen walked toward Zhang Anran and asked curiously. Zhang Anran thought for a moment, then looked up at Ji Yu Chen. Your Highness, I actually have something I'd like to discuss with you. Please, Miss Zhang, Ji Yu Chen inquired. Didn't I tell you last time that I was planning to open a hot pot restaurant? The shop is almost ready now and can open soon, and I'm certain that once it opens, business will definitely boom and make a lot of money. Halfway through, Zhang Anran laughed awkwardly. But now I have an idea to open another branch in the capital. After all, as you know, my hot pot is quite novel. This way of eating hasn't been seen in the capital yet, so it will surely attract many diners, and business shouldn't be bad. So what is your purpose in seeking me out now, Miss Zhang? Ji Yu Chen asked. Zhang Anran subconsciously scratched her head and smiled again. Your Highness, strictly speaking, I am your elder sister-in-law. You see, could you lend me some money first so I can get the shop running? But don't worry, even brothers keep clear accounts. I am a person of integrity, and I will definitely pay back the money I borrow from you. Ji Yu Chen pretended to think for a moment, then looked at Zhang Anran and asked, how much money does Miss Zhang want to borrow? Being asked so directly by Ji Yu Chen, Zhang Anran was a bit stunned. He agreed too directly. She had originally thought she would have to do more fast talking to possibly borrow the money. Moreover, opening a branch was actually just an excuse she found. What was most important now was paying the craftsman's wages for the shop, as well as the money for future employees and food materials. All this money added up to 2 taels of gold, but now she had already mentioned opening a branch. If Prince Shuang ever found out she was lying and went straight to complain to her grandfather, that would be bad. 20 taels of gold. After some serious consideration, Zhang Anran held up 2 fingers and said very seriously. Ji Yu Chen scrutinized her fingers for a moment, then said, all right. Come to my residence tomorrow, and I will give you the money. He indeed didn't have that much money on him right now. Furthermore, he planned to talk to Zhang Anran about securing a stake in the business. After all, money shouldn't be given for nothing. Then when will your highness be free tomorrow? I'll come by then. Zhang Anran's face lit up with joy. In the afternoon. I should be at the residence. Great, then I'll come tomorrow afternoon. Your highness, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Alright. After the exchange, Zhang Anran turned back into Prince Zhuang's residence, and Ji Yuchen boarded the carriage. Did she have business with your highness? As soon as he boarded, Zhang Heian looked at Ji Yuchen impatiently and asked curiously. Ji Yuchen nodded. She wants to open a branch but doesn't have enough capital, so she wants to borrow money from me. Then did your highness lend it to her? Zhang Heian couldn't help but look at Ji Yuchen. Ji Yuchen laughed openly and said, I did. I told her to come to the residence tomorrow to collect the money. I see. Zhang Heian lowered her head and said softly. She had already been mentally prepared. Last time, His Highness had mentioned the many benefits of Zhang Anran opening a shop, so she could understand why he would help her. But at the thought of her man helping the woman she hated most, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Stop the carriage. Ji Yuchen saw that Zhang Heian's mood was a bit low, so he opened the window and spoke to the guard outside. With those words, the carriage stopped immediately, and Ji Yuchen stood up and walked out. Seeing Ji Yuchen's back as he got off the carriage, Zhang Heian panicked, thinking her actions just now had made him unhappy. Just as she was about to explain, Ji Yuchen was already standing outside the carriage, reaching out his right hand to her with a gentle smile on his face. It's still early today. I've been busy with official duties lately and haven't accompanied you on a stroll yet. I happen to be free now. Would you like to take a walk together? Seeing Ji Yuchen's actions, Zhang Heian froze in a daze, her bright eyes staring blankly at his warm and kind face, her heart suddenly warming. Don't you want to take a walk outside? Seeing Zhang Heian still sitting there, Ji Yuchen asked with a smile. No. Zhang Heian finally snapped out of it, then demurely placed her small hand in Ji Yuchen's palm, letting him lead her down from the carriage. Is there anywhere you want to go? I'll accompany you there, Ji Yuchen asked, looking down at Zhang Heian standing beside him. Anywhere is fine. Why don't we just wander around first? Zhang Heian's face turned red as she spoke nervously. His Highness was holding her hand, and he hadn't let go. It felt like her heart was beating so fast. Alright, then let's stroll around nearby first. If there's anything you like, tell me, and I'll buy it for you, Ji Yuchen said. He couldn't compromise on Zhang Anran's shop just to accommodate her feelings. Because the hot pot restaurant Zhang Anran was opening could indeed make a lot of money. Furthermore, in the spring of next year, a severe famine would break out in Huzhou, requiring a large amount of money and grain. In the original plot, it was because Zhang Anran had accumulated a large amount of capital and grain through her hot pot restaurant that she was able to help Prince Jin solve the famine problem the following spring. Afterward, not only did Prince Jin receive the Emperor's appreciation, but she was also promoted to the rank of Commandery Princess, completely shedding her status as a concubine's daughter of Duke Zhenghuo's residence. Moreover, the funds earned from the hot pot restaurant could serve him in the future to expand his influence and train his men. In short, Zhang Anran's hot pot restaurant business would indeed be of great use to Ji Yuchen. Therefore, even though he knew Zhang Heian might be unhappy, he still chose to lend the money. Of course, Ji Yuchen didn't completely disregard Zhang Heian's feelings either. Taking her out to shop now was actually intended to help her relax. After all, the relationship between the two women was tied to the previous generation. No matter how much ideological work Ji Yuchen did, Zhang Heian would likely find it hard to listen. Instead of that, it was better to take her for a good stroll nearby and forget all these unpleasant troubles. 46. Number 46. Young Master, the young lady is ill. Chapter 46. Son-in-law, the young miss is sick. When they first started shopping, Zhang Heian was still relatively clear-headed. Even if she saw some novel gadgets or delicious food, she would suppress her curiosity and obediently stay by Ji Yuchen's side. So, Ji Yuchen took Zhang Heian to eat a portion of crispy fragrant chicken, instructing the owner in advance to add extra spice. Once the crispy fragrant chicken was ready, he gave it to Zhang Heian and let her try it. As a result, after just one bite, her mouth was twitching and gasping, and her eyes were about to well up with tears, because she had been unable to handle spicy food since she was a child. She had originally thought Your Highness had accidentally added the chili, but when she saw Your Highness staring at her with a silly grin, she realized Your Highness was teasing her on purpose and got quite angry at the time. Because of this, it was the first time she had swung her small fists to punch Your Highness's chest with all her might. Perhaps because of that crispy fragrant chicken, Zhang Heian became less reserved. Whenever she saw something delicious or fun, she would lean in for a look. For example, Your Highness, these candied haws are so sweet, do you want to try some? And this osmanthus cake. When I was little, my mother loved buying it for me to eat. The jewelry here is so beautiful. These shimmering silver earrings. In short, compared to their usual interactions, Jong Haeun smiled much more today and was much more lively. It wasn't until the hour of the rooster that the two returned to the manor by carriage inside the room. Young miss, are you thinking about the son-in-law? Looking at Jong Haeun, who had been sitting at the table grinning foolishly, Spring Summer teased her with a smile. She had been by their side all day and knew the son-in-law had taken the young miss out to play on the streets. The relationship between the young miss and the son-in-law had clearly improved a lot, looking a bit like a proper married couple now. Regarding this, Spring Summer was happy and offered her blessings from the bottom of her heart, only hoping the two could soon reach a fruitful conclusion. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Jong Haeun's face turned red, and she pretended to be angry as she looked at Spring Summer. You wretched girl, your wings have grown strong, you even dare to tease your own young miss. Haha, please forgive me, young miss. This servant girl will never mention your embarrassing matters again. Spring Summer apologized verbally, but a smile she couldn't suppress remained on her face. HMPH, as long as you know, Jong Haeun said with a touch of pride, her lip curling slightly, but her heart felt quite sweet. She was 17 this year. In the modern world, she would be nothing more than a half-grown brat, and she had no romantic experience. Whether in terms of maturity or romance, she was actually still at a very naive stage. Although Jong Anran's request to borrow money had indeed made her a bit unhappy before, as long as Ji Yu-chen showed a little concern and went along with her, her mood would immediately improve and she would completely forget all her previous bad feelings. At this moment, Jong Haeun suddenly thought of something important and quickly looked at Spring Summer, saying, by the way, Spring Summer, help me prepare. I want to bathe in a bit. Alright, I'll go boil some water for the young miss right now. Seeing Spring Summer about to leave, Jong Haeun hurriedly stopped her and explained, no need to boil water. Just help me fetch a bucket of cold water. Ah, Spring Summer was slightly startled and couldn't help but ask, young miss, it's already October. In another half-month, it will be snowing in the capital. You'll catch a cold if you wash with cold water. Oh, don't worry about it, just do as I say. Jong Haeun didn't have time to explain to Spring Summer and directly gave the order. She also knew washing with cold water was bad, but this was an idea her mother had given her. If she really caught a cold and Your Highness cared about her, he would definitely come to her room to see her. If he came, it would mean there was still a place for her in Your Highness's heart. Then, taking advantage of her illness, she would find an excuse to keep Your Highness there, and then find a way to take. The more Jong Haeun thought about it, the more flustered she became, and the more her face reddened. Should she really do this? What if Your Highness is busy and can't come? Even if he comes, how should she speak to make him stay? Even if he stays, does she really have to find a way to have those indescribable matters with Your Highness? Jong Haeun immediately covered her blushing face in shyness, her heart growing more and more nervous. Her mother said it would be a bit painful the first time a girl did this. If Your Highness really came later, would he cherish her? Meanwhile, Spring Summer had already fetched the water and poured it into the bathtub. Young miss, how about I add some hot water for you? This water is really too cold. Your body won't be able to take it. Spring Summer walked up to Jong Haeun, unable to hide her worry. Although she didn't know why the young miss was doing this, washing with cold water in this October weather would make even a strong man collapse. It's fine, I can definitely endure it. Jong Haeun was also a little scared, but she tried to cheer herself up. Afterward, with Spring Summer's assistance, she went to the side room for bathing. Jong Haeun first stretched out her small foot to test the bathtub. A jolting sensation of coldness instantly traveled from her toes to her body. Young miss, how about we just forget it? This cold water could take half your life, Spring Summer urged her anxiously. No, I must wash. A hint of determination flashed in Jong Haeun's eyes. She handed the last of her clothes to Spring Summer, steeled her heart, and quickly lowered herself into the water. The icy water immediately made her teeth chatter, and her already slender body huddled into a ball. Shivering from the cold an hour later, Spring Summer hurried toward the study where Ji Yu-chen was, then slammed the door open. Your Highness, this is bad, the young miss is sick. What happened? Ji Yu-chen looked at the incoming Spring Summer. Spring Summer said, the young miss seems to have caught a cold. Her body is very weak. Your Highness, please go and see her quickly. Take me to see her. Ji Yu-chen immediately stood up and walked away from the desk. Yes, soon, Ji Yu-chen arrived at the room where Jong Haeun lived. She was lying quietly on the bed. Her spirit was a bit listless, and her complexion looked poor. Your Highness. Seeing Ji Yu-chen enter the room, Jong Haeun wanted to get up to pay her respects, but she couldn't even rise from the bed despite using all her strength. She thought taking a cold bath would at most result in a slight chill and wouldn't be a big deal. She didn't expect the aftereffects to be so severe. She had no strength throughout her body, and her head was somewhat groggy. Stay still. Seeing Zhang Heian trying to get up, Ji Yuchen couldn't help but scold her lightly, then walked quickly to the bedside and gently placed his right hand on her snowy forehead. So hot, Ji Yuchen's expression changed. Zhang Heian already had a fever, and it was a high one. Lu Yun, Ji Yuchen shouted toward his back, and a golden saber guard immediately walked in and bowed. This subordinate is here. Ji Yuchen threw his identity token to him and said seriously, go to the palace immediately and bring Imperial Physician Zhang here. The faster, the better. Yes. Lu Yun didn't dare to delay and immediately left the room. Seeing Ji Yuchen's anxious look, Zhang Heian felt some guilt, feeling that she had caused trouble for Your Highness. Your Highness, I. Before Zhang Heian could finish, Ji Yuchen had already sat down beside her and comforted her carefully. It's alright. Lu Yun has already gone to the palace to invite the Imperial Physician. He'll be back soon. Does your body feel uncomfortable now? Is your head hurting? Your Highness, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Heian's eyes instantly turned red, her voice slightly sobbing. She was truly self-reproachful and really wanted to cry. Your Highness obviously cared about her all along, yet she still used such a small trick to test him. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Let's not cry first. If you cry, I won't know how to talk to you. Okay. Zhang Heian nodded meekly and obediently pulled up the quilt. 47. Number 47. I want Your Highness to hold me. Chapter 47. I want Your Highness to hold me. About an hour later, Lu Yun arrived with Imperial Physician Zhang. Your Highness, Princess Shuang has only caught a bit of a cold and contracted a mild fever. The situation is quite manageable. I will prescribe a few doses of medicine for Princess Shuang to take shortly. Her symptoms should ease and her temperature should drop. After the examination, Imperial Physician Zhang stood up and spoke to Ji Yuchen. Thank you for your trouble, Imperial Physician Zhang, Ji Yuchen said, his mood relaxing slightly. This was ancient times and medical methods were relatively backward. Although Zhang Heian only had a fever, it was quite severe. If delayed for too long, it might affect her health. Hearing Imperial Physician Zhang say this now, his heart felt much lighter. Imperial Physician Zhang prepared the medicinal ingredients, greeted Ji Yuchen, and took his leave from Prince Shuang's residence. Subsequently, Ji Yuchen instructed Spring Summer to take the medicine to the kitchen to decoct it. After about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Spring Summer brought in a white porcelain bowl containing the freshly brewed Chinese medicine. Spring Summer then walked up to Ji Yuchen and said in a low voice, son-in-law, the medicine is ready. Give the bowl to me. After speaking, Ji Yuchen took the porcelain bowl from Spring Summer's hands. He gently stirred the Chinese medicine in the bowl with a spoon and blew on it softly to prevent it from being too hot. Zhang Heian sat by the bed, her gaze becoming exceptionally soft as she watched Ji Yuchen before her. Her already flushed cheeks grew even redder, and a mysterious warmth filled her heart. Try it. It shouldn't burn your mouth anymore. At this moment, Ji Yuchen scooped up a small spoonful of medicine and brought it to Zhang Heian's lips. Zhang Heian didn't speak. She gently opened her small mouth and drank all the medicine from the spoon. Cough, cough. As soon as the Chinese medicine hit her stomach, Zhang Heian immediately began to cough, feeling somewhat nauseous and uncomfortable. Ji Yuchen frowned and asked with concern, is the medicine too hot? No, it's just the medicine is a bit bitter, and I'm not used to drinking it, Zhang Heian said with a blush, feeling embarrassed. Ji Yuchen thought for a moment, then turned to Spring Summer behind him and said, Spring Summer, go to the kitchen and get some brown sugar. Yes, this servant girl will go right away. After speaking, Spring Summer immediately ran to the kitchen to fetch the brown sugar. Ji Yuchen added a small spoonful of brown sugar to the bowl, making the Chinese medicine less bitter. Only then did Zhang Heian obediently drink all the medicine. Afterward, Ji Yuchen sat by her side to keep Zhang Heian company, going nowhere. It wasn't until the hour of the pig, when Zhang Heian's fever finally subsided, that he completely relaxed. The fever has broken, but your body is still very weak right now. You should rest directly. If anything happens, have Spring Summer come to the next room to call me. After saying this, Ji Yuchen slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Your Highness, you wait a moment. Seeing Ji Yuchen about to leave, Zhang Heian hurriedly called out. Is there something else you want to tell me? Ji Yuchen stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhang Heian with a hint of confusion. Jong Haeun's gaze flickered. After contemplating for a long time, she gently pursed her lips and softly uttered a few words. Your Highness, can you stay and keep me company today? I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. After speaking, Jong Haeun quickly lowered her head, completely not daring to look directly at Ji Yu-chen. Her heart was pounding incessantly, as if she were about to suffocate. Ji Yu-chen didn't speak. He looked seriously at Jong Haeun sitting at the head of the bed and then said, "Then I will watch over you until you fall asleep." These words were very ambiguous, and he also understood what Jong Haeun was trying to express. What he was worried about now was that he might not be able to control himself. Firstly, Jong Haeun's actual age was on the younger side, only 17. While his mental age was older, he was an outstanding youth who had received a modern education. In his eyes, she was just a half-grown kid. Although there were no legal constraints here, if something really happened, he felt he would have an indescribable sense of guilt on a moral level. Secondly, her body was currently very weak. He feared she wouldn't be able to handle such exertion. Moreover, experiencing the ways of the world too early would be somewhat damaging to her body. The bottom line Ji Yu-chen could accept was at least 18. After hearing Ji Yu-chen's words, Jong Haeun felt a bit disappointed, and her mouth subconsciously pouted. From his every action just now, she could see that His Highness cared for her. But why, when she had made herself so clear, was he still unwilling to do that with her in terms of appearance? She was extremely outstanding even among the misses of the major noble families in the capital. She couldn't quite understand why His Highness simply refused to touch her. Finally, Jong Haeun obediently lay on the bed, her small head resting on the pillow, her body half turned toward Ji Yu-chen sitting beside her. "Your Highness, what is it?" Ji Yu-chen looked up and asked. Jong Haeun bit her lip, her eyes scrutinizing the man beside her, and then she said, "Do you not like me? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Ji Yu-chen smiled, not replying directly. "Because I want to know." Jong Haeun stared stubbornly at Ji Yu-chen, looking seriously at his face. She really wanted to know the answer in his heart. Ji Yu-chen didn't speak. He subconsciously looked at her rosy, fragrant lips, and then at her bright peach blossom eyes. She was very beautiful, as he had known since their wedding night, but humans are not animals that think only with their lower bodies. If they were truly to be together, beyond just feelings, mutual companionship and trust were what he cared about more. Therefore, no matter how breathtakingly beautiful Jong Haeun had been before, he hadn't wanted to have too much entanglement with her, because what was in her heart simply wasn't him. But now if eyes didn't lie, she might have developed a sliver of affection for him. Seeing that Ji Yu-chen didn't speak, Jong Haeun's heart felt a bit cold, and she tried to squeeze a smile onto her face. "Your Highness, no matter what kind of answer you give, I can accept it." Ji Yu-chen was silent for a short while, then looked up at her and said calmly, "If you treat Prince Zhuang's residence as your home, then you will always be Princess Zhuang." The words fell. Jong Haeun was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up, and she looked at Ji Yu-chen in surprise. "Your Highness, do you mean you won't divorce me in the future, right?" Quote, "Perhaps." Before Ji Yu-chen could finish, Jong Haeun directly threw off the quilt and lunged forward, recklessly. She wrapped her arms tightly around Ji Yu-chen's neck, hanging onto him entirely, a brilliant smile on her face. "Your Highness, I will definitely be a good Princess Zhuang and take good care of our Prince Zhuang's residence." Caught off guard by Jong Haeun's actions, Ji Yu-chen was actually a bit dazed. "Get down quickly. You're still sick, don't catch a chill." "No, I want Your Highness to hold me." Jong Haeun shook her head willfully. Not only did she not let go, but she also rested her head on Ji Yu-chen's shoulder. 48. Number 48. Your Highness, are you sleepy? Chapter 048. Your Highness, are you sleepy? That young master-in-law, young miss, this servant girl will take her leave first. Watching Ji Yu-chen and Jong Haeun's affectionate scene, Spring Summer's ears turned crimson. She quickly exited the room. Not suitable for children, not suitable for children. Such an exciting scene was more than a servant girl like her could handle. You scared Spring Summer away. Ji Yu-chen sighed helplessly and carried Jong Haeun back to the bed. Jong Haeun's actions today had indeed surprised him, even shocked him a little. A young lady from a prominent family like her shouldn't be so proactive. They usually valued gentleness and subtlety more. For instance, in their usual interactions, Jong Haeun always spoke to him softly and smiled without showing her teeth. I didn't mean to." Questioned by Ji Yu-chen, Jong Haeun instantly felt a little embarrassed. When she heard that Ji Yu-chen wouldn't divorce her, she couldn't help but be overjoyed, even forgetting that Spring Summer was still standing nearby. "So, can you honestly go to sleep now?" Ji Yu-chen didn't mean to criticize her, he just wanted to tease her about her behavior just now. No. Jong Haeun shook her small head, pouted her lips into two little puffed-up cheeks, then looked at Ji Yu-chen with those bright, pitiful eyes, her voice soft and sweet. I want your highness to accompany me, otherwise I can't sleep. HMPH. Mother said that she was the wife your highness married with a grand sedan chair, so she was his woman. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't dislike her, and now that they had spoken frankly, she also understood your highness's feelings. As long as she stayed dutifully in Prince Zhuang's residence, your highness would always be good to her, so it should be reasonable for your highness to sleep in the same bed as her, right? Seeing Jong Haeun's haughty expression, Ji Yu-chen was speechless. She was practically throwing herself at him. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Yu-chen said lightly, "All right, then I'll sleep here tonight." Is that all right? He could leave, but there was no need. This girl was clearly clinging to him, and he was too lazy to bother with it anymore. Hearing Ji Yu-chen's reply, Jong Haeun's face lit up with joy, and she sweetly said, "Then I'll help your highness undress." Then she sat cross-legged on the bed and helped Ji Yu-chen remove his outer garments. After some tidying, Ji Yu-chen was left with only a white undergarment. Afterward, Jong Haeun slept on the inner side of the bed, completely wrapped in the quilt, with only her small head exposed. Seeing Ji Yu-chen still sitting, she quickly called out, "Your highness, it's cold outside. Quickly get under the covers, be careful not to catch a cold." A brilliant smile was on her face. Looking at the smiling Jong Haeun, Ji Yu-chen clearly guessed her mischievous intentions, but in the end, he still got into bed and pulled up the covers. As soon as Ji Yu-chen lay down on the bed, Jong Haeun slowly moved closer to him. "Your highness, are you cold? Should I move a little closer?" "Ji Yu-chen, you're already here, it seems unnecessary to ask for my opinion, right?" Jong Haeun leaned against Ji Yu-chen's shoulder on her own accord, blinked her eyes, and asked, "Your highness, are you sleepy now?" Ji Yu-chen said, "A little. I have to attend morning court tomorrow." "Oh, I see." Hearing that Ji Yu-chen wanted to sleep, Jong Haeun felt a little disappointed. She was still thinking, if your highness wasn't sleepy, aren't you sleepy yet? You just recovered from a fever, your body should still be a bit weak, Ji Yu-chen said. Hearing Ji Yu-chen's question, Jong Haeun's eyelashes fluttered, subtly hinting, "Not sleepy at all. Maybe it's because your highness is here to accompany me. I'm quite happy, so I can't really sleep. It's better to sleep early. It's getting late now. Then your highness, you can hug me to sleep." After she finished speaking, Ji Yu-chen reached out and hugged Jong Haeun. She quietly leaned on Ji Yu-chen's arm, curiously watching him sleep. First, she looked at his profile, then at his neck, her gaze curiously lingering on his Adam's apple, even reaching out to touch it. How strange. She didn't seem to have this thing. "Stop messing around. Go to sleep," Ji Yu-chen couldn't help but remind her. Jong Haeun stuck out her little tongue and quickly withdrew her hand, so as not to displease your highness. Then she leaned back on Ji Yu-chen's shoulder, watching him sleep. She really couldn't sleep now. 5 minutes later, "Your highness, are you asleep?" Looking at Ji Yu-chen with his eyes closed, Jong Haeun called out very softly. Ji Yu-chen opened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. "What do you want to do now?" He felt that Jong Haeun had a bit too much energy today. "Your highness, look." At this moment, Jong Haeun's small hand emerged from under the quilt, holding a very thin piece of clothing. Ji Yu-chen was startled. "Why did you take off your doo-doo?" Quote, "I didn't, it fell off by itself." Jong Haeun's pretty face instantly flushed, feeling embarrassed at being exposed, her voice pitifully small. "Do you think I believe that?" Ji Yu-chen silently grumbled to himself, but didn't dare to say it aloud. He then looked at Jong Haeun and asked, "Are you wearing clothes inside now?" Jong Haeun shyly shook her head, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she blushed and looked at Ji Yu-chen. "Your highness, why don't we have a baby together? My mother said that if one doesn't get pregnant within a month of marriage, people will gossip. So, why don't we try tonight?" "No." Ji Yu-chen refused directly, then explained, "You just recovered from an illness today, and your body is still weak. We can talk about having children later also. Stop playing tricks with me, and go to sleep properly." "Oh," Jong Haeun responded softly. Although she was a little disappointed, your highness was also concerned about her. Thinking this, Jong Haeun's mood improved a lot. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, there will be plenty of time together in the future. There will always be an opportunity the next day." Ji Yu-chen got up early to attend morning court in the palace. Jong Haeun also woke up at the same time, tidying his attire and accompanying him for breakfast. In short, although there wasn't much development between the two last night, their relationship had clearly become much closer. After breakfast, Ji Yu-chen went to the palace, while Jong Haeun returned to the inner courtyard. "Young miss, did you and young master-in-law already?" As soon as she returned to the room, Spring Summer excitedly crowded around Jong Hae-in, her eyes filled with anticipation. She seemed very eager to hear about such bedroom matters. Jong Hae-in pouted her lips, saying regretfully, I originally planned to take advantage of yesterday's opportunity to properly do that with His Highness, but His Highness said my body was weak and he cherished me. So in the end, he just hugged me to sleep. His Highness didn't touch young miss? Spring Summer exclaimed in surprise. Watching Spring Summer's startled reaction, Jong Hae-in instead smiled, but it doesn't matter. As long as I know His Highness has me in his heart, that's enough. Matters of the heart can take their time, I don't need to be so impatient. 49. #49 His Highness is not here. Chapter 049. Your Highness isn't here. After the morning court session, Ji Yu-chen was called by Lady Xiao to Yonggan Palace, and they chatted for the entire morning. First, she asked about Ji Yu-chen's relationship with Jong Hae-in, and when they planned to have a child. Afterward, they discussed some matters in the imperial court. At this moment, Lady Xiao asked, "Oh, right, last time I told you to visit the general's residence, did you go?" Ji Yu-chen explained, "Your son was busy with official duties before and accidentally forgot. I will definitely go in the next 2 days." Lady Xiao frowned slightly and reminded him, although you don't have many direct conflicts with the crown prince right now, all the ministers in court should know that you and the crown prince are at odds and will certainly contend for the throne in the future. Zhao Tai's prestige in the army is not low, and he holds the tiger tally. More importantly, he hasn't sided with anyone yet. If you can win him over, it will be a great help for you in contending for the throne. What mother concubine says makes sense. Ji Yu-chen nodded and replied, if he could win over General Zhao Tai, he would have done so long ago. In the original plot, the reason Zhao Tai didn't take a stance was because he truly admired 6th Prince Ji Yu Tianming and even intended to marry his daughter to him. However, something happened later, and Zhao Tai's daughter was accidentally murdered, so the marriage never materialized. As for flowers like Ji Yu Mao and Ji Yu Chen, who could only grow in a greenhouse, he disdained them. However, he couldn't explain these reasons to his mother concubine, so he could only perfunctorily agree. Lady Xiao sat elegantly, her charming eyes gently lifting to look at Ji Yu Chen below. If I'm not mistaken, that miss from the general's residence will be turning 15 in 2 days. At that time, prepare a generous gift, go to the general's residence to offer congratulations, and also test Zhao Tai's choice. Your son understands, Ji Yu-chen said. It's good that you know. Seeing that Ji Yu-chen was amenable to advice, Lady Xiao's mood also eased slightly. Then she asked again, how is your relationship with He Yan now? It's been over a month since you got married, it's time for some news. Thank you for your concern, mother concubine. Yanner and I have a very good relationship, but there are a lot of trivial matters lately, so sometimes I don't have much energy to think about other things, Ji Yu-chen explained. Lady Xiao shook her head, that won't do. Your mother concubine only has you as a sole heir. If you ascend the throne in the future, you will be the emperor of Great Zhou. The prosperity of the imperial family depends on the continuation of the lineage. Even if you are busy with official duties, you cannot be negligent or careless in this matter. Your son will try his best, Ji Yu-chen said indifferently, not wanting to talk more. Differences in Guanyin would inevitably lead to conflicts on some matters, so Ji Yu-chen didn't want to discuss the topic of having children too much. Moreover, he never said he absolutely had to be the Emperor Prince Shuang's residence. Jong Hae-in sat on the left side of the table, and Jong Anran sat on the right side of the table. They exchanged glances, neither daring to speak first. Even Spring Summer and Xiao Yu behind them silently closed their mouths. The atmosphere in the room was exceptionally awkward and silent. He Yan, is your highness here? Jong Anran couldn't help but look at Jong Hae-in opposite her and asked first. Coming to Prince Shuang's residence today, she had anticipated possibly meeting Jong Hae-in, but as soon as she entered the residence, she indeed ran right into her. It was truly as awkward as it could get. However, compared to when they were at the Duke Zhenghuo's residence, her sister's temper seemed to have improved a bit. She didn't directly chase her away. Jong Hae-in frowned, clearly annoyed by her calling her He Yan, but in the end, she endured it and said coldly, Your Highness isn't here. If it were before, she would have definitely driven the other person out directly. But now she knew Jong Anran could help His Highness, so she couldn't be so willful. However, just seeing that face still made her somewhat angry. Oh, then has His Highness Prince Shuang said when he'll be back? Jong Anran smiled and asked. Last time, Prince Shuang told her to come over in the afternoon. Today, she had lunch and lay at home for over an hour before coming out. Yet, he wasn't home. If she wasn't asking for a favor, she would definitely give him a combo punch right now. Let him lie. I don't know. Jong Haen raised an eyebrow, glanced at Jong Anran, and said coldly. Alright, since your highness isn't here, I won't disturb you at the residence any longer. With that, Jong Anran stood up directly. She admitted that Jong Haen was someone she couldn't afford to provoke right now. But that didn't mean she had to bottle everything up. If she didn't like her, couldn't she just leave? It also saved her from seeing that cold face. Stop. Seeing Jong Anran about to leave, Jong Haen quickly called out. Does Princess Zhuang have something else? Jong Anran once again addressed her as Princess Zhuang, her tone becoming somewhat colder. Aren't you here to borrow money? If you leave now, are you waiting for His Highness to come find you? Jong Haen said. Jong Anran stated directly, I never said I wanted His Highness to find me. It's just that Princess Zhuang, you seem unwilling to keep me, so why should I continue to stay here? As for the money, I will naturally think of other ways. When did I say I wouldn't keep you? Don't be so self-important here, Jong Haen said, slightly angered. Alright, Princess Zhuang, you're right, I was being self-important. Can I leave now? Jong Anran said perfunctorily. No, Jong Haen directly refused. Jong Anran couldn't help but laugh, saying, could it be that Princess Zhuang wants to rely on her status to bully a weak woman like me? She wasn't sure if Jong Haen would lay hands on her, but His Highness Prince Zhuang should still be reasonable. In that case, the other party should also show some face for His Highness Prince Zhuang. After all, she was invited by him. Who wants to bully you? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Looking at Jong Anran's fearless demeanor, Jong Haen was indeed very angry, but she still didn't make a move against her. Then, she continued, I know His Highness thinks highly of the shop you're currently running, which is why he asked you to come to Prince Zhuang's residence. But I hope you remember, I am his princess consort, his woman. But if you dare to harbor any other malicious intentions like your Yi Niang, I definitely won't let you off. She always had a strange feeling. Jong Anran always seemed to be at odds with her. Before, in the Duke Zhenghuo's residence, father doted on her, the concubine-born daughter, more. Now that she was married into Prince Zhuang's residence, Jong Anran had actually attracted His Highness's attention with her own methods, even making His Highness think highly of her. If she was like Madame Min, then everything she did must have some purpose. Therefore, she couldn't help but warn the other party, letting her know the distance she should keep from His Highness in the future. Jong Anran felt a bit speechless internally. Was her guard so strong? She had only met His Highness Prince Zhuang a few times, and she already thought she had ulterior motives? However, Jong Anran still reassured her, you can rest assured about this. His Highness Prince Zhuang and I only have a purely transactional relationship, and there won't be too much interaction. It's good that you know, Jong Haen said. 50. Number 50 Men are all liars. Chapter 050. Men are all liars. Haha, what are you all chatting about? Suddenly, a bright voice came from behind. Jong Haen was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked back. Once she saw who it was, a look of surprise and joy flashed in her eyes. Her cold expression immediately dissolved into a brilliant smile as she cried out in surprise, Your Highness, you're back. With that, she ran toward him with joy and hugged his arm. Opposite them, Jong Anran also turned around. When she saw Jong Haen leaning against Ji Yuchen's side in such a sweet and adorable manner, her jaw nearly hit the ground. This face-changing speed is simply too fast. She was just acting all cold and icy toward me, but now that her man is back, she's become all soft and sweet. This is way too much of an act. If this were her past life, she'd be a total green tea, wouldn't she? As expected, a woman who knows how to act spoiled has the best life. Unfortunately, she doesn't know how. Miss Zhang is here as well. At this moment, Ji Yuchen walked over while leading Jong Haen and said with a smile, His Highness Prince Zhuang, let's stick to serious business. Jong Anran's face was solemn. She really didn't want to watch the two of them flirting. Because she was currently single. Very well. Ji Yuchen nodded and sat down at one side of the table. Jong Haen sat beside him, no longer speaking out of turn. Then, Ji Yuchen waved his hand and instructed the attendants behind him, have the butler bring me 100 gold. Jong Anran was stunned for a moment and reminded him, Your Highness, did you remember incorrectly? I only borrowed 20 taels of gold from you last time. Ji Yuchen shook his head and asked in return, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Yang's funds should be quite tight right now, shouldn't they? Furthermore, to obtain permits from the government office, each shop requires a deposit of 10 taels of gold. If I only lend Miss Zhang 20 taels, you can at most open one more shop. Your Highness is correct. My original plan was indeed to open 2 shops. Jong Anran nodded composedly. She couldn't very well admit she had come to borrow money because she couldn't afford to pay her workers. Ji Yuchen continued, So, I have a proposal. I wonder if Miss Zhang is willing to accept it? Zhang Anran asked curiously. Please tell me, Your Highness. I will provide all 100 taels for you to open your shops, and you won't have to pay it back. Not only that, when you go to the government office for the permits, I can even have the officials waive the deposit for you. Ji Yuchen paused briefly, then looked at Zhang Anran and said, however, once Miss Yang's business takes off, I will require a certain percentage of the dividends. Zhang Anran was taken aback and blurted out, you want to buy shares? Quote, Zhang Heian's brow furrowed as she looked at Zhang Anran in confusion. What is buying shares? Why have I never heard of it? Hearing Zhang Heian's question, Zhang Anran realized she had let the term slip. She looked back at the bewildered Ji Yuchen and his companion and said awkwardly, it's nothing. I just misspoke. What I mean is, Your Highness intends to cooperate with me to open the shops, and then we'll split the profits proportionally? Yes. Ji Yuchen nodded. Seeing Ji Yuchen nod, Zhang Anran pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. This was her exclusive secret recipe, the only one in the imperial capital. Would she be at a disadvantage if she collaborated with him like this? However, if they collaborated, she could rapidly expand the shops and achieve massive returns in a short time. After a bit of thought, Zhang Anran asked, if we collaborate, how does Your Highness want to split the profits? 30-70, Ji Yuchen said. Upon hearing that Prince Shuang wanted 30%, Zhang Anran immediately shook her head. No, 30% is too much. I can give Your Highness 20% at most. The potential of this hot pot restaurant was definitely enormous. It was bound to become a sensation throughout the imperial capital. Even if Prince Shuang was investing some money now, it only proved he had a good eye. It didn't mean she should surrender such a large profit to him. Ji Yuchen also shook his head. I may have misspoken just now. I meant that I take 70 and Miss Zhang takes 30. Is His Highness Prince Shuang certain he's not joking with me? Quote, Zhang Anran was stunned on the spot, an awkward smile on her face, completely at a loss for how to even begin scolding Ji Yuchen. He wanted 70% of the shares just for an initial investment? Does he have any idea how much money her hot pot restaurant will make in the future? What is this measly 100 gold worth? She had thought this Prince Shuang was an honest man, but she never expected his heart to be so black. Ji Yuchen said, I know Miss Zhang may be somewhat dissatisfied, but you should consider that anyone who can survive in the imperial capital has connections of some sort. Although you are the miss of Duke Zhengou, your status is not high, and it seems the old duke himself doesn't quite support your shop opening endeavors. If you truly want to scale your business in the future, without a backer, your business will inevitably be targeted. By then, the money you earn might just end up in someone else's pockets. This prince still has some influence in the imperial capital. If nothing else, I can at least look out for a few shops for Miss Zhang. Zhang Anran fell silent. His words were not without merit. Practically every official was greedy to some extent. Even her grandfather would occasionally accept gifts. Once she got the shops running, if there was no one to back her up, she really might be targeted by others. His Highness Prince Shuang, I understand your point, but I simply cannot accept that ratio. To be honest, you're only providing a one-time investment now. I'll likely be the one managing everything for the shops afterward, Zhang Anran said. Ji Yuchen made a concession. Then 40-60. No, I can accept 50-50 at most. Not a bit less. Zhang Anran continued to shake her head, extending her right palm. Fine, it's a deal. As soon as Zhang Anran finished speaking, Ji Yuchen smiled and agreed immediately. Seeing Ji Yuchen's mischievous grin, Zhang Anran's heart sank and her expression collapsed. Damn it, this His Highness Prince Shuang had intentionally baited her. He had proposed the 70-30 split entirely to wait for her to bargain. Liar. Men are all big liars. We won't bother with a written pledge. I believe Miss Zhang is a trustworthy person. This 100 gold will be my initial investment. If the shops encounter any trouble or need more funds in the future, you can come to me at any time. After saying that, Ji Yuchen ordered the butler to hand the 100 taels of gold to Zhang Anran. I can't carry all this. Have someone deliver it to my residence. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving, Zhang Anran said with some life chi. Then she left Prince Shuang's residence without looking back. Ouch. Perhaps because she was in such a rush, she didn't step firmly over the threshold and accidentally tripped. In the end, the maidservant beside her had to support her as she walked out. Watching Zhang Anran leave in a huff, Ji Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this woman was truly life chi, but this time he had indeed gotten a great bargain. Zhang Anran is indeed still so lacking in manners, Your Highness. You even lent her money, and she actually gave you such attitude. Seeing Zhang Anran's arrogant attitude just now, Zhang Heian complained to Ji Yuchen with some dissatisfaction. Alright, I did indeed dig a hole for her, which is why she is so Ji Yu-chen explained softly. But she was disrespectful to your highness just now. I just can't stand it. Ji Yu-chen looked at Zhang Heian and didn't bother explaining further. Sigh. Her hatred for Zhang Anran was truly bone deep. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Ninth Brother, Sister-in-Law. Chapter 051. Ninth Brother, Sister-in-Law. I'm so mad this Prince Shuang is so petty, he actually set me up like this. A man's words are as unreliable as a ghost's lies. This young miss will never believe them again. Back at Duke Jungwo's residence, Zhang Anran sprawled on her bed and complained loudly. Feeling extremely disgruntled, she had originally planned to rely on her own wit to make a fortune. She had finally figured out the hot pot base recipe, only for Prince Shuang to swoop in and take a share. She admitted he had a point at the time. If she wanted to open a hot pot restaurant in the capital, she definitely needed someone to back her up. The ninth prince, Prince Shuang, was undoubtedly a good choice. But this guy had actually set a trap for her in advance, stealing her hard-earned money. Young miss, I think what His Highness Prince Shuang said isn't without reason. The key is that he gave us 100 gold without any hesitation, Xiao Yu couldn't help but say. She didn't understand business matters, nor did she know the future potential of the hot pot restaurant. She only knew that when her young miss was in trouble, it was His Highness Prince Shuang who helped her and gave her a full 100 taels of gold. Moreover, His Highness Prince Shuang said he could use his name to back her shop. With his status, a 50-50 split seemed reasonable. Xiao Yu, whose side are you on anyway? Is 100 taels of gold a lot? Do you know how much money this young miss can make once the shop opens? His 100 taels of gold is just a drop in the bucket. Zhang Anran couldn't help but retort. Why was this girl siding with an outsider? Who was her master, anyway? But His Highness Prince Shuang can back the shop. If we run into any trouble in the future, even if the Duke doesn't want to help, we can go to His Highness Prince Shuang, Xiao Yu said. I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate with Prince Shuang, but he wants 50% of the profits. He's too greedy, a total scoundrel. Hearing her young miss badmouthing His Highness Prince Shuang, Xiao Yu's face turned pale, and she quickly warned, young miss, you can't say such things. His Highness Prince Shuang is a member of the imperial family, after all. I'm just feeling frustrated I can't even vent a little? Zhang Anran said unhappily. She wasn't one to suffer in silence. If she felt wronged, she had to speak up. Only then would she feel better. However, after today's incident, she would have to be more careful with His Highness Prince Shuang. The more elegant and approachable a man seemed, the more likely he was to be a hypocrite. Now, thinking of Ji Yu-chen's smiling face at the time, Zhang Anran felt angry. Damn it, I really want to kick that smiling face of his 2 days later. Early in the morning, Madame Min rushed into Zhang Anran's room, urging her to get dressed and saying earnestly, daughter, today is the coming-of-age ceremony for the general's residence's miss. All the nobility will be there. It seems the crown prince, several princes, and lords will also be there to give gifts. I've already spoken with your father to let you go along. I heard that the crown prince, Prince Qi, Prince Jin, as well as the 12th prince and the 16th prince are still unmarried. You should see if there's a chance to get to know them and leave a good impression. Zhang Anran blinked her sleepy eyes, her face full of drowsiness. Mother, I've been very tired these past few days. Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? She had been busy managing the shop for the past 2 days, preparing to open it within the next day or two, and had no mind for anything else. Madame Min's words went in one ear and out the other. Daughter, listen to me, that girl born to Madame Zhou can marry into Prince Suang's residence. You certainly can't marry much worse than her. No matter how well your business does, you'll only be a wealthy merchant at most. Only by marrying a good husband can you escape your status as a concubine-born daughter of the Duke's residence. Everything I'm saying is for your own good. Seeing Zhang Anran's lazy appearance, Madame Min said helplessly. She hadn't had an easy time in Duke Jungwo's residence over the years. Although Zhang Quan doted on her and never lacked for money or material things, the Duke and the old madam in the residence looked down on her. Sometimes during family gatherings, she, as a mistress, wasn't even qualified to sit at the table, treated entirely as an outsider or even a servant. If she wanted to turn things around in Duke Jungwo's residence and have the Duke and old madam look at her differently, she could only rely on her daughter now. If her daughter could also marry into the imperial family, or into the family of a high-ranking official like the Prime Minister, the Duke and old madam's attitude would surely change. Perhaps she could even stand on equal footing with Madame Zhou. Only if her daughter married well could she win respect. Then, Madame Min quickly urged, "Get up quickly and dress yourself well. Your father is already waiting outside. We'll be heading to the general's residence shortly." "Fine, I get it." Zhang Anran sighed, trying to wake herself up. She knew exactly what her mother was thinking. If she didn't get up now, her mother would keep buzzing in her ear. It would be impossible to get any sleep. Her mother was set on her marrying into a good family, preferably someone of the rank of a prince or lord. There were 4 beauties in the capital: Anyang Princess Ji Yu Zikan, Zhang Heian of Duke Zhengwo's residence, Nangong Yu of the Prime Minister's residence, and Zhao Lele of the General's residence. The reason these 4 women were hailed as the capital's 4 great beauties was not only their peerless looks but, more importantly, their status. Take Zhang Heian and Zhang Anran, for example. Both were exceptionally beautiful in their own way, making it hard to say who was superior. But as the legitimate daughter, Zhang Heian's fame and the importance placed on her were higher than Zhang Anran's. Therefore, the people of the capital might know of Zhang Heian but not necessarily of Zhang Anran. To stand out among all the legitimate daughters, the beauty of these 4 women was naturally beyond doubt. "We're here." Looking at the general's residence not far away, Ji Yu Chen led Zhang Heian down from the carriage. Even though Great General Zhao Tai would only side with Ji Yu Tianming in the future, he still had to attend that Mrs. coming-of-age ceremony today. 9th brother, sister-in-law. Before they even entered, a voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw Ji Yu Yangyi running over with a grin. Ji Yu Chen glanced at him. "Did your mother consort tell you to come?" Ji Yu Yangyi's biological mother was surnamed Zhang. She was only a concubine consort. Her status in the harem was decent but certainly couldn't compare to Madame Nangong or Lady Xiao. Today was the coming-of-age ceremony for the general's residence's miss, and many had come to propose marriage. This fellow was one of them. "Ha ha, 9th brother, you guessed it." Ji Yu Yangyi scratched his head and said sheepishly. He didn't want to marry so early. He still wanted to go out and fight in wars. But his mother was pushing him hard, hoping he would settle down and start a career soon. Ji Yu Chen nodded. "Getting married early is good too. You don't look like someone who can lead troops in battle." "9th brother, I don't like hearing that." "Why can't I lead troops?" Ji Yu Yangyi couldn't help but retort. "The battlefield isn't as fun as you think. Right now, you're just a strategist on paper. When you actually get to the battlefield, it'll probably be a different story." Ji Yu Chen continued to discourage him. In the late stage of the original plot, Great Zhou had a conflict with the barbarian tribes of Mobe. Ji Yu Yangyi had volunteered to lead the army. Within a month, he lost 200,000 men, and 8 cities were taken in succession by the Mobe army. Later, it was Ji Yu Tianming who went north and drove the Mobe army out of the border. "Oh, 9th brother, you don't understand. Just wait for me to perform great deeds for Great Zhou in the future." Ji Yu Yangyi didn't bother to argue with Ji Yu Chen and guaranteed confidently. Ji Yu Chen patted his shoulder and said no more. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. This saying was absolutely true. Once he actually suffers a loss in the future, he'll know that the military tactics he read are worth nothing. 52. Number 52 Miss, are you alright? Chapter 52. Young Miss, are you alright? Ji Yu Chen and the other 2 entered the residence together, then encountered Xiao Zuo and Xiao Lechuan, who were there representing the Xiao family. Soon after, they saw Zhang Quan and Zhang Anran arriving from behind, their faces full of smiles. "Your Highness, you and He Yan came as well." Beside them, Zhang Anran shot Ji Yu Chen a very displeased look. She was someone who held grudges. She still clearly remembered how she had been tricked by him 2 days ago. "Father-in-law has come too." Ji Yu Chen noticed Zhang Anran's gaze but didn't pay it any mind. He turned back to Zhang Quan and spoke politely. "The great general has fought for the country and achieved numerous military merits. Even my father admires him somewhat, so naturally, I had to come," Zhang Quan said. "That's true. The Great Zhou has been stable and peaceful these past few years, and the great general deserves much of the credit," Ji Yu Chen agreed. After some small talk, the group went inside together. The general's residence was very lively. The entire residence was filled with guests, a bustling scene as almost all the court officials had come to offer their congratulations. Even the crown prince, and Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, were already present. As Ji Yu Chen and his group walked into the room, the surrounding guests clearly moved aside to avoid blocking their path. Inside the room, the crown prince saw Ji Yu Chen arrive and stared at him with a meaningful gaze. For a few moments, "Haha, His Highness Prince Zhuang, the 12th Prince, Minister Zhang, and Commander Xiao are here. Everyone, please, take a seat inside." At that moment, a burly middle-aged man walked over with a big laugh and spoke with great joy. The man was none other than Great General Zhao Tai. Ji Yuchen smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Tai, saying, General Zhao, congratulations on your daughter's Gigi ceremony. Haha, your highness is too polite. I, Zhao, couldn't be happier that you all could come. Come, please sit inside, Zhao Tai said with a laugh, inviting Ji Yuchen and the others further into the house. Ji Yuchen and the others didn't engage in much more small talk and soon found a place to sit. There would likely be many people coming to propose marriage today, including the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince and Old 12th, Ji Yu Yangyi. However, in Zhao Tai's heart, he had long ago decided on Ji Yu Tianming as his son-in-law, so he naturally wouldn't agree to a marriage alliance with any other family. In the original plot, on the eve of Zhao Lili's Gigi ceremony, Zhao Tai had approached Ji Yu Tianming, hoping to betroth his daughter to him. But Ji Yu Tianming had used the border wars as an excuse, claiming he didn't want to hold her back, and refused the marriage. But in reality, he simply didn't want to become an enemy of the Crown Prince too early. Because the Crown Prince also valued Zhao Lili's beauty and family background. If Ji Yu Tianming had agreed to the marriage directly, it would have certainly caused the Crown Prince's dissatisfaction and even made him wary. There was no benefit in that for him, and he was certain that even if he didn't agree to the marriage, Zhao Tai would still stand on his side, and that was indeed the case. In the original plot, Ji Yu Tianming was the kind of person who knew how to endure in silence. He wasn't exactly bad, but he was quite calculating, cared deeply about his own interests, and knew how to prioritize. He was a shrewd egoist. Therefore, for today's Gigi ceremony, both the Crown Prince and Old 12th would likely return home disappointed. The time has come. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door. The previously noisy room instantly fell silent, and cheerful music began to play all around. Before long, a young girl, supported by female relatives, walked slowly into the room. She was tall, with lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her fair skin showing a hint of blush. She wore a red brocade robe, her hands gently clasped in front of her abdomen, her steps reserved and dignified. The moment the Crown Prince, sitting in the seat of honor, saw the girl enter, his eyes lit up instantly. He subconsciously swallowed and thought to himself, as expected of one of the 4 beauties of the capital, how could such a beauty not enter my Crown Prince's residence? Just as all the guests were watching, the girl in the red robe lost her footing. She suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Young miss, are you all right? Seeing this, the female relatives beside her immediately bent down to help her up. I'm fine, that was definitely an accident. I'll walk even slower in a bit. The girl in the red robe ungracefully brushed the dust off her backside and then stood up, holding the hands of the female relatives. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tai, sitting above, couldn't help but smack his forehead. He tried his best not to look at the girl in the red robe, feeling utterly speechless. He knew it, this girl was bound to cause trouble today. Usually, he had the old nannies at home teach her how to walk and learn etiquette, but the girl stubbornly refused to learn. Now, trying to cram at the last minute, something was bound to go wrong. He didn't know whose personality this girl had inherited. She wasn't like her mother at all. The guests were sensible enough not to discuss this small accident, giving Zhao Tai plenty of face. Afterward, Zhao Lele walked with her unpracticed steps to Zhao Tai and his wife, knelt down, and said softly, "Daughter greets father and mother." Good. The woman beside him wore a gentle smile and waved to the maidservant behind her. The maidservant immediately handed over a golden hairpin. The woman first gently put up Zhao Lili's long hair, then inserted the golden hairpin into the bun, saying with a smile, "After today, my daughter will be grown up." "Thank you, mother." Zhao Lele gave a slight bow and then stood up. "General Zhao, congratulations, congratulations. Haha, today is your daughter's Gigi ceremony. With her beauty, many young masters from noble families will surely come to propose. I hope General Zhao finds an ideal son-in-law. Whoever can become in-laws with General Zhao will truly be blessed." At this time, the guests in the room also began to laugh, speaking words of flattery. "Haha, it is my honor that you all could attend my daughter's Gigi ceremony," Zhao Tai said politely with a smile. After the ceremony, everyone began the luncheon. The men sat at one table and the women at another. Before long, the Crown Prince smiled and asked, "General Zhao, I wonder if your daughter is already betrothed?" As soon as these words were spoken, some of the nobles who had originally intended to propose marriage immediately didn't dare to speak up. Although the Crown Prince's words weren't explicit, they clearly indicated his intention to seek a marriage. As subjects, how could they dare to help their own children snatch a woman the Crown Prince had his eye on? Haha, a match has already been decided. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Zhao Tai said with a smile. A few days ago, he had called Prince Jin, Ji Tianming, to the residence, wanting to betroth Lear to him. At that time, the other party had directly agreed to the marriage and had even begun planning the wedding. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Ji Yuchen's eyes, and he looked up at Zhao Tai in the distance. According to the development of the original plot, when the crown prince proposed to Zhao Tai, the latter should have used Zhao Lili's fear of marriage as an excuse to refuse. But now, he had directly confessed that a match was already decided. Who was it decided for? Prince Jin, Ji Tianming? That shouldn't be right. This guy loves to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Before his own power was fully formed, it was impossible for him to let his relationship with the crown prince sour. Oh, the crown prince had a smile on his face as he turned back to Zhao Tai and asked, I wonder which family's young master has managed to win the general's favor. His voice was somewhat cold. At this moment, Ji Tianming interjected, I forgot to inform Imperial Brother of this. As early as a few days ago, your subject settled the marriage with the general. Old Sixth, it's you. The crown prince gave Ji Tianming a cold look, and the atmosphere instantly turned chilly. Across from them, Ji Yuchen gazed at Ji Tianming intently. He felt that the other man was somewhat hard to read. Could it be that his own appearance had disrupted the original rhythm, thus triggering a butterfly effect? But for Ji Tianming to snatch the woman the crown prince had his eye on at this time didn't seem to fit his character. After all, he wasn't like himself, who dared to go against the crown prince. 53. Number 53 Brother, you may have had too much to drink. Chapter 53. Royal brother, you might have had too much to drink. Sixth brother, you really know how to help your royal brother out. The crown prince, Ji Mao, squinted at Ji Tianming, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes before he retracted his gaze. Back when the Miss Zhang reached her coming-of-age ceremony, he hadn't been able to snatch her from Ji Yuchen. Now that the Zhao family's daughter had reached her coming-of-age, he still couldn't win her over against a Prince Jin who had no backing whatsoever. He was, after all, the current crown prince and the future heir apparent of Great Zhou. Anyone who married him would be the future empress of Great Zhou. Yet these people, one after another, were so ungrateful. And this sixth brother, it seemed he didn't truly treat him as a royal brother either. Interesting. How very interesting. As he thought, Ji Mao's state became somewhat frenzied. Even though he tried his best to conceal it, one could still hear him letting out a Jia cold laugh. Then he picked up his wine cup and began to drink by himself, no longer paying attention to anyone. Royal brother, you might have had too much to drink. Seeing Ji Mao's current appearance, Ji Tianming spoke calmly. Ji Mao looked back, his eyes seriously scanning over Ji Tianming as he said with a cold laugh, Hey, sixth brother, you are indeed something. This crown prince underestimated you. This was the general's residence. He couldn't settle scores with Ji Tianming here, lest he let others witness a joke. However, Ji Mao would remember this matter. As for the surrounding guests, seeing Ji Mao's current state, they didn't dare to interject or strike up a conversation casually. Those capable of working in the imperial court were sharper than needles. None of them were easy to deal with. His Highness the Crown Prince clearly intended to marry the general's residence's miss, but now he had been intercepted by His Highness Prince Jin. Naturally, he felt dissatisfied in his heart. It was just that, for the sake of appearances, he didn't dare to explode. But thinking about it, it was normal. Great General Zhao Tai had only this one precious daughter, and most people knew a thing or two about the Crown Prince's hobby of collecting women. Which father would be willing to marry his own biological daughter to such a man of poor character? Wouldn't that be pushing her into a fire pit? Ninth brother, has this fellow Ji Mao lost his mind? He seems quite infuriated by that stone-faced man, Prince Jin. Haha, I originally thought that stone-faced man was one of Ji Mao's people, but I didn't expect him to be an ally. Ji Yangyi leaned toward Ji Yuchen and laughed, looking exactly like someone who loved to watch the chaos and didn't mind if it escalated. Even though the matter of the marriage proposal might fall through, Ji Yangyi didn't care at all. Instead, he felt a bit more curious about the relationship between Ji Mao and Ji Tianming. Prince Jin was a prince after all, and now he was preparing to form a marriage alliance with the general's residence. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he could see him and Ji Mao completely fall out, Ji Yangyi would absolutely support it with both hands. Ji Yuchen looked up at Ji Yangyi and asked in return, Don't you think it's very irrational for Prince Jin to offend the crown prince at this time? Ji Yangyi froze for a moment and asked in confusion, Ninth brother, what do you mean by that? Think about it yourself. Looking at Ji Yangyi's bewildered face, Ji Yuchen sighed, too lazy to say more. If Prince Jin had the strength, he wouldn't have always stayed by the crown prince's side, secretly biding his time. Even if he had the great general helping him now, at most he just had someone backing him up. But compared to Ji Yu Mao, he was clearly still a few tiers lower. Furthermore, in the original plot, Ji Yu Tianming was characterized as a shrewd and self-interested person. Without being able to confirm an absolute advantage for himself, he wouldn't act rashly. It was even more impossible for him to set himself up as the crown prince's enemy. In any case, Ji Yu Tianming agreeing to the Zhao family's marriage proposal now was something he couldn't quite figure out. This meal was not very harmonious. Everyone had their own hidden motives and thoughts. Don't be fooled by the fact that this was just an ordinary gathering. In less than a day, the matter of the disagreement between the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao and Prince Jin Ji Yu Tianming over the general's residence's would spread among the various great families' prime ministers' residence. A sharp, shrill female voice rang out from within the house. What? His Highness Prince Jin has become engaged to the general's residence's miss. Didn't you all say that you would let me marry His Highness Prince Jin in the future? How could he marry that shrewd Zhao Lele? Quote, grandfather, cousin, quickly think of a way for me. I really like His Highness Prince Jin so much. In this life, I will marry no one but him. Nangong Zhu ran before Nangong Ju, Ji Yu Mao, and the others, her face full of anxiety and her heart extremely agitated. His Highness Prince Jin was skilled in both scholarly and martial arts, handsome and elegant. He was the dream lover of countless young misses in the imperial capital. When she first learned that her family wanted to arrange a marriage between her and His Highness, Nangong Zhu was so happy she couldn't sleep for 3 days, and even began to fantasize about the beautiful life she would have after becoming the princess consort Jin. But now, before the marriage had even been finalized, His Highness Prince Jin had agreed to a marriage with another family's daughter. How could she possibly let this go? Nangong Ju's old face turned cold as he looked at Nangong Chin beside him and ordered, a young lady of a great family crying and wailing here. What kind of decorum is this? You should properly manage this sister of yours. Nangong Chin hurriedly stepped forward to pull the weeping Nangong Zhu up, comforting her in a low voice. Sister, don't make a scene here. Now is not the time to fuss over these small matters. I won't leave. How is my business a small matter? Is it wrong for me to like His Highness Prince Jin? Besides, it was you all who wanted to match us up in the first place. You can't just let it go like this now. Grandfather, you are the current Prime Minister. Can't you help your granddaughter? I really only want to marry Prince Jin, Nangong Zhu said with great distress, her eyes full of tears. It was clear that she was truly emotionally invested. Bang! Nangong Zhu slammed the table violently, staring at Nangong Zhu below with utter indifference as he roared in a low voice. Are you quite finished? If you continue to be so willful and arrogant, I will kick you out of the residence right now. Nangong Zhu was instantly startled, looking at Nangong Zhu with a bit of fright, her eyes conveying her grievance as she said, Grandfather, I really Li. Sister, come out with me first. Don't make grandfather angry. Before Nangong Zhu could finish, Nangong Chin directly dragged her away, lest she fail to read the situation. Only after Nangong Zhu left did the room quiet down a bit. Nangong Zhu then sat back down on his stool, calming his emotions from just now. In the side room, brother, my heart hurts so much. Nangong Zhu's tears flowed down in torrents as she leaned against Nangong Chin's shoulder in extreme distress, looking just like a young girl who had just experienced a breakup. Sigh. Nangong Chin sighed, helping to wipe away the tears on Nangong Zhu's face as he comforted her. Carefully, sister, it is this Prince Jin's loss for not agreeing to our Nangong family's marriage proposal. In the future, your elder brother will surely find you an even better husband. Don't be sad over such a man. Although his sister was a bit unruly and willful, she was still his biological sister. He had watched her grow up. Humans are not made of stone. Seeing his sister so sad, he naturally felt somewhat uncomfortable as well. And this Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, was indeed not a good person. No wonder he had kept evading the Nangong family's marriage proposal back then. It turned out he had already settled on another candidate. To think he had always treated the other as a brother, he was simply blind. But I really like His Highness Prince Jin so much I only want to marry him, Nangong Zhu replied with a choked voice. Looking at Nangong Zhu who was already deep in love, Nangong Zhu suddenly didn't know how to advise her. Was this His Highness Prince Jin truly that good? Even if the other party had no feelings for her, his sister could still be so wholeheartedly in love with him. 54. Number 54. Raise your head and let me see. Light. Chapter 054. Raise your head and let this palace see you. Inside the main room, after pondering for a long time, Nangong Zhu looked at Ji Yu Mao with calm eyes and said lightly, it seems this Prince Jin is not as simple as we thought. He refused the Nangong family's marriage proposal initially, and now he has hooked up with the general's residence. He must have had plans long ago. If the other party genuinely wanted to work for the crown prince, marrying Jur and befriending the Nangong family would have been the most advantageous choice for him. But the other party did not do that, which made him certain that Prince Jin had other intentions. Ji Yu Mao's eyes turned cold, and his expression instantly darkened. I was careless. I should have seen long ago that Old Sixth wouldn't be so honest. Although he valued Zhao Lili's beauty, he also valued her status as the general's residence miss. Old Sixth interfering now to get engaged to the Zhao family made him suspicious. Zhao Tai's reputation in the military is no less than that of Duke Zhengao back then, and he still holds the Tiger Tally, commanding 50,000 troops. If anything changes, he could mobilize these 50,000 troops back to the capital at any time. Old Sixth could not be unaware of this. By marrying Zhao Tai now, does he perhaps intend to rely on him to contend for the future Dragon Throne? Tell me your plan. Nangong Ju looked at Ji Yu Mao. Ji Yu Mao's eyes tightened, and he said coldly, except for him, Ji Yu Chen has the noble consort, the Shao family, and the Duke Zhengguo's residence supporting him. Old Sixth is just a good-for-nothing. How dare he covet what Ji Yu Mao desires? Since the other party is not sincerely helping him, there is no need to keep such a person around. Once Ji Yu Tianming is removed, how can the general's residence still get engaged to Prince Jin's residence? That Zhao family miss will still be his woman then. Nangong Ju frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Prince Jin has been by your side for so many years. His cunning is deeper than most people's. If you want to remove him, you must have absolute certainty before making a move. Prince Jin marrying into the general's residence also displeased Nangong Ju. He was, after all, the prime minister, and he had personally acted as matchmaker for the two, intending to entrust his granddaughter, Nangong Zhu, to the other as a wife. Unexpectedly, the other party not only failed to appreciate the gesture but turned around and married into the general's residence. If outsiders found out, they would think his prime minister's residence was inferior to the general's residence. A prince who doesn't understand propriety truly has no need to remain here. Naturally, Ji Yu Mao said lightly, Weiyang Palace, the Empress's chambers. The door opened. A palace maid bowed low and slowly walked into the room, stopping only when she reached a beautiful woman. Empress, Prince Jin requests an audience. The beautiful woman wore a purple gold phoenix coronet, dressed in a vibrant red court robe embroidered with golden and silver Luan bird phoenix patterns. She leaned against a mahogany table, holding a feather and playing with a colorful sparrow in a cage. Oh, the beautiful woman put down the feather, quickly glanced at the palace maid. Her phoenix eyes tilted slightly upwards, exuding indescribable charm and radiance. Then, her ruby-red lips parted slightly, and she said softly, let him in. Yes. Soon, Ji Yu Tianming, dressed in white, walked in and bowed, greetings to the Empress. The beautiful woman did not hurry Ji Yu Tianming to rise. She leaned back slightly on the table, looking down at Ji Yu Tianming with a somewhat frivolous gaze. What brings you to my residence today? Tianming has something he needs the Empress's help with, Ji Yu Tianming said faintly. Getting engaged to the general's residence miss was a lapse in his judgment. Now, Ji Yu Mao was likely on guard and even beginning to suspect him. His power was not yet established, and he was no match for the Crown Prince Ji Yu Mao. Furthermore, exposing his strength too early would bring him no benefit. He needed to find a way to resolve this matter properly. You only come when you need something. Don't you think I dislike hearing that? The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly, and inquired softly. Ji Yu Tianming quickly explained, I have been busy recently, so I haven't had time to pay my respects to the Empress. Is that so? The beautiful woman murmured, gazing seriously at Ji Yu Tianming below, and then said, raise your head and let this palace see you. Yes, Ji Yu Tianming responded and slowly raised his head. Looking at Ji Yu Tianming's handsome and upright face, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Her smooth, fair jade foot extended, her fingertip lightly touching Ji Yu Tianming's chin, deliberately teasing, whether I help you depends on your own capabilities, do you understand? Ji Yu Tianming's expression changed. He reached out and grabbed the woman's unruly right foot, responding domineeringly, then I certainly will not disappoint the Empress. With that, Ji Yu Tianming stood up directly, picked the beautiful woman up into his arms, and walked toward the large bed ahead. Before long, slapping sounds echoed. If Ji Yu Chen were standing here, he would surely be greatly shocked. Not just shocked by the Prince Jin and the Empress engaging in illicit acts. Even more shocking was that in the original plot, Prince Jin would never act so recklessly. Although he was self-serving in the late stage of the book, he only had a slight ambiguous connection with the female protagonist and was very self-restrained, but now he had completely let himself go. Half an hour later, Gu Tianming lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, exhaling a breath of stale air. The beautiful woman, Madame Nangong, leaned beside him, stroking his cheek with a lingering expression, teasing, "Minger, aren't you a martial artist? You seem a bit spent? As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger." Madame Nangong was 38 this year, precisely the age of a wolf and a tiger. Furthermore, the old emperor at home was unwell and had long lost the desire to busy himself with such matters of the boudoir, causing her to become even more desperately thirsty. It wasn't until a month ago, when Gu Tianming accidentally caught sight of her bathing, that she received the nourishment of love again. Since then, Gu Tianming would come to the palace periodically to pay his respects and help her resolve her worries. "Empress, you underestimate me then." Provoked by Madame Nangong, Gu Tianming immediately became vigorous again. 20 minutes later, Gu Tianming lay on the bed again, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seeing his wretched appearance, Madame Nangong stopped teasing him. She threw a long robe over herself and stepped off the bed barefoot. "Tell me, what is it this time you need this palace's help with?" Gu Tianming quickly sat up in bed and said seriously, "It concerns the crown prince." Madame Nangong paused, her eyelids flickered slightly, and she looked at Gu Tianming on the bed. "Tell me first." Gu Tianming did not hide anything, telling Madame Nangong everything that had happened at the general's residence, word for word. He had no intention of lying to her. After all, many officials attended the banquet, and the conflict between him and the crown prince would quickly spread within the capital's circles. If Madame Nangong wanted to know, she only needed to casually inquire with someone to learn the whole story. Madame Nangong raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Then why did you agree to the marriage proposal from the general's residence? If I recall correctly, the prime minister also intended to betroth Jur to you, didn't he?" Gu Tianming smiled and said, "Empress, do you think I could marry Nangong Zhu? If I truly married her, I would only become a puppet for your Nangong family, working for you. Isn't that good? When the crown prince ascends the throne, as his confidant, he certainly won't treat you poorly." Gu Tianming smiled and countered, "Empress, do you think, given the crown prince's character, he is fit to sit on that dragon throne?" Madame Nangong frowned. "What do you mean?" Gu Tianming said, "It's not that I see through the crown prince. With his character and ability, even if he sits on that dragon throne, he will inevitably be controlled by the Nangong family in the future, becoming a puppet emperor. Although the Nangong family is the empress's maternal family, you are now also part of the imperial family. Think carefully. If the crown prince takes power and the Nangong family monopolizes governance, eliminating all external factions, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, the ones truly ruling the Great Zhou will only be people from the Nangong family, not your descendants." Madame Nangong narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Are you trying to sow discord between this empress and the prime minister's residence?" "I am merely stating the facts." Gu Tianming continued, "The crown prince has poor conduct. The empress must know better than I whether he is suitable for the dragon throne. My closeness with the general's residence is also to guard against unforeseen circumstances, preventing the prime minister's residence from becoming too dominant. As for whether the empress is willing to step in to help me ease the conflict with the crown prince, while I hope so, I absolutely will not force it. Everything depends on the empress's decision." Madame Nangong glanced at Gu Tianming, then fell into silence. After a moment, she smoothed her brow and said lightly, "Let me think about this matter. You can go back for now." Yes. 55. Number 55 Hot Pot Restaurant Opening. Chapter 055. Hot Pot Restaurant Opening. The next day, Madame Nangong summoned Ji Mao to Weiyang Palace. "Mother." Inside the hall, Ji Mao respectfully bowed. "Sit first." "Yes." Ji Mao nodded and immediately found a seat to sit down. Madame Nangong raised an eyebrow and then said, "I already know about what happened at the general's residence yesterday. I'm giving you a heads up, don't deliberately target the Prince of Jin because of this." Ji Mao was instantly stunned and immediately retorted, "Mother, Grand General Zhao Tai commands 500,000 troops. For old Sixth to get engaged to them at this time is clearly with ulterior motives. I just realized it too late, otherwise I would have long since eliminated that guy." A flicker of displeasure crossed Madame Nangong's face as she coldly reminded him, "The Prince of Jin's engagement to the general's residence was arranged by me. Could it be you want to eliminate me as well?" Quote, Ji Yu Mao was instantly dumbfounded, looking at Madame Nangong with great confusion. This was mother's intention? Madame Nangong said, you should take a good look at yourself right now. Do you know why both Duke Zhengwo's residence and the general's residence look down on you? Born as the heir apparent of Great Zhou, you are criticized everywhere for your improper conduct and poor character. With the way you are now, how will you be able to govern Great Zhou in the future? You're not young anymore, you should understand some etiquette. Don't rely on your status as the crown prince to act recklessly outside. It will only end up harming you in the end. Your son will remember. Ji Yu Mao immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak loudly. Let the matter between you and the Prince of Jin end here. Don't go looking for trouble on purpose. Also, learn to make your own decisions. Don't run to the Prime Minister's residence at every turn. Remember your identity. You are the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, a member of the imperial family, not a member of the Nangong family. Do you understand? Madame Nangong said. Your son understands, Ji Yu Mao said in a low voice. All right, you may leave. Having said that, Madame Nangong gently waved her hand, instructing Ji Yu Mao to leave. However, hearing Madame Nangong's instruction, Ji Yu Mao did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he asked in confusion, Mother, your son has one thing he doesn't understand. Speak, Ji Yu Mao said. Why did mother want the Prince of Jin to marry into the general's residence? Wouldn't it be better if your son married the Zhao family's miss? Madame Nangong said, General Zhao only has this one precious daughter. Do you think he would feel at ease in trusting her to you? A man being a philanderer is not wrong in itself. There isn't a man in this world who doesn't stray. The mistake lies in him being too flamboyant, ruining his own reputation. And powerful ministers like Duke Zhengwo and the Divine Might Great General, already holding high positions and great power, naturally seek the best match. Your son understands. A cold glint flashed in Ji Yu Mao's eyes but was immediately concealed as he said in a low voice. 6 days later, the weather in the capital gradually turned cold, with many households already wearing padded jackets. Zhang Anran's first hot pot restaurant officially opened for business on this day. On the capital's streets, a carriage slowly passed by the roadside, with Ji Yu Chen and Zhang Heian sitting inside together. Today was the official opening of Zhang Anran's hot pot restaurant. As one of its shareholders, Ji Yu Chen naturally had to go take a look. Achoo! Suddenly, at that moment, Zhang Heian beside him sneezed, her body involuntarily trembling. Did you catch a chill last night? Ji Yu Chen asked with concern. Now the two of them were squeezed together sleeping in one bed, and the key point was that this girl Zhang Heian wasn't a restful sleeper. Especially after falling asleep, her sleeping positions were all sorts of strange, completely lacking her usual quietness and reserve. Sometimes when Ji Yu Chen woke up, he had to help cover her with the blanket. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on her, as those were actions she performed while in a subconscious state, not something her conscious mind could control. Probably last night she didn't cover herself properly again and caught a chill. It seems a bit. Zhang Heian sniffled, a bit worried His Highness would scold her. Then why did you still come out with me? The mansion has charcoal fires to keep warm. You insisted on running out to suffer the cold with me. Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. He shouldn't have brought her out earlier, lest she get sick again. I wanted to accompany your highness for a walk. Hearing the reproachful tone in His Highness's voice, Zhang Heian said softly. Actually, there was another reason. She knew His Highness was going to Zhang Anran's shop today. To prevent the other woman from trying to seduce His Highness, she had to stick close to him, not leaving his side for a moment. Seeing Zhang Heian's current appearance, Ji Yu Chen couldn't bring himself to scold her. With a slight sigh, he draped the white tiger fur robe he was wearing over her to keep her from getting cold. Seeing Ji Yu Chen drape the robe over her, Zhang Heian hurriedly refused. Your Highness, what will you do if you get cold later? You should wear it yourself. I'm not that cold. Be obedient and listen. Ji Yu Chen didn't give Zhang Heian a chance to argue, directly fastening the fur robe on her. Seeing Ji Yu Chen's actions at that moment, Zhang Heian felt a warmth in her heart. She quietly shifted her body closer to him, then rested her head on his shoulder. Her face slightly flushed. She tentatively asked, Your Highness, how about tonight when we go back we try for a baby? Ji Yu Chen extended his right finger and gave her a firm thwack on the forehead, directly shattering her fantasy. Ouch! Zhang Heian immediately rubbed her forehead where she had just been flicked, pouted her lips, and looked at Ji Yu Chen with pleading eyes. Your Highness, you hurt me. Be more careful next time. Soon, Ji Yu Chen and the other arrived at the hot pot restaurant opened by Zhang Anran. The shop's name was quite impressive. It was called All Under Heaven Pot. It was clear someone had studied marketing, cleverly capturing the public's curiosity and sense of novelty. Let's go. Let's see how the business is doing, Ji Yu Chen said. I'll follow your highness's lead. Zhang Heian linked her arm with Ji Yu Chen's and obediently followed by his side. It was just mealtime and the shop's business was booming, even exceeding Ji Yu Chen's expectations. The entire first floor was almost full of customers, and many more were continuously streaming in. The hot pot was heated by charcoal fire, and with so many people inside the shop, the temperature inside was quite high. Zhang Heian, wearing the fur robe, soon felt hot, her face slightly flushed and fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. I never imagined she had some business acumen. The business is this good on the first day of opening. Zhang Heian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. For a newly opened shop to attract so many customers in such a short time must have required a lot of effort. Although she disliked Zhang Anran, at this moment she couldn't help but admire the other woman's business skills. At that moment, Zhang Anran had just finished attending to guests upstairs and came down, only to spot the intimately behaving Ji Yu Chen and the other. Especially upon seeing Ji Yu Chen's grinning, mischievous face, Zhang Anran couldn't help but roll her eyes, silently cursing, "Stinky man, Miss Zhang." Ji Yu Chen also noticed Zhang Anran and immediately greeted her with a smile. "Your Highness is here." Zhang Anran quickly adjusted her facial expression, speaking with a fake smile. "Came to take a look. Didn't expect the business to be so good. It seems my judgment back then wasn't wrong. Miss Zhang is indeed suited for business," Ji Yu Chen said with a smile. "What does that have to do with your good judgment? It's all because this young lady has the skills and the brains." However, she only dared to think these words in her heart, not showing them outwardly. Then she chuckled and said, "Your Highness, there are too many customers here. How about we go upstairs to chat?" "Alright." 56. Number 56. You still have some conscience. Chapter 57. I guess you have a conscience after all. Then, Zhang Anran led Ji Yu Chen and his companion to a private room upstairs. After the few of them sat down, Zhang Anran was the first to ask, "Your Highness, Prince Shuang hasn't eaten yet, right? Why don't you try the flavor of my hot pot?" Ji Yu Chen nodded and said with a smile, Let's give it a try then." For the business to be so booming, besides Zhang Anran's marketing tactics being spot on, the taste must also be quite good. Seeing this, Zhang Anran hurriedly instructed the maidservant behind her, "Spring Summer, tell the waiter to bring a mandarin duck pot and then bring some meat and vegetable dishes over." "Yes, young miss." Spring Summer nodded and immediately left the room. After Spring Summer left, Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but ask, for business to be so booming on the very first day of opening, Miss Zhang must have put in a lot of effort. "It's good that Prince Shuang knows." Zhang Anran couldn't help but grumble. Even before the new shop opened, she had already sent staff to distribute all around the capital. The advertising flyers and labor alone cost dozens of taels of silver. After that was the promotional event for the new shop's opening. Any diner who came to spend money at the shop during the first 3 days of opening would receive a 40% discount on all their spending. Furthermore, the shop also provided a card membership service. As long as one topped up 5 taels of silver at All Under Heaven pot, they would receive a free tea set. For a top-up of 1 tael of gold, they would receive a free fur robe. And the topped-up amount would all be recorded on the account for the diner's next visit. In short, in order to open this new shop, Zhang Anran was busy from morning to night almost every day, only getting 8 hours of sleep at night. "Haha, Miss Zhang has worked hard this time," Ji Yu Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Spring Summer entered from outside, followed by a waiter carefully placing a large pot on the table. One side had bright red broth, while the other was a clear soup with only red dates and goji berries. Then the waiter brought up the meat and vegetable dishes, as well as some dipping sauces. "This is hot pot?" Looking at the white and red broths in the pot, Zhang Heian curiously asked, "How do you eat this thing?" "You swish the meat in the pot for a bit, then dip it in the sauce and eat it," Zhang Anran said. Once the pot heated up, Zhang Anran took the initiative to demonstrate for Ji Yu Chen and his companion. First, she dumped the dipping sauces into her bowl, then used her chopsticks to pick up a thin slice of beef, swished it in the pot a few times, and once the beef was cooked through, dipped it in the sauce in her bowl and ate it in one bite. Holy crap, this taste is simply amazing. It's basically the same as the taste from her previous life. You guys try it too, the taste is really nice. After finishing the beef, Zhang Anran looked up at Ji Yu Chen and his companion opposite her and reminded them, "Nice?" Zhang Heian was stunned. What kind of flavor was nice? A milky taste? Ahem, it just means it's very delicious, Zhang Anran explained. Beside them, Ji Yu Chen followed Zhang Anran's steps precisely, first preparing the dipping sauce, then swishing a slice of beef and eating it with the sauce. "How is it? The taste is alright, isn't it?" Zhang Anran quickly looked at Ji Yu Chen. Ji Yu Chen nodded and said, "It's alright." Although it couldn't compare to his previous life, the taste was already very good for this era. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many diners. Then I'll try it too. Seeing Ji Yuchen nod, Jong Haeun was also eager to try. Saying so, she picked up her chopsticks, preparing to follow their actions and give it a try. She had never experienced such a novel way of eating before, but since Your Highness said it was good, the taste should be fine. The one on the left is spicy broth, you eat from the right. Seeing that Jong Haeun also wanted to taste it, Ji Yuchen took the initiative to remind her. Jong Haeun rarely ate spicy food. Last time they went shopping, Ji Yuchen ordered a spicy crispy chicken for her, and it was enough to make the girl cry from the spice. Jong Haeun nodded gently and also gave it a try, following their example. It seems okay, Jong Haeun praised in her heart, although she really didn't want to admit it. Eating it swished like this was good in both texture and flavor. Then, the three of them chatted while eating. Your Highness, I've dipped this mutton in sauce for you. Hurry and try it. Your Highness, this fish fillet is so fresh. Here you go. From time to time, Jong Haeun would also serve dishes to Ji Yuchen, putting everything she found delicious into his bowl. Watching the two of them displaying their affection in front of her, Jong Anran was simply speechless. By the way, Miss Jong, how are the preparations for your branch shop going? Ji Yuchen asked curiously. I only just finished sorting out the matters for this shop in the last 2 days. I still need to stay in the shop for a few more days to see how things go. As for the branch, I'll probably have to wait a few more days before I can start on it, Jong Anran said. Alright, do as you see fit. I'll put in a word with the government office. When the time comes, just go directly to Jong Kaishan to handle the permits. Jong Anran nodded. Alright, I'll also send some people over tomorrow to help, lest anyone causes trouble. Since it was a partnership, Ji Yuchen naturally couldn't leave the shop entirely to Jong Anran's management. Of course, it wasn't that he was unwilling to trust her, but rather to avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible. After all, this was the capital. Most of the people living here were royalty, nobles, and high-ranking officials from influential families. To take the simplest example, if a shop had no background, even a minor official from a county or a low-ranking jailer from the Ministry of Justice would dare to default on their bill, relying on their official authority to eat for free, and the shopkeeper might even have to serve them humbly. And such incidents were commonplace in the capital. Ji Yuchen sending people over was also a warning to the diners that this shop was under his Prince Swang's protection, so they had better not cause trouble. I guess you have a conscience after all. Hearing Ji Yuchen's words, Jong Anran felt he looked much more agreeable, and she silently grumbled a comment in her heart after eating and drinking their fill. Ji Yuchen and his companion took their leave and prepared to return to Prince Swang's residence. Your Highness. On the carriage, Jong Haeun suddenly called out. Ji Yuchen turned to look and asked, what is it? After hesitating for a moment, Jong Haeun said softly, Your Highness, since we are now partnering with Jong Anran, shouldn't we also send someone over to keep accounts? Otherwise, if she intentionally keeps false accounts, we wouldn't know. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Ji Yuchen said, we indeed should send someone over to keep accounts. He was still quite confident in Jong Anran's character. But after all, it was a business partnership. What needed to be kept clear should be kept clear. By sending someone to check the accounts, Ji Yuchen could also have a clear idea of things. Seeing Ji Yuchen agree with her point of view, a smile blossomed on Jong Haeun's face as she continued, Your Highness, how about I go to keep the accounts when the time comes? She certainly wouldn't dare to play tricks in front of me. You know how to keep accounts? Ji Yuchen couldn't help but look at Jong Haeun, his eyes full of suspicion. This girl wouldn't be using the excuse of keeping accounts to intentionally target Jong Anran, would she? Jong Haeun first shook her head, then said, I don't, but I can learn from the residence's steward. Anyway, I don't have much to do at the residence every day, so I might as well help Your Highness watch over the shop. Let me consider it. Ji Yuchen didn't agree directly. He was afraid this girl would go and cause trouble. Seeing that Ji Yuchen didn't agree immediately, Jong Haeun immediately explained, Your Highness, are you worried that I'll target Jong Anran and then ruin the hot pot restaurant's business? I promise you, I definitely won't. I'm just worried Jong Anran will play tricks. I don't dare to trust her completely. You really won't? Ji Yuchen was still somewhat unwilling to believe her. Your Highness, you don't believe me? Jong Haeun pouted her lips aggrievedly, looking at Ji Yuchen quite innocently. Looking at her like this, Ji Yuchen didn't dare to suspect her anymore. Alright, then you give it a try first. Hee. Jong Haeun immediately beamed with joy, happily taking his arm. Your Highness, I will definitely help you watch over the shop well. 57. Number 57. A life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Chapter 057. A life-saving kindness must be repaid manifold. The next day, Ji Yu-chen arrived at the Kyoto yamen. When the officials inside saw him, they immediately ran back to report. Before long, Zhang Kaishan, wearing his official uniform, hurried over, bowed respectfully to Ji Yu-chen, and said, "Greetings, His Highness Prince Shuang." "Rise," Ji Yu-chen said, then stepped inside the yamen. Zhang Kaishan quickly followed, remaining a small step behind him, not daring to show any slackness. "How is it? Are you accustomed to the position of prefect of the capital?" Ji Yu-chen asked lightly. "This is all thanks to your highness's nurturing," Zhang Kaishan replied. "Neither servile nor overbearing." Ji Yu-chen continued, "How is your wife's health now?" Ji Yu-chen had previously said that if Zhang Kaishan could help him obtain solid evidence against Gao Qinglian, he would consider finding someone to treat his wife's illness. However, after dealing with Gao Qinglian, he accidentally forgot about it. "Still the same." Zhang Kaishan gave a wry smile, a look of helplessness on his face. Ji Yu-chen stopped pressing the matter and said, "I came today because I need your help with something. Please speak, Your Highness." This official will do his utmost to handle it well. In a few days, someone should come to you to apply for an official approval document to open a shop. You met her before when Gao Qinglian was still here. Zhang Kaishan was stunned and subconsciously said, "Is it Miss Zhang from the Duke Zhenghuo's residence?" Back then, the miss from the Duke Zhenghuo's residence had come to the government office to process an official approval document, but Gao Qinglian rejected her using an excuse. It was only after His Highness Prince Shuang helped that the official approval document was finally processed. At the time, he remembered taking the blame for Gao Qinglian. "Yes," Ji Yu-chen nodded and continued, "when the time comes, approve a few good shops for her, and waive the deposits too." "Understood," Zhang Kaishan replied. Zhang Kaishan's attitude satisfied him, so he reminded him, "When she comes to the government office, you can ask her to look at your wife's illness. She might have a way to cure it completely." Zhang Kaishan's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Your Highness, Miss Zhang knows medical skills." As a prince, Prince Xuang's status was extraordinary. He recommended Miss Zhang to him instead of those imperial physicians, implying she must have some outstanding ability. Moreover, his madam's health was deteriorating daily. Whether she could be cured or not, as long as there was a slight chance, he should try. Ji Yu-chen nodded and reminded him, "Handle this matter yourself, but you must not reveal to her that I told you." The last time Zhang Anran treated Prince Jin's foot ailment, he guessed that she must have started studying medical skills. With the medical skills she was learning, she could likely cure Zhang Kaishan's wife. The reason he didn't want Zhang Kaishan to reveal his involvement to Zhang Anran was simply that he didn't want to attract her attention. This official understands. Zhang Kaishan lowered his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart after finishing his conversation with Zhang Kaishan. Ji Yu-chen left the government office. The guard Lu Yun asked softly, "Your Highness, where are we going now?" "Let's return to the residence," Ji Yu-chen replied. It was now late October. November would arrive in a few days. The weather in Kyoto was quite cold. Although it hadn't snowed yet, people were already wearing padded jackets. However, the streets of Kyoto were still as bustling as usual, filled with travelers rushing by, vendors hawking their wares, and performers performing, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die, get out of my way." Suddenly, a tall, thin man shoved aside pedestrians on both sides and sprinted quickly down the street. Immediately after, a girl in red robe was seen holding the reins in one hand, riding a black steed closely behind the tall, thin man, shouting, "Stop right there. This young miss, giddy up, damn it." Seeing that he was about to be caught, the tall, thin man's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a little girl standing on the left side of the street, and an idea instantly formed in his eyes. He quickly ran toward the little girl and forcefully grabbed her shoulder with his right hand. The little girl was startled and cried out in panic, "Bad man, you let go. Haha, go die." Before the little girl could finish speaking, the tall, thin man revealed a cruel, sinister smile, violently yanked her out with his right hand, and then shoved her backward, throwing her directly onto the street. The girl in red robe chasing behind changed her expression, pulled hard on the reins, and shouted at the little girl, "Danger, get out of the way." Taking advantage of this gap, the tall, thin man immediately ran away. In the middle of the street, hearing the girl in red robe's shouts, the little girl subconsciously raised her head and saw a black horse looming over her, its heavy hoof already descending toward her. "Mama, mother!" The little girl instantly panicked, her entire face turning deathly pale as she cried out for her mother for help. But just as the horse's hoof was about to stomp on the little girl's forehead, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the street. When the hoof landed on the ground, the little girl who had been lying on the street was already gone. 5 meters away, Ji Yu-chen set the little girl down. She seemed somewhat dazed and her eyes appeared lifeless. Little girl, are you alright? The little girl finally snapped out of it, gently raised her tender face, and looked curiously at the man who was much, much taller than her. Just then, a beautifully dressed beautiful woman rushed over, weeping, and immediately hugged the little girl tightly. Shonger, you scared your mother to death just now. If anything had happened to you, how could your mother live? Mother, Shonger was so scared too. Sure enough, crying was infectious. The little girl, who had been dazed moments before, was affected by the beautiful woman and immediately started crying mournfully. After an unknown amount of time, the beautiful woman finally wiped away her tears, pulled the little girl, and bowed directly to Ji Yu-chen. Shonger, quickly thank your life-saving benefactor. The little girl knelt directly on the ground. Thank you, big brother, for saving Shonger's life just now. I accept your gratitude, but please get up quickly. There is no need for such a grand gesture. Ji Yu-chen hurriedly helped the little girl stand up. The beautiful woman also rose and said, Young master, thank you for saving my daughter just now. If it's convenient, could you leave an address? I will have my husband come to your door to thank you later. Ji Yu-chen smiled. It's enough that your daughter is safe. There's no need for a house call to express thanks. How can that be? A life-saving kindness must be repaid manifold if young master doesn't mind. When my Shonger reaches her Jiji ceremony, I will marry her to you as your wife. She can serve young master for the rest of her life, which would repay this current debt of gratitude. I already have a wife. No matter, my Shonger can be a secondary wife. After being entangled for an unknown amount of time, Ji Yu-chen finally managed to persuade the mother and daughter to leave. Not long after they left, the girl in red robe rode her black horse to Ji Yu-chen, then lightly leapt off the horseback and bowed gratefully to Ji Yu-chen. Thank you, Prince Zhuang, for your assistance just now. The girl was none other than Zhao Lele from the general's residence. 58. Number 58. Please spare my life, my lords. Chapter 058. Have mercy, my lords. After some small talk, Zhao Lele told Ji Yu-chen the whole story. To put it simply, that tall, thin man was a robber. Today, while he was stealing from a young miss of a noble family on the street, Zhao Lele happened to run into him. Then came the scene Ji Yu-chen had just witnessed. Zhao Lily's personality took after her father, Zhao Tai, and was somewhat similar to Zhang Anran's. She was carefree, extroverted, and straightforward. However, because he was worried about his daughter's future marriage prospects, Zhao Tai protected her very well. Even if she practiced with swords and spears, she was only allowed to do so within the general's residence. Once she left the general's residence, she had to be quiet and dignified, just like any other young miss from a prominent family. It was the so-called "don't wash your dirty linen in public" at this moment. Zhao Lele gave an embarrassed smile and couldn't help but say, not only did I fail to catch the person just now, but I also almost accidentally injured others. If Prince Zhuang hadn't helped this time, she couldn't imagine what would have happened next. Ji Yu-chen shook his head and said, you can't be blamed for this. That man's methods were too ruthless. To block Zhao Lily's path, that man actually didn't hesitate to gamble with a little girl's life. If Ji Yu-chen hadn't stepped in just now, that girl would likely have been trampled to death by the horse. Ji Yu-chen didn't consider himself a good person, but he utterly detested that man's actions. Hearing Ji Yu-chen say this, Zhao Lele also became somewhat indignant. If I run into that fellow again, I'll definitely tear him into 10,000 pieces. Ji Yu-chen asked in return, wouldn't it be better to just catch him this time? Zhao Lele didn't understand and looked at Ji Yu-chen with a puzzled expression. What does your highness Prince Zhuang mean? Before Ji Yu-chen could explain, the golden saber guard Lu Yun walked over, with a man tied up beside him. Your highness, the man has been captured. Zhao Lele turned to look, and when she saw the face of the tied-up man, fire immediately flared in her eyes. This was exactly the robber she had been chasing earlier. Kneel. Lu Yun gave a forceful kick, making the man kneel directly on the ground. Have mercy, my lords, this lowly one has an 80-year-old mother above and an 8-year-old child below. It was only out of a momentary lapse of greed that I stole someone's money on the street. I beg you two lords to consider my family's poverty and give me another chance to turn over a new leaf. The tall, thin man knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately. Ji Yu-chen smiled. This cliché excuse, the man was still using it even now. Couldn't he come up with something new? Beside him, after hearing the tall, thin man's tragic backstory, Zhao Lily's heart softened, and she wasn't even that angry anymore. Is this truly your first time stealing on the street? Quote, hearing Zhao Lily's question, the tall, thin man quickly explained, this lowly one's family hasn't eaten for several days, which is why I was forced to steal. You two lords are merciful. Please let me go this once. Even if your home life is difficult, you shouldn't steal from others on the street. What if someone got hurt? Zhao Lele said helplessly. Although she sympathized with his background, stealing from others was ultimately wrong. Especially just now, she had almost caused someone harm while trying to catch him. Lu Yun. Hearing the man constantly making things up, Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but call out to Lu Yun. Your subordinate is here. Escort him to the government office and hand him over to Zhang Kaishan. Let him decide how to sentence him. Yes. With that, Lu Yun directly hauled up the tall, thin man, preparing to take him away. Have mercy, my lord, I really can't go to the government office if I'm caught. My old mother and child won't survive. The tall, thin man struggled incessantly, refusing to go. Your Highness Prince Shuang, how about we give him another chance? Zhao Lili's compassion was suddenly overflowing. As soon as she said this, Lu Yun immediately stopped and looked at Ji Yu Chen, asking for his opinion with his eyes. Didn't you hear me? I told you to take him away. Seeing that Lu Yun wasn't moving, Ji Yu Chen scolded him with slight displeasure. Yes, Lu Yun didn't dare to delay and dragged the tall, thin man away. My lord, I can't go, my lord, you can't be so heartless, my whole family relies on me to survive. If I go in, how will they live their lives? The tall, thin man pleaded bitterly. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Lu Yun was getting impatient. He gave the man a hard kick and pushed him along, until their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Zhao Lele retracted her gaze and glanced back at Ji Yu Chen beside her. She found this Prince Shuang to be a bit cold-blooded. Although the man had done wrong, his family situation was already so tragic. Couldn't he be given a way out? Miss Zhao, it is very impolite to look at others with such a scrutinizing gaze. Ji Yu Chen reminded her. I'm sorry. Zhao Lele immediately retracted her gaze guiltily. Ji Yu Chen turned back to look at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. Were you just cursing me in your heart? Zhao Lili's expression changed, and her pupils instantly dilated. This Prince Shuang is amazing. He could actually guess that she was just badmouthing him. Looking at Zhao Lili's expression, Ji Yu Chen obviously guessed the answer as well and then said, Do you know why I insisted on catching him? Because he stole money, Zhao Lele said. Ji Yu Chen glanced at Zhao Lele as if looking at an idiot and couldn't help but say, Have you ever seen a man who hasn't eaten for days have as much energy as he did? Don't forget, you were chasing him on horseback. Zhao Lele frowned and thought about this question seriously. Indeed, she had chased him for at least a whole street just now. If he truly hadn't eaten for 3 days, it would be impossible for him to have such abundant energy. So her eyes lit up and she looked back at Ji Yu Chen. You mean, he was lying? Ji Yu Chen nodded and looked at her with a gratified expression. It seemed this woman wasn't yet stupid to the point of being beyond hope. Then, he added, and those words just now were merely a script designed to win your sympathy and make you forgive him. If you don't believe me, you can go to the government office and check his background. It likely won't have a damn thing to do with what he just said. So that's how it is. Zhao Lele opened her small mouth, suddenly having an epiphany. It seemed that robber had been lying to her the whole time, and she had almost believed him. Suddenly, a group of people and horses approached Ji Yu Chen and Zhao Lele. The one at the very front was none other than Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming. Lear, why are you with Prince Shuang? Ji Yu Tianming revealed a warm smile and walked straight up to the two of them. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Lili's eyes. Your Highness, why are you here? I happened to be passing by and saw you with Prince Shuang, so I came over to say hello. Ji Yu Tianming maintained his smile and then looked at Ji Yu Chen beside him, saying politely, Ninth brother, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. Ji Yu Chen also smiled, giving Ji Yu Tianming a meaningful look. Logically speaking, Ji Yu Tianming had now essentially stolen the woman the crown prince had his eye on. With the crown prince's temper, it was impossible for him not to take action. Now that so many days had passed, why hadn't there been a single sign? Also, regarding his engagement with the general's residence, something felt strange. Ji Yu Tianming smiled and asked curiously, in such cold weather, Ninth brother isn't at your residence accompanying Princess Shuang. How do you have the time to walk the streets? Isn't Prince Jin also not at his own residence? Ji Yu Chen asked with a smile. Haha, I just came from the general's residence and was about to head back when I saw you two. On the way, Ji Yu Tianming explained with a slight smile. What a coincidence. I also just came from Duke Zhengwo's residence and happened to run into Miss Zhao on the way. Ninth brother, there's no point in speaking like that. You should know that Lear is now my fiancé. The smile faded from Ji Yu Tianming's face as he spoke calmly. Is Prince Jin reminding me to stay away from Miss Zhao? Ninth brother, Lear will be your imperial sister-in-law in the future. Prince Jin, you are only a year older than me. There's no need to use seniority to pressure me. A year older is still older. I hope ninth brother understands. Ji Yuchen was silent for a moment, carefully studying Ji Tianming for a few seconds before saying, Prince Jin seems a bit different than before. As he spoke, a flicker of something unusual flashed in Ji Tianming's eyes, but he quickly masked it and said with a smile, is that so? Perhaps ninth brother doesn't necessarily know me that well? 59. Number 59 Your Highness, you're so wicked. Chapter 059. Your Highness, you're so bad. Oh, what's wrong with you two? Why are you talking so strangely? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Zhao Lele immediately stood between the two and interrupted. Ji Yuchen and Ji Tianming glanced at each other and stopped speaking. Alright, I still have some official business to attend to at my residence, so I won't chat any longer. After speaking, Ji Tianming turned to look at Zhao Lele beside him and said with concern, Lear, it's cold outside now. You should head back early too. Don't linger out here for too long. Zhao Lele nodded. I'll go home in a bit. Seeing Zhao Lele nod obediently, Ji Tianming didn't say anything more. He glanced at Ji Yuchen and took the lead in leaving. Seeing Ji Tianming leave, Zhao Lele also prepared to head back. She looked at Ji Yuchen and said, His Highness Prince Shuang, I'll be heading back now as well. Also, thank you for your help today. She was currently the fiancée of the Prince of Jin. If her old man at home found out she was alone with Prince Shuang in front of the Prince of Jin, he would definitely lock her in her room and not let her out. To avoid such unnecessary trouble, it was better for her to leave now. Once the two had left, Ji Yuchen also stood up and prepared to return to his residence. Just now, when Ji Tianming saw him alone with Zhao Lele, although he had a smile on his face, his words carried hostility. He also kept reminding him that Zhao Lele was his fiancée. Of course, Ji Yuchen could understand. After all, men are possessive. Seeing one's woman walking with another man is certainly very uncomfortable. But the more it was like this, the more Ji Yuchen became suspicious. Because in the original plot, Ji Tianming was cold and calculatingly self-interested. Aside from having a trace of emotion for the female protagonist Zhang Anran, he never touched any woman. Even in the late stage of the book, the two only had a purely ambiguous relationship. But the current Ji Tianming gave him a very different feeling, a bit cold and sinister. With a strong desire for control, Ji Tianming did not go back. Instead, he came to the Crown Prince's residence. Clack! Pushing open the hall doors, a scene of extravagant debauchery met his eyes. He saw the Crown Prince nestling enjoyably in the arms of several palace maids, occasionally letting his hands and feet wander. Ji Tianming's eyelids flickered slightly as he asked calmly, What does Imperial Brother want with me? The Crown Prince didn't pay attention to Ji Tianming. Instead, right in front of him, he pulled down a palace maid's chemise, exposing a large area of snowy white skin to the air, causing her to cry out in fright. Ah, Your Highness, you're so bad. The entire process was filled with a sense of provocation. A cold light flashed in Ji Tianming's eyes. Restraining his emotions as much as possible, he called out again, Imperial Brother. Only then did the Crown Prince stop teasing the palace maid. He slowly sat up and waved his hand, All of you, withdraw. Yes, the palace maids did not dare to delay. They hurriedly picked up their clothes discarded on the bed and passed in front of Ji Tianming, in a state of disarray as they left the hall. Once all the palace maids had left, the Crown Prince gave a lazy yawn and looked up at Ji Tianming. My imperial mother said that your engagement to the general's residence was her suggestion. Don't you plan to explain this to me? Ji Tianming replied, Imperial brother, you should ask the Empress about this instead. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, What? Is there something I'm not allowed to know? Ji Tianming frowned slightly and remained silent. The reason he could persuade Madame Nangong was that, besides the transaction, she would also weigh the pros and cons and consider the future consequences. Although the Prime Minister's residence was her maternal home, if the Crown Prince really ascended the throne in the future, she could not watch the Prime Minister's residence become the sole dominant power and threaten the imperial authority. But the Crown Prince was different. If he told him directly that even if he became emperor in the future, he might be sidelined by the Nangong family, it would surely cause him great displeasure and make him fly into a rage. Hee, why aren't you talking? The Crown Prince sneered, walked down from the bed, and stood in front of Ji Tianming. Sixth brother, do you think this Crown Prince can still trust you? Whether to trust or not is your highness's own business, Ji Tianming replied indifferently, his face remaining calm. He was nothing more than an unlearned, fickle, and filthy scoundrel. If not for relying on his status as Crown Prince and the power behind him, he could slap him to death. The Crown Prince's smile suddenly vanished. He placed a hand on Ji Tianming's shoulder and circled around him. Suddenly, the Crown Prince laughed again. Ha ha, sixth brother. How about this? If you can agree to one condition of mine, then you'll still be my biological brother. If I ascend the throne in the future, you'll be the greatest vassal king of Great Zhou, and I'll give you the largest fief and title. How about it? Quote, what condition does imperial brother want your subject to agree to? Gu Tianming asked in a low voice. It's very simple. The corners of the crown prince's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Gu Tianming with a hint of mockery in his eyes and whispered, this crown prince quite likes that miss of the Zhao family. If sixth brother can let your elder brother have a taste first, I will believe that sixth brother is trustworthy. If I ascend the throne in the future, I will certainly place you in an important position. Gu Tianming's eyes narrowed, and a flash of gloom crossed his face. Then, he slowly raised his head to look at the crown prince before him, his gaze extremely cold. The scene instantly went cold. Even the air in the room became exceptionally heavy, making it feel suffocating. Just then, the crown prince burst out laughing. Ha ha, sixth brother, this crown prince was just joking with you. You wouldn't mind, would you? Gu Tianming's eyelids lowered as he said in a low voice, Imperial brother, your subject does not like such jokes. He knew the other party was intentionally provoking him to see if he was sincerely serving him. But he should not have touched his bottom line as a man. If he really gave Zhao Lele to the crown prince, he, the Prince of Jin, would become a massive laughingstock in the capital, and it might even affect his relationship with the general's residence. Therefore, whether the other party was joking or not, it was impossible for him to agree. Haha, what's the big deal? Isn't it just a woman? Is it worth being so serious? This crown prince has plenty here. If sixth brother likes, you can pick a few to take back to your residence for enjoyment. The crown prince laughed. Imperial brother should keep them for your own enjoyment if there's nothing else. Your subject will take his leave. After speaking, Gu Tianming turned and left, unwilling to stay any longer. Half an hour later, at Weiyang Palace. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. This servant girl will go in and report to the Empress. No need, all of you withdraw. The sound of a conversation between a man and a woman came from outside the hall. In the next instant, the hall doors were pushed open. This sudden noise immediately startled Madame Nangong inside the hall. When she looked up, she saw Gu Tianming walking straight in. Why have you come today? Madame Nangong gave a charming smile, looking at Gu Tianming with great curiosity. Naturally, I've come to pay my respects to the Empress, Gu Tianming said 10 minutes later. Clothes were scattered all over the floor. On the bed, Madame Nangong's face was flushed and her eyes were hazy as she lay there. Her black hair was messily spread over the pillow, while Gu Tianming, like a wild beast, greedily inhaled the scent on her body, incredibly thirsty and overbearing. Watching him continuously explore every inch of her skin, Madame Nangong asked enjoyably, "What's wrong? Did something provoke you today? You aren't usually like this." "It's nothing, I just missed the Empress," Gu Tianming said until the hour of the pig. Gu Tianming left Weiyang Palace and returned to his princely residence. In the large courtyard, Gu Tianming sat on a chair, his deep eyes looking at the bright moon above. The night breeze blew, carrying a hint of coolness that made his whole being exceptionally clear-headed. Regardless of whether the condition the crown prince proposed today was a joke, his answer was definitely not what the other party wanted. Even if Madame Nangong had spoken to him before, he still couldn't ensure that the other party wouldn't take action. "It seems I still have to find a way to deal with this crown prince," Gu Tianming murmured. The crown prince's personality was fickle. He was a trouble after all. Rather than letting him prance around in front of him, it was better to strike first and completely eradicate this trouble. However, the crown prince held an exalted position and had the protection of the Nangong family behind him. Once he was killed, it would inevitably lead to a rigorous investigation. Moreover, because of the matter at the general's residence banquet, many officials also knew that he had some friction with Crown Prince Ji Mao. Killing Ji Mao at this time would easily lead to suspicion falling on him. Therefore, he still had to wait for a suitable opportunity. Ideally, he could keep himself out of it while shifting the gaze of suspicion onto someone else. 60. Number 60. Something happened at the hot pot restaurant. Chapter 60. Something happened at the hot pot restaurant. 6 days later, it was early November. The temperature in the capital plummeted, and light snow began to fall within the city. Looking down from the city walls, the entire city was covered in a blanket of white, looking extremely beautiful. "This weather is freezing. I'm shivering all over. How about we go to the inner city for hot pot? There's charcoal fire there. It's not as cold as out here." "Are you talking about that all under heaven pot?" "Exactly, we can order a big pot and dip meat together. The price isn't expensive either. It'll only be a few taels of silver between us." Yeah, I think I went there once a while ago. The taste of that hot pot restaurant is indeed good, much better than your average restaurant, and the prices are fair. Several young masters from noble families, dressed in padded velvet robes, were strolling at the street corner. After some discussion, they headed toward the inner city. Inner city, all under Heaven Pot. As the first hot pot restaurant in the capital, the number of diners coming here to eat every day was countless, and business was extremely booming. In just one short week, the fame of All Under Heaven Pot had even surpassed that of the capital's most famous restaurant, Immortal Guest Residence. Jong Anran, what's the meaning of these materials and labor costs? Why did it cost over 300 taels of silver? Oh, you mean this? I've been preparing for new branches lately. These materials and labor are for the shop renovations and the master carpenters I hired. It still shouldn't cost that much. You didn't pocket a portion of it yourself, did you? Hey, Jong Haeun, even if you don't like me, there's no need to slander me like this. The cost for one new shop indeed wouldn't be this much, but this time I'm opening 5 shops simultaneously. Then why didn't you write it clearly? Quote, am I not telling you now? Besides, this shop was mine to begin with. How the bills are written is certainly up to me. What do you mean by that? This shop clearly belongs to His Highness. When did it become yours? If His Highness hadn't helped back then, you wouldn't even have been able to get the official approval document. But I'm the one who started this shop and I'm the one who's been busy with everything. That highness of yours only came once for the grand opening. Naturally, it counts as mine. It's His Highness's, not yours. Jong Anran, don't be ungrateful. Believe it or not, I'll go back and tell His Highness not to cooperate with you anymore. Haha, then hurry back and tell your Highness. I'd love to go solo by myself. Jong Anran, is that any way to speak to this princess? You think just because you have a bit of business sense, you can boast wildly in front of me? A heated argument rang out in the room, intensifying as if they might start fighting at any moment. It seems young Miss has started fighting with Miss Jong again? Quote, yeah, Spring Summer, do you think we should go in and try to persuade them? Spring Summer and Xiao Yu squatted together by the door, glancing at each other with helpless and troubled expressions on their faces. Lately, Jong Haeun would come to the shop every few days to take a look and occasionally check the accounts, but every time Jong Haeun came, she would inevitably have a huge argument with Jong Anran and leave in a huff. Hearing the two of them arguing in the room now, Spring Summer and Xiao Yu felt as if they were back at Duke Jungwo's residence. This is bad, Manager Jong, something big has happened in the shop. A loud voice called out as a waiter ran over with a panicked expression. Spring Summer and Xiao Yu immediately snapped out of it and looked at the waiter, asking worriedly, Chutu, what happened in the shop? Someone is making a scene in the shop, saying they ate our food yesterday and fell ill, and they're still unconscious now. Young Mrs., hurry and tell Manager Jong. There are many diners watching the commotion right now, the waiter said anxiously. Alright, you go back down first. I'll go in and tell young Miss right away. With that, Spring Summer and Xiao Yu immediately pushed open the door and walked into the room, one after the other. Why did you two come in? Seeing Spring Summer and Xiao Yu enter, Jong Haeun immediately restrained her emotions and asked casually, young miss, someone is making a scene in the shop. We should go down and have a look quickly, Spring Summer explained hurriedly. Jong Haeun was stunned at first, then said in great surprise, someone is making a scene in our shop. Don't they know this All Under Heaven Pot was opened by His Highness? Which blind fool would dare to come here and act wild? Yes, they're downstairs right now. Spring Summer nodded. Spring Summer, explain clearly. Who exactly is making a scene, and for what reason? Jong Anran chimed in. This servant isn't sure of the details, but I heard from the waiter that it seems someone had a problem after eating our food and is still unconscious, Spring Summer said. A problem after eating the shop's food? Jong Anran's brow furrowed instantly, her expression darkening. All Under Heaven Pot was her brand. She had always operated the hot pot restaurant with the attitude of quality first, honest service. She would strictly inspect and wash all the ingredients in the shop before she felt comfortable serving them to diners. It was impossible for a problem to arise from eating the food. In the other party's case, unless he was already ill to begin with. After hearing Spring Summer's explanation, Jong Haeun immediately understood the situation. She looked up at Jong Anran beside her and suggested, let's go see what's happening first, then we can find a way to resolve it. The reason for the diner's illness aside, if he were allowed to continue making a scene here, it would certainly affect the hot pot restaurant's business. Alright, Jong Anran nodded in agreement. Everyone, come and look, my son ate this shop's food and is still unconscious. I only have this one son. If anything happens to him, how will I, his mother, go on living? If this black-hearted shop doesn't give me an explanation today, I'll bash my head against this door and die to seek justice for my son. Son, wake up quickly, don't leave your mother all alone. At the shop entrance, a middle-aged man lay peacefully on the ground, his eyes tightly shut and his face slightly pale. An old woman in her 60s knelt beside him, wailing loudly, her wrinkled face covered in tears. Countless diners stood around them, looking at this widow and her son, whispering in discussion. Excuse us, please let us through. A shout came as Jong An ran and the others walked straight toward them. Seeing this, the surrounding diners backed away one after another, clearing a path. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61. What does the old lady consider reasonable? Chapter 61. Auntie, what do you think would be reasonable? Holy crap, the manager of this hot pot restaurant is a woman. I must say, these women each have their own charms. They are truly stunning. I wonder what it would be like to take them all into one's manor. Haha, you are absolutely right, brother. Seeing Jong Haein and the others approach, the onlookers couldn't help but comment on them, their eyes showing no attempt to hide their admiration. Men are lustful, it's a gene etched into their very bones. But to be able to speak such vulgar and filthy words so brazenly and receive appreciation from some shows how little respect this society has for women. Not all women have a prominent family background and elders who love and care for them like Jong Haein does. Most women only end up as tools for men's entertainment or are bought and sold like mere commodities. You guys must be tired of living. The identities of those two in front are not something ordinary people dare to touch. Hearing their comments, a man in a lavish robe next to them couldn't help but remind them. Their expressions changed one after another. The man in yellow who had joked first couldn't help but ask, "Brother, please don't scare me." Scare you? You really are ignorant. My grandfather is the director of the Ministry of Revenue, but even if he saw the one on the left, he would have to bow to her. Do you dare touch someone like that? Brother, surely you're exaggerating. That woman can't be that formidable, or else why would she think of opening a shop? The man in yellow was still somewhat skeptical, feeling that the other was just being alarmist. How foolish. To tell you the truth, the woman on the left was once the miss of the Duke Jungwoo's residence, and now she is the Princess Shuang of the 9th Prince, His Highness Prince Shuang. As for the one on the right, she is the young miss of the Duke Jungwoo's residence. Do you think the elders in your family can be compared to Duke Jungwoo? Thank you for telling me, brother. I was being too talkative just now. Upon hearing the name Duke Jungwoo, the man in yellow was startled and didn't dare speak loudly anymore. The men who had been joking earlier also shut their mouths, some even thinking of leaving. Jong Haein and Jong Anran didn't hear their discussion. They had already walked up to the old woman. "Auntie, how about we go inside to talk?" Anran asked gently with a slight smile. "You are the manager of this shop." The old woman wiped the tears from her face and looked at Anran in front of her angrily. Anran nodded. "Yes, I am the manager of this shop." Jong Haein frowned slightly but didn't interject. She could still distinguish right from wrong in major matters. Now was not the time to argue with Jong Anran about who the manager was. Resolving the issue was more important than anything. Moreover, this was a business matter. She certainly couldn't use her status as Princess Shuang to intimidate the old woman, as that would only affect the diner's impression of all under heaven pot. Fine, truly, there is nothing more poisonous than a woman's heart. The old woman's emotions immediately became agitated, and she stared at Anran with great hostility. "My son was perfectly fine normally, but he ate your shop's food yesterday and still hasn't woken up. If anything happens to my son, aren't you, a black-hearted female manager, afraid of retribution?" Anran said, "Auntie, you can't just say whatever you want. Since I, Jong Anran, dare to open a business, I value integrity. The food in my shop is washed several times by the workers before it's served to customers. It's absolutely impossible for there to be anything unclean. The customers who have eaten here should all understand this. Also, Auntie, you insist that your son fell ill because he ate my shop's food. Shouldn't you provide some evidence instead of just relying on your words?" As soon as she said this, the surrounding diners began to whisper. "I've eaten at the hot pot restaurant a few times, and I really haven't encountered anything unclean. Yeah, the ingredients at this hot pot restaurant are all freshly cut and prepared. Even the kitchen is open. You can see the workers cutting vegetables while sitting in the shop. There shouldn't be any hygiene issues. Could this old woman be here on purpose to extort money? I'm a bit suspicious too. Her son is sick, yet she doesn't go find a doctor but instead comes to the hot pot restaurant to cause trouble. Yeah, there's likely something wrong with this old woman." Hearing the pointing and whispering, the old woman buried her head and wailed, then hugged the unconscious middle-aged man. You're really playing the victim. My son is in this state and you actually suspect we're faking it. Do I really have to bash my head against this shop door before you'll believe me? Quote, and Rand's brow furrowed as she calmly watched the old woman making a scene. From the moment she saw the middle-aged man on the ground, she knew the old woman was causing trouble on purpose. The man's complexion was dark, sweat was on his forehead, his lips were slightly purple, and his breathing was uneven. These symptoms were clearly signs of poisoning. The explanation just now had already cleared half the shop's reputation. Rational diners should be able to see that her hot pot restaurant wouldn't sell substandard products. But if she let the old woman continue making a scene, even if she was innocent, it would still affect the business. After all, ordinary people couldn't tell if someone was poisoned. Enough. Seeing that Rand couldn't resolve the dispute, Jong Haeun couldn't bear to watch anymore and stepped forward. Auntie, didn't you insist that our shop harmed your son and want justice for him? In that case, let's just report it to the authorities. Let the government office send someone to investigate and find out exactly which dish in our shop made your son like this. If it's truly my shop's responsibility, I will accept whatever punishment the government office decides without hesitation. After saying that, Jong Haeun looked at Spring Summer beside her. Tell the guards to make a trip to the government office for me. Yes. Spring Summer nodded and turned to walk outside. Seeing Jong Haeun send someone to report to the authorities, the old woman's eyelids twitched. Her emotions were instantly no longer so agitated, and she muttered, "You are all rich people. Who knows if you'll bribe the government office and have them give a false verdict?" Jong Haeun's eyes turned cold, and she asked back, "Then what does Auntie think would be reasonable? You can't expect my hot pot restaurant to take the blame without any evidence." She was already trying her best to restrain her emotions. Normally, if someone dared to be so rude to her, she wouldn't be so easy to talk to. The old woman's eyes darted around, seemingly thinking about how to respond. Haha, everyone, I am a doctor from the Zhu Family Medical Hall. If you don't mind, I can take a look at this man's condition and then inform you all of the specific cause. Just then, a fat middle-aged man about 6 feet tall stepped forward and looked at Jong Haeun and the others with a smile. 62. Number 62. Where did this beggar come from? Chapter 062. Where did this beggar come from? The doctor from the Zhu Family Medical Hall is here too. Brother, I've only just arrived in the capital. Is this Zhu Family Medical Hall very famous? Famous? That's an understatement. There isn't a single citizen living in the capital who doesn't know about the Zhu Family Medical Hall. Back then, the late emperor suddenly fell ill with a hidden ailment and was on the verge of death. All the imperial physicians in the palace were helpless. In desperation, the court could only recruit famous doctors from all over to save the late emperor's life. Among them was Zhu Tungwen, a doctor from the Zhu Family Medical Hall. At that time, he used his 13 ghost needles to forcefully pull the late emperor back from the brink of death. Since then, the Zhu Family Medical Hall's reputation has skyrocketed in the capital, and the late emperor even praised him as the ghost hand divine doctor, specially granting him a golden token that allowed him to meet the emperor in person. So that's how it is. I've heard of the ghost hand divine doctor's name before, but I didn't realize he came from the Zhu Family Medical Hall. The Zhu Family Medical Hall values its reputation immensely in the capital. If this doctor is willing to help with the diagnosis, it should provide a fair resolution for both sides. Seeing the fat man walk into the shop, the surrounding diners couldn't help but start discussing. Jong Haeun sized up the fat man. She had indeed heard of the Zhu Family Medical Hall, and the clothing he wore was indeed the medical uniform unique to them. After a moment of thought, He Yan said, "Very well. Then please, Dr. Zhu, examine him carefully." She was very confident in her shop's hygiene. It was impossible for any unclean substances to be present. The Zhu Family Medical Hall had a good reputation in the capital. With him performing the diagnosis, no one would likely suspect her of tampering with anything. When the time came, the truth would be revealed with a single test. Haha, no problem. The fat man gave He Yan a friendly smile, then slowly walked toward the old woman and whispered, "Old lady, I am a doctor from the Zhu Family Medical Hall. You must have heard of us if you trust our medical hall. Let me examine your son to see exactly what the cause of his illness is." The old woman looked up at the fat man, hesitated for a moment, and said pitifully, "I trust the Zhu Family Medical Hall. Doctor, I'll leave my son in your hands. You must seek justice for this old woman." The fat man nodded, then walked over to the unconscious man, gently placing his right hand on his wrist to take his pulse. At that moment, Jong Anran stepped toward He Yan, leaning in slightly to whisper in her ear, "This doctor is a fake." He Yan instinctively looked at Anran, her eyes narrowing slightly as she whispered, "How can you be so sure?" Anran said in a low voice, "In Chinese medicine, we emphasize the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, olfaction, inquiry, and palpation. First observe, then listen and smell, then ask, and finally take the pulse. This is the most basic rule for a physician diagnosing an illness. This doctor didn't ask or listen, nor did he check the patient's condition before going straight to taking the pulse. Clearly, his medical skills are lacking, or rather, he's just a beginner. He Yan asked, what if his medical skills are so exquisite that he can find the cause of the illness just by taking the pulse? And Ran shook her head. Pulse taking can at most check the organs, the prosperity or decline of qi and blood, and the trends of evil and righteous qi. It's impossible to track down the specific cause of the illness. Alright, I understand, He Yan replied in a low voice, then looked up at the so-called Dr. Zhu. Make way, let this old man in to join the fun. A commotion suddenly came from the shop entrance as a white-haired old man squeezed through the crowd. He wore a large yellow hemp robe covered in stains, and his white hair sat on his head like a chicken's nest. He looked incredibly disheveled. Where did this beggar come from? Stop pushing. Damn, it reeks. How many days has this old thing gone without a bath? Get away, don't get my new clothes dirty. The diners on both sides immediately cleared a path, their eyes full of disgust, some even afraid of being touched by him. Oh my, why is this person lying on the ground? He's not dead, is he? Facing the insults from those around him, the old man didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground with a face full of curiosity. This old man. Seeing the old man enter the shop, and Ran was instantly startled. Isn't this the same old man who gave her those medical skills last time? Seeing the old man coming to cause trouble, the short, fat man who was taking the pulse showed a flash of displeasure. He withdrew his right hand and slowly stood up. Everyone, I have already examined the specific situation. The reason this man is in this state is due to consuming a large amount of tortoise shell powder. His condition is currently quite serious, having already damaged his internal organs and heart vessels. There is a type of black-shelled turtle in the North Island. Grinding its shell into powder can be used as a spice, and it tastes excellent. Previously, many restaurants in the north used this spice to improve their reputation. And the name of this spice was tortoise shell powder. But later, it was discovered that this spice had a certain level of toxicity. Long-term consumption would lead to organ failure and intestinal discomfort, and in severe cases, it could even lead to death. Afterward, the Great Zhou issued a ban, strictly prohibiting this spice from entering the market and harming the people. What, he was poisoned by tortoise shell powder? Isn't that a banned spice? How could it appear in the capital? I was wondering why the hot pot restaurant's food tasted so good. It turns out they used a spice like tortoise shell powder. Damn it, refund our money if I get sick from eating this. I'll definitely tear down your shop's sign. As soon as these words were spoken, all the diners were shocked, and a few even began to get violent. Everyone, be quiet. Seeing the scene spiraling out of control, He Yan shouted coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. The diners present immediately quieted down, no longer as agitated and angry as before. Seeing this, He Yan spoke up, I can guarantee to everyone that this shop has absolutely never used a spice like tortoise shell powder. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to inspect the kitchen at any time. Who knows if you've hidden the tortoise shell powder away? That's right, to dare use something explicitly banned by the Great Zhou. Your backing must be very strong. If it weren't for the person from the Zhu family medical hall coming forward this time, we might still be kept in the dark. The diners in the shop were unwilling to accept He Yan's explanation. To the side, and Ran frowned, looking at the short, fat man with a cold expression. She had never even heard of tortoise shell powder. This was completely fabricated and a deliberate attempt to smear them. She understood now. This so-called Dr. Zhu was likely an accomplice of the old woman, intentionally coming to the shop to cause trouble. And by relying on the reputation of the Zhu family medical hall, these diners were clearly more willing to believe this Dr. Zhu's words. One had to admit, the opponent's move was very cunning. Even if he was poisoned by tortoise shell powder, it shouldn't be this serious. This heart-chi is severely depleted. It feels like he's about to pass away. Looking at the unconscious man on the ground, the old man crouched in front of him. He first flipped his eyelids to check his pupils, then pressed his mouth to look at his tongue, and finally took his pulse to check. Seeing the old man examining the unconscious man, the short, fat man couldn't help but remind him, old man, if you don't know medical skills, don't come here and mess around. 63. Number 63. That fat man is a fake doctor. Chapter 063. That fat man is a fake doctor. Zhang Anran's eyes lit up slightly. She quickly walked to the old man and asked, old sir, then what do you think is the cause of this person's illness? Quote, the old man first glanced at Zhang Anran, then stroked his beard. After thinking for a moment, he said, his fingers are cold, his forehead is dark, his qi and blood are deficient, he's covered in cold sweat, and his tongue is white. What do these symptoms indicate? It indicates that he is highly likely poisoned and the toxicity is not weak. Zhang Anran replied. The old man nodded and then said, while the spice tortoise shell powder is also toxic, it's only a chronic poison. If ingested in small amounts, it can be excreted through metabolism. Of course, the most important point is that the toxicity of tortoise shell powder is yang in nature. Even if one accidentally ingests a large amount, the patient's body should be burning hot. Old man, stop spreading your lies here. Before the old man could finish, the short, fat man shouted at him with a flushed face. You're just a begging beggar. How could you possibly be better than me? A doctor from the Zhu family medical hall, or know more about medical skills than I do. The old man quickly stood up, curiously sized up the short, fat man, and said with a chuckle, you say you're a doctor from the Zhu family medical hall, but why don't you look like one to me? I don't look like a doctor from the Zhu family medical hall? Do you? Open your eyes and take a good look. This robe I'm wearing is the consultation uniform that only the Zhu family medical hall has. The short, fat man shouted. Who knows if you stole those clothes? The old man said. The short, fat man's face immediately darkened. Old man, are you intentionally making things difficult for me? If you don't believe me, do you want me to take you back to the Zhu family medical hall right now to ask? There's no need to go back to the medical hall to ask. A loud shout came from outside the door. Immediately after, an elegant, tall man in blue clothes walked in slowly. The short, fat man looked back dissatisfied, but when he saw clearly who had arrived, his round, fat face instantly turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. Young lord. The man in blue glanced coldly at the short, fat man and said in a frigid tone, get back there. Yes, I'm leaving right now. The short, fat man didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran out of the shop. After the short, fat man left, the man in blue cupped his hands and bowed to Zhang Heian and the other woman. Young missus, I am the young lord of the Zhu family medical hall. Please forgive my lack of discipline regarding what just happened. An apprentice from the medical hall accidentally stole a consultation uniform and came here to cause trouble. I apologize to you both on behalf of the Zhu family medical hall. That fat man is a fake doctor. I was wondering why I never saw that fat man when I went to the Zhu family medical hall for treatment. It turns out he was just an apprentice. Could that dead fat man be in cahoots with this old woman, intentionally framing all under heaven pot? Definitely didn't you see how that fat man was scared witless when he saw young Lord Zhu arrive? After the man in blue explained, the diners in the shop made their own guesses based on what they saw today. Some even cast hostile glances at the old woman. Hearing the pointing and whispering around her, a flash of panic crossed the face of the old woman sitting on the ground, and she even wanted to flee the scene quickly. Hearing that the diners were quite reasonable, Zhang Heian's mood softened a bit. She then looked up at the man in blue and said, young Lord Zhu, your apprentice came to my shop to cause trouble and ruin my reputation. It wouldn't be appropriate to just offer a simple apology. What would Miss Zhang like me to do? The man in blue asked politely. Zhang Heian pointed at the unconscious man on the floor and said, I have only one condition. Thoroughly investigate the cause of his illness in front of everyone here and give my shop justice. Although most of the diners now believed that all under heaven pot was innocent, some surely remained skeptical. Sometimes, once the seeds of doubt are sown, they are hard to completely erase. Only by letting them see the truth with their own eyes would they set aside their concerns. Another condition must be added. This time, your medical hall's apprentice damaged our shop's reputation. It's only right that you provide a sum of money to compensate for our losses. Zhang Anran chimed in. The man in blue smiled slightly. Very well. A moment later, the man in blue sent a specialized doctor from the medical hall to examine the unconscious man. After a series of checks, they finally found some residual red powder in his throat. Upon testing, it was discovered that this powder was red alum, commonly known as Crane's red top. After hearing the explanation from the Zhu family medical hall's doctor, the diners in the shop finally believed all under heaven pot completely. Soon after, spring-summer arrived at the shop with people from the government office and took the old woman and her companion away. Afterward, Zhang Anran asked the man in blue for 20 taels of gold as compensation for the shop, and the matter was finally settled. Zhang Anran glanced at the old man in the distance, wanting to invite him to sit upstairs. But in the next second, the man in blue walked directly to the old man and bowed. Grandfather, now that the matter is settled, shouldn't you come back to the medical hall with me? Grandfather, Zhang Anran, standing nearby, was completely stunned. This old man is from the Zhu family medical hall? Quote, but it made sense. His medical skills were clearly quite exquisite, so it seemed reasonable that he was from the Zhu family medical hall. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. If you want to go back yourself. This old man is living quite comfortably out here, so don't you all bother me. The old man waved his hand in refusal, then laid down directly on the steps to sleep. The man in blue said helplessly, "Grandfather, father misses you every day at home. Now that you've finally returned to the capital, you can't just keep wandering outside instead of coming home." His grandfather had been gone for 6 years. If he hadn't happened to see him on the road today, he almost wouldn't have recognized him. Moreover, he was old now, and his body wasn't as sturdy as before. If he stayed out in the wind and sun every day, he worried he might hurt himself. Furthermore, after not being back for so many years, everyone at home really wanted to see him. "Who says I'm wandering?" Quote. The old man was a bit indignant and turned to look at Jong Anran. "Lass, how about I stay here with you? Don't look at me being old. My body is quite sturdy. I can help out with chores in your shop, do some cleaning, or whatever." Jong Anran gave a light smile. "Sure, as long as you're willing, old sir. You can stay here as you please." It just so happened that she still had many things she didn't understand about medical skills, so she could consult him at any time. "Did you hear that?" Quote. The old man couldn't help but show off in front of the man in blue, then said, "Now you can go back." The man in blue gave a bitter smile and looked helplessly at Jong Anran. "Miss Jong, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of my grandfather." 64. Number 64. I'm so angry. Chapter 064. Oh, I'm really dying of anger. Your Highness, you have no idea how angry I was at the time. If it weren't for the diners all around and not wanting to leave a bad impression for the shop, I would have wanted to just grab that old woman back and interrogate her myself. Although the matter was eventually resolved, with that old woman making such a scene, the shop will definitely still leave some bad impressions on people. Arg, I'm really dying of anger. I've never been this angry even when arguing with Anran. Prince Shuang's residence. Zhang Heian and Ji Yuchen were sitting at the table having a meal. Then Zhang Heian told Ji Yuchen everything that happened at All Under Heaven Pot today, her emotions becoming increasingly excited and angry. "Haha, let's eat first. Let's not think about what happened at the shop for now." Seeing Zhang Heian's huffy look, Ji Yuchen said with a smile, "But I haven't found the mastermind behind it yet. That old woman and the apprentice were clearly acting under orders. There must be someone else behind them. HMPH, don't let me find out who this mastermind is, or I'll definitely give them a piece of my mind." Zhang Heian's little mouth pouted, her delicate face making a very angry expression, looking adorably fierce. Ji Yuchen smiled and didn't respond. Zhang Kaishan had sent someone to report to him today. So, even if Zhang Heian didn't say anything, he was generally aware of the situation at the shop. Now that old woman and the apprentice from Zhu Family Medical Hall have been taken into custody by the government office and the poisoned man passed away in the afternoon. Judging from the confessions of the old woman and the other, they were just acting under orders. The real mastermind is the immortal guest residence in the capital. One didn't even need to think to know it was obvious business competition. All Under Heaven Pot's business had been booming lately, which had also taken away a lot of business from the immortal guest residence, thus inviting trouble. However, Zhang Heian and Zhang Anran's way of resolving it was very good. They solved the problem without affecting the shop's reputation too much. As for the immortal guest residence, if he remembered correctly, the owner behind it should be the Nangong family, the Prime Minister's residence. Bright candlelight illuminated the entire room, and a charcoal fire had been lit, making it exceptionally warm. Behind a screen not far away, a young girl sat in a bathtub. The warm steam brushed against her face, making her cheeks slightly flushed and rosy, making her look exceptionally radiant and pitiably charming. Then, her fair and slender jade-like hand scooped up flower petals from the water and poured them over her pinkish white, smooth shoulders, gently wiping her snowy white, smooth skin. "Young miss." Suddenly, a soft call came from outside the door. "Come in." Clack. The door opened, and a maidservant in yellow clothes walked in with her head lowered. "Young miss, the shopkeeper of the immortal guest residence is at the residence gate requesting an audience, saying he has something to report to you." The young girl's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her fragrant lips parted slightly. "Tell him to wait in the side hall first." "Yes." After the maidservant left, the woman slowly stood up. Water droplets trickled down her skin, making a drip-drip sound of flowing water. Then, she pulled a blanket from the rack, gently covered herself, and stepped out of the bathtub barefoot. The woman's name was Nangong Yu, the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Prime Minister's residence, and she had been deeply loved by Prime Minister Nangong Ju since childhood. She, along with Zhang Heian, Zhao Lele, and others, were known as the Four Beauties of the capital. Before long, Nangong Yu changed her clothes and walked to the side hall. In the hall, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was sitting respectfully on a stool, his expression slightly nervous and anxious. Seeing Nangong Yu's arrival, he immediately stood up from the stool. "Miss Nangong." "Shopkeeper Xiao, what do you have to tell me?" Nangong Yu asked softly, then walked to the top chair and sat down. Shopkeeper Xiao followed to the area below Nangong Yu and said with his head lowered, "Miss Nangong, it's like this. A new eatery called All Under Heaven Pot recently opened in the capital. The way of eating is somewhat novel and has attracted a large number of diners, causing our immortal guest residence's business to be extremely sluggish lately." Nangong Yu asked, "You mean someone is stealing business from the immortal guest residence?" "Yes, if this continues in the long run, our shop's business will definitely be greatly affected." Halfway through, shopkeeper Xiao hesitated slightly and then continued, "So, I thought of some methods, hoping to win back the diners." "Be specific," Nangong Yu reminded him. Seeing Nangong Yu's gaze fixed on him, shopkeeper Xiao's face flashed with panic, and he spoke plainly. "I arranged for 2 people to go to the other party's shop to cause trouble, having them insist that their physical problems were caused by eating food from All Under Heaven Pot. Afterward, I also bribed an apprentice from the Zhu family medical hall to help give false testimony." Nangong Yu narrowed her beautiful eyes and continued, "And then?" As soon as Nangong Yu finished speaking, shopkeeper Xiao immediately knelt on the ground in panic, his face extremely nervous. "Miss Nangong, I originally just wanted to simply slander All Under Heaven Pot's reputation to pull back some business. I didn't want to blow things out of proportion." Who knew that at that time, the young lord of the Zhu family medical hall would actually go to All Under Heaven Pot as well and expose that apprentice's identity? Later, the government office even sent people directly to take them all back. "So, you only thought of coming to find me after causing trouble?" Nangong Yu looked coldly at shopkeeper Xiao and said in a low voice, "Miss Nangong, I also know that I was inconsiderate in this matter. But now that they've been arrested by the government office, they will definitely name us. We should think of a way first," shopkeeper Xiao said anxiously. "Now you know to be afraid. Why didn't you come to report to me when you were doing this? Do you even consider me your master?" Nangong Yu said coldly. She had no involvement in this matter. Even if the government office investigated, it wouldn't lead back to her. Of course, what made her most unhappy was that the other party actually dared to do things behind her back, and only thought of her, the big boss, after getting into trouble. He was merely a dog kept outside by her Nangong family. If this dog became disobedient, there was no need to keep him around anymore. "Miss Nangong, although this matter is my fault, I have helped you earn a lot of money over the years. Can't you help this lowly one resolve this trouble for the sake of past sentiment?" Shopkeeper Xiao said, "You did earn a lot, but you also pocketed quite a bit. Don't think this young miss doesn't know about those fake account books you made," Nangong Yu said. After hearing Nangong Yu's words, shopkeeper Xiao's face turned pale, and he immediately lost his confidence. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his head and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Nangong, are you truly not going to help me this time?" Nangong Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, too lazy to answer. The current prefect of the government office is Prince Xuang's man, no longer someone from their Nangong family. The Nangong family has always been at odds with the Xiao family and Prince Xuang's residence. Even if she personally came forward, the other party likely wouldn't give her face. He only has himself to blame. 65. Number 65 Ninth Brother, you're here too? Chapter 065 Ninth Brother, you're here too? The next day, the government office sent people to Immortal Guest Residence to take the main culprit, Xiao Dahu, into custody. He was sentenced for intentionally causing trouble and endangering lives, then transferred to the Ministry of Justice to await trial. "I didn't expect it was Immortal Guest Residence behind this." At the entrance of the government office, Zhang Heian spoke coldly, her heart still filled with indignation. Although the matter had been settled and the person who deserved to be caught was arrested, she felt quite displeased at the thought of someone intentionally targeting the business of All Under Heaven Pot. After all, she was the Princess Xuang of Prince Xuang's residence. These people were truly blind to try and act wildly on her turf. Zhang Anran sighed and explained, "It can't be helped. Once a business does too well, it's bound to attract envy. However, with this lesson, those peers should think twice in the future." She wasn't as angry as Zhang Heian. When she was preparing to open the hot pot restaurant, she had anticipated that someone might stir up trouble. Clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves rang out. Zhang Heian and the others looked up to see Ji Yuchen approaching with a group of men. "Your Highness, why are you here?" Zhang Heian was stunned at first, then looked at the approaching Ji Yuchen with surprise. Zhang Anran, standing beside her, also looked over, unable to help but complain in her heart. Yesterday, when such a big thing happened, there wasn't a trace of him. Now that everything is resolved, he shows up. I just finished my official duties and happened to be passing by to see you. Ji Yu Chen jumped down from his horse, walked toward the two women, and asked, "How was the matter handled?" Zhang Heian said, "It's handled. This trouble was instigated by the manager of Immortal Guest Residence, and he has now been locked up." Ji Yu Chen nodded and then waved his hand toward the back. In the next instant, 6 guards wearing black armor and silver sabers at their waists stepped forward. Before Zhang Heian and Zhang Anran could ask, Ji Yu Chen pointed at Zhang Anran and instructed the guards, "Follow Miss Zhang for the time being." "Yes," the 6 guards replied with their heads bowed. "His Highness Prince Shuang, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Anran frowned, looking at Ji Yu Chen with some confusion. Zhang Heian also looked up in confusion. What is His Highness doing? Why did he assign guards from the residence to Zhang Anran? Ji Yu Chen explained, "The owner behind Immortal Guest Residence is the Nangong family. Our hot pot restaurant is already stealing their business. Taking someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Moreover, the Nangong family was already at odds with my Prince Swang's residence. Assigning these people to you is just a precaution." Immortal Guest Residence belongs to the Nangong family, Zhang Anran said with some surprise. From yesterday until now, she hadn't seen anyone from the Nangong family show their face. Therefore, she wasn't clear about the owner behind Immortal Guest Residence. "Your Highness, do you mean the Nangong family might act against Zhang Anran?" Zhang Heian interjected subconsciously. Ji Yu Chen shook his head. "It's hard to say for sure. However, Immortal Guest Residence is the highest earning property under the Nangong family. Stealing their business like this will definitely draw their dissatisfaction." In the original plot, Zhang Heian's opening of the hot pot restaurant also led to a conflict with the Nangong family. Later, the Nangong family even sent people to capture her, but she was saved midway by Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming. Ji Yu Chen arranging people for her in advance was also to take precautions. "Alright, I'll keep the men and be as careful as possible during this time," Zhang Anran replied seriously. She understood the gravity of these relationships and knew the Nangong family wouldn't be easy to deal with. Regardless of whether the Nangong family would act against her, she had to be careful. Interesting. Inside Prince Jin's residence, Ji Yu Tianming's lips curled up slightly, his eyes revealing a look that was hard for ordinary people to fathom. He murmured, "Isn't this all under heaven pot just the kind of hot pot I ate in my previous life?" Yesterday, the matter of all under heaven pot caused a stir in the imperial capital, and it also reached Ji Yu Tianming's ears. After sending someone to investigate, he discovered that this so-called all under heaven pot was almost identical to the hot pot he had eaten in his previous life. This left him both shocked and curious, wishing he could investigate all the information about all under heaven pot right now. "Your Highness." Just then, a guard walked in respectfully. Ji Yu Tianming looked up and asked the guard, "Speak." The guard bowed and said, "Your Highness, from the intelligence gathered, all under heaven pot has been opened for less than half a month but has already attracted a large number of diners. Its fame has even surpassed Immortal Guest Residence. Yesterday, the manager of Immortal Guest Residence, Xiao Dahu, even sent people to their shop to intentionally cause trouble, wanting to ruin their reputation, but he was unsuccessful in the end." Ji Yu Tianming narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Who is the owner behind this shop?" The guard said, "The shop manager should be Miss Zhang Anran of Duke Zhengwo's residence, but there seems to be a shadow of Prince Swang's residence behind it. Even Princess Shuang occasionally visits the shop to check on things." You may leave now." "Yes." After the guard left, Ji Yu Tianming frowned. After a brief thought, he murmured, "If this shop was opened by that miss from the Duke's residence, then she is very likely a transmigrator like me, one of my own kind." A moment later, Ji Yu Tianming slowly stood up and instructed the guard at the door, "Someone, prepare my horse. I want to go out." He had met this miss from the Duke's residence once before. She had specifically come to his residence to treat his foot ailment. Although they weren't exactly friends, they weren't strangers either. Since he was free today, he might as well go to the hot pot restaurant to see this miss from the Duke's residence all under heaven pot. Just as Ji Yu Chen and the others were talking, Xiao Yu pushed open the door, walked in cautiously, stood before Zhang Anran, and said in a low voice, "Young miss, His Highness Prince Jin has arrived and says he wants to meet you." Zhang Anran was stunned and subconsciously looked at Ji Yu Chen beside her, as if asking for his opinion. Beside her, Zhang Heian's body trembled, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "Why is His Highness Prince Jin here?" Ji Yu Chen smiled and said softly, "Just let him come here." "Yes." Seeing Ji Yu Chen speak, Xiao Yu didn't dare to delay and immediately left the room. A moment later, Ji Yu Tianming, dressed in a white robe, walked in. But when he saw Ji Yu Chen in the room, the expression on his face instantly stiffened, and his eyes showed surprise. "Ninth brother, You're here too? Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Why does Prince Jin have the time to come here today? Ji Yu Chen asked back. Ji Yu Tianming first looked at Ji Yu Chen, then at the two women beside him. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and replied, Miss Zhang helped me treat my foot ailment last time and I haven't had the chance to thank her yet. I just heard she opened a hot pot restaurant in the city and came specifically to take a look and also to make friends with Miss Zhang. Is that so? Ji Yu Chen also smiled and continued to ask, did Prince Jin really come all this way just to make a friend? Ji Yu Tianming frowned. Ninth brother, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Or do you think I'm the crown prince's man and are intentionally making things difficult for me? Since Prince Jin isn't the crown prince's man, then whose man are you? Ji Yu Chen asked. Ji Yu Tianming was stunned for a moment, realizing he had misspoken just now, and immediately explained, Ninth brother, I know my own weight very well. I have never had any ambition for the future imperial throne. You don't have to be so guarded against me. Then why does Prince Jin want to form a marriage alliance with the general's residence? Ji Yu Chen added. Miss Zhao and I are of one mind. Why can't we marry? Ji Yu Tianming retorted. Prince Jin, do you think anyone believes those words? Ji Yu Tianming studied Ji Yu Chen for a few seconds and stopped explaining. This Prince Swang's suspicion was even heavier than he imagined. As long as there was the slightest abnormality, he would be wary. Zhang Heian and Zhang Anran sat on either side, not daring to interject casually. This already involved the struggle for the future imperial throne, something that young women like them couldn't interfere with. However, in the confrontation between the two, they could feel that Prince Jin was clearly at a disadvantage. Since Ninth brother is so guarded against me, I won't disturb you any further today. Take care, I won't see you out, Ji Yu Chen said very perfunctorily. Ji Yu Tianming ignored Ji Yu Chen and turned to look at Zhang Anran. Miss Zhang, I thank you again for treating my foot ailment last time. I'll come to find you again another day when you're free. I appreciate the sentiment, Prince Jin, but maybe don't come to find me next time, I might be too busy. Zhang Anran forced a smile and said cheerfully. Because of the medical fee last time, she had already been scolded by her old man at home. If she dared to associate with this Prince Jin again, she might not even be able to return to the Duke's residence in the future. Moreover, she was now in a partnership with Prince Shuang. Making friends with Prince Jin in front of him was as good as rubbing it in Prince Swang's face. Faced with Zhang Anran's tactful refusal, Ji Yu Tianming didn't get angry. Instead, he said with a smile, it's fine. When Miss Zhang isn't busy, I'll come to find you again. He just wanted to intentionally provoke Ji Yu Chen. He was, after all, Prince Jin of Great Zhou. There was no need to act according to the other's whims. Afterward, he left the room directly, the smile on his face instantly vanishing. 66. Number 66. Haha, my cousin is so smart. Chapter 66. Haha, cousin is still the clever one. Prime Minister's residence. Looking at Nangong Ju seated above, Nangong Yu lowered her head slightly and said softly, Grandfather, this all under heaven pot has a huge impact on our immortal guest residence. Our daily profits have already dropped by 20% compared to before. Furthermore, I sent people to investigate, and the other party seems to have plans to open new shops. If they continue like this, the business of immortal guest residence will only get worse. If I remember correctly, the owner behind this shop seems to be Prince Shuang. Nangong Qin added. That fellow old Ninth again, the Crown Prince said angrily. He had already been feeling very uncomfortable lately because of the matter with Old Sixth. As a result, Old Ninth was now also running over to ruin his business. Nangong Ju's eyelids lowered as he looked down at the crowd below. How does everyone think this matter should be handled? Immortal guest residence provided tens of thousands of taels of gold to the Nangong family every year and was the best restaurant the Nangong family operated in the capital. Once the shop was crushed by all under heaven pot, the Nangong family would lose a massive source of funding. This was definitely not the outcome they wanted to see. Facing Nangong Ju's inquiry, the Crown Prince and the others immediately shut their mouths, their brows showing a hint of irritation. Just as everyone was at a loss for a reply, Nangong Yu spoke up, Grandfather, it's actually not difficult to solve this problem. A hint of surprise appeared in Nangong Ju's eyes as he looked curiously at Nangong Yu. Yuer, tell me your idea, Nangong Yu said. Since the people of the capital love all under heaven pot style of dining so much, our immortal guest residence can completely imitate it. As long as the taste and service are good enough, we can also attract a large number of diners and compete for the market with all under heaven pot. Nangong Ju frowned slightly and then asked, the method is viable, but how do we replicate their model and ensure the taste is no worse than all under heaven pots? Nangong Yu smiled brightly. It's simple, we just need to find a way to get the recipe for all under heaven pot. How did I not think of this? Haha, cousin is still the clever one. The crown prince couldn't help but slap the table in front of him, then laughed loudly, looking at Nangongju. Maternal grandfather, I think this plan is feasible. The previously silent Nangongqin looked up at the crown prince and Nangongyu beside him. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, the method is good, but since all under heaven pot can manage its business so well, the recipe must be kept very securely. It likely won't be that easy to get, and don't forget, the manager of all under heaven pot is the miss of the duke's residence, and the owner behind it is Prince Shuang's residence. Nangongyu looked at Nangongqin and said, we can just seize that miss from the duke's residence and force her to reveal the hot pot recipe. In that case, how will we explain it to Duke Zhengguo's residence? Nangongqin asked. Nangongyu said, as long as we don't reveal our identities, even if Duke Zhengguo's residence knows we did it, they won't be able to do anything to us. Haha, cousin makes sense, the crown prince said with a laugh. Fine, we will proceed with this matter as you suggested. Nangongju, seated above, agreed immediately and then said to Nangongqin, Chinner, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Nangongqin nodded and said, Mauer, Chinner, you two head out first, I still have something to say to you. Alright, subsequently, the crown prince and Nangongqin left the room together. Grandfather, is there something else? Seeing the two leave, Nangongyu asked. Nangongju hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, how is your father doing now? At the mention of this father, a flash of indifference crossed Nangongyu's face. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she said coldly, still the same as before, spending all day in the brothels seeking flowers and willows, listening to music and seeking pleasure. That bastard, so many years have passed, and he's still such a useless wretch, Nangongju shouted angrily. He only had 2 sons. The eldest son held a position in the Ministry of Works, serving in the supervisory office, a rank 3 official, while the second son spent his days idling about, indifferent to the world. His relationship with his primary wife was also extremely strained. Since Yu'er's birth, he had even resigned from his official duties in the court and lived in the brothels. Unless he was dead drunk every day, he basically wouldn't return to the residence. By now, the couple had been living apart for who knows how many years. Sigh. Thinking of this second son, Nangongju couldn't help but sigh. After calming his emotions, he looked back at Nangongyu. Alright, I have nothing more to ask. You should head back too. Yes, your highness, you cannot go in. This is the young Mrs. room. Slap. A loud slapping sound rang out, followed by the crown prince's angry roar. Get lost, stop blocking my way if you want to live. At the entrance of the backyard, a maidservant stood in front of the crown prince, constantly trying to persuade him and stop him from proceeding. A scarlet palm print was left on her tender face. Your highness, you really cannot go in. I beg of you. What kind of thing are you to dare block this crown prince's path? Facing such an unperceptive maid, the crown prince's expression turned fierce, and he kicked her, sending her flying. Your highness, really? The servant girl hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and was about to speak to stop him when she saw the crown prince glaring with fierce eyes. Say one more word, and this crown prince will kill you right now. Frightened, the servant girl froze in place, not daring to speak further. Seeing this, the crown prince finally walked into the room with satisfaction. The furnishings in the room were simple and clean. Beside the window was a dressing table. In the center stood a large rosewood table, and at the innermost part was a soft wooden bed. To the right was a half-jong tall screen. The decorations in the room were quite delicate, exuding the gentle and elegant air of a young lady's quarters everywhere. Cousin's room. Looking at everything in the room, the crown prince swallowed hard, his eyes filled with burning desire. His gaze swept around the room. In the next second, he noticed a white garment draped over the screen on the right. He immediately walked over and picked it up. This is the undergarment cousin usually wears. The crown prince's eyes lit up. He held the garment to the tip of his nose, greedily inhaling the lingering fragrance on it. Cousin is indeed a national beauty. Even her clothes are so fragrant. 67. Number 67 Miss, help. Chapter 67. Young Miss, help. Your Highness the Crown Prince. A cold voice rang out, startling the Crown Prince so much that he quickly hid the clothes behind his back. He turned to look and saw Nangongyu standing at the door, her eyes flashing with a cold gaze. The Crown Prince put on a smile and said cheerfully, Haha, cousin, you're back. Shouldn't your highness the Crown Prince return the item in your hand to this humble girl? Nangongyu said coldly. When she entered the room just now, she saw him holding the clothes she had changed out of earlier, fantasizing. She looked down on this so-called cousin from the bottom of her heart. Because this wasn't the first time he had trespassed into her bedchamber. Once, he had even snuck into her room while she was resting, intending to do something indecent. If her grandfather hadn't arrived in time, she might have truly been defiled by this bastard. It was only after being reprimanded by her grandfather that time that he became a bit more restrained and stopped being so blatant. Seeing this, the crown prince couldn't keep hiding her clothes any longer. He quickly brought them out and explained with a smile, "Haha, cousin, you've misunderstood. I saw these clothes had fallen on the floor, so I picked them up for you." Nangong Yu snatched the undergarment back, her heart filled with even more disgust. Perhaps influenced by her family, with her father visiting brothels every day and her mother weeping in despair all day long, she had developed a severe case of misandry, believing that all men in the world were filthy animals. She particularly disliked people like the crown prince, whose minds were filled with nothing but lust. "Cousin, don't keep calling me crown prince. It sounds too distant. I still prefer hearing you call me cousin. It's more intimate." The crown prince walked over with a smile, his hand slowly reaching for her delicate shoulder, wanting to get closer to her. Nangong Yu immediately stepped back, causing his hand to miss. She said coldly, "Xiao Yu is still an unmarried maiden. Please show some self-respect, your highness." "Oh, cousin, look at what you're saying. We're family after all, there's no need to be so distant with your cousin," the crown prince said with a smile. Seeing that the crown prince was still shamelessly staying there, Nangong Yu's brows furrowed. She warned in a low voice, "Your highness, if you don't leave now, I'll have to ask grandfather to come over." Seeing that Nangong Yu was determined to drive him away, the smile on the crown prince's face stiffened for a moment before he said, "Fine, then I won't disturb your rest, cousin. I'll head back now." With that, the crown prince stepped out of the room and turned to leave. Only when he had completely disappeared from her sight did Nangong Yu withdraw her gaze. She then handed the undergarment that the crown prince had touched to the maidservant beside her and ordered in a low voice, "Burn this for me." Yes. 3 days later, business at All Under Heaven Pot had returned to its original bustling state. The daily revenue was around 100 taels of silver, which was quite substantial. At the same time, Zhang Anran was also preparing several other shops, covering both the inner and outer cities of the capital. Once all the branches opened, their profits would multiply, and the business would continue to grow. The hour of Chen. The sky had fallen into darkness, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, shining its light over the entire capital. "Everyone, remember to clean up and then close the shop. It's getting late, so remember to go back and rest early." At the shop entrance, Zhang Anran instructed the workers to start packing up and prepare to close. She only left once she had finished giving all the instructions. "Is the young miss returning to the manor?" Seeing Zhang Anran walk out of the shop, the silver blade guards who had been guarding the entrance bowed and asked. "Yes, please escort us back." Zhang Anran nodded, seemingly accustomed to it. Since the last incident, Ji Yuchen, that black-hearted prince, had assigned 6 bodyguards to protect her safety. 3 days had passed now, and she hadn't encountered any dangerous situations. At the thought of Prince Shuang, Zhang Anran couldn't help but sigh. It was fine being a wage slave in her past life, but now that she had opened her own shop and become the boss, she was still a wage slave. She managed the hot pot restaurant's business from dawn till dusk, only to have to give half the money to Ji Yuchen, that black-hearted prince, in the end. It really makes me angry just thinking about it. Inside the carriage, seeing her young miss's distressed face, Xiao Yu, who was beside her, asked curiously, "Young miss, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so troubled?" Quote, "Business had been very good lately, with countless diners coming to eat. There was no telling how much silver they were making every day. Why did the young miss still look so unhappy? It's all because of Prince Shuang, that black-hearted prince. Just thinking about having to give him half the money later makes me angry." Zhang Anran grumbled. This money should have all been hers, but now she had to part with half. How could she feel comfortable? She definitely didn't feel comfortable. If there wasn't such a gap in their status and she could actually beat him in a fight, she would definitely rub his head against the ground, to show him if he'd ever dare to cheat this young miss again. "Ah, young miss, is it just because of this?" Quote, "What else? This is all silver I earned with my hard work. But we'll definitely need His Highness Prince Swang's help in the future just like that." Trouble at the shop. Boom. Before Xiao Yu could finish, the carriage jolted violently, nearly throwing the 2 women out. Xiao Yu was so frightened she screamed, her hands tightly gripping Zhang Anran's arm. "Ah, young miss, Help! A wave of fear also rose in Zhang Anran's heart, but she tried her best to calm down and quickly pulled open the carriage window to check the situation outside. Then, she saw dozens of men in black martial attire wearing hoods, blocking their way on horseback. Holy crap, that black-hearted prince was actually right. After seeing the situation outside clearly, Zhang Anran's pupils dilated instantly, and a hint of panic flashed through her heart. 68. Number 68. Don't let him get away. Chapter 68. Don't let him escape. Outside the carriage, two groups of people were in a standoff, ready to strike at any moment. The leading man in black urged his black horse forward a few steps. His gaze swept across the 6 silver blade guards opposite him as he spoke calmly. We do not wish to cause trouble. As long as you hand Miss Zhang over to us, we will let you all leave. Are you not afraid of being pursued by the Duke Zhengwo's residence and Prince Xuang's residence? The silver blade guard at the very front gripped his saber's hilt and looked at the man in black with a cold voice. Since we dare to act, we have naturally weighed the consequences. Therefore, the man in black chuckled and drew a longsword from his waist, pointing it directly at the 6 men. Are you handing her over or not? If you want her, show us your skills first. The silver blade guard drew his silver blade and charged at the group on horseback. The other 5 silver blade guards followed closely behind, fearlessly charging into the enemy ranks. Attack! A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the man in black as he gave the order. In the next instant, all the men in black from the rear moved in unison, flanking from both sides and rushing toward the 6 silver blade guards. The constant clanging of clashing weapons rang out as the scene instantly descended into chaos. Inside the carriage, watching the fight outside, the maidservant Xiao Yu said fearfully, It's over. It's over, young miss. What should we do? The people His Highness Prince Xuang sent don't seem to be enough. Zhang Anran forced herself to calm down. She looked up and reminded Xiao Yu, Follow me out of the carriage. We must find a way to leave. The goal of this group was clearly her. Moreover, the enemy was numerous. The 6 guards by her side probably wouldn't last long. Instead of waiting here for death, it was better to see if there was a chance to escape. Alright, hearing Zhang Anran's reminder, Xiao Yu did not dare to delay. She immediately followed behind her and stepped out of the carriage. Not far away, the man in black, who had been observing the situation, narrowed his eyes as he noticed Zhang Anran and her maid leaving the carriage. Trying to run? The man in black muttered under his breath and rode his black horse straight toward the 2 women. But before he could catch up to them, a silver blade guard suddenly appeared before him. With a twist of his silver blade, he slashed fiercely toward the man's waist. The man in black's expression changed. He immediately pulled the reins to dodge the attack. Seeing that he had forced the man in black to a halt, the silver blade guard quickly looked back at Zhang Anran and shouted, Miss Zhang, hurry back and find His Highness. We will do our best to stall for time. Alright. Seeing them risking their lives to protect her, Zhang Anran's eyes instantly turned red. She stubbornly turned around and fled toward the rear. You're looking for death. Seeing his prey escaping, the man in black grew furious and charged his horse at the silver blade guard. The guard showed no fear, gripping his silver blade to strike again. But before he could swing his blade down, the man in black swept his longsword across, instantly slashing the guard's throat. In the next second, a head slowly rolled onto the ground. The silver blade guard fell from his horse, and the ground was covered in blood. Brother Li. Seeing the silver blade guard killed by the man in black, the other 5 guards looked over, their faces filled with rage. One burly man charged at the man in black in a fury. You bastard, I'll kill you. The man in black glanced at the burly man and immediately ordered his subordinates, stop them. At this, all the men in black blocked the 5 guards, launching continuous attacks to prevent them from getting a step closer to the man in black. The man in black gave the 5 men a cold glance, then tugged the reins to pursue the direction Zhang Anran had fled. How could a person's speed compare to a horse? Within moments, the man in black caught up to Zhang Anran and her maid. He slowed his black horse and said to Zhang Anran, Miss Zhang, I advise you to come back with me obediently. It would be better for everyone. Zhang Anran knew she likely couldn't escape. She turned around to face the man in black and asked, Who are you people? Why are you kidnapping me? Quote, the man in black replied, It is better if Miss Zhang does not ask too many questions. Zhang Anran said in a low voice, Even if you don't say it, I know. You are from the Prime Minister's residence, aren't you? A cold light flashed in the man in black's eyes, but he quickly masked it. He smiled and said, Since Miss Zhang is unwilling to cooperate, I can only take action myself. Having said that, the man in black jumped off his horse and walked straight toward the 2 women. Don't you dare think of hurting my young miss. Seeing the man in black approach, although Xiao Yu was terrified, she summoned her courage to stand in front of Zhang Anran. Noisy. As the word left his mouth, a flash of sword light appeared. A longsword pierced directly through Xiao Yu's abdomen. Cough, cough. Blood spilled from Xiao Yu's mouth. She looked down at the longsword embedded in her stomach, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Her entire body seemed to be drained of strength in that instant. Xiao Yu. This sudden turn of events caught Zhang Anran completely off guard. She rushed forward to support Xiao Yu's body. Young miss, this servant might not be able to accompany you anymore. Leaning against Zhang Anran's shoulder, Xiao Yu actually looked quite peaceful, no longer so afraid. Xiao Yu, don't scare me. Watching the girl who had always been by her side collapse before her, Zhang Anran could no longer hold back. Tears streamed from her eyes and her body trembled. At that moment, the man in black walked up to Zhang Anran and pressed his longsword against her neck. Miss Zhang, if you don't want to die, come with me now. Zhang Anran's gaze turned completely cold. She looked up and stared at the man in black with indifference. Kill me if you have the guts. Her voice was incredibly frigid, as if she had long since put the matter of life and death aside. You think I don't dare? The man in black said deeply. The sword's edge lightly cut her neck, and blood began to seep out. Before Zhang Anran could speak, there was a swish as a golden saber suddenly appeared from above, flying straight toward the man in black's head. The man in black quickly parried with his sword, knocking the golden saber away. When he looked back, his expression instantly became grave. A large group of people was approaching him in a grand manner, and standing at the very front was none other than Prince Zhuang, Ji Yuchen. Ji Yuchen's gaze was fixed on the man in black as he said coldly, "Don't let him escape." Yes. The guards behind him took the order and rode toward the man in black. The man in black's expression changed. He stomped his right foot and leapt onto his horse, pulling the reins to turn around and retreat rapidly, not daring to delay for a second. 69. Number 69. Move again, and I guarantee your head will roll off the bridge. Chapter 69. Move again, and I guarantee your head will roll. Seeing his subordinates already in pursuit of the man in black, Ji Yuchen did not follow. Immediately, he jumped down from his horse and walked over to Zhang Anran. Only then noticing that her servant girl seemed to be injured, he looked at Zhang Anran's sorrowful face and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" It was clear she had been significantly frightened today. Zhang Anran finally looked up, her beautiful face marked by 2 tear streaks, her eyes completely bloodshot. Looking at Ji Yuchen who was right before her, Zhang Anran felt a sliver of comfort. She tried her best to restrain her emotions and said with a sob, Xiao Yu is injured. Please, help me save her." Although she also knew medical skills, Xiao Yu was currently unconscious due to excessive blood loss. If her wounds weren't bandaged quickly, her life would likely be in danger. I'll send men to take you back right away." After saying that, Ji Yuchen immediately ordered the guards behind him to take Zhang Anran and the other girl back to the residence. Only after watching Anran and her servant completely disappear from his sight did Ji Yuchen feel at ease and ride forward to join the pursuit. The reason he knew Zhang Anran was in trouble today was that he had arranged hidden hands to stay by her side. On the surface, there were 6 silver blade guards protecting Zhang Anran, but in reality, there were also 2 hidden guards concealed in the shadows to observe the situation at all times. The moment Zhang Anran and the others encountered trouble today, those 2 hidden guards immediately returned to the residence to report to him, allowing him to arrive in time to save them. Soon, Ji Yuchen heard the sounds of fighting not far away and quickly steered his horse toward it. The scene was chaotic. Both sides were in a tangled mess, slaughtering one another. Many corpses already lay on the ground, and the entire area was stained red with blood. However, compared to this group of men in black, Ji Yuchen's personal soldiers were more powerful, and by relying on their numerical advantage, they had already made the opponents consider retreating. Ji Yuchen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the distant fight, his gaze finally settling on a man in black. His strength was clearly superior to the other men in black. Even when facing the attacks of 3 golden saber guards, he could still hold his own. His strength had reached at least the 4th rank of a martial artist. "Your Highness, I'll go meet him." Noticing Ji Yuchen's gaze, Lu Yun immediately requested to fight and rode his horse toward that man in black. In the next instant, Lu Yun appeared before the man in black on his red horse. His golden saber flashed out, slashing fiercely at the opponent's right hand which held a sword. The man in black was instantly alert. He pulled back his sword with his right hand, pressed his left hand onto the horse's back, and launched his entire body horizontally into the air, kicking directly at the opponent's neck. Seeing the foot flying toward him, Lu Yun was startled and quickly leaned back to dodge the attack. The two exchanged many rounds without a clear winner. Seeing this, the 3 golden saber guards nearby stopped watching and immediately joined the fray. "If this continues, I definitely won't be his match. Moreover, Prince Zhuang has been staring from over there." I must find a way to leave quickly. The man in black's eyes shifted. He already had intentions of retreating. Thinking of leaving? Quote, Lu Yun had clearly seen through the opponent's intent and immediately charged forward, giving him no room to breathe or escape. Seeing Lu Yun charging at him, the man in black's eyes were filled with anger as he was forced to meet the attack with his sword. This golden saber guard's strength wasn't much weaker than his own. If the opponent didn't show a weakness, he would be almost unable to kill him in a short amount of time. And being entangled by a martial artist of equal strength would only make it harder for him to retreat, attack his back, finish this quickly. Seeing that Lu Yun couldn't take the man down, Ji Yu Chen couldn't help but speak up. In mounted combat, the most vulnerable area is the back. Because sitting on a horse is inherently inflexible, it is difficult to turn around at any moment like one can while standing on level ground. As long as they attacked the rear fiercely, this man in black would inevitably reveal a weakness. Hearing Ji Yu Chen's command, Lu Yun and the others no longer delayed and launched another offensive against the man in black according to his method. First, Lu Yun attacked the man in black from the front. Just as the man in black moved to counter, another golden saber guard struck from behind. Damn it, the man in black cursed. He had sustained many injuries, and his originally clean and tidy black clothes were now tattered. At the beginning, he could still cope, but with the opponents using this method of skirmishing, even if he remained vigilant, there would always be moments where he couldn't pay attention to everything. After dozens more rounds, just as the man in black forced back one golden saber guard, Lu Yun seized the opportunity from behind and kicked him directly off his horse. The man in black scrambled to get up, but just as he prepared to remount, a golden saber was already pressed against his neck. Move again, and I guarantee your head will roll. The man in black glanced at Lu Yun in front of him and ceased all movement. Seeing the man in black captured, the remaining men in black seemed to lose their backbone instantly, and within moments, they were all captured. Ji Yu Chen rode over and looked at the captured man in black. Take off his hood. One didn't need to look to know that this fellow was likely the leader of this group. Yes, Lu Yun complied and then directly pulled off the man in black's hood. Looking at the man in black's face, Ji Yu Chen was momentarily stunned. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he blurted out, Nangong Chin. Nangong Chin looked at Ji Yu Chen and said in a low voice, kill me or skin me as you please. This time, he truly hadn't expected Prince Shuang's people to arrive so quickly. Of course, his preparations were also inadequate, and he shouldn't have personally taken action. Now that he was a prisoner, Prince Shuang would very likely take the opportunity to move against the Prime Minister's residence. All the consequences were caused by him. Take him back first. Ji Yu Chen completely ignored Nangong Chin's words and looked at Lu Yun to give orders. Lu Yun immediately called over two golden saber guards to take Nangong Chin away, then walked back to Ji Yu Chen. Your Highness, how should we handle the rest of these people? Kill them, Ji Yu Chen said indifferently. The Prime Minister's residence dared to move against Zhang Anran, showing absolutely no regard for the faces of Prince Shuang's residence and Duke Zhenghuo's residence. The deaths of these people would serve as a reminder to the other side. After dealing with all the men in black, Lu Yun led men to tally their own losses. Of the 6 silver blade guards who originally protected Zhang Anran, only 2 remained, and one of them had lost his right arm. Among the men Ji Yu Chen brought, 2 had died, and several were heavily injured. Hearing Lu Yun's report, Ji Yu Chen sighed softly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Afterward, he instructed Lu Yun to find the families of the 6 deceased and give them enough settlement money to live on. Their families were to be placed on a protection list. If they encountered trouble in the future, they could go to Prince Shuang's residence to seek his help. As for the remaining injured subordinates, Ji Yu Chen also gave them all some compensation, not wanting to discourage those beneath him. 70. Number 70 Chatting Before Bed. Chapter 70. Bedtime Chat. Upon returning to Prince Shuang's residence, Ji Yu Chen sent men to take Nangong Chin into custody and keep a strict watch on him to prevent any escape. Afterward, he returned to the inner courtyard. Inside the room, the maidservant Xiao Yu lay on the bed in a semi-conscious state. Anran sat by the bedside, meticulously stitching her wound. Sweat dripped from Anran's forehead as she dared not slacken for a moment. Even though Mafe powder had been applied to the wound, Xiao Yu's face would still show a hint of distress every time Anran's needle passed through, appearing to be in pain and struggle. Not far away, He Yan and Spring Summer stood quietly to one side, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing Anran. Seeing Xiao Yu's pale, weak face and the wound that wouldn't stop bleeding, He Yan instinctively covered her nose and mouth, feeling an inexplicable worry and nervousness. She hadn't expected that, just as Your Highness had said, someone would actually make a move against Anran and her people. Just then, Ji Yu-chen stepped lightly into the room without making much noise. Your Highness? Quote. Hearing the movement, He Yan glanced over and noticed Ji Yu-chen entering. Her eyes lit up, and she called out softly, "How is this girl doing?" Ji Yu-chen walked to He Yan's side and asked in a low voice. "It seems quite serious. Her face has no color at all. And Ran is currently bandaging her wound," He Yan said. After an unknown amount of time, and Ran finally finished stitching the maidservant Xiao Yu's wound, she slowly stood up, her face etched with exhaustion. "Do you want to go to the next room to rest for a bit?" Seeing in Ran's current state, He Yan pursed her thin lips and asked her quietly. Hearing He Yan's question, and Ran looked up at her and nodded slowly. Alright, today's events had indeed left her somewhat terrified and distressed. She hadn't yet recovered her composure. She had only been forcing herself to stay conscious just now to treat Xiao Yu's injuries. Now, she truly wanted to find a place to rest and calm her mind. Seeing and Ran agree, He Yan immediately ordered a maidservant to prepare a wing room for her and take her down to rest at the hour of the boar, 9 to 11 p.m. Zhang Quan arrived at Prince Xuang's residence upon hearing the news. Your Highness, He Yan, how is my Ran? Is she hurt? In the hall, Zhang Quan was restless. His eyes betrayed his worry as he looked toward Ji Yu-chen and He Yan with great anxiety. Miss Zhang is not in any great danger. She is currently resting in her room. If father-in-law is uneasy, I can take you there to see her, Ji Yu-chen said. Then I shall trouble your highness, Zhang Quan said gratefully. Soon, Ji Yu-chen brought Zhang Quan to the room wherein Ran was. And Ran, who had already lain down to rest, sat up immediately upon seeing someone arrive. She looked at Zhang Quan in surprise. Father, why are you here? Your highness sent someone to the residence to deliver the news. Only then did I find out you had encountered an assassination attempt. Zhang Quan immediately walked toward and Ran, looking at her with pure heartache. Is your body alright? Were you frightened today? And Ran shook her head. I'm fine. It's just that Xiao Yu was seriously injured, and her condition isn't very good. Watching the warm scene between father and daughter, a ripple of emotion passed through He Yan's eyes, and she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Ji Yu-chen noticed He Yan's gaze and directly took her small hand, whispering, "Let's head out first and let them chat inside for a while." He Yan looked up at Ji Yu-chen and gave a small nod. Following him out of the room, it wasn't until late at night that Zhang Quan emerged from the room and returned to the hall. Seeing only Ji Yu-chen in the room, Zhang Quan asked curiously, "Your Highness, where is He Yan?" Ji Yu-chen smiled and said, "She was a bit weary, so I sent her back to rest first." "Oh, I see." Zhang Quan didn't ask further and took a seat nearby, looking at Ji Yu-chen once more. "Your Highness, was it truly the people from the Prime Minister's residence who did this?" Quote. Ji Yu-chen nodded. "Yes. Nangong Qin is currently being held in my residence." Hearing Ji Yu-chen's answer, Zhang Quan's face turned cold. He said in a low, heavy voice, "Those people of the Nangong family are becoming more and more arrogant. Do they really think my Duke Zhengwo's residence is afraid of them?" Ji Yu-chen smiled and said, "Father-in-law, we should discuss how to handle this matter. Now that Nangong Qin is in my hands, the people from the Prime Minister's residence will inevitably come to demand his release." Zhang Quan was stunned upon hearing this. After thinking for a short while, he looked at Ji Yu-chen. "What are your highness's intentions?" Ji Yu-chen said, "I am not yet clear on that myself, so I wanted to hear your opinion and that of the Duke." Nangong Qin was, after all, the legitimate son of the first branch of the Prime Minister's residence. If he were simply killed like this, Ji Yu-chen worried it would drive the Prime Minister's residence to complete desperation. Of course, Ji Yu-chen did not fear the Prime Minister's residence. He was merely worried they would be driven to a corner and strike at the people around him. "I cannot easily decide this matter either. How about I go back and report this, and hear his idea?" Zhang Quan said. Although Ran's assassination attempt had left him with no goodwill toward the Prime Minister's residence, this matter involved the relationships between the three families, so he didn't dare act recklessly on his own. That's fine too." Ji Yu-chen nodded, not in a hurry to deal with Nangong Qin right away. After all, the one who was anxious now was not him, but the Prime Minister's residence. After a brief chat, Zhang Quan slowly rose and left Prince Xuang's residence with Ran and the others. Ji Yu-chen then turned around, preparing to go to his room to rest. Click, he pushed open the door. The candlelight inside illuminated the room brightly. Hearing the sound from the door, He Yan, who was on the bed, instinctively turned around and happened to see Ji Yu-chen entering. At this moment, she had removed her makeup, making her look even more delicate and gentle. Her long hair fell straight down to her waist, and she wore a white robe. not asleep yet? Ji Yuchen smiled faintly and asked curiously. Waiting for your highness to return. After saying that, she gently pulled back the quilt covering her and rose from the bed. Your highness, let me help you. All right, Ji Yuchen nodded, not refusing. He seemed to have grown accustomed to her undressing him. Once he was ready, Ji Yuchen took off his shoes and got into bed, squeezing under the quilt with He Yan. Your highness, have my father and Anran left? Lying beside Ji Yuchen, He Yan couldn't help but ask. Yes, they've already left, Ji Yuchen said. After hearing the answer, He Yan didn't ask further and leaned quietly against his side. After an unknown amount of time, He Yan couldn't help but ask another question. Your highness, Anran and the others, was the situation very dangerous then? She had been at the residence all along and didn't know the situation outside. But after seeing that bottomless wound on the maidservant's abdomen today, she seemed to be able to feel what Anran's situation must have been like. Yes. If we had arrived even a little bit later, Miss Zhang might have already been captured by the people from the Prime Minister's residence. Ji Yuchen nodded and said. As the words fell, He Yan couldn't help but lift her head, looking seriously at Ji Yuchen's profile. When she learned today that His Highness was going to rescue Anran, her first thought hadn't actually been worry, but rather a bit of jealousy. She had even instinctively suspected whether His Highness also had feelings for Anran. But when she saw Anran's despondent look upon returning to the residence, as well as the injuries the maidservant had sustained, she realized her previous thoughts were wrong. If His Highness hadn't rescued her in time and allowed Anran to be taken by the Prime Minister's residence, she didn't dare imagine what kind of treatment the other girl might have faced. If she had been the one to experience such a scene, she probably would have been scared out of her wits long ago. At the thought of this, her heart suddenly felt a pang of fear. She tightly held Ji Yuchen's arm, seeking a sense of security. Your Highness, can you hold me? Ji Yuchen clearly felt He Yan's body tremble slightly. He immediately pulled her into his arms, placing his right hand on the back of her head, and asked with concern, what's wrong? Did you think of something bad? He Yan nestled tightly in Ji Yuchen's arms like a startled kitten. Your Highness, if I ever encounter such a thing in the future. Before she could finish, Ji Yuchen leaned down and kissed her snowy forehead gently, comforting her in a soft voice. I will protect you. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71. A bunch of useless trash. Chapter 71. A bunch of useless trash. Zhang Heian's emotions stabilized, and she fell asleep shortly after. Ji Yuchen looked sideways at her exquisite face, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her lips pouting a little, her delicate nose exhaling steady breaths, and those small hands gripping his clothes tightly. She really was an immature brat. Ji Yuchen could feel Zhang Heian's reliance on him. Or rather, from the moment she married into Prince Xuang's residence, he was the only person she could trust. Ji Yuchen wasn't devoid of emotion. He had seen everything during their months together. Choosing to stay in the same bedroom now was his way of slowly accepting her. After watching her for a long time, Ji Yuchen withdrew his gaze, wrapped his right arm around Zhang Heian's slender body, and slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence in the capital, someone was finding it hard to sleep. Say that again. Inside the hall, Nangongju looked at the guard below with cold eyes and asked in a low voice. The guard trembled in fear and lowered his head in panic. My lord, the assassins sent to capture the miss of the Duke's residence were all killed, and young Master Nangong was also captured by Prince Xuang. Nangongju flew into a rage, slamming his palm onto the table. Get out. This subordinate will take his leave now. The guard nodded in response and scrambled out, deeply afraid of being the target of the Prime Minister's wrath. A bunch of useless trash. After the guard left, Nangongju picked up the teapot on the table and smashed it onto the ground. A sharp crash immediately echoed through the room. Grandfather, what happened? Nangongyu rushed in upon hearing the noise and looked at Nangongju above her with curiosity. Upon seeing Nangongyu, Nangongju's expression softened considerably. He frowned and said, your older male cousin was captured by the people of Prince Xuang's residence. Cousin was captured? Nangongyu's eyes widened in surprise, completely unexpected of this outcome. Nangongju nodded. After a brief consideration, he spoke. Prince Xuang shouldn't dare to do anything to diminutive for Qin. Tomorrow, I will send someone to see their attitude. Diminutive for Qin was his legitimate grandson. Even if Prince Xuang wanted to move against him, he would have to take the influence of the Prime Minister's residence into account. If the other party dared to completely tear off the mask of civility, neither side would benefit. Nangong Yu's brows furrowed. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, "Grandfather, how about I go to Prince Swang's residence tomorrow to demand his release?" "You?" Quote. Nangong Ju was slightly stunned, looking at Nangong Yu below with some surprise. Nangong Yu said, "Grandfather, I was the one who suggested this idea. Now that my cousin has been captured, I have an inescapable responsibility. Furthermore, I am a miss of the Prime Minister's residence. There is nothing improper about me making an appearance." After hearing Nangong Yu's explanation, Nangong Ju hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "You may handle this matter, but Prince Zhuang is sinister, cunning, and full of schemes. You must be extra careful. Your granddaughter understands." The next morning, Duke Zhengao came to Prince Swang's residence in person with Zhang Quan to discuss the matter. Inside the hall, "Duke, how do you think this matter should be handled appropriately?" Ji Yuchen looked at Duke Zhengao, asking for his opinion. Zhang Anran was the young miss of the Duke Zhengwo's residence. Nangong Qin's move against her this time was no different from provoking the entire Duke Zhengwo's residence. Although Ji Yuchen had captured the man, it was indeed the dignity of the Duke Zhengwo's residence that had been insulted. Therefore, Ji Yuchen asked for the other party's opinion to hear Duke Zhengwo's view. If Ji Yuchen didn't care about the relationship between the two families, he could have completely handed Nangong Qin over to the Duke Zhengwo's residence for them to deal with themselves. Keeping Nangong Qin at Prince Swang's residence now was also a way of telling Duke Zhengwo that the two of them were now a single entity, sharing both honor and loss. If anyone tried to plot against them, neither family would stand by and watch. Of course, there was another reason why he didn't hand Nangong Qin over to the Duke Zhengwo's residence. He wanted the other party to be clear that he was the true decision-maker. Nangong Ju is becoming increasingly arrogant, even plotting against this old man. If it weren't for your highness's help this time, my granddaughter would likely have met with disaster, Duke Zhengwo said with a livid face. Zhang Quan had already told him the general situation of last night. It had escalated from a dispute over a shop to a conflict between the two families. But he never expected that for the sake of such a small business, the people of the Prime Minister's residence would actually go so far as to strike at his descendant. Although Zhang Anran was born to a concubine, she was still a young miss of his duke's residence. The Prime Minister's residence doing this was a complete slap in the face to him, Duke Zhengwo. Then, Duke Zhengwo added, "Your Highness, since the Prime Minister's residence is so unscrupulous, this old man feels there is no need to show them any more face. This Nangong Qin keeps assassins and attacked a noble lady. He should be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial." Ji Yuchen raised his eyes and couldn't help but look at the man. It had to be said that this Duke Zhengwo's character was indeed tough. One must know that the Ministry of Justice was the Shao family's territory, and the Shao family was his maternal family. If Nangong Qin was sent to the Ministry of Justice, how he would be handled would be entirely up to the Shao family, and the Prime Minister's residence would be completely unable to intervene. Nangong Qin was, after all, the legitimate grandson of the Prime Minister and a fourth-rank official of the imperial court. Let alone sending assassins to kidnap a young miss, even if he had killed someone, ordinary people wouldn't dare to push things to the point of a mutual destruction where both sides suffered losses. Since the Duke has said so, then this prince will act accordingly, Ji Yuchen said with a smile. Handing Nangong Qin over to the Ministry of Justice was fine too. As long as his life was spared, the Prime Minister's residence probably wouldn't dare to make a huge fuss and completely fall out with Prince Swang's residence and the Duke Zhengwo's residence. As for whether the Prime Minister's residence would become completely hostile toward Prince Swang's residence, Ji Yuchen didn't care at all. The other party already supported the Crown Prince's side and was in a completely different faction from him. They were bound to be on opposing sides in the future. And the Shao family would surely be very happy to have such an opportunity to strike back at the Prime Minister's residence. Afterwards, Ji Yuchen finished lunch with Duke Zhengwo and Zhang Quan before they took their leave and left the residence. "Cousin, are you going to Prince Swang's residence?" At the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, Ji Yu Mao caught up on horseback with Nangong Yu, who was about to leave, and asked. He had also learned about Nangong Qin being captured today. "Yes, does the Crown Prince have any other business?" Nangong Yu glanced at Ji Yu Mao and asked in a low voice. Ji Yu Mao said, "Then I will accompany you. I won't trouble the Crown Prince. Xiao Yu can handle it." Nangong Yu refused. "No, I'm not worried about you going alone. As a woman, you are certainly no match for Old Ninth. I am the Crown Prince after all. Even if Old Ninth holds hostility toward me, he will still have to respect my status," Ji Yu Mao said hurriedly. Old Ninth's mind was hard to read and his methods were tough. How could his cousin, a young girl who did business, be his match? Xiao Yu is just going to negotiate. I presume Prince Shuang wouldn't strike a weak woman like me. There is no need for the crown prince to worry. You don't understand old Ninth's character. He even dared to capture Nangong Qin. Do you think he will care about you being a young miss? This crown prince will go with you so we can look out for each other. Finally, under Ji Yu Mao's persistent pestering, Nangong Yu could only agree to let him accompany her. 72. Number 72. I'll say it again, I'll kill you. Chapter 072. Say it again, and I'll kill you. Your Highness, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister's residence's miss are outside, requesting an audience. A guard hurried to Ji Yu Chen's side and said with a bow. Ji Yu Chen raised an eyebrow. It seems the people of the Prime Minister's residence don't value Nangong Qin enough. Half a day has passed, and only now has someone come. Then, he said indifferently, let them in. Before long, a man and a woman arrived at the hall where Ji Yu Chen was, escorted by guards. Walking on the left was the Crown Prince, and on the right was a young girl wearing a long blue dress. The Prime Minister's residence has 2 misses in total, the legitimate daughter of the first branch, Nangong Zhu, and the legitimate daughter of the second branch, Nangong Yu. He had seen Nangong Zhu before. This one clearly belonged to the latter. This humble girl, Nangong Yu, greets His Highness Prince Shuang. Nangong Yu's movements were gentle as she lowered herself in a feminine salute. Ji Yu Chen quietly scrutinized her, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Bright red roses have thorns, and a beautiful appearance can be the most lethal poison. Some women appear pure as ice and clean as jade, but in reality, they can take one's life. The Nangong Yu before him was exactly like that. If his guess was correct, the plan to kidnap Zhang Anran must have been proposed by this woman. In the original plot, Nangong Yu was also an antagonistic character with an extremely misandrist personality. During the late-stage struggle for the throne, the Nangong family, in order to ensure the Prime Minister's residence could completely seize power in the future, even married Nangong Yu directly to the Crown Prince. Nangong Yu offered no rebuttal to such an arrangement and married into the Crown Prince's residence with a calm heart. But on their wedding night, she actually sent someone to snip off the Crown Prince's little thing, completely severing his lust. After the marriage, she held the Crown Prince in a death grip, controlling everything from behind the scenes to oppose Ji Yu Chen and Ji Yu Tianming. It had to be said, this woman's methods were indeed ruthless. If a man were to marry her, he would probably have to touch his own thing at night just to fall asleep peacefully. Furthermore, there was actually a hidden secret regarding Nangong Yu. She was not actually born of the second son of the Prime Minister's residence. Her true biological father was the Prime Minister, Nangong Zhu. Back then, Nangong Zhu made a drunken mistake and accidentally barged into the bedroom of the legal wife of the second son, Nangong Wen, forcing himself upon her despite her pleas. At that time, Nangong Wen had not yet returned home because he hadn't finished his official duties. After Nangong Wen discovered this later, he felt a deep-seated resentment toward the mother and daughter, yet he was helpless. In the end, he resigned from his official post and spent his days numbing himself with alcohol and women, living like a walking corpse. At this moment, the Crown Prince glanced at Ji Yu Chen and spoke first. Old Ninth, you surely know our purpose for coming today. I hope you can hand over Nangong Qin. His tone was quite cold. Hearing the Crown Prince demand the person so directly, Nangong Yu's willow-like brows furrowed in displeasure. Since the other party dared to seize Nangong Qin, he naturally wouldn't care about the Prime Minister's residence or the Crown Prince's residence. Her original plan was to show weakness first, then negotiate. As long as she could get Nangong Qin back, it wouldn't matter if they suffered a small loss. But the Crown Prince's current self-righteous demand for the person would clearly only cause things to develop in a bad direction. Ji Yu Chen smiled and looked back at the Crown Prince. And if I don't? Old Ninth, do you really want to make things difficult for me? The Crown Prince said coldly. At this time, Nangong Yu immediately stepped forward to prevent the Crown Prince from completely infuriating Prince Shuang, saying slowly, Your Highness Prince Shuang, my Nangong family was in the wrong in this matter. But for the sake of both families being court officials, could Your Highness show mercy and let this matter be settled? Of course, if Your Highness feels it is inappropriate, you can also state your conditions. As long as the Nangong family can fulfill them, we will certainly do our best to compensate Your Highness. Seeing Nangong Yu take the initiative to show weakness, the Crown Prince looked directly at her and reminded her, Cousin, you need not be so polite to him. This Crown Prince will definitely help you get Nangong Qin back. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is my Nangong family's business. Please do not interfere. Nangong Yu refused directly. She shouldn't have agreed to let him come along today. It was simply a nuisance. He completely failed to understand the situation and was still putting on the airs of the crown prince. If Prince Shuang were willing to listen to him, he would have handed the person over long ago. The crown prince was stunned for a moment, his face showing some displeasure. Cousin, what do you mean by this? I am helping you. Nangong Yu did not respond but instead looked up at Ji Yu Chen to see his opinion. Ji Yu Chen glanced at the crown prince and Nangong Yu, then smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I probably cannot agree. Not long ago, I already sent Nangong Chin to the Ministry of Justice. By now, he is likely already locked up in prison. If the Prime Minister's residence wants the person, you can go check at the Ministry of Justice. Hearing Ji Yu Chen's words, the Crown Prince's face darkened with anger, and he said dissatisfiedly, Old Ninth, who gave you permission to send him to the Ministry of Justice? Nangong Chin had been working by his side for years and could definitely be called his right-hand man. By sending him to the Ministry of Justice, there was no doubt he would be tortured there and made to suffer immensely. Even Nangong Yu asked with some dissatisfaction, Your Highness Prince Shuang, isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Ji Yu Chen's expression darkened, his eyes fixed on Nangong Yu below. When you sent assassins to kidnap someone yesterday, why didn't you think that was too much? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Old Ninth, I advise you to release him. Don't force this Crown Prince to turn against you, the Crown Prince threatened. Ji Yu Chen smiled and then asked, The Crown Prince, when have you ever given me a good face? You. The Crown Prince glared at Ji Yu Chen above, not knowing how to respond. Nangong Yu's face was also somewhat unsightly. She looked up and stared seriously at Ji Yu Chen, saying, Your Highness Prince Shuang, are you sure you don't intend to have a proper talk? Doing things too extreme will instead put yourself in danger. Are you threatening me? Ji Yu Chen's eyelids lowered as he stared intently at Nangong Yu. Even the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. I wouldn't dare. I only wish to remind Prince Shuang not to be too decisive in your actions, as it is easy to hurt yourself and those around you, Nangong Yu said indifferently. The moment she finished speaking, with a clang, a long sword instantly flew toward Nangong Yu, grazing past her right cheek by a hair's breadth. Then came Ji Yu Chen's icy voice. Say it again, and I will kill you. Nangong Yu's face turned pale instantly, her heart pounded violently, and her body couldn't stop shivering. If that sword had been even slightly more off target, she would likely be lying on the ground right now. Old Ninth, you fucking court death. The Crown Prince roared angrily at Ji Yu Chen, then immediately walked toward Nangong Yu. Cousin, are you alright? Did this fellow hurt you just now? Quote, and no, I'm fine. Nangong Yu steadied herself and slowly shook her head. 73. Number 73 Calm and Peaceful. Chapter 073. Calm and Tranquil. In the following days, the Prime Minister's residence never sent anyone to target them intentionally, and everything seemed to return to normal. Interesting. Old Ninth actually sent Nangong Chin to the Ministry of Justice. Inside Prince Jin's residence, Ji Yu Tianming had a trace of a smile on his face, his eyes meaningful as if he were contemplating something. He had already heard the general sequence of events from his subordinates' reports. It was entirely the Prime Minister's residence that moved first to snatch the person, only to be caught by Old Ninth and then sent to the Ministry of Justice for detention. Although the Prime Minister's residence hadn't made any moves these past few days, the relationship between the two houses was certainly extremely tense. Thinking of this, Ji Yu Tianming subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman reaps the rewards. This might also be an opportunity for him. The capital, all under heaven pot. After several days of recuperation, Zhang Anran had regained her composure and began to busy herself in the shop. The other 5 branch stores had also completed their renovations and had begun normal operations. Perhaps realizing they couldn't compete with all under heaven pot's business, Immortal Guest Residence chose to close its doors these past few days and stopped soliciting diners. Inside the shop, Xiao Yu, why are you working again? Didn't I say your body hasn't fully recovered yet? You can just go upstairs and rest. Leave these things to the shop assistants. Seeing Xiao Yu wiping the dining tables with a rag, Zhang Anran immediately walked up to her and reminded her with a hint of reproach. It's fine, young miss, my body has mostly recovered by now. Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue and quickly explained herself. She was just a little maid, her life wasn't that precious. Even the young miss was helping out in the shop, so how could she, a servant girl, have the heart to sit around? Alright, then this young miss will go upstairs to chat. Zhang Anran directly took the rag from her hand and pulled her upstairs. Even though Xiao Yu could get out of bed and walk now, she had injured her internal organs after all, and her qi and blood were depleted. She should rest more and work less. Furthermore, she had never treated Xiao Yu as a servant, To her, Xiao Yu was more like a friend or a confidant. Young miss, I heard that it was His Highness Prince Shuang who saved us last time. Is that true? In the room, Xiao Yu sat beside Zhang Anran, her chin resting in her hands as her bright eyes looked at her with curiosity. When they were attacked, she had fainted immediately and didn't know what happened afterward. During this time, she had been recuperating at Duke Zhengwo's residence and hadn't asked about the situation then. Now that she finally had the chance, Xiao Yu was still a bit curious about who had saved them. Yes, fortunately, that black-hearted prince arrived in time, or else something might have happened to us. Thinking back to the situation then, Zhang Anran couldn't help but sigh. Although this Prince Shuang was a bit black-hearted, his character was still reliable. If he hadn't arrived in time last time, she might have been captured by the people from the Prime Minister's residence, and Xiao Yu might have been in mortal danger. Young miss, you should stop calling him the black-hearted prince. If Princess Shuang hears you later, you two might start arguing again. Hearing the young miss give His Highness Prince Shuang such a nickname, Xiao Yu kindly reminded her. Zhang Anran didn't care at all. It's fine, that girl Zhang Heian hasn't come over yet. Alright, Xiao Yu bit her red lip, not wanting to continue her persuasion. She actually couldn't quite figure it out. His Highness Prince Shuang was clearly so good. Why did the young miss always like to speak ill of him? And if it hadn't been for Prince Swang's help last time, she and the young miss would likely have met with misfortune. Could it be that the two were enemies in their past lives, so they couldn't stand the sight of each other in this one? Unable to think of a reason, Xiao Yu simply stopped thinking about it. She blinked her eyes gently and looked at Zhang Anran again, saying, Young miss, it seems like next week is your 18th birthday banquet. 18 already? Zhang Anran was stunned and blurted out, Yes, young miss, shouldn't you also start making plans for marriage and find a husband who suits your heart? Xiao Yu said. The young miss wasn't young anymore. If she didn't get married in another 2 years, she might really never be able to wed. One must know that in Great Zhou, most daughters of noble families were engaged after their Jiji ceremony. Only a few misses with unremarkable looks or problematic personalities found it difficult to find a suitable match. And among the common people, there were countless girls who married at 13 or 14. Her young miss's looks were not bad, her status was good, and she knew how to do business. Even in the capital, she was considered an extremely outstanding noble miss. But what she couldn't understand was that the young miss adamantly refused to get married. Isn't it good to find a husband who is to one's liking? Just like Prince Shuang and Princess Shuang. Last time Spring-Summer even told me that Prince Shuang dotes on Princess Shuang so much. He holds her to sleep every night and even helps her cover herself with a quilt. Oh my, this young miss is still young, how can I just get married like that? Alright, Xiao Yu, let's talk about something else. Zhang Anran was clearly unwilling to discuss this topic and brushed it off directly. Isn't it good to be an elegant single noble? She didn't want to fall into the grave of marriage so early. Besides, she really hadn't met anyone she felt was suitable yet. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Zhang Heian walked in with Spring-Summer. Seeing Princess Shuang entering, Xiao Yu, who was originally sitting at the table, immediately stood up and respectfully retreated behind Zhang Anran, bowing as she said, Greetings, Princess Shuang. Zhang Heian nodded, looked up at her, and asked, How is your injury? Better, much better, Xiao Yu replied nervously. At this time, Zhang Anran, who was next to her, asked, Are you here to check the accounts? I'll have the shop assistant bring the ledger over right away. No need, I just came by to take a look today. Just as Zhang Anran was about to go out and have the shop assistant bring in the ledger, Zhang Heian stopped her and then said, Also, try to avoid staying out too late during this time. You can also arrange for someone to help manage the shop's affairs. His Highness sent Nangong Qin to the Ministry of Justice. Although the Prime Minister's residence appeared quiet on the surface, it didn't mean they had given up. When it's time to be careful, one must still be extra cautious. I understand. I've been staying at the Duke's residence for the past few days and only came over today to check on the shop, Zhang Anran replied after being stunned for a few seconds. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Zhang Heian got up and left the room. Zhang Anran had gone through such a major upheaval before. It would normally take an average person more than 3 to 5 days to recover. The purpose of coming today was also to see how her state was. And to give her a reminder to be more vigilant. 74. Number 74. The young lady has disappeared. Chapter 74. Young miss has disappeared. Uncle, has the Nangong family caused any trouble at the Ministry of Justice lately? They've come, naturally, but they don't have the guts to demand someone from my Xiao family yet. Haha, being able to stomp on the Nangong family like this is truly satisfying. In the Xiao family residence, Ji Yuchen sat opposite a middle-aged man, questioning him about matters regarding the Ministry of Justice. This man was the Minister of Justice, Xiao Fang, who was also the eldest son of Old Master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Fang's joy, Old Master Xiao, sitting at the head of the room, slowly cautioned, "Eldest, you must act with a sense of propriety. Although Nangong Qin is currently locked up in your place, don't push him too hard. We don't want the people from the Prime Minister's residence to be driven to desperation and repeat the mistake your second brother made back then." The Xiao family did not fear the Prime Minister's residence. What they feared was the other party acting without restraint. Years ago, Nangong Ju's youngest son had coveted military funds and privately killed soldiers. The second son of the Xiao family followed imperial orders to arrest and investigate him as a warning to others. As a result, 2 months later, the second son was assassinated by killers, leaving no remains behind. Now that Nangong Qin was in prison, it was fine to torture him, but he had to be kept alive. Only then would the Prime Minister's residents be afraid to act recklessly. "Father, rest assured, I understand." At the mention of his second brother's incident, Xiao Fang immediately calmed down. Old Master Xiao nodded, then looked at Ji Yuchen on the other side. Diminutive for Ji Yuchen, "There are some things you should already know, but as your grandfather, I still need to mention them. Looking at the current situation, you and the Crown Prince will inevitably have a falling out in the future to compete for the Dragon Throne. Although many officials in the court support you behind the scenes, most are still wavering, watching the situation unfold. Although this Crown Prince is of poor character, he is still the heir apparent, and he has the protection of the Prime Minister's residence. He is the most likely candidate to inherit the throne. If you want the future support of these officials, who each have their own agendas, the first thing you must do is let them see your capability and His Majesty's recognition of you. Only then can they set their minds at ease and spare no effort to help you ascend the throne. Your grandson understands," Ji Yuchen responded slowly, his attitude very humble. What Old Master Xiao said was the truth. No matter how bad the Crown Prince was, he was still the Crown Prince, the successor recognized by most officials. Furthermore, the struggle for the throne was no small matter. If one stood with the wrong faction, it could end in the destruction of one's family. Therefore, ordinary people did not dare to pick a side easily. However, suddenly, Old Master Xiao sighed softly. "Sigh, I met with His Majesty at the palace last time. I truly don't know if I should say some of these things. Grandfather, please speak freely." Old Master Xiao glanced at Ji Yuchen, and after a brief hesitation, whispered, "This old official can clearly feel that His Majesty's health is not what it used to be. Even his spirit is somewhat withered. I wonder if those eccentric individuals he recruited into the palace can actually refine an immortal pill for him." Ji Yuchen fell into silence. For the rich, life is more precious than gold. For the poor, they would trade gold for life. Martial God was over 50, and with the daily toil of state affairs, his body was severely depleted. Even if there were highly skilled imperial physicians in the palace, they could only treat illnesses, not extend life. Thus, a few years ago, Martial God began to widely recruit eccentric individuals to refine an immortal pill for longevity. Since then, after finishing court and handling government affairs, Martial God would spend the entire day in the alchemy room, no longer concerning himself with the affairs of the inner palace. According to the current timeline, Martial God shouldn't have any major problems yet. At least another year or two would pass before his body completely collapsed. Ji Yuchen had once thought about whether to warn Martial God that those eccentric individuals were nothing more than deceptive Zhonghu charlatans. But on second thought, he decided against it. When a person begins to fear the arrival of death, they will grasp at every opportunity. Even if there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance, they will try. Martial God was the emperor, so he naturally wasn't stupid. Martial God had actually killed quite a few of those eccentric individuals who refined pills for him. With some, Martial God only needed one look to see they were frauds. But that didn't matter. If people were gone, he could continue to recruit more. As long as one person among the thousands of commoners knew the method to refine a longevity elixir, then he had a chance at immortality. Old Master Xiao's words just now weren't just out of concern for His Majesty's health. The underlying meaning was to remind Ji Yuchen that His Majesty's health was starting to fail, and he should make plans early. However, since Martial God and Ji Yuchen were father and son, he spoke very cryptically and didn't even dare to express his own opinion. Just then, a guard rushed in. Old Xiao. There is a woman at the door claiming to be Princess Shuang's maid, requesting to see Prince Shuang. Spring summer. Before old Master Xiao could speak, Ji Yuchen's brow furrowed instantly, and he said directly, "Let her in. Go quickly." Old Master Xiao noticed Ji Yuchen's expression was off and hurriedly gave the order. Yes. Hearing old Master Xiao's command, the guard immediately left the room. Within moments the guard returned with Spring Summer. "Spring Summer, why are you here?" Seeing her enter, Ji Yuchen looked at her curiously. Hasn't this girl always been by He Yan's side? Why did she run to the Xiao family to find him now? The moment Spring Summer saw Ji Yuchen, she actually knelt directly on the ground, tears falling from her eyes as she said in a choking voice, "Son-in-law, it's bad young miss, she's gone." Ji Yuchen was stunned, and his entire face instantly turned cold. What exactly happened? Where are the people I assigned to you? Ever since the incident with Zhang Anran, he had been worried that the Prime Minister's residence would target those close to him. He had even dispatched 4 golden saber guards and 6 silver blade guards to protect Zhang Heian's safety, along with hidden shadow guards watching from the shadows at all times. Ordinary people had no chance of getting close, let alone making a move against her. Spring Summer said fearfully, "I don't know. Today, a guard suddenly ran back to the prince's residence to report that you were heavily injured outside, son-in-law." Young Miss didn't have time to think much. She thought you had been set up by the Prime Minister's residence and took the guards with her to the place mentioned without stopping. Then, on the way, we were ambushed. When I woke up, young Miss was already gone. That foolish woman. Ji Yuchen couldn't help but curse. Even if something really happened to him, he would definitely have her go to Duke Zhengwo's residence or the Xiao family to seek help. Such an obvious trap, yet she couldn't see through it. What about the guard who came to report? Are you sure he was from the residence? Ji Yuchen tried his best to stay calm. Spring Summer shook her head. I'm not sure, but he was wearing the uniform of our prince's residence's personal troops. After hearing Spring Summer's explanation, old Master Xiao couldn't help but remind him. Diminutive for Ji Yuchen, do you think it could be the people from the Prime Minister's residence? Ji Yuchen's face darkened. To the Prime Minister's residence. When Nangong Yu came to the prince's residence last time, she had hinted that he shouldn't be too decisive in his actions, lest those close to him be put in danger. He didn't expect that in order to save Nangong Qin, this woman would actually dare to target those close to him. Eldest, send some people to accompany diminutive for Ji Yuchen. Seeing this, old Master Xiao hurriedly instructed Xiao Fang nearby. 75. Number 75 face the confrontation. Chapter 075. Confrontation. On the way, Zhang Quan arrived in a hurry with a team of personal guards, looking at Ji Yuchen with an anxious expression. Your Highness, what on earth happened to He Yan? Someone just came to the residence to report that He Yan was captured by people from the Prime Minister's residence. Ji Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, I'm not clear on the specifics for now, but He Yan is most likely at the Prime Minister's residence. He wasn't worried about Zhang Heian's life for the time being. The Prime Minister's residence had captured her nothing more than to rescue Nangong Qin. As long as Nangong Qin was fine, the other party most likely wouldn't dare to harm Zhang Heian inside the Prime Minister's residence. An attendant ran before Nangong Ju in a frantic rush, saying with a very panicked expression, Lord Prime Minister, this is bad, someone has broken in. Nangong Ju frowned, looking coldly at the attendant below, and asked, speak clearly. The attendant let out a breath and said, Prince Shuang's residence, Duke Zhengwo's residence, and even the minister's residence have all come. This servant couldn't stop them at all. Nangong Ju's old face turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This Prime Minister hasn't even settled the previous accounts with them, yet they dare to trespass into my Prime Minister's residence now. Let's go take this Prime Minister over there. I want to see exactly what they want to do. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, an attendant came flying in and crashed right in front of Nangong Ju. Immediately after, Ji Yuchen and his group were seen stepping into the room. Countless attendants and guards immediately rushed before Nangong Ju, firmly shielding him. The two sides instantly fell into a standoff. Nangong Ju glanced at the attendant on the ground and stared gloomily at Ji Yuchen in the center. His Highness Prince Shuang, aren't you being too presumptuous? This is the Prime Minister's residence. Grandfather. At this moment, Nangong Yu ran over upon hearing the noise, unaware of what was happening. Ji Yuchen raised an eyebrow and glanced at Nangong Yu, then fixed his gaze back on Nangong Ju, asking coldly, hand over the person. What person? This Prime Minister doesn't know what you're talking about. Nangong Ju also looked at Ji Yuchen indifferently and shouted, Prince Shuang, this Prime Minister warns you, take your people and leave right now. Don't force this prime minister to take action against you. Ji Yuchen smiled. In the next instant, he swiftly drew the golden saber from the guard behind him and swung it fiercely, directly severing the left arm of the guard to Nangongju's right. Blood spurted out, soaking Nangongju's upper garment. Ah! The guard instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound and screaming in pain. Such a shocking scene made Nangongju's heart tremble, and his head was covered in sweat. Only then did Ji Yuchen withdraw his hand with satisfaction, placing the golden saber back into the guard's scabbard. Seeing Nangongju struggling to stand, Nangongyu immediately supported him and looked at Ji Yuchen with dissatisfaction. Prince Shuang, to come to the Prime Minister's residence and commit violence without any reason, threatening a court official, you are being far too overbearing. Even if you want to take action against our Prime Minister's residence, shouldn't there be an explanation? Explanation? Ji Yuchen sneered and looked at Nangongyu. Don't you just want to rescue Nangongqin? Fine, as long as you hand He Yan over to me now, I will immediately have the Ministry of Justice release him. Nangongyu was stunned for a moment, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. Princess Shuang has been kidnapped? Quote, what do you mean by that? Ji Yuchen gazed at Nangongyu, observing the expression on her face. Nangongyu said, Prince Shuang has likely come to the wrong place. We did not make a move against Princess Shuang. This is clearly a trap designed by someone else. Do you think I'll believe that? Ji Yuchen's eyelids twitched. Although his words remained strong, his heart was no longer as certain as before. Nangongyu said, if we had really captured Princess Shuang, we would have simply used her to blackmail Your Highness Prince Shuang. Why would we hide it? This is clearly another power interfering, intentionally intensifying the conflict between our two families. Ji Yuchen fell into silence. After a moment, he waved his hand and ordered the guards behind him, go and search the Prime Minister's residence. Prince Shuang, you dare. Hearing that Ji Yuchen wanted to search the Prime Minister's residence, Nangongju instantly flew into a rage. As the Grand Great Zhou Prime Minister, how could he be suppressed by a mere prince? Besides, they hadn't captured Princess Shuang in the first place, so on what grounds could his residence be searched? As soon as those words were spoken, all the attendants and guards in the residence surrounded them, blocking their path. Grandfather, let them search. If we really start fighting, none of us will benefit, Nangongyu advised. If they didn't let Prince Shuang search, he clearly wouldn't believe her words. At that point, a clash between the two forces would be inevitable, which would be bad for everyone. Furthermore, Princess Shuang's disappearance was clearly due to the interference of another power. If they really fought, it would be playing right into the other party's hands. Hearing Nangongyu's advice, Nangongju glanced coldly at Ji Yuchen. After some consideration, he ordered the guards, let them search. Subsequently, the guards brought by Ji Yuchen immediately began a search of the Prime Minister's residence. Ji Yuchen stood at the entrance, waiting quietly, seemingly having already found an answer in his heart. Half an hour later, the guard Lu Yun came before him and said with his head bowed, Your Highness, we found no trace of the princess. As he finished speaking, Ji Yuchen looked deeply at Nangongju and Nangongyu. If it wasn't them, then who was it? The Crown Prince, or perhaps Ji Yu Tianming. Prince Shuang, you must give this Prime Minister an explanation today. Otherwise, when the court convenes tomorrow, this Prime Minister will certainly report your crimes to your Majesty. Nangongju roared in extreme anger. Just because she isn't in the residence doesn't mean you didn't capture her, perhaps you moved her elsewhere. During this time, it's impossible for anyone other than your Prime Minister's residence to make a move against me. Until the truth comes to light, the Prime Minister's residence remains the biggest suspect. After saying this, without waiting for a reply, Ji Yuchen left directly with his people. Utterly presumptuous. Watching Ji Yuchen and the others leave without any fear, Nangongju's face turned ashen with extreme rage. Nangongyu narrowed her eyes slightly and couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, who do you think captured Princess Shuang? Seeing Nangongyu's inquiry, Nangongju's old eyes wrinkled, and he asked thoughtfully, who do you think benefits most from intensifying the relationship between the Prime Minister's residence and Prince Shuang's residence? Who do you think it is, Grandfather? Nangongju said in a low voice, the Prince of Jin's residence. Ever since the marriage alliance between the Prince of Jin and the General's residence, he could sense that this sixth prince's ambitions were not small. If he also wanted to fight for the imperial throne, he would certainly hope for the conflict between the Crown Prince and Prince Shuang to escalate, so he could reap the rewards. Nangong Yu's willowy brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought. If it was truly as her grandfather said, that His Highness the Prince of Jin wanted to intensify the conflict between the two families to reap the rewards, then his plan didn't seem very successful, because the two families only had a slight clash and didn't end up in a full-blown fight. Moreover, even if the Prince of Jin wanted to intensify the conflict, there was absolutely no need for him to kidnap Princess Zhuang. That would only draw fire to himself. 76. Number 76 The Crown Prince's Residence. Chapter 076, The Eastern Palace and the Crown Prince's Residence. Your Highness, He Yan, Zhang Quan rode his horse a step behind Ji Yuchen. Looking at the other's cold and harsh expression, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Your Highness, besides the Nangong family, who else do you think would dare to lay a hand on the Princess Zhuang? Xiao Fang asked bluntly. Ji Yuchen shook his head. Let me think. If it wasn't the Nangong family, it could only be the Crown Prince, or Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming. The Crown Prince might have been driven to fly into a rage out of shame because of the last incident, and then targeted He Yan. Moreover, relying on his status as the Crown Prince, he wasn't worried that Ji Yuchen would dare to do anything to him. He was also the most suspicious candidate right now. As for Prince Jin, Ji Yu Tianming, he also had some suspicions. Because when they were at the hot pot restaurant last time, Ji Yuchen had tested him and could feel the other's hostility. However, if he deliberately kidnapped He Yan just because of such a small matter, it didn't seem to fit his character. After all, once this matter was exposed, Prince Zhuang's residence and Prince Jin's residence would definitely become sworn enemies. Their relationship would not even be better than that with the Prime Minister's residence. Ji Yu Tianming was still in a dormant stage. There was absolutely no need to lose the big picture for a small gain and deliberately offend him. Just then, a guard arrived on a fast horse to report, Your Highness, we found a corpse. It is very likely the guard who came to the residence to deliver the message today. Where is the person now? Ji Yuchen asked. He has already been brought over. Lead the way. A moment later, Ji Yuchen followed the guard to the corpse. He had been stabbed in the heart from behind, a fatal blow. He was still wearing the uniform of the Prince Zhuang's residence's silver blade guards, but the inner garment made Ji Yuchen frown instantly, because this was clothing that only guards of the Crown Prince's residence had. Tell Spring Summer to come down and identify the person, Ji Yuchen immediately ordered. Young master-in-law. Spring Summer heard the order and immediately got off the carriage, walking up to Ji Yuchen. Take a look, is this the person who came to the residence to deliver the message today? Ji Yuchen asked. Spring Summer followed his gaze. When she saw the corpse's face clearly, her eyes instantly widened in shock. Young master-in-law, it's him. Let's go, to the Eastern Palace. Ji Yuchen leapt up, straddled the black horse, and galloped toward the Eastern Palace. Even if she were captured by Ji Yu Tianming, Ji Yuchen wouldn't be this nervous. But being captured by a beast like the Crown Prince, he couldn't estimate the consequences. The Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince's residence. Eunuch Li, speak up quickly. What business do you have with this Crown Prince? The Crown Prince yawned lazily and looked at the eunuch at the door. He had played too much with those 3 palace maids yesterday and had hardly slept all night. Now, his body was truly a bit exhausted. Eunuch Li smiled slightly and said flatteringly, the people below spotted a top-tier beauty outside today. Her appearance is stunning, and her figure is slender and soft. Does your highness want to take a look? The Crown Prince had a hobby of collecting beauties, and for this, he had even specifically established an organization to search for beauties among the common people. Forget it, just keep her in the palace for now. This Crown Prince has no interest today, the Crown Prince said listlessly. Eunuch Li said with a smile, Your Highness, this person can definitely be called peerless. She is the most elegant woman this old servant has ever seen. Your Highness will certainly not be disappointed after seeing her. Are you sure? Hearing the old eunuch say this, the Crown Prince suddenly gained a bit more interest. This old servant dares not lie. Eunuch Li hurriedly lowered his head and said, Fine, then bring the person in for a look. Yes. After saying that, Eunuch Li immediately ordered the guards outside the hall to bring the person in. The woman had an exquisite and petite figure with a slender waist. Although her head was covered by a hood, it was still not hard to guess the peerless beauty hidden beneath it. Does your highness want to take off her hood and have a look? Eunuch Li leaned in close to the Crown Prince and whispered a reminder. Haha, you old servant, you're still playing mysterious with this Crown Prince. Seeing Eunuch Li deliberately concealing the woman's appearance, a wicked smile spread across the Crown Prince's lips, and he walked toward the woman. Then, he gently removed her hood, and a peerless face appeared in his field of vision. When he saw the woman's face clearly, a look of surprise appeared on the crown prince's face, and he blurted out, "Princess Shuang, woo." Upon seeing the crown prince's face, the woman's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her emotions became excited. However, her mouth was stuffed with a piece of white cloth, so she couldn't make a sound, and her body was tightly bound by a rope. Eunuch Li, this is the crown prince, immediately looked at the eunuch beside him, his eyes filled with doubt. Hearing your highness call her Princess Shuang, a flash of shock crossed Eunuch Li's face, but it was quickly masked. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and explained, "This woman was sent to the Eastern Palace by your highness's guards, flower-plucking guards. This old servant saw that her appearance was outstanding and her figure was tall, so I brought her to honor your highness. This old servant truly did not know she was Princess Shuang. Please forgive me, your highness." After speaking, Eunuch Li knocked his head directly against the ground, extremely terrified. He had lived in the palace all his life. Although he had seen many noble people, he had never seen Princess Shuang. A guard, flower-plucking guard, had honored him with 5 taels of gold for this woman. Seeing that her appearance was good, he brought her back to the Eastern Palace. But if he had known this person was the princess of Prince Shuang's residence, he wouldn't have dared to bring her to see your highness even if he were given 100 times the courage. The crown prince narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. It seems someone deliberately sent her to the crown prince's residence? Quote, "Hee hee, how interesting. Your highness, how about this old servant sends Princess Shuang back right now?" Eunuch Li, still kneeling on the ground, asked in a low voice. In his heart, he felt resentful toward the guard who had sent him the person. Send her back? The crown prince smiled and turned to look at Zhang Heian, who was tied up. He scrutinized her from top to bottom. The friction between this crown prince and ninth brother hasn't just been for a day or two. Now that his woman has been sent before me, why should I return her? Haha, if I take care of Princess Shuang, do you think ninth brother will be very life-chi? Quote, Eunuch Li couldn't help but advise, your highness, but this is clearly the deliberate act of someone with ulterior motives. So what? Is it possible that old ninth could actually kill me? The crown prince's face was filled with a joyful smile, completely ignoring the eunuch's advice. He had long lusted after Zhang Heian and had even sent assassins before to try and kidnap her back to the crown prince's residence. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it go so easily? As for who sent her to the crown prince's residence, he actually had some guesses. It was likely old Sixth's doing. But does that matter? It doesn't matter. Did he really think that just because he had the empress mother and the general's residence backing him, this crown prince wouldn't dare to kill him? Alright, you withdraw first, don't spoil this crown prince's mood. The crown prince looked down at the eunuch and signaled for him to leave. Your highness, don't make me say it a second time. Eunuch Li originally wanted to advise a few more words, but hearing the crown prince's cold reply, he immediately backed out of the room in fear. 77. Number 77. Get out of here, you lackey. Chapter 77. Dog servant, get lost. Seeing only the two of them left in the room, Zhang Heian's beautiful eyes trembled, and she retreated backward, trying to keep her distance from the crown prince. Younger brother's wife, you are afraid of this crown prince. The crown prince's smile widened slightly as he stared intently at Zhang Heian opposite him. Then, he slowly approached Zhang Heian, raised his hand, and cut the ropes binding her with a blade. Zhang Heian was startled at first, then instantly broke free from her restraints. She took off the hairpin from her head and pressed it against her own neck, staring coldly at the crown prince. Let me go back. Haha, younger brother's wife truly has a fiery temper, but this crown prince likes it. The crown prince didn't care about her threat at all and approached her step by step. In his eyes, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The more she struggled, the more excited he became. Don't push me, Zhang Heian shouted coldly. Her body trembled instinctively, filled with extreme panic and nervousness. She also feared death, but since the other party definitely wanted to defile her, she would rather use death to prove her innocence. Just then, a loud shouting came from the door. Prince Shuang, you cannot enter. This is the crown prince's sleeping quarters. Please wait outside for a moment while this old servant goes in to announce you. Dog servant, get lost. The two people inside also immediately heard the commotion. Your highness. Zhang Heian's eyes lit up. Recognizing Ji Yuchen's voice outside, a sliver of hope immediately ignited in her heart. He found his way here already? Quote, the crown prince's face instantly darkened, and he couldn't help but look at Zhang Heian. In the next instant, with a loud boom, the palace door was kicked open. Ji Yuchen led a group of guards and immediately walked into the room. Zhang Heian immediately dropped the hairpin in her hand and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Your Highness. Seeing that Zhang Heian was unharmed, Ji Yuchen shielded her in his arms, gently stroked the back of her head, and whispered soothingly, "It's all right now. I'm taking you back to the Prince Shuang's residence." Haha, it seems ninth brother really cares for younger brother's wife, doesn't he? The crown prince laughed loudly. After saying that, his gaze couldn't help but sweep over Zhang Heian again, not hiding his thoughts in the slightest. What a pity today was. If old ninth had arrived half an hour later, he would have succeeded by now. Ji Yuchen gently released his hold on Zhang Heian and looked down, saying, "Wait for me outside for a moment. I have some business to handle first." Okay. Zhang Heian looked up at Ji Yuchen, then nodded meekly and released him somewhat reluctantly. "Take Princess Shuang and wait for me outside the hall for a moment." Ji Yuchen then instructed the two guards beside him to escort Zhang Heian out. Once everything was settled, Ji Yuchen stepped toward the crown prince. "Haha, old ninth, you wanna make a move on me? Don't forget this is the Eastern Palace, and I am the future heir apparent." The crown prince laughed, feeling emboldened. Ji Yuchen's eyes turned cold as he walked directly up to him. "Do you know that your face is very punchable? Haha, this crown prince just loves seeing you life chi yet unable to do anything to me." The crown prince laughed loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuchen directly grabbed his neck and pressed down hard. The crown prince's cheeks instantly turned red, and even his breathing became extremely labored. A strong sense of suffocation washed over him, as if he were seeing the edge of death. "Old ninth, let go quickly if you dare touch me. Imperial father will not let you off." After he spoke, Ji Yuchen slammed the crown prince onto the ground. Before he could even get up, Ji Yuchen delivered a lethal kick directly to his lower region. "Old ninth, you beast." The crown prince's face turned pale instantly. He clutched his crotch tightly, rolling around on the ground in extreme agony. Even Lu Yun, seeing this scene from behind, couldn't help but glance at Ji Yuchen. His Highness is truly ruthless. "Let's go." Ji Yuchen glanced at the crown prince on the ground and turned to leave the crown prince's residence. He was the crown prince, and Ji Yuchen indeed didn't dare to kill him, but that didn't mean he couldn't cripple him. That kick just now had directly crushed the other's balls. He likely wouldn't be able to be a normal man anymore. Even if the martial god came looking for me, then I could use the matter of Yi Yan being kidnapped as an explanation. "Someone, come quickly, guards. Hurry to the Imperial Academy of Medicine to summon the Imperial physicians. The Crown Prince is injured." As soon as Ji Yuchen left, sharp cries rang out from the Crown Prince's residence. Sounding incredibly anxious inside the carriage, Zhang Heian leaned her head on Ji Yuchen's shoulder and asked weakly, "Your Highness, what did you do to the Crown Prince?" Although she was outside the hall, she had heard the Crown Prince's blood-curdling screams from within. "Want to know?" Ji Yuchen looked at Zhang Heian's fair and delicate face and asked, lowering his head. Zhang Heian's eyes flickered slightly, and then she slowly nodded. "I crippled that thing of his. He won't be able to go around harming people in the future." Ji Yuchen leaned his head in and whispered softly in her ear. "Hiss." Zhang Heian gasped sharply, her eyes blinking involuntarily as she looked at Ji Yuchen in horror. "Your Highness, you mean you did that to his?" Before she could finish, Ji Yuchen nodded in response. Zhang Heian's eyes immediately went wide, her mouth forming an O shape as she looked at Ji Yuchen in utter disbelief. The other party was the Crown Prince, the future heir apparent. More importantly, he wasn't married yet and hadn't fathered any children. If His Highness broke that thing of his, wouldn't he be unable to become the emperor? Zhang Heian couldn't help but remind him, "Your Highness, will your Majesty punish you? After all, it's fine. He made the first move. I was just careless. Even if Imperial Father finds out, he should understand," Ji Yuchen explained. Of course, he just wanted to put Zhang Heian's mind at ease. After all, he had kicked the balls of the Crown Prince of the country. If His Majesty knew about this, it was impossible not to punish him. "Oh, as long as your Majesty won't blame you, then it's fine." After hearing Ji Yuchen's explanation, Zhang Heian felt much more at ease. "Your Highness." Just as the carriage left the Crown Prince's residence, Zhang Quan and Xiao Fang were seen waiting outside the palace. After identifying the corpse today, Ji Yuchen had only taken a group of personal guards to the Crown Prince's residence, while Zhang Quan and Xiao Fang waited outside the palace and did not follow. "Yanner, how are you? Did the Crown Prince make things difficult for you?" Zhang Quan asked worriedly, seeing Zhang Heian clinging to Ji Yuchen. Zhang Heian looked at her father, shook her head, and said, "I'm fine. I've made father worry." That's good, that's good." Zhang Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression softening considerably. "Father-in-law, uncle, why don't you head back first? I'll come find you later," Ji Yuchen said. "All right, Your Highness. We'll head back first." Take good care of Princess Shuang. As long as Yanner is fine, I can rest easy. I'll leave it to your highness then. Zhang Quan and Xiao Feng clearly knew now was not the time to talk. After some pleasantries they left with their men Prince Jin's residence. A black armored guard ran in and bowed. Your highness. This person was Jiyu Tianming's confidant, Li Kuo. Jiyu Tianming raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, how are things going? Did Prince Shuang go to the crown prince's residence? He went. I heard he even beat up the crown prince, Li Kuo said. Is that so? After hearing Li Kuo's answer, a sharp glint flashed in Jiyu Tianming's eyes. He habitually tapped the table a few times with his right hand, lost in thought. The kidnapping of Zhang Heian this time was entirely orchestrated by him. Whether it was sending the message to the Prince Shuang's residence or delivering the person to the Crown Prince's residence, they were all his people. Even that corpse in the east of the city was intentionally left by him for Prince Shuang's people to find. It could be said that all of this was his plan. Sorting through his thoughts, Jiyu Tianming then looked at Li Kuo below and asked, are the people for the second step of the plan all arranged? Li Kuo said, everything is properly arranged and they can strike at any time. Jiyu Tianming nodded and said, good. Have them wait for now and wait for my command. Yes. P.S. Please spare me, everyone. This plot point is the editor's fault. Sorry. 78. Number 78. It's over. Completely ruined. Chapter 078. It's over. Completely ruined. Young Miss Spring Summer was worried to death today. It's so good that you're back, boohoo. Upon returning to Prince Shuang's residence, Spring Summer ran out immediately and hugged Zhang Heian tightly, her mouth constantly babbling as she blamed herself. She was crying so hard she looked like a pear blossom bathed in rain. In the end, Zhang Heian had to coax her with a few words before she stopped her tears. On the contrary, Zhang Heian had adjusted very quickly. Aside from being affectionate with Jiyu Chen in the carriage for a while, she was no longer as nervous or afraid as before. Young miss, from now on, wherever you go, Spring Summer will follow. Spring Summer wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and clung to Zhang Heian like a piece of marshmallow. The entire day the young miss was away, she had been distracted and unable to eat or drink, deeply fearing the young miss would be bullied by bad people. Now that the young miss was back, she felt she could only truly feel at ease by staying right by her side. Alright, I'm fine now, Zhang Heian said softly, squeezing out a small smile. What happened today did indeed leave her with some lingering fear, but fortunately, it was a false alarm. Moreover, since your highness had been with her the whole time just now, her mood had improved significantly. Cough. Seeing Spring Summer's current actions, Jiyu Chen feigned a cough to give her a reminder. Although this little maid was a girl, the person she was touching now was his wife. Even if they wanted to be close, could she not do it right in front of him? Your highness, what's wrong? Seeing Jiyu Chen suddenly cough, Zhang Heian immediately looked up and asked curiously. Her tone was filled with concern. Nothing, my throat is just a bit dry. Jiyu Chen smiled and then explained. Oh, only then did Zhang Heian set aside her curiosity. Not long after sending Zhang Heian back to Prince Shuang's residence, Jiyu Chen led a group of men to Duke Zhengwo's residence, where his maternal uncle Xiao Feng was also present. Your highness, was it really the crown prince who did it this time? Xiao Feng was the first to ask. Currently, they only knew that Princess Shuang had been found at the Crown Prince's residence. As for the situation inside at the time, they were not clear. As those words fell, Zhang Quan and Duke Zhengwo both looked at him, waiting for an answer. No. Jiyu Chen shook his head and then found a place to sit. After leaving the Crown Prince's residence, He Yan had recounted today's events to him in the carriage. After being kidnapped, she wasn't sent to the Crown Prince's residence immediately but was locked in a small room for over half an hour before being taken there. Furthermore, He Yan had told Jiyu Chen everything about the conversation between the Crown Prince and an old eunuch at the time. This indicated that the Crown Prince was not the mastermind behind this incident. If it wasn't the Crown Prince, then why was Yanner at the Crown Prince's residence? Duke Zhengwo frowned. Jiyu Chen said coldly, someone sent her there intentionally. Who? Duke Zhengwo asked again. Prince Jin. Jiyu Tianming. You mean Prince Jin? How could he? Xiao Feng stood up in disbelief. Jiyu Chen said, Prince Jin's residence and the general's residence are connected by marriage. It seems my sixth brother also wants to sit on that dragon throne. It hurts. You quacks, be gentler with this crown prince. Do you want to kill me? Quote, please calm your anger, your highness. We will be as careful as possible. Inside the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince lay on the bed drenched in sweat, his face etched with extreme pain. Below him, several old imperial physicians were carefully studying his little member, searching for a way to save it. Madame Nangong had also just arrived at the Crown Prince's residence, looking at the Crown Prince on the bed with a somber expression. After a short while, an old imperial physician took off his gloves and slowly walked up to Madame Nangong, saying with difficulty, "Empress, the Crown Prince's dragon root has been completely destroyed. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to recover." Madame Nangong's face turned cold, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is there no way to save my son's life?" Quote, the old imperial physician immediately bowed his body. "Forgive this old servant's incompetence. I beg the Empress for her understanding. How could anything happen to this Crown Prince? It's all because you quacks are incompetent. If you don't find a way to cure me today, I'll have you all killed." The Crown Prince also heard the old imperial physician's words. His emotions became even more agitated, and he began to howl in anger. Seeing this, all the physicians immediately retreated in fear, lest they further provoke the Crown Prince. "This Prince Shuang is so bold." Madame Nangong slapped the table, her face looking extremely ugly. With the Crown Prince's dragon root ruined, how could he compete for the imperial throne in the future? This Prince Shuang is truly malicious to the extreme. His Majesty has arrived. At that moment, a shrill voice sounded from outside, and moments later, the martial god, dressed in a black dragon robe, walked in slowly. "This concubine greets your Majesty. This humble official greets your Majesty." Seeing the martial god enter the room, Madame Nangong and all the physicians bowed together. "Father, you must seek justice for your son. My balls were broken by that bastard ninth brother. The imperial physicians say there is no cure." Seeing the martial god's arrival, the Crown Prince seemed to have found his pillar of support and cried out with a face full of sorrow. The martial god looked at Madame Nangong and the physicians nearby, then turned his gaze to the Crown Prince on the bed and asked coldly, "What exactly happened? Tell me the whole story clearly." Seeing the martial god's cold expression, the Crown Prince was no longer as agitated as before and said calmly, "Today, someone sent Princess Shuang to my residence. I felt something was wrong at the time and suspected someone was trying to drive a wedge between me and ninth brother. I was just preparing to send Princess Shuang back when ninth brother showed up at my door. Before I could even explain, he attacked me directly and even kicked my balls. Father, I am truly innocent this time. You must seek justice for me." The martial god's face darkened. He was well aware of the friction between the third brother and ninth brother, including the mutual hostility of the forces behind them. He just couldn't be bothered to make it public. As for the third brother's character, he also had a good idea. Naturally, the martial god would not believe everything he said. However, the third brother was, after all, his chosen heir apparent. Ninth brother's actions were indeed a bit excessive. After a moment, the martial god looked at the old eunuch beside him and said in a low voice, "Summon Prince Shuang to the palace." Yes. 79. Number 79. Do you think I'm a fool? Chapter 079. Do you take me for a fool? After questioning the Crown Prince to clarify the details, martial god left the Crown Prince's residence. Not long after, Ji Yuchen received a summons and arrived at the palace on horseback. Jingyang Hall. Ji Yuchen walked into the hall and bowed respectfully to martial god. "Your son pays respects to imperial father." Martial god was not yet 60, but his temples were already streaked with white hair, giving him a somewhat weathered appearance. However, his face possessed a sharpness rarely seen in ordinary people, and his aura was majestic and extraordinary. The more capable a person was, the more they cherished their life. Martial god was no exception. During his reign, he punished corrupt officials severely, undertook large-scale construction, and lowered taxes. This ensured that the Great Zhou enjoyed favorable weather and social stability over the years, and the common people lived in prosperity. However, after sitting on the dragon throne for so long, he had become somewhat reluctant to let go. Coupled with the knowledge of his advancing age and lack of former energy, he feared that after his death, those below him would be unable to help him guard the Great Zhou's territory. This led him astray into recruiting sorcerers to refine immortal pills. Martial god glanced indifferently at Ji Yuchen and said in a low voice, "Do you know the purpose for which I have summoned you?" Ji Yuchen nodded and said, "I know. It is regarding the matter of the Crown Prince. Since you know, do you plead guilty?" Martial god asked coldly. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, the ninth prince had kicked and ruined the third prince's manhood, which meant severing the imperial line. "Your son does not plead guilty." Ji Yuchen showed no fear because of this, saying in a low voice, "Yanner is my princess. She is your son's woman. His Highness the Crown Prince used his status to abduct her into his residence with ill intent. If your son were to ignore this matter, to endure it and suppress it, how would I be any different from a coward? If Imperial Father insists on blaming your son is willing to accept punishment, but I will never plead guilty. Martial God narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, the third prince is your elder brother. An elder brother is like a father. No matter what, you should not have destroyed his roots. Ji Yu Chen said indifferently, Imperial Father, this matter was an accident. It was not something your son did intentionally. Do you take me for a fool? Quote, everything your son says is the truth. I ask Imperial Father to judge clearly. Looking at Ji Yu Chen's serious face, Martial God felt a bit helpless. He knew the ninth prince was using twisted logic. If he truly hadn't been careful, it would have been impossible to kick the third prince so severely. The other party simply didn't want to admit it. Over the years, the third prince had been neglected in his discipline, and his conduct was indeed poor. But no matter what, he was still his offspring. The ninth prince had directly destroyed his manhood. How could he marry and have children in the future? At that moment, Lady Xiao, dressed in palace attire, hurried through the hall doors and walked straight toward the two of them. Martial God looked surprised and blurted out, beloved consort, why have you come? Quote, Lady Xiao arrived before Ji Yu Chen and quickly paid her respects to Martial God, pleading with her head bowed, Your Majesty. Chenner was also careless to cause such trouble. I beg your Majesty to forgive Chenner this once for my sake. She had only just heard reports from her subordinates that His Highness Prince Zhuang had caused trouble at the Crown Prince's residence, so she had rushed over in a panic. Beloved consort, it is not that I am unwilling to show mercy, but the ninth prince went too far this time, Martial God said earnestly. But Chenner was also forced to do it to protect Princess Zhuang. If the Crown Prince hadn't done such a foolish thing, how could Chenner have hit him? Lady Xiao took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, speaking with a sense of grievance. Sigh. Martial God sighed softly and fell into silence. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, first looking at Lady Xiao beside him, and then turning his gaze to Ji Yu Chen. Fine, the Crown Prince was at fault first this time, but you are also to blame, ninth prince. I sentence you to 3 days of confinement in Qingchuan Palace to reflect on your mistakes. Your son accepts the decree, Ji Yu Chen said. 3 days of confinement was completely inconsequential to Ji Yu Chen. After all, he was Prince Zhuang. Even if he was locked up, no one could truly control him. He could still leave whenever he wanted. I thank your Majesty. Lady Xiao's sorrow turned to joy. She could naturally see that His Majesty didn't truly want to punish Chenner. It was just a formality to explain things to Madame Nangong's side. Ninth Prince, you stay properly in Qingchuan Palace for these few days. Do you hear me? Your son understands. Alright, you may both withdraw. Leaving Jingyang Hall, Martial God did not send eunuchs or guards to escort Ji Yu Chen to Qingchuan Palace but let him go there himself. Chenner, you acted too impulsively this time. You've crippled the Crown Prince. A Crown Prince who cannot produce an heir, it's certainly impossible for His Majesty to pass the imperial throne to him. But at the same time, you've caused the efforts of the Prime Minister's residence faction over the years to go down the drain. Since the Crown Prince cannot take the imperial throne, they will surely try every possible means to ensure you cannot take that position either. Do you understand what I mean? On the way, Lady Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered as she turned her head to look at Ji Yu Chen. Beside her, the Crown Prince was the successor chosen by the Prime Minister's residence faction. Now that he was crippled, Ji Yu Chen became the most likely candidate among all the princes to inherit the imperial throne. Coupled with the conflict between the Prime Minister's residence and the Xiao family over the years, the other party would certainly not sit idly by and watch Ji Yu Chen ascend the throne. Therefore, before that could happen, the best way would be to eliminate him and support a new prince. Your son understands. As the saying goes, there are some things one simply cannot tolerate. Although this time it was a scheme set by Prince Jin, that bastard Ji Yu Mao actually had designs on his wife. If he didn't give him a lesson, could he still be considered a man? If the Prime Minister's residence really had the guts to send assassins to kill him, then they would see who died at whose hands first. However, it had to be said that Prince Jin, that old six, was indeed a bit insidious this time. With this setup, he and the Prime Minister's residence would likely become even more antagonistic. At the same time, Ji Yu Chen now suspected whether Prince Jin's personality had suddenly changed. He wasn't being as calculating and methodical as in the original plot. Instead, he seemed eager to make a move. About an hour later, Zhang Heian also received news that Ji Yu Chen had been placed in confinement by His Highness and immediately drove her carriage to Qingchuan Palace. Your Highness, it's all my fault this time, otherwise you wouldn't have been locked up by His Majesty. Inside the palace hall, Zhang Heian looked at Ji Yu Chen with soft eyes, feeling extremely guilty. It's fine, I'm only confined for 3 days, I'll be back then. Ji Yu Chen stroked her small head and comforted her with a smile. But if it weren't for me, your highness wouldn't have been locked up. Then next time be a bit smarter and don't easily believe what others say. That way, I probably won't be confined. But this time I was also worried about your highness's safety, so I didn't have time to think much and fell into their trap. Zhang Heian said somewhat aggrievedly. Alright, I know it's because you care about me that you were accidentally abducted by them. I'm sure you won't make this kind of mistake next time. I definitely won't. 80. #80 I am not dead yet. Chapter 80. I'm not dead yet. The next day, in Fengtian Hall, all the civil and military officials had arrived to attend the morning court session. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Nangongju took a step to the right, moving directly to the center of the hall, and spoke with a somber expression. The martial god glanced at Nangongju and said calmly, "Please speak, Prime Minister." Nangongju said, "I accuse the 9th Prince, His Highness Prince Shuang, of trespassing into the Eastern Palace and bullying the Crown Prince. Such behavior is heinous. His title should be revoked, and he should be transferred out of the capital to reflect on his actions." Last night, upon hearing the news that the Crown Prince's manhood had been ruined by a kick, Nangongju was completely stunned. He had been suppressing his anger until this morning's court session. One must know that if the heir apparent of a nation cannot father children, how could he revitalize the imperial family and ensure the lineage? Your Majesty could not possibly entrust the foundations of the great Zhou to an heir apparent who is infertile. The current crown prince was now essentially a cripple, a useless discarded pawn, and the Prime Minister's residence's years of effort would go down the drain. Your Majesty, Prince Swang's actions were atrocious and must be severely punished. Exactly. The Crown Prince is the heir apparent of the nation and the future successor of the Great Zhou. His Highness Prince Swang's actions are extremely vicious. I believe His Highness Prince Shuang should be banished from the capital and never allowed to return. As soon as Nangongju stepped forward to speak, many officials behind him also stepped out in agreement, only hoping the martial god would punish Prince Shuang. Nonsense. Duke Zheng'o glared at the group of officials with uncontrollable rage and shouted at them. How could His Highness Prince Shuang be an unreasonable person? This time, it was entirely the Crown Prince who kidnapped Princess Shuang first. His Highness Prince Shuang only rushed there to rescue her and happened to accidentally injure the Crown Prince. After saying that, Duke Zheng'o looked back at the martial god on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, while His Highness Prince Shuang was indeed in the wrong this time, it was the Crown Prince who was disrespectful first, forcing him to strike back. As for the Crown Prince's injury, it was purely an accident. Indeed, His Highness Prince Shuang has always been elegant and easygoing. He treats even the commoners in the city with courtesy. Such a virtuous prince, even knowing the Crown Prince was at fault first, would never intentionally harm him. This matter is definitely an accident. Yes, we are all aware of His Highness Prince Swang's character. It must not have been intentional. The officials of Ji Yu Chen's faction also stepped forward to make excuses for him. Even if they knew Ji Yu Chen had done it on purpose, they would never admit it. Nangongju was furious after hearing this. Duke Zheng'o, you are related to His Highness Prince Shuang by marriage, so naturally you would make excuses for him. This matter is clearly a case of Prince Shuang intentionally dealing a lethal blow with ulterior motives. As soon as he finished speaking, several officials from Nangongju's faction immediately stepped forward to support him. Correct. The Crown Prince is the future successor of the Great Zhou. His Highness Prince Swang's actions clearly have hidden motives. If His Highness Prince Shuang is not severely punished for causing such trouble, we will not be satisfied. This time His Highness Prince Shuang dared to lay a hand on the Crown Prince. Next time he might move against other princes. However, before the official could finish his sentence, the martial god's eyes instantly darkened, and he shouted coldly, "I'm not dead yet. Do you still have any respect for me as your emperor?" Quote, in an instant, the officials who had just spoken immediately lowered their heads respectfully, not daring to utter another word. Seeing the scene quiet down, the martial god's expression softened slightly as he continued, "I will make my own decision on this matter. If any of you discuss this further, do not blame me for turning hostile. We obey your command." This Prince Shuang is truly heartless to the extreme. After returning to the Prime Minister's residence after the morning court session, Nangongju slammed a chair onto the ground, his face extremely somber. Ji Yu Mao is also incredibly stupid, actually daring to target Princess Shuang. Sometimes not taking a stance is the best form of shielding someone. Although His Majesty did not specify what punishment His Highness Prince Shuang would receive, any observant person could see that His Majesty would certainly not deal with him severely. Although he didn't think highly of his grandson Ji Mao, the boy was, after all, the crown prince and the future successor of the great Zhou. That was why he had spared no expense to help him build connections and establish his influence. Now, his manhood was gone, and he had directly ruined his chances for the imperial throne. It caused everything they had done before to go down the drain. Furthermore, when the morning court session ended today, those officials who had previously tried so hard to curry favor with him were now turning to flatter Duke Zhengao and Minister Xiao. Clearly, they also felt that Prince Shuang was the most promising future successor. Father, the crown prince's manhood was ruined by Prince Shuang, so it's impossible for him to ascend the imperial throne in the future. What do we do now? The eldest son, Nangong Qian, asked with a frown. What else can we do? His Majesty hasn't revoked Prince Xuang's title because he values him. Now, we either have to shamelessly seek peace with him, or we ruin him just as he ruined the crown prince, Nangong Ju said arrogantly. The Prime Minister's residence and Prince Xuang's residence were like fire and water. If he stood by and watched Prince Shuang continue to grow, it would be the Prime Minister's residence that would perish in the future. Suddenly, a gleam appeared in Nangong Ju's eyes, and a new idea formed in his mind. Go, prepare a sedan chair for me. Father, where are you going? Nangong Qian asked in confusion. The Prince Jin's residence. Nangong Qian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but ask, Father, didn't you always suspect that it was Prince Jin who kidnapped Princess Shuang yesterday? Why are you going to see him now? So what if he kidnapped her? Do you think I can still count on that waste now? Nangong Ju said with suppressed anger. Nangong Qian was startled. Father, you mean you want to form an alliance with Prince Jin? Nangong Ju frowned. It's hard to say for now. I need to test his depth first before making a plan. Before long, Nangong Ju arrived at Prince Jin's residence with a group of men. Nangong Ju pulled back the carriage curtain and gestured to a nearby guard. The guard then walked straight toward Prince Jin's residence and spoke to the two sentries on duty. Our Prime Minister wishes to meet with His Highness Prince Jin. Please go in and report this. One of the sentries replied, Our Highness has already gone out. The guard was stunned for a moment and then asked, Did he say when he would return? The sentry said, His Highness gave no instructions. All right, thank you. After saying that, the guard quickly turned back to the carriage and said to Nangong Ju, Inside, my Lord Prime Minister, His Highness Prince Jin is not at the residence, and it is unknown when he will return. Gone out? Nangong Ju's eyelids lowered slightly. He hadn't expected this. After hesitating for a moment, he instructed the guard, Let's go back for now. The Imperial Palace. Ji Tianming had received a secret letter from the Empress today and was rushing toward Weiyang Palace. Your Highness, please stay your steps. Just then, a group of guards suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? A flash of coldness appeared in Ji Tianming's eyes as he looked at the guards curiously. The Crown Prince wishes to invite your Highness over for a visit. Please do not make things difficult for us, the leading guard said with a lowered head. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Brother 081. Kneel down before me. Chapter 81. Kneel down for me. Ji Tianming followed the guards to the Crown Prince's residence and looked up at the Crown Prince, who was sitting at the table drinking. Imperial brother, why did you seek me out? Hearing Ji Tianming's voice, the Crown Prince immediately set down his wine cup and looked at him coldly. Seeing this Crown Prince in such a pathetic state, are you very happy? Quote, naturally not. In your subject's heart, your Highness is still your subject's imperial brother, Ji Tianming said calmly. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crown Prince smashed the wine cup violently in front of Ji Tianming and shouted, Stop fucking pretending with me. Speak. Did you send Princess Shuang to my residence yesterday? Were you trying to intentionally escalate the conflict between me and Old Ninth? A cold light flashed in Ji Tianming's eyes for an instant, but he quickly masked it, lowering his head. Your subject does not know what imperial brother means. Haha, still pretending, are you? You don't want to admit it. Seeing Ji Tianming refuse to admit it, the Crown Prince chuckled and then added, Do you know why this Crown Prince knew you would come to the palace today? Ji Tianming's brow furrowed slightly. What does imperial brother mean by this? Keep pretending, sixth brother. I only just realized that you are even more hypocritical than that fellow Old Ninth. The Crown Prince sneered and then looked at the guard nearby, ordering, Bring the person in. Ji Tianming raised an eyebrow and sized up the Crown Prince, wondering what he was up to. Moments later, the guard brought in a palace maid. "Crown your highness, King Jin." The palace maid looked fearfully at the crown prince and Gu Tianming, immediately bowing to them both. "Well, sixth brother, have you seen this woman before?" the crown prince asked with a smile. Gu Tianming looked at the palace maid. Though his face remained calm, his heart was already churning with waves of shock. Why was the palace maid from the empress's side here with the crown prince? "Do you want me to continue?" The crown prince laughed, his laughter exceptionally unrestrained. Back when the matter of the general's residence engagement occurred, the empress had made excuses for Gu Tianming. He had been suspicious then, not understanding why they wanted to hide it from him. Thus, he had sent people to investigate secretly to see if he could find any clues. As it turned out, he really did learn a shocking secret from this palace maid's mouth. When he heard that sixth brother had been humiliating his mother, he was furious. But after thinking carefully, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Once such a shocking secret reached Imperial Father's ears, one could imagine what kind of end sixth brother would meet. The reason he hadn't spoken of this over the past few days was twofold. First, he didn't want the Empress to be implicated and sent to the cold palace by Imperial Father. Second, this secret was undoubtedly a sharp sword for him, allowing him to threaten sixth brother into being his dog of a servant at any time. But now, he didn't want to hide it anymore. "Your subject does not know what Imperial brother is talking about," Gu Tianming replied softly, trying his best to remain calm. "Haha." The crown prince chuckled and patted Gu Tianming's cheek heavily. He said coldly, "Sixth brother, you really are capable, even daring to play with my mother. Aren't you afraid of the consequences if this reaches Imperial Father's ears?" Quote, seeing the crown prince threatening him so brazenly, Gu Tianming suppressed his anger and explained, "Imperial brother, relying solely on the words of a palace maid seems too absolute." The crown prince laughed. "Does that matter? Once Imperial Father becomes suspicious, do you think you can hide it?" Then, the crown prince pressed down on Gu Tianming's shoulder and ordered coldly, "Kneel down for me now, or else your illicit affairs with my mother will reach Imperial Father's ears today." "Imperial brother, don't go too far." Gu Tianming looked coldly at him, his voice low. "This crown prince told you to kneel. Do you not understand human speech?" The crown prince shouted, emboldened. Gu Tianming glanced at the crown prince. After a moment's hesitation, with a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground. "Haha, truly my good sixth brother." Seeing Gu Tianming kneeling obediently, the crown prince laughed wildly and then called to the guard, "Bring me the iron rod." "Yes." Hearing the order, the guard immediately brought a long iron rod and handed it to the crown prince. The crown prince first weighed the long iron rod in his hand, then swung it down hard, smashing it against Gu Tianming's shoulder. Intense pain immediately surged from his back, and beads of sweat instantly formed on Gu Tianming's forehead. "Fuck, this crown prince will teach you to plot against me, to kidnap Princess Shuang and send her to my residence." With that, the crown prince struck Gu Tianming several more times with the rod, showing no mercy whatsoever. After an unknown amount of time, the crown prince was out of breath and finally stopped. Gu Tianming, still kneeling, had his once neat and clean clothes torn, with many bruises left on his body. Phew! The crown prince exhaled a breath of turbid air and threw the iron rod onto the ground. Much better. That was satisfying. Only then did he look at Gu Tianming on the ground and order, "Get up." Gu Tianming's expression tightened. He slowly rose from the ground without a word. "Haha, sixth brother, do you hate me right now? Do you wish you could kill me right this instant?" Seeing Gu Tianming's cold face, the crown prince asked with a laugh. Gu Tianming lowered his head. "Your subject would not dare. I figured you wouldn't have the guts." The crown prince looked at Gu Tianming with contempt and ordered, "I've received word that Old Ninth is currently being held in Qingchuan Palace. If you don't want this matter exposed, kill Old Ninth for me within 3 days. Do you understand?" Didn't he like to kill with a borrowed knife before? Now he would let him taste what it was like to be the knife. Gu Tianming looked at the crown prince solemnly. After a moment, he said softly, "I will do my best to accomplish this." "Haha, this crown prince believes you can do it." The crown prince laughed with satisfaction. "If there's nothing else, your subject will take his leave." As he spoke, the crown prince stepped in front of him, helped straighten his clothes and said, "Hide the injuries on your body. Don't let my mother notice anything, lest it hurts our mother-son bond." "Yes." Gu Tianming responded softly and turned to leave the crown prince's residence. Watching Gu Tianming's departing back, the crown prince narrowed his eyes and sat back down. If he couldn't sit on the imperial throne, then no one else should even think about it. With this leverage in hand, it's impossible for sixth brother not to be obedient. Whether sixth brother can kill Old Ninth or not won't have much impact on him. It might even make them hostile toward each other and plot against one another. Of course, if he can kill him, that would be for the best. Then he would find an excuse to deal with this sixth brother as well. 82. Number 82. Each with their own thoughts. Chapter 82. Each with their own schemes. Empress. Before long, Jiyu Tianming arrived at Weiyang Palace. Seeing Madame Nangong sitting upright inside, he lowered his head and bowed. Madame Nangong glanced at him and said indifferently, "I called you here today to ask you something. Please speak, Empress." Looking at Jiyu Tianming's handsome face, Madame Nangong asked coldly, "Was it you who sent Princess Shuang to the Crown Prince's residence yesterday?" She knew the Crown Prince's character well. He was indeed capable of doing something as foolish as yesterday's incident, abducting Princess Shuang with ill intentions. But now there were rumors in the palace that this matter might be related to your highness, Prince Jin, which couldn't help but make her suspicious. Jiyu Tianming showed no panic. Instead, he smiled slightly and looked at Madame Nangong quite naturally. "Empress, if I said this had nothing to do with me, would you believe me? Besides, the reason the Crown Prince ended up like this should be blamed on Old Ninth instead. To turn your gaze toward me just because of these so-called rumors seems a bit inappropriate." Seeing Jiyu Tianming's confident answer, Madame Nangong's willow-like brows furrowed slightly as she asked again, "Truly?" Jiyu Tianming stepped up to Madame Nangong and gently placed his hands on her shoulders, soothing her in a low voice. "Empress, whether I did it or not is actually no longer important. What we need to consider now is what should be done next. Now that the Crown Prince is unwell, it will likely be difficult for him to gain Imperial Father's approval in the future. Meanwhile, Old Ninth, Prince Shuang, is undoubtedly the most likely candidate among all the princes to ascend the imperial throne." After hearing Jiyu Tianming's analysis, Madame Nangong immediately fell into silence. Prince Shuang was the biological son of noble consort Xiao and the nephew of Minister Xiao. If Prince Shuang truly ascended the imperial throne in the future, her position as empress would likely be one in name only, restricted by others. "You should head back first." After a moment's thought, Madame Nangong gently rested her right hand on her forehead. She no longer had the heart to dwell on Princess Suang's abduction and instead began to think about her future plans. "Yes." Jiyu Tianming bowed slightly and, without disturbing Madame Nangong, quietly withdrew from the room. Leaving the palace, Jiyu Tianming returned to Prince Jin's residence. When the maidservant removed his robes and saw the shocking scars covering his body, she was startled. "Your Highness, go to the medical clinic and fetch a doctor for me," Jiyu Tianming instructed in a low voice, his tone incredibly cold. "This servant girl will go at once." The maidservant did not dare to delay and immediately turned to leave. Once the maidservant left, Jiyu Tianming's eyes darkened, a chilling glint flashing within them. This was the first time he had suffered such an insult. As for helping him get rid of Prince Shuang, Jiyu Tianming was not that foolish. Even if he helped the Crown Prince kill Prince Shuang this time, his secret would still be firmly held in the other's grasp. This secret was like a dagger pressed against his forehead, capable of taking his life at any moment. Therefore, the Crown Prince had to die. Only if he died would his secret remain unexposed. At this thought, his eyes narrowed slightly. His original secondary plan was to station some spies in the Crown Prince's residence to monitor the Crown Prince's every move. The Crown Prince was hot-tempered, lecherous, and lax in disciplining his subordinates. With just a little bribery, it was easy to plant people inside. Although those spies didn't realize that palace maid's identity, even Jiyu Tianming himself would likely have only noticed the existence of a palace maid. After all, anyone with a mind knew of the Crown Prince's particular hobbies. This was how he had inadvertently allowed a loophole to be exploited, causing himself a major problem. And now, this trouble had to be resolved as quickly as possible. The Crown Prince's residence. "This servant greets your Highness the Crown Prince." An old eunuch dressed in a green python-patterned robe bowed his body, his eyes squinting as he looked at the Crown Prince with a fawning expression. "Ha ha, Eunuch Zhang, you are a favorite by Imperial Father's side. There is no need to be so restrained here at this Crown Prince's residence," the Crown Prince said with a laugh. This man was the chief eunuch, who had served by the martial god's side for over 30 years, and was a highly trusted confidant. Seeing the Crown Prince being so polite to him, a smile immediately broke out on Eunuch Zhang's face. He said beamingly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I wonder for what matter you have summoned this old servant." "Naturally, there is a good deed I wish for Eunuch Zhang to help with," the Crown Prince said, smiling. Eunuch Zhang was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "I wonder what kind of help your Highness requires of this old servant." The Crown Prince glanced at Eunuch Zhang without any rush, then waved his hand toward a nearby guard. A moment later, the guard entered carrying a wooden box filled with glittering gold. There were at least 50 taels. equivalent to 2 months' salary for a first-rank official. Your Highness, this is… Eunuch Zhang's eyes lit up, and he looked at the Crown Prince with both surprise and joy. The Crown Prince smiled and said, all of this is a gift from this Crown Prince to you, Eunuch. Please, just accept it. Then what help does the Crown Prince want from this old servant? Eunuch Zhang looked at the gold in the wooden box and turned back to ask the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince took out a memorial and presented it to Eunuch Zhang. I will leave this memorial in your care for the time being. I hope you can help me deliver it to Imperial Father. As for exactly when to deliver it, I will naturally let you know. As for the contents of this memorial, do not look at them, Eunuch. It would not be good for you. The contents of this memorial detailed the illicit affair between Jiyu Tianming and his Empress mother. However, since she was his mother after all, he had slightly altered the contents to say that Jiyu Tianming had intentionally coerced her. The Crown Prince was not stupid. He had humiliated Jiyu Tianming like that today. Although the other didn't say it openly, he surely harbored deep resentment in his heart. But it didn't matter. He was now a broken man, and the Prime Minister's residence had abandoned him. He had completely lost all value. Having long since come to terms with life and death, he had nothing left to fear. If Jiyu Tianming really sent assassins to kill him to keep this secret, he would take someone down with him before he died. No one would get the upper hand. Seeing the Crown Prince speak so solemnly, Eunuch Zhang couldn't help but feel a trace of trepidation. Your Highness, this memorial, Eunuch Zhang, rest assured. As long as you do not look at the contents, you will not bring trouble upon yourself. Perhaps Imperial Father will even reward you because of this. Before Eunuch Zhang could finish, the Crown Prince cut him off, giving him no chance to ask further. After a moment's hesitation, Eunuch Zhang tucked the memorial away and said respectfully, this old servant will do his best to handle this matter for Your Highness the Crown Prince. Good. Then I thank you, Eunuch Zhang. With that, the Crown Prince ordered the guard to give the wooden box of gold to Eunuch Zhang, and then escorted him out of the Crown Prince's residence. 83. Number 83 Go to the Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 083. Going to the Prime Minister's residence. Prince Jin's residence. After applying the ointment, Jiyu Tianming's injuries were much better. Your Highness. At this moment, a guard came to report and immediately walked up to Jiyu Tianming. What is it? Jiyu Tianming asked in a low voice. The guard said, Your Highness, the Prime Minister came today, but he left after learning that Your Highness was not in the residence. The Prime Minister came? Jiyu Tianming was startled, but quickly reacted. Now that Jiyu Mao's identity as the Crown Prince is well deserved, he has completely lost his usefulness, and Nangongju obviously knows that he cannot let the 9th Prince monopolize power. Since he came to Prince Jin's residence to find him, he must hope to cooperate with him to jointly oppose the 9th Prince. He now has the general's residence, and if he also has the help of the Prime Minister's residence, he might not be a match for the 9th Prince. Report. The next moment, another guard rushed in, bowed his head, and said, Your Highness, today Chief Eunuch Zhang went to the Crown Prince's residence. Eunuch Zhang? Jiyu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't he His Majesty's personal attendant? Why would he go to Jiyu Mao's place? Jiyu Tianming asked again, Do you know what they talked about? The guard shook his head and said, I don't know. Besides the Crown Prince's few confidants who can go in, no one else can see what's happening inside. Alright, I understand. You may leave first, Jiyu Tianming said indifferently, ordering the guard to depart. Jiyu Mao inviting His Majesty's favored person to the Crown Prince's residence at this critical juncture is probably not as simple as just drinking and dining. It seems that this imperial brother of his has long had other plans. After a brief thought, Jiyu Tianming said, Investigate this Eunuch Zhang thoroughly and get me all his information as much as possible. Yes. With that, the guard left the room. Seeing the guard leave, Jiyu Tianming slowly rose and ordered another guard, prepare the horses. I need to go out. Since Jiyu Mao gave him 3 days to assassinate the 9th Prince, he would certainly not report his affair with the Empress to His Majesty during these 3 days. Therefore, even if he guessed that this Eunuch Zhang might not be able to be kept, he still needed to understand the other party's habits and methods, and daily routine, before finding an opportunity to act. Rather than that, he might as well go to the Prime Minister's residence first to see what the other party thinks. Before long, Jiyu Tianming drove to the Prime Minister's residence. After being reported by the gatekeeper, he led his men inside. Nangongju was already standing in the main courtyard to greet him. Jiyu Tianming bowed slightly and said, Prime Minister. Nangongju laughed heartily and invited, Your Highness Prince Jin, come, let's talk inside. Alright. With that, Nangongju led the way, with Jiyu Tianming following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at a reception room, and Nangongju even specially sent a maidservant to brew tea for his guest. Prime Minister, I heard you visited my residence today, but I wasn't home at the time, so I specially came to ask now. Jiyu Tianming said. Nangongju said, indeed, there was something I wanted to discuss with Prince Jin. Please speak, Prime Minister? Jiyu Tianming asked with a smile. Nangongju looked at Jiyu Tianming for a few moments, and after a brief hesitation, slowly said, this time, with the Crown Prince's incident, His Majesty's attitude clearly shows his partiality towards His Highness Prince Shuang. Therefore, in the future, His Highness Prince Shuang is the most likely candidate to inherit the imperial throne. The relationship between my Prime Minister's residence and Prince Xuang's residence, I believe Prince Jin is also aware of. My grandson Nangong Qin was even imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice by Prince Shuang. If Prince Shuang ascends the throne in the future, my Prime Minister's residence will undoubtedly be the first to be implicated. Therefore, this Prime Minister will tell Prince Jin frankly today. If Prince Jin wishes to contend with Prince Shuang for the imperial throne in the future, my Prime Minister's residence is willing to lend its full support. Jiyu Tianming raised an eyebrow, no longer hiding his intentions. Prime Minister is seeking to cooperate with this prince? Exactly. Nangongju looked at Jiyu Tianming and added, however, before that, this Prime Minister also hopes that Prince Jin can agree to one condition from us. Prime Minister, please speak without reservation. Jiyu Tianming said. Seeing this, Nangongju turned to the maidservant beside him and ordered, go and call second young miss over. Jiyu Tianming glanced briefly, unsure of Nangongju's intention. A moment later, Nangongyu, dressed in green, walked in. Seeing the two people in the room, her eyes flickered slightly, and she bowed. This humble girl greets grandfather, and greets His Highness Prince Jin. Prime Minister, why is this? Jiyu Tianming turned to Nangongju and asked in confusion. Nangongju smiled and then said, I know Prince Jin has a marriage arrangement with the general's residence, but my Prime Minister's residence is no worse than the general's residence. Moreover, since Prince Jin is a prince, I believe the general's residence will understand if you have an additional wife. My granddaughter Yuer is also almost at her Jiji ceremony, so this Prime Minister wishes to marry her to His Highness Prince Jin, with the same status as that miss from the general's residence. What does your highness think? When Prince Jin was still on good terms with the Crown Prince, he had planned to marry his eldest granddaughter, Nangongzu, to him, to further strengthen their ties. But now, he also saw that this Prince Jin was unusual, not as simple as he had imagined. If he were to marry his eldest granddaughter, Nangongzu, to him again, with his granddaughter's capabilities, it would be difficult for her to control Prince Jin, and she might not even be able to deal with that miss from the general's residence. But Yuer was different. She was intelligent and capable from a young age. Marrying her to Prince Jin's residence would put Nangongju's mind at ease. After hearing Nangongju's condition, Jiyu Tianming frowned slightly and subconsciously glanced at Nangongyu. Her features were delicate and beautiful, with red lips and white teeth, and her skin was as fair as jade, like a hibiscus from distant mountains, truly worthy of being one of the 4 beauties of the capital. However, if he were to agree to this marriage without first discussing it with General Zhao Tai, it would undoubtedly make the latter feel uncomfortable. Nangongyu, beside him, was also slightly startled when she heard her grandfather wanted to marry her to Prince Jin, and she subconsciously glanced at him. After a brief consideration, Jiyu Tianming looked at Nangongju and said, Prime Minister, I still need to think about this carefully. How about we discuss it again in a few days? Of course, when Prince Jin has thought it through, you are welcome to come to the Prime Minister's residence anytime, Nangongju said with a smile. Alright, if Prime Minister has no other matters, this prince will take his leave. Then I shall send someone to see your highness off. After a round of courtesies, Nangongju sent someone to escort Jiyu Tianming out of the residence gate. After Jiyu Tianming had completely left, Nangongyu couldn't help but look at Nangongju. Grandfather, you wanna support His Highness Prince Jin? Quote, Nangongju said, Prince Jin has been leading troops outside for many years, and his standing in His Majesty's heart is probably not bad. If he can have the help of the Prime Minister's residence and the General's residence, he might not be unable to contend with Prince Shuang. Nangongyu said, but judging from his act of holding Princess Shuang hostage, this His Highness Prince Jin is certainly no simple character. Playing with fire can sometimes get one burned. Her thoughts differed from Nangongju's. Instead of finding a deeply calculating prince, it would be better to find a prince with no strong backing to be a puppet. That way, once they agreed, Great Zhou would be theirs to command. But if they cooperated with a very shrewd and cautious prince, even if they won in the future, there might not be a place for them in Great Zhou. Since ancient times, there have been many new emperors who discard their tools once their purpose is served, and the higher the power of the prominent officials, the more likely they are to be feared by the new emperor. 84. Number 84. Yuer listened to her grandfather's arrangements. Chapter 084. Yuer listens to grandfather's arrangement. After hearing Nangong Yu's analysis, Nangong Ju nodded in agreement and said, "What you said is right. Even if we cooperate with Prince Jin, we must remain vigilant." What Yuer said is not without reason. After all, the fact that Prince Jin was able to remain hidden and stay honestly by the crown prince's side for so many years shows that he is not a simple person. However, cooperating with His Highness Prince Shuang is undoubtedly the best choice for the Prime Minister's residence, and it is also the person they can use to restrict Prince Shuang's growth as soon as possible. After all, now that the Crown Prince has been deposed, Prince Shuang is undoubtedly the best successor for Great Zhou in the eyes of the court officials. If they do not let Prince Jin step forward now and gain favor from your majesty, the vast majority of court officials might choose to align themselves with Prince Shuang's faction. This would be extremely disadvantageous to them. Hearing that Nangong Ju was clearly unwilling to abandon the marriage alliance between the two families, Nangong Yu found it difficult to argue further. Since grandfather has made up his mind, Yuer is willing to listen to grandfather's arrangement. Seeing his granddaughter being so understanding, Nangong Ju showed a hint of relief in his eyes and looked at her gently. "Yuer, you might have to suffer some hardship in the future. Everyone in the capital knows that Nangong Yu is his most beloved granddaughter, but only he knows that she is actually the daughter he conceived accidentally." Because of this matter, his relationship with second brother plummeted to freezing point, and they never spoke again. In order to conceal this family scandal, he dared not acknowledge her all these years, but his affection for this young daughter has never waned. To be honest, if it weren't for the matter concerning the crown prince this time, he would not have been willing to marry Yuer to Prince Jin, lest she suffer there. "Grandfather, since Yuer is a miss of the Prime Minister's residence, this is what Yuer ought to do. As long as I can help grandfather and help the Prime Minister's residence, Yuer will be satisfied," Nangong Yu said softly. From the moment she became a miss of the Prime Minister's residence, she understood that her purpose was inevitably to help the family secure benefits. For her, marrying any man was essentially the same. Therefore, even now, hearing that grandfather wanted to marry her to His Highness Prince Jin, she wasn't too surprised. It was as if she had long come to terms with it. Nangong Ju nodded and said contentedly, "Yuer, since you can think so clearly, grandfather is relieved." The next day, Zhang Heian worried that Ji Yuchen was not eating well at Qingchuan Palace, so she specially prepared dishes and brought them to him. Looking at the delicious dishes laid out on the table, Ji Yuchen looked up at Zhang Heian opposite him and asked, "You made all these?" Zhang Heian brushed the stray hairs behind her ear, nodded with slight reserve, and softly said, "Your Highness, do you think they suit your taste?" Ji Yuchen did not stand on ceremony, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and began to taste them. Zhang Heian's cooking was excellent. The black chicken soup was savory and delicious. The braised shark fin was tender and refreshing. The snow fungus dessert was sweet and moist, and several plates of attractive pastries were also placed nearby. "Your Highness, how is the taste?" Seeing Ji Yuchen eating the food she made heartily, Zhang Heian leaned closer and asked with slight anticipation, "Not bad. Would you like to try some?" Ji Yuchen nodded and pushed the snow fungus dessert he was holding toward her. Zhang Heian did not decline, picked up a spoon, and gently scooped a mouthful into her mouth. It was acceptable. The sweetness was just right. "Your Highness should like it too." Afterward, the two sat together and ate. "Oh right, Your Highness, there's something I forgot to tell you." Just then, Zhang Heian suddenly recalled something and quickly spoke to Ji Yuchen. "What is it?" Ji Yuchen asked while eating his meal. Zhang Heian hesitated slightly, then slowly said, "Yesterday, His Highness Prince Jin went to the Prime Minister's residence. Ji Yuchen was under house arrest at Qingchuan Palace, and all the affairs of the Prince Shuang's residence were handed over to her to manage. She subsequently learned from the guards at the residence that Prince Jin had visited the Prime Minister's residence." Speaking of Prince Jin, Zhang Heian was actually very disappointed. She found it hard to imagine that the man who once stood up for her would one day send people to kidnap her for certain objectives. Perhaps, in his eyes, she was merely a pawn that could be utilized. He didn't even care whether she lived or died. In comparison, if Your Highness hadn't arrived in time this time, she could hardly imagine what misfortunes she would have encountered afterward. Therefore she had been too stubborn about some things and should have let them go long ago. She did not hate Prince Jin. Instead, she was grateful to him for letting her see everything clearly and understand who she truly cherished in this life. And his kidnapping of her this time served as a period to the time he jumped into the water to save her, meaning they no longer owed each other anything. In the future, they would merely be competitors or enemies pursuing their own interests. "It seems my imperial brother can't sit still?" Ji Chen smiled and then said, the Crown Prince had just suffered an accident, and Prince Jin rushed impatiently to the Prime Minister's residence. Everyone could probably guess his objective. It seems he intends to ally with the Prime Minister's residence to oppose me. Everyone, move aside for this Crown Prince. Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside the room. The door was immediately pushed open, and then the Crown Prince Ji Mao was seen entering. What is His Highness the Crown Prince doing here? Ji Chen's expression instantly turned cold as he stared at the intruder with suspicion. Zhang Heian, who was beside him, instinctively retreated behind Ji Chen, unwilling to have too much contact with the Crown Prince Ji Mao. Ji Mao looked at the dishes on the table, then glanced at Ji Chen and the other person, whose behavior seemed intimate, and sneered, "Heh, ninth brother, your confinement is quite pleasant indeed, you even have someone attending to you well. I don't like listening to nonsense. If you have something to say, the Crown Prince might as well speak plainly," Ji Chen replied. He had no goodwill toward the Crown Prince Ji Mao. If it weren't for the fact that he held the identity of the Crown Prince, Ji Chen would have killed him last time. This Crown Prince just wanted to come over and take a good look at you today. Ji Mao stepped closer, staring coldly at Ji Chen and Zhang Heian at the table. Old Ninth, you should have ruined my lifeline, turning me into a pawn abandoned by everyone. Rest assured, this Crown Prince will not forget this hatred, and I will demand repayment from you one day. He truly had no objective in coming today. It was purely to see the culprit who caused him to be unable to function as a man. Threatening him verbally was also to gain a false sense of victory from the other party, which would make him feel slightly better. You can try, Ji Chen said coldly. He knew very well that because of the incident yesterday, the Crown Prince Ji Mao already harbored deep resentment toward him, wishing he could kill him right now. Likewise, Ji Chen was also considering finding a suitable opportunity to completely eliminate him, lest this ticking time bomb keep running rampant around him. 85. Number 85. The Crown Prince is dead. Chapter 85. The Crown Prince is dead. The Crown Prince did not stay in Qingchuan Palace for long. After threatening Ji Chen for a while, he left the palace with a smile. His current mental state was somewhat abnormal, giving off a very frenzied impression. However, to his surprise, a piece of news that shocked everyone spread through the palace the next morning. The Crown Prince is dead, assassinated in the Eastern Palace's Crown Prince's residence. Also, the chief eunuch, Eunuch Zhang, had mysteriously vanished. In an instant, the entire imperial palace was thrown into a state of shock and disbelief. One must know that the Crown Prince's residence, located in the imperial capital's Eastern Palace, was heavily guarded and airtight. What kind of formidable assassin could break through these layers of security within the imperial palace to assassinate the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace? At the same time, everyone began to speculate, wondering who exactly had sent the assassin after His Highness the Crown Prince Qingchuan Palace. Ji Chen had also only just learned of this news. Yan, you're saying the Crown Prince was killed last night? Inside the palace hall, Ji Chen looked back at Zhang Heian, his eyes gradually becoming deep as if he were contemplating something. Yes, I don't know the specific details, but I sent someone to inquire, and it seems the Crown Prince was assassinated last night and was only discovered by a palace maid this morning. Your Highness, the imperial court is already in an uproar, with many suspecting it was your doing, Zhang Heian said anxiously. She had only just learned about the Crown Prince's murder and immediately rushed to Qingchuan Palace to report it to His Highness. Assassinating the Crown Prince was no small matter. If it were truly proven, even if His Highness were an imperial prince, he could still be beheaded. Ji Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "It seems someone wants to use me as a scapegoat." Ji Chen didn't deny that he indeed wanted to dispose of the Crown Prince, but he wouldn't be so foolish as to kill him now. After all, the two had just had a conflict not long ago. Anyone would suspect him if he acted at this time. Your Highness, what do we do now? Many people in the imperial court are already. I didn't do it, so what is there to fear? Before Zhang Heian could finish, Ji Chen interrupted her and slowly stood up, preparing to leave Qingchuan Palace. Someone was already trying to trample all over him. If he remained unmoved, it would only make these people even more arrogant. He wanted to see exactly how many people in the imperial court wanted to smear him. Fengtian Hall. The martial god looked gloomily at the civil and military officials below, his expression quite cold and ruthless. Below, several court officials stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, for this assassin to dare enter the Eastern Palace so arrogantly to assassinate the Crown Prince, there must be a great power protecting them from behind. Your Majesty, as the country's heir apparent, the Crown Prince's mysterious death in the Eastern Palace is a slight against imperial authority. If we do not drag this mastermind out, where will the prestige of our great Zhou be? No matter what, we must thoroughly investigate this matter and bring justice to the crown prince. I believe this matter was likely done by His Highness Prince Zhuang. Besides him, no one would dare to assassinate the crown prince. I agree. Among all the princes, only Prince Zhuang and the crown prince were at odds, making him the most likely to act against the crown prince. Meanwhile, Duke Zhengao, Minister Xiao Xiaofang, and others standing in the hall had their brows furrowed and remained silent. The crown prince's death was far too strange, and most officials suspected it was likely the work of His Highness Prince Zhuang. Standing up to defend him at this time would only make people think they were being extremely disrespectful to the crown prince, leading to them being targeted relentlessly. Imperial father, your son has something to say. After a moment, Jiyu Tianming took a step to the left, moved to the center of the hall, and bowed to the martial god. The martial god looked down at Jiyu Tianming and asked indifferently, "Sixth brother, what do you have to say?" Jiyu Tianming said, "Imperial father, your son heard some news today and doesn't know whether I should say it." "Speak directly," the martial god said coldly. Jiyu Tianming hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Your son heard that the crown prince went to Qingchuan Palace to find ninth brother yesterday, before returning to the crown prince's residence. It was on this very night that the crown prince encountered the assassination. Imperial father, your son is not judging a gentleman by my own narrow standards, and I also believe ninth brother would not act against the crown prince. It's just that there has been friction between the two recently, and since the crown prince personally went to Qingchuan Palace yesterday, your son cannot help but be somewhat suspicious." The martial god narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You suspect the crown prince was killed by someone sent by ninth brother." After the crown prince was killed, he immediately sent guards to investigate the crown prince's residence and took all the palace maids and guards back for questioning, but they still found nothing. Jiyu Tianming said, "Your son only hopes ninth brother can give everyone an explanation, so that everyone can clear him of suspicion. What kind of explanation does Jin Wang want this prince to give?" Before the martial god could speak, Jiyu Chen stepped into Fengtian Hall and bowed to the martial god. "Your son, Jiyu Chen, greets imperial father." "Ninth brother, why have you come?" The martial god couldn't help but glance at Jiyu Chen and ask curiously. "I heard someone was deliberately throwing dirty water on me, so I came to take a look. I hope imperial father will forgive me." After saying that, Jiyu Chen looked back at Jiyu Tianming nearby and said, "However, I now roughly know who is throwing the dirty water." During this time, he had never targeted Jiyu Tianming, because he couldn't currently figure out these changes in the other party and found it hard to associate him with the cautious and shrewdly self-interested Jin Wang from the original plot. He mostly just tested him slightly, not wanting to make another enemy. But now the other party had first abducted his princess consort and then framed him for the crown prince's death. It was hard not to suspect his intentions. Jiyu Tianming's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "Ninth brother, I am merely stating the facts as I know them to imperial father. Of course, in my heart, I also believe you wouldn't act against the crown prince. The crown prince did indeed come to Qingchuan Palace yesterday, but he only stopped by, and nothing happened." Halfway through, Jiyu Chen turned to look up at the martial god and continued, "Imperial father, although the crown prince and I were at odds, I wouldn't be so foolish as to act against him and make myself a target of public criticism. Furthermore, I have been staying in Qingchuan Palace since the day before yesterday, so where would I have the time to deliberately plot to assassinate the crown prince?" After speaking, Jiyu Chen looked back at Jiyu Tianming again and found the other party was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, the other party withdrew his gaze. Duke Zhengao stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the crown prince's death must certainly be investigated thoroughly, but I believe that without solid evidence, we officials should not blindly suspect His Highness Prince Zhuang. Your humble servant seconds the motion." Your servant seconds the motion. At this time, several more officials stepped forward and stood behind Duke Zhengao. 86. Number 86. The chief eunuch has disappeared? Chapter 086. The chief eunuch disappears? With Duke Zhengao and a group of officials speaking up for Jiyu Chen, and given the lack of substantial evidence, the martial god could not simply believe Jiyu Tianming's one-sided story. After some consideration, the martial god eventually handed the matter of the crown prince's murder to the Dali temple. He ordered them to find the culprit behind the crown prince's assassination within a week. Prince Jin's residence. After the morning court session ended, Jiyu Tianming returned to his residence and immediately summoned his confidant to ask, "Has that eunuch been found?" The person Jiyu Tianming was asking about was none other than the chief eunuch, Eunuch Zhang. Yesterday, he had arranged for all his men to enter the palace, planning to eliminate both the crown prince and the chief eunuch at the same time. This was to prevent his affair with the empress from being discovered by his imperial father. Furthermore, because the Crown Prince had gone to Qingchuan Palace to see Ji Yuchen yesterday, he wanted to use this opportunity to shift the focus onto Ji Yuchen while keeping himself out of it. However, although they succeeded at the Crown Prince's residence, that chief eunuch had accidentally managed to escape. His current whereabouts were unknown. He hasn't been found yet, but we severely wounded him yesterday. He likely only has a few days to live. Based on the signs of his escape, he should no longer be in the palace, the guard below reported in a low voice, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. This old eunuch was far too cautious. Even in the middle of the night, the slightest sound would wake him. Consequently, when the assassins he sent went in for the kill, the target reacted immediately and fled the bedchamber in time. Moreover, the old eunuch was quite skilled. Even when surrounded by 8 5th-rank martial artists, he managed to find a sliver of hope and escape. I want to see him if he's alive, or his corpse if he's dead. You must find him as soon as possible, Ji Tianming said with a frown. Although Ji Tianming couldn't guess what the Crown Prince and eunuch Zhang had discussed that day, he was certain the other party knew something. If he didn't eliminate him completely, Ji Tianming worried about bringing trouble upon himself. Yes, the guard said solemnly today was the last day of Ji Yuchen's house arrest. After the morning court ended, Ji Yuchen also returned to Prince Suang's residence. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Heian immediately waited at the residence gates to welcome Ji Yuchen. Shortly after entering the house, Duke Zhengao, Minister of Rights Zhang Quan, Minister of Justice Xiao Fang, and others also arrived at Prince Suang's residence to discuss the Crown Prince's murder with Ji Yuchen. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the Crown Prince's matter? Duke Zhengao asked. After he spoke, the others also turned their gaze toward Ji Yuchen, wanting to hear his opinion. Ji Yuchen hesitated for a moment before looking at everyone and answering. The Crown Prince died in his own bedchamber, which means the assassin is very familiar with the Crown Prince's residence, and might even be someone from within. To be able to plant someone in the Eastern Palace, the mastermind's identity must be significant, perhaps even a former friend of the Crown Prince. And yesterday, the Crown Prince happened to visit me at Qingchuan Palace. The mastermind likely wanted to use this timing to throw mud at me. Your Highness, then who do you think is most likely to have acted? Xiao Fang asked. Ji Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, the 6th Prince Prince Jin. First kidnapping He Yan to pit him against the Crown Prince, and then today hinting at him in court. Ji Yuchen could think of no one else. Previously, he hadn't taken Prince Jin to heart, partly because he felt that although the man was shrewd, he wasn't exactly a villain, and there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. But now, the other party was clearly starting to target him. If he hadn't gone to court today to prove his innocence, the martial god might have been swayed by Prince Jin's words. After hearing Ji Yuchen's answer, Duke Zhengao and the others couldn't help but fall into thought. They had actually suspected Prince Jin as well. Ever since the matter of the marriage alliance with the general's residence, he had begun to reveal his ambitions. But if it was truly as your highness said, and the Crown Prince's death was arranged by Prince Jin, then that man was far too terrifying. If he dared to kill the heir apparent of a nation, who else would he not dare to kill? At this point, Xiao Fang added, by the way, your highness, I heard that the palace's chief eunuch, Eunuch Zhang, also went missing last night and his whereabouts are still unknown. The chief eunuch? Ji Yuchen was stunned for a moment, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. Wasn't the chief eunuch someone by his imperial father's side? Why would he suddenly disappear? And on the same day the Crown Prince was murdered? This was a bit too much of a coincidence. I sent someone to ask a guard who works at the Crown Prince's residence. It seems the Crown Prince invited the chief eunuch to his residence as a guest a few days ago. As for what they discussed, it's not clear yet. Now, the people from the Dali Temple are also searching for the chief eunuch's whereabouts, suspecting his disappearance is related to the Crown Prince's murder, Xiao Fang said. Is that so? Ji Yuchen looked at Xiao Fang and the others, saying calmly, it seems this chief eunuch likely holds some secret, which is why someone was desperate to make him disappear. If it's as your highness says, then we should also increase our manpower to see if we can find any trace of Eunuch Zhang, Duke Zhengao said. Currently, the chief eunuch was only missing. Whether he was alive or dead couldn't be determined yet, but if he was still alive, once found, he would surely provide some information and clues. Perhaps they could even solve the Crown Prince's murder in one fell swoop. Ji Yuchen nodded and said, I will leave this matter to Prefect Zhang Kaishan. I'll have him send more yamen runners to search for the eunuch's whereabouts. Yes, that's the only way for now, Duke Zhengao said. Xiao Fang, who was beside him, added, we must also uncover the truth about the Crown Prince's matter as soon as possible to clear your highness of suspicion. An hour later, Duke Zhengao and his group took their leave. Your highness, was the Crown Prince really killed by Prince Jin? At this moment, Zhang Heian turned back to Ji Yuchen and asked softly. She had been by his side the whole time but hadn't interrupted. Now that her grandfather and the others had left, she couldn't help but ask. Ji Yuchen turned to look at Zhang Heian. After a brief hesitation, he said softly, to be able to carry out an assassination in the Crown Prince's residence so quietly, they clearly knew the place extremely well. Prince Jin was very close to the Crown Prince before and often visited him to hang out. Arranging for a few assassins to get in wouldn't be difficult for him. Zhang Heian was startled and whispered, then he is far too terrifying. First kidnapping her, and now assassinating the Crown Prince. He was simply a ruthless man who would stop at nothing. He was a completely different person from who she had previously thought him to be. Ji Yuchen glanced at Zhang Heian and murmured, some people, you only know what they are truly like once you really understand them. Zhang Heian nodded obediently, her voice much softer, her round eyes looking at Ji Yuchen's profile with curiosity. She was actually very fortunate that she hadn't rejected the marriage back then, and fortunate to have found a man who would even make an enemy of the Crown Prince to protect her. She was also fortunate to have seen through things early and no longer clung to the past. 87. Number 87 Beggar? Chapter 087. A beggar? Your Highness, someone is outside asking for an audience. He is dressed very scruffily, looking somewhat like a beggar. Suddenly, a guard came running in hurriedly. A beggar? Ji Yuchen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the guard and asked, did he state his identity? Why is he looking for this prince? He said he is from the palace and has something to report to your highness, the guard replied. Someone from the palace? Quote, a hint of doubt flashed in Ji Yuchen's eyes. After pondering for a few seconds, he said calmly, let him in. Yes. As soon as the guard left, Zhang Heian, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, your highness, who do you think would come looking for you at this time? Ji Yuchen shook his head and said, I'm not sure. We'll know once we see him. He actually had someone in mind, but he wasn't quite sure yet. Just then, the guard walked in with a man. The man was hunched and thin, not very tall, wearing a yellow silk robe that was clearly stained with dirt and blood. His face was very pale, and his eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if he were exhausted from lack of rest for a long time. Judging by his age, he looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. Notably, his chin was completely smooth, without any beard. Moreover, his hand was clutching the right side of his abdomen, seemingly suffering from some sort of injury. Who are you? What business do you have with this prince? Ji Yuchen stared at the man in yellow and asked in a cold tone. With a thud, the man knelt directly on the ground, his voice slightly weak and filled with a sense of helplessness. Your Highness Prince Shuang, this servant is the chief eunuch Zhang Jingshao. I beg your highness to save this servant this time. After saying that, the man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Your highness, he seems to have fainted. Seeing the man collapse, Zhang Heian immediately alerted Ji Yuchen. Ji Yuchen quickly stepped up to him and checked his breathing. He was still breathing, he wasn't dead yet. Then, seeing that the man was still clutching the right side of his abdomen even while unconscious, Ji Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, moved his right hand aside, and gently lifted his clothes. He saw a ball of white cloth stuffed against the abdomen, which had long been soaked through with blood. Tearing the white cloth away, a grisly knife wound appeared before Ji Yuchen's eyes. He's injured. Ji Yuchen reacted immediately, hurrying to instruct the guards to take him back to a room to rest. Afterward, he dispatched a guard to Duke Zhengwo's residence to deliver a message, requesting Duke Zhengwo and Zhang Anran to come to the residence. Duke Zhengwo's residence was very close to Prince Xuang's residence. Compared to going to the palace to summon an imperial physician, calling someone from Duke Zhengwo's residence was much faster and more appropriate. Of course, there was another point. Ji Yuchen was worried that calling an imperial physician from the palace would alert the enemy. Your Highness, this is bad. That eunuch has fled to Prince Xuang's residence. Inside Prince Jin's residence, a guard rushed in to report, his expression quite grim. What happened? Quote, a flash of tension immediately crossed Ji Tianming's face, and a surge of worry rose in his heart. The guard said in panic, we found the eunuch's trail in the city today, but he was too alert. He noticed us before we could even get close. Afterward, he ran straight into Prince Xuang's residence, and we didn't dare go inside to seize him. A shadow of gloom crossed Ji Tianming's face, and he said in a low voice, you are so many martial artists, yet you couldn't even catch one old eunuch. What am I feeding you for? Quote, he usually wouldn't be this angry. Even if they had failed before, Ji Tianming hadn't blamed them. He only instructed them to catch the eunuch as soon as possible. But now that they had sent the man to Prince Xuang's residence, how could he not be anxious? If this eunuch leaked anything to Old Ninth, the other party would surely take this opportunity to target him relentlessly. When that time comes, it would be he who dies. We are incompetent and are willing to accept your highness's punishment. The guard also knew it was his fault and immediately knelt on one knee to accept the punishment. Punishment? If punishing you were useful, this prince would have dealt with you long ago. Gu Tianming's eyes turned cold, his expression quite harsh. He then said, "Go, prepare a horse for this prince immediately. I am going to Prince Swang's residence." At the same time, inside Prince Swang's residence, Duke Zhengao and the others had already arrived. They then had Zhang Anran check on the condition of the chief eunuch inside. "How is he?" Looking at the unconscious eunuch on the bed, Ji Yuchen turned to Zhang Anran and asked. Zhang Anran's brow furrowed slightly as she said calmly, "I have already stitched his wound, but he has lost a lot of blood and likely won't wake up anytime soon. Moreover, there seem to be signs of poisoning on him. I need to find the cause before I can prepare an antidote." "Will he die?" Ji Yuchen asked. Zhang Anran shook her head and said, "Probably not. The signs of poisoning are very light. It shouldn't be a lethal poison like crane red or arsenic. As long as you give me some time, I should be able to find the cause." During this time, besides managing the hot pot restaurant's business, she would consult the old man in the shop about medical matters during her free time. Although her current medical skills couldn't compare to those imperial physicians in the palace, she was much more capable than an average doctor. Hearing that the eunuch was fine, Ji Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Anran, "Miss Zhang, then I shall trouble you." Zhang Heian, standing aside, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Anran and then at the prince beside her. She subconsciously bit her pink lip with her white teeth. She used to look down on Zhang Anran, but after getting to know her during this time, she discovered that the other girl indeed had many merits she hadn't noticed before. Whether it was her business mind or her medical skills, they were things she couldn't learn. Moreover, she felt that Zhang Anran seemed more capable of helping the prince, whereas she herself only caused trouble and made him worry. At this moment, Duke Zhengwo's old eyes crinkled slightly as he asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you certain this person is the chief eunuch?" The chief eunuch is different from the chief of the front hall. One handles affairs within the inner palace, while the other serves His Majesty during morning court and important festivals. Although both are favorites close to His Majesty, most officials only recognize the chief of the front hall. Even Duke Zhengwo had never seen this chief eunuch. "There should be no mistake," Ji Yuchen said calmly. Although the man wasn't wearing palace attire, based on his physical appearance and behavior, it wasn't hard to tell he was a eunuch. Furthermore, since he dared to come to Prince Swang's residence to see him, there was no need for the man to lie. 88. Number 88. Prince Jin has rather strong tastes. Chapter 088. Prince Jin has quite heavy tastes. After Zhang Anran's treatment, the chief eunuch's condition improved significantly, and before long, he regained consciousness from his coma. Seeing Ji Yuchen and the others standing around the bed, Zhang Jingxiao immediately pulled back his quilt, wanting to get out of bed to pay his respects. "You are unwell. There is no need for formalities." Seeing him about to get up, Ji Yuchen advised him and gestured for him to lie down and rest. Hearing Ji Yuchen's reply, Zhang Jingxiao stopped insisting and sat obediently by the bed, his eyes filled with gratitude and irrepressible excitement. "Thank you, His Highness Prince Shuang, for saving this servant's lowly life." No one knew what he had been through these past 2 days. As a chief eunuch, he had actually faced an assassination attempt within the imperial palace. Not a single palace guard had come out to help, forcing him to flee the imperial palace in desperation. Yet even then, he still couldn't escape the pursuit of that faction. Over these 2 days, he had hardly slept. Combined with his severe injuries, he was on the brink of death. Had he not struggled to persevere, he would likely have become a corpse in some river by now. "Eunuch Zhang, you should first tell me your purpose for seeking this prince," Ji Yuchen said directly. Reminded by Ji Yuchen, Zhang Jinzong finally remembered his purpose for coming to Prince Zwang's residence. He hurriedly took a folded paper from his robe and handed it to Ji Yuchen. "Your Highness, please have a look. When he was attacked last night, he hadn't heard about the Crown Prince's murder. It was only today, while fleeing, that he happened to overhear some young masters from noble families discussing it. Connecting it to the Crown Prince's murder, Zhang Jingxiao guessed that the other party might have targeted him because of this document. Driven by curiosity, he had opened the paper to read its contents. It was precisely because he had seen the contents that he understood why he was being assassinated and who wanted him dead. Seeing the document Zhang Jingxiao handed over, Ji Yuchen hesitated briefly before taking it and opening it to check. After reading the contents, Ji Yuchen's expression changed instantly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhang Jingxiao on the bed. "Who gave you this document?" Quote, he was indeed shocked. He never expected Prince Jin to be involved in such shady dealings with Empress Madame Nangong. If Imperial Father found out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, as a palace eunuch, he shouldn't have the ability to investigate the Empress's affairs. This document most likely came from someone else. Your Highness, this document was personally handed to this servant by the Crown Prince. However, at that time, he warned me not to open it easily, so I simply kept it with me and didn't look at it, Zhang Jingxiao said. The Crown Prince. Ji Yuchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. He had always thought Prince Jin killed the Crown Prince to intentionally provoke conflict with the Prime Minister's residence faction, thereby drawing them into his own camp. But seeing this document now, he realized Prince Jin's true intention in murdering the Crown Prince. He was worried his secret would be exposed by the Crown Prince, so he struck ruthlessly to silence him forever. Your Highness, what is written on this paper? Seeing Ji Yuchen's surprised expression, Duke Zhengou curiously stepped forward and asked. After a brief hesitation, Ji Yuchen handed the document to Duke Zhengou. Duke Zhengou took it, and upon opening it, his expression immediately mirrored Ji Yuchen's. Prince Jin is actually having an affair with the Empress. The Empress was the mother of the nation. By seniority, she could be considered Prince Jin's mother. This Prince Jin was truly audacious, even daring to covet the Empress. Did he not fear the day your Majesty would find out? At this moment, Ji Yuchen looked back at Zhang Jinzong on the bed and whispered, then why didn't you go directly to the Dali Temple? The Dali Temple had been personally dispatched by Imperial Father to investigate the cause of the Crown Prince's death. It seemed more appropriate for eunuch Zhang to hand this evidence over to them. To be honest with your Highness, since Prince Jin dared to assassinate the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace, it's clear his network is deep. This servant cannot say for sure if there are Prince Jin's people within the Dali Temple. But you are different, your Highness. This servant knows a thing or two about your relationship with Prince Jin. You certainly wouldn't have much contact with him. Therefore, compared to going to the Dali Temple, this servant is more willing to trust your Highness. Hearing Ji Yuchen's question, Zhang Jingxiao told him everything. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of returning to the Imperial Palace to give this document to Your Majesty or going to the Dali Temple, but considering Prince Jin could arrange so many people in the Eastern Palace, he assumed the Imperial Palace also had many of his forces. Of course, he was naturally afraid of death. Without absolute certainty, he didn't dare to try easily. Now, there was nowhere else he dared to go except Prince Swang's residence. After listening to Zhang Jingxiao's answer, Ji Yuchen gave him a serious look, then nodded and said, I understand. For now, rest well here in my residence. Then this servant shall trouble your Highness with my stay, Zhang Jingxiao said gratefully. He had been living in fear for the past 2 days without a good night's sleep. Now, he could finally rest in peace for a few days. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchen and Duke Zhengou had stepped outside. At this point, Duke Zhengou couldn't help but remind him, Your Highness, should we inform your Majesty about this? Quote, once your Majesty was told, even without physical evidence, your Majesty would become suspicious of Prince Jin. Moreover, combined with the contents of the document, it would be hard not to associate Prince Jin with the Crown Prince's assassination. Ji Yuchen nodded. This matter definitely had to be told to Imperial Father. Furthermore, based on the contents of this document, it was 80% certain that the Crown Prince might have been killed by Prince Jin. In that case, he would also be able to clear his own name regarding the Crown Prince's death. However, one thing that surprised him immensely was how Prince Jin had suddenly become involved with the Empress. And looking at the contents of the document, it seemed Prince Jin had forced the Empress, and she had only complied under duress. Prince Jin's residence had so many young, beautiful, and obedient maids. Why would he go after an old woman? Could it be that this guy's tastes have become heavier now, and he specifically has a thing for this? Of course, what concerned Ji Yuchen even more was that this guy's personality shift was far too large. It was completely inconsistent with the original plot. Instead, he seemed like a sanctimonious hypocrite, a true villain. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. If such a person wasn't eliminated soon, he would definitely become a scourge in the end. Report. Just then, a guard suddenly rushed in and bowed to the two of them. What is it? Ji Yuchen asked, looking at the guard. Your Highness, Prince Jin has arrived for a visit, saying he wishes to see you, the guard said with his head bowed. Ji Yuchen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted. Seeing that the other party already knew eunuch Zhang was staying at his residence, he had rushed over impatiently to test the waters. Have him wait for me in the main hall, Ji Yuchen instructed. Yes. 89. Number 89 you bastard. Chapter 089. You bastard. Soon, Ji Yuchen and Duke Zhengou arrived at the main room. Inside the room, Ji Tianming was already sitting in a chair waiting, with 2 guards following behind him. Duke Zhengho, standing behind, couldn't help but take an extra look at Ji Tianming. It was hard to imagine that this prince, who was admired by countless young ladies of noble families, was actually so despicable in private, having an affair with the empress. Was it a distortion of human nature or a total loss of morality? Did he not have a single shred of shame in his heart? Haha, I didn't expect Duke Zhengho to be here as well. Quote, Ji Tianming was the first to stand up. He looked at Ji Chen, then at Duke Zhengho beside him, a smile hanging on his face. What brings Prince Jin to my residence today? Ji Chen asked with a smile. Ji Tianming gave a gentle smile and said directly, it's nothing. I just happened to be passing by Prince Zhuang's residence, so I came in to say hello to ninth brother. Ji Chen laughed and couldn't help but say, haha, in that case, we've said our hellos. Can Prince Jin head back now? Sigh, ninth brother, I am your imperial brother after all. Why be so distant with me? Ji Tianming spoke comfortingly, seemingly trying to close the gap with Ji Chen. I wouldn't dare be Prince Jin's imperial brother, otherwise I might have my throat slit one day and still be kept in the dark, Ji Chen said. Haha, ninth brother is joking. Ji Tianming's face stiffened for a few seconds before he squeezed out a strained smile. He hadn't expected the other party to be so unreasonable. Then, after thinking for a moment, he asked again, by the way, ninth brother, I heard that the missing chief eunuch from the palace has been found? And they say he's at your residence now? Ji Chen looked at Ji Tianming and asked in a low voice, yes, he is indeed at my residence. Is there something Prince Jin wants to inquire about? Ji Tianming smiled, but the smile was clearly much colder. Nothing in particular. I just wanted to ask what he told you, ninth brother? Quote, when the crown prince had invited this chief eunuch to the crown prince's residence back then, the people he planted had no chance to go in and eavesdrop. So he didn't know what the crown prince had instructed the chief eunuch at the time. The reason he wanted to eliminate him was entirely as a precaution. Now, coming to Prince Zhuang's residence was also to test the waters through him. Ji Chen sneered, haha, Prince Jin, it seems this eunuch makes you very nervous. I wouldn't say nervous, but if some people like to wag their tongues and frame this prince, it would indeed cause some trouble, Ji Tianming said in a low voice, the smile gone from his face. The person was already in Prince Zhuang's residence. If he really knew something, he would have told old Nine long ago. Naturally, there was no need for him to keep pretending. If he didn't know, these words would only make old Nine suspicious, but he wouldn't be able to find his specific problems. Ji Chen looked up, his gaze deep as he looked at Ji Tianming below, and smiled. Then why don't you guess, Prince Jin, what that chief eunuch told this prince? Old Nine, there's no need to bait me. This chief eunuch was originally the crown prince's man. He wants to frame this prince on purpose. I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, Ji Tianming replied. I wouldn't know about that. If there's nothing else, Prince Jin may return, Ji Chen said calmly. Ji Tianming looked up at Ji Chen. After a brief hesitation, he said, fine, then this prince won't disturb ninth brother any longer. After saying that, he left with his 2 guards Weiyang Palace. Madame Nangong was not in a good state. She hadn't eaten for a whole day and looked listless. The crown prince's death was a huge blow to her. Although he was profligate, arrogant, and lecherous, he was still her biological son. What was even harder for her to accept was that the murderer of the crown prince had still not been found. She couldn't even find a single clue. Now that the crown prince was dead, the successor she favored was gone. Even if another prince ascended the throne in the future, he would certainly not respect and love her like a biological mother. Your ladyship, His Highness Prince Jin requests an audience. Suddenly, a palace maid walked respectfully to Madame Nangong and whispered. Madame Nangong was slightly stunned for a moment, then waved her hand and signaled, bring him in. Yes. A moment later, Ji Tianming walked into the hall and bowed to Madame Nangong at the table. Greetings, Empress. Madame Nangong glanced back at him and asked indifferently, why are you here? Do you have business with this palace? Ji Tianming glanced at the palace maids behind her. All of you, dismiss. Madame Nangong immediately understood and called for the serving palace maids to leave. Once the palace maids had left, Ji Tianming walked up to Madame Nangong and said in a low voice, Empress, our secret has likely been discovered. What do you mean? Quote, Madame Nangong's expression tightened, and she instantly became alert. Ji Tianming quickly explained, His Highness the Crown Prince had actually bribed one of the palace maids by your side long ago and found out about the relationship between us. A few days ago, he even used this matter to blackmail me, wanting me to get rid of Prince Shuang for him. So, Mauer was killed by you. Before Jiyu Tianming could finish, Madame Nangong looked at him in shock and questioned him. Jiyu Tianming looked up at Madame Nangong. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly nodded, admitting to the deed. Slap. A loud slapping sound rang out. You bastard, why did you kill Mauer? Seeing Jiyu Tianming nod, Madame Nangong slapped him across the face, glaring at him with immense fury. Because if I didn't kill him, he would have told Imperial Father everything about us. Jiyu Tianming touched the crimson handprint on his face and said flatly, no, Mauer is my son. He definitely wouldn't harm me. He was just trying to use this matter to intimidate you. Madame Nangong shook her head, refusing to believe the Crown Prince would betray her. Empress, calm down and let me finish. Seeing Madame Nangong's agitation, Jiyu Tianming gripped her arms firmly and shouted a reprimand. Let go of me. Startled by Jiyu Tianming's shout, Madame Nangong's emotions clearly stabilized a bit, but she still pushed his hands away angrily. This man was too terrifying. How could she have entered into such a relationship with him back then? Jiyu Tianming didn't mind and quickly continued. A few days ago, the Crown Prince invited the palace's chief eunuch to his residence. I'm not sure what exactly they discussed, but it most likely had to do with our affair. And now, that chief eunuch is in Prince Shuang's hands. So Prince Shuang likely knows about us too. After saying this, Jiyu Tianming looked up at Madame Nangong, wanting to see her reaction. 90. Number 90 really nothing? Chapter 90. Is it really nothing? Upon hearing Jiyu Tianming's answer, Madame Nangong's eyes trembled slightly as she looked up to gaze at him. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, are you worried Prince Shuang will reveal our affair to His Majesty? Yes. Jiyu Tianming nodded, a look of difficulty appearing on his face as he said cautiously, if this cannot be hidden, neither I nor you, the Empress, will escape Imperial Father's accountability. So, you're scared now? Madame Nangong's mood actually calmed down quite a bit as she looked at Jiyu Tianming seriously. The Crown Prince was dead, and it was because of her that he had been killed by Jiyu Tianming. Looking at the man's handsome yet cold face now, Madame Nangong only felt a chill in her heart, unable to see through his thoughts. From the moment they met, she had a premonition that this matter would be discovered sooner or later. She just hadn't expected it to come so early. Compared to Jiyu Tianming's worry, Madame Nangong had become much more resigned, even developing a sort of let it all go mentality. Jiyu Tianming frowned slightly and explained, Empress, once Imperial Father learns of this, it will be of no benefit to you. Do you wish to be cast into the cold palace by him? Madame Nangong was, after all, the mother of the nation. No matter how much she overstepped, Imperial Father would try his best to suppress the matter for the sake of his own face. He certainly wouldn't kill her, but as for himself, he was merely an unfavored prince. What kind of punishment he would face was beyond his guessing. Hearing Jiyu Tianming's explanation, Madame Nangong's face instantly turned cold, and she said with irrepressible rage, this palace's mercy is the only reason you aren't dead already. Do you actually expect me to help you kill Prince Shuang as well? Quote, even if Jiyu Mao's character was poor, he was still her son. Jiyu Tianming should never have killed him. Now that Prince Shuang knew of their relationship, how could she handle Prince Shuang's power alone? Aside from waiting for His Majesty to decree her punishment, she no longer had any ideas. The Empress might not be in a good mood right now, so I won't disturb you further. Seeing Madame Nangong's anger, Jiyu Tianming stopped trying to discuss things with her and turned to leave the palace. The moment he stepped out the door, Jiyu Tianming's expression instantly darkened. He had come today originally wanting to discuss how to solve this problem with Madame Nangong. But now, he could clearly see that Madame Nangong seemed to have accepted her fate and didn't want to struggle anymore. But he couldn't do that. Once Imperial Father learned he had taken his woman, even if the man didn't kill him, he would never trust him with important matters again. If that happened, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of competing for the imperial throne in the future, and the officials and factions supporting him would slowly abandon him. But the difficulty now was that keeping this a secret was no longer as simple as eliminating that chief eunuch. He had to make Prince Shuang shut up Prince Shuang's residence. Zhang Anran wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and let out a sigh of relief. She walked out to Ji Yuchen, Duke Zheng'o, and the others, saying, His Highness Prince Shuang, the poison in that eunuch has been neutralized. After a few more days of rest, he should recover. Good, you've worked hard today. Ji Yu-chen nodded and thanked Zhang Anran. Duke Jungho took an extra look at his eldest granddaughter, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Because she was born of a concubine, and because Zhang Quan had hidden the pregnancy from him back then, he had paid very little attention to this eldest granddaughter since she was a child, and was even unwilling to see her much. The one he truly cared for and doted on was only the second granddaughter, Zhang Heian. But after spending time together recently, he found that his view had indeed been one-sided. This eldest granddaughter was not as useless as he had imagined. At the very least, her business management and medical skills made him look at her in a new light. Retracting his thoughts, Duke Jungho looked at Ji Yu-chen and said, "Your Highness, since that eunuch is no longer in danger, I will take and ran back now." Hey, that won't do." Hearing that Duke Jungho was ready to leave, Zhang Anran hurriedly interrupted. "Does Miss Zhang have other business?" Ji Yu-chen asked curiously. Standing beside Ji Yu-chen, Zhang Heian couldn't help but glance at Zhang Anran, wondering what she was up to. At that moment, Zhang Anran rubbed her nose, her bright eyes darting around. After a moment of thought, she said, "I exerted quite a bit of effort today, stitching him up and concocting the antidote. Surely I should get some benefits, right?" Before Ji Yu-chen could speak, Duke Jungho immediately scolded and ran, "Do not be rude. His Highness's family, how can you be so distant? Whatever you want, just ask me when we return to the residence." Oh, being scolded by Duke Jungho, Zhang Anran pouted silently, clearly unhappy. When they were opening the shop, this black-hearted prince had scammed her badly. It shouldn't be too much to ask him for medical fees now. Ji Yu-chen smiled and didn't pay much mind to Zhang Anran's thoughts, then said, "Duke, please be careful on your way." He now held leverage over Ji Yu-tianming. One could even say he held the man's life in his hands. He was afraid Ji Yu-tianming would get desperate and choose to act recklessly, doing something even he couldn't anticipate. In short, it was better to be careful. "Yes, we will be extra cautious." With that, the two left the residence. Watching Zhang Anran's departing figure, Zhang Heian looked up at Ji Yu-chen and then silently withdrew her gaze. Perhaps because they grew up together, whenever Zhang Anran appeared before her, she couldn't help but compare herself to her sister. But now she realized that compared to her sister, she seemed to fall far short. At least the other could help His Highness, while she, the rightful wife in name and fact, could only stand by and watch, unable to help at all. This gave her an indescribable sense of disparity. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Zhang Heian seemed a bit unhappy, Ji Yu-chen couldn't help but look at her fair, tender little face, watching her curiously. Being stared at by Ji Yu-chen, Zhang Heian suddenly felt guilty and said with a hint of panic, "No, it's nothing." "Is it really nothing?" Ji Yu-chen frowned and leaned forward, getting closer to her. Seeing Ji Yu-chen's head almost right in front of her, Zhang Heian's face instantly turned red. Her heart pounded wildly as she explained frantically, It's really nothing. I just accidentally got distracted thinking about other things." Ji Yu-chen pressed further. "What things were you thinking about?" That. Faced with Ji Yu-chen's questioning, Zhang Heian's eyes darted around as she fell into a panic, not knowing how to explain to him. Could she say she was just comparing herself to Zhang Anran? Or that she found she wasn't excellent enough yet, and not only could she not help His Highness, but she often caused trouble instead? Or suddenly, Ji Yu-chen wrapped his arm around her waist, pulled her into his embrace, and gave her a light kiss on her snowy forehead. Below him, Zhang Heian's body instantly stiffened. She lifted her brow, her large eyes staring at Ji Yu-chen in surprise. A crimson flush rapidly spread from her face down to her neck, and her whole body felt hot. Your Highness, you. Ji Yu-chen then let go and doted on her by stroking the back of her head. "Don't think about those unhappy things. Just do what you like." He had actually noticed Zhang Heian's mood long ago and sensed she had been staring at Zhang Anran. The reason he didn't say it directly was entirely due to a mischievous streak in his heart. He wanted to intentionally tease this girl and see her reaction. Seeing Ji Yu-chen's doting and protective gesture, Zhang Heian felt like she was going to melt. She quickly looked away. Your Highness, I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, Zhang Heian tiptoed away and fled from Ji Yu-chen's sight, like a startled little deer. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.